Warning, this fic contains many dark and adult themes. For the full list provided by the author, please check the description below and proceed with caution. Welcome back, this is Sectumsempra by Severitus 812, JessalynMichele, Book 2 of Harry Potter and 7 Years of Chaos. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy, and subscribe for future stories. Please check the description for a full list of tags, and the link to drop a kudos for the original author. With that out of the way, let's get started. Summary: Harry Potter enters his second year at Hogwarts surrounded by power, allies, enemies, secrets that whisper to him from the castle walls, and a past that won't give him any peace. Severus Snape prepares himself for another year of keeping the most chaotic student he has ever had the misfortune of meeting alive. Welcome to Year 2. Chapter 1, Villa Zabini. Welcome to the Villa Zabini, Blaise said proudly, spreading his arms wide. He laughed at Harry's gaping mouth until Harry scowled at him. "This is where you live?" he asked incredulously. "Sometimes," Blaise conceded. "We also have homes in France, England, the States, and I believe one in Taiwan." "What the fuck?" Harry said quietly. Blaise laughed. His mother was going to love him. "Come on, come inside and meet the Contessa." Blaise pulled Harry through the yard and up to the villa entrance. Harry spun around slowly, staring open-mouthed at the ocean the villa overlooked. "Wow," he whispered. "That's nothing," Blaise said, waving off his oar with a wink. "Wait until you see the pool." "You have a bloody swimmin' pool," Harry hissed as they stepped inside the parlor. My language please, there are ladies present." Blaise beamed as his mother descended the stairs towards them. She had clearly prepared herself for their guest. Her royal jewels were affixed to her dark hair and around her slender neck. "Blaise, my dearest Amati, welcome home." She embraced him warmly, kissing both of his cheeks. "I trust that your year was well." "Yes, mother, Hogwarts was as wonderful as you told me it would be." Thanks to Harry, he thought. Blaise was sure it would have been dreadfully dull if they had not been classmates. "Excellent," she patted his cheek fondly before turning to Harry. "And this must be the Harry Potter that I have heard so much about." She leant towards him, very slowly and obviously showing her intention, and to Blaise's surprise, Harry allowed her to kiss both of his cheeks lightly. Blaise had never seen Potter allow anyone to touch him, aside from Susan Bones, and even she couldn't do it without a flinch or glare from the younger boy. "Thanks for inviting me," Harry said softly. "Of course, dear, you are an ally of the Zabinis, are you not?" She smiled gently at Harry and patted his cheek. "You are always a welcome guest for as long as we are tied together, Harry Potter. Casa mia I grav casa tua, my home is your home." Blaise nearly laughed aloud at the look of awe that Harry wore. He knew his mother would love him. *pov swap*. Juliana Zabini was not a woman easily impressed. She had 7 deceased husbands that could attest to the fact. But Harry Potter was a marvel. He carried himself with the wariness of a battle-hardened soldier, with the gratuitous facial scars to solidify the image. Contrary to his physique, he was soft-spoken, and seemed to do most of his communication through his enchanting emerald eyes. Juliana could sense the power rolling off the delicate boy, power which he manipulated and used easily, it seemed. Her Blaise had written many letters to her highlighting Harry Potter's many qualities and his lessons on respecting power that he taught other students. The child was quick-witted, cunning, clever, and after having many discussions with him, seemed to be entirely grey-oriented. Maraviglia. She went out to the backyard a couple of days after the boys' arrival, to find them both laying on the chaise lounges and laughing. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," she called to them, sitting gracefully next to her son. "Evening, mother," Blaise responded dutifully. "Hello, ma'am," Harry said softly. Juliana did not allow herself to grimace at the child's speech. She had too much grace for such an act, but it did remind her of her hope for the next 12 days. "Harry, darling, I wonder if I could convince you to take a class with me during your stay here." Harry, the clever child that he was, gave her a shrewd look. "What kind of class, Countess?" She gave a small laugh. The child's consistent politeness was an enormous part of his charm, even if he clearly misunderstood her title of royalty. "Contessa Harry," she corrected gently. "Although I have told you, please call me Juliana." Harry blushed and gave her a small nod. "And as I believe that you will grow to be incredibly important to the Wixen world, I wondered if you would see the benefit of elocution lessons." Harry glanced quickly at Blaise, an obvious look of confusion on his delicate fay-like face. Electrocution lessons, he asked with his nose scrunched up. Sorry, I don't get it. Blaise laughed at Harry's confused face. Elocution, he pronounced slowly. It's a fancy word for speech lessons. Harry, bless his heart, turned a truly remarkable shade of red. No thanks, fine, he mumbled sullenly. Juliana moved to Harry's chair and slowly sat down beside him. Harry, my Meraviglia, do you believe that I would insult you in such a way? Harry ducked his head but shook it slowly. No, ma'am. And you are correct, I would not. You understand that we are allies, yes. Harry glanced up at her, his large green eyes wide. Yes, ma'am. She slowly placed her hand on his cheek. As your ally, I only wish for the best for you, yes. I wish for you to succeed because as you rise, we rise together. Now I find your accent to be part of your fascino rustico, your charm. But there will be those who will not, who will sneer down their long noses at my Tesoro Harry for his pronunciation. And I will not have it, not if I can prevent it. Will you appease a lady by consenting to spend one singular hour in the afternoons learning to speak with pride? Harry studied her carefully. She believed the child must be rather adept at reading facial tells, before nodding. I can do that. Fantastico, she said brightly. We shall begin after our evening meal, yes, yes. Blaise smirked at Harry's politely befuddled expression. Yes, Harry Potter was a true marvel. *pov swap**. Harry couldn't believe how bloody posh Blaise's home was. He could have spent all 2 weeks just exploring the house, and still not seen everything, and Blaise hadn't been exaggerating on his library. It was brilliant, just rows and rows of books with the most interesting titles. Wixen Culture, The Forgotten Ways, Defensive Magic, A Complete Guide, Spells to Stop the Heart, and 3 bookcases dedicated solely to dark and grey classified spells. Which, as Blaise told him, Hogwarts absolutely did not have. Harry spent his mornings in the library, reading as many books as he could, and taking careful notes on the spells he is itching to try. After breakfast, when Blaise finally woke up, the two of them usually went down to the oceanfront beach, which Harry loved, or they swam in the pool, which Harry enjoyed much more after Blaise taught him how to swim. One particularly brilliant evening, they went down to the closest Wixen village and practiced team dueling with some of the village boys. Apparently Italy didn't have the same views on underage magic that Britain had. Brill! After they ate dinner, Harry sat in the study with the Contessa and worked on proper pronunciation. Which was bloody ridiculous. But Harry couldn't deny that he looked forward to their lessons. Even though she spent a lot of time correcting his speech, the Contessa was brilliant and happy to discuss and debate all different topics with Harry. He thought it was nice that they had most of the same views. Calling it dark magic is just a way to make it sound dirty, she had said, although there were a couple topics they disagreed on. Creatures are simply not as intelligent as we Wixen are, the Contessa said. With the exception of the Fae, who hold a seat on the Italian Council, they should not require representation to muddy the waters of our governing bodies. What about werewolves 30 days of the month, Harry had countered with, or goblins who we trust with our gold? How many of your house elves know your family's secrets? How can you trust them to keep your secrets but not to have an opinion on their lives? Think about it. On the morning of his birthday, he woke up to an entire flock of owls perched on the generous windowsill outside his guest room. Merlin, he breathed, opening the windowpane to let them in. He laughed as the 6 owls seemed to compete to be the first one he approached. Calm down, will ya? He carefully undid the packages and scrolls attached to each owl, stroking their feathers and pointing out the owlery window to them. Go there, okay, you can fly right in and there's all sorts of good food in there for you, he said softly. 5 of the owls immediately took off as soon as they were relieved of their parcels. Only one owl, a tiny little black fuzzy feathered thing with big yellow-green eyes, jumped around on the dresser hooting happily. Aren't you hungry? Harry crooned. No, okay, you can stay for a while. He stroked the excited little owl's feathers softly and moved the packages to his bed. Are these all for me? He whispered in awe. He was glad that Blaise was still asleep, because he had a hard time swallowing back the hot tears that tried escaping. You will not cry over this, he told himself sternly. It was just that he'd never had a birthday present before, had he? Harry slowly opened the first box, scanning the letter to see it was from Ron. Happy birthday, mate. Sounds like you're having fun in Italy. Maybe next summer you can come stay here for a few days. It's no villa, but I've got a lot of brothers we can play Quidditch with. Mum made this special for you. I told her it's your favorite. Can't wait to see you on the train. Harry grinned at Ron's short and to the point letter. He pulled a metal tin out of the box and was happy to see that it was his favourite treacle tart. It was even still warm and smelt as if it had just came out of the oven. He picked out a small piece and nibbled on it while he opened the next parcel, a thick and heavy envelope from Neville. He pulled the parchment out of the envelope and saw a little silver figurine fall out with it. He laughed when he saw it was a perfect model of a devil's snare, except with a stamped insignia of a knight's helmet surrounded by floral engravements right on the front of it. Hey Harry. Happy birthday, I miss you all and can't wait for school to start back up. Although it's been an oddly good summer with Gran. She seemed really pleased that we were friends, and even more pleased when I said we entered an alliance. She didn't seem to understand gangs much, course I'm not sure that I do either. She told me that sometimes allies give out tokens to each other, something that has a meaning for us both. So here's a little devil's snare for you, with the Longbottom family crest on it. I'll see you on September 1st. Your friend, Neville. Harry was happy that he had remembered Neville's birthday was the day before his, and had sent him a book on magical plants. He probably hadn't gotten it before he wrote the letter. Smiling much easier than he usually did, Harry eagerly opened the next package, which wound up being a banned book on blood magic from Theo, and a short note reminding him to disguise the cover lest you get caught with it, and we both end up as potion ingredients. Harry smirked and immediately put his hand on the cover, make it look innocent and legal. He laughed when he saw the book now read, Magnus Bane's Trip to Mexico, a graphic novel. Theo was going to die when he saw the book now. Harry peeked inside just to make sure it didn't change the content and sighed in relief when the index still highlighted the sections for different types of blood magic. The next package he opened also happened to be a book, alongside a 6-page letter from Hermione. Who writes that much? He shook his head. He skimmed over most of the letter, vowing to read it more thoroughly later, and laughed outright when Hermione wrote that she bought him a book on healing spells because, who knows what nonsense you'll get into this year. Hermione could be funny when she wanted. He could see how she went to witty Ravenclaw. Harry pulled the box clearly marked, from Susan Bones aka your best friend, towards him, and smiled at the obscene amount of stickers the witch had decorated it with. Harry, I'm not going to write because I'll see you in 2 weeks. But you have to use your present to take a million photos, oops, that's a hint, isn't it? Of Italy and Draco's home. I can't wait to see them and you. Happy birthday. Love, Susan. Harry thought Susan's letter sounded just like she did, bubbly, enthusiastic, and outgoing. Basically the opposite of Harry himself. He immediately used her gift, a green magical camera, to go to his window and snap a few photos of the view. He'd have to ask her how to develop the film when he saw her in a couple weeks. The little black owl that was flitting around his room hooted until Harry took a photo of it too. You're needy, aren't you? He laughed. Harry, happy birthday, Blaise burst in his room, clearly hopping to catch him by surprise. He pouted, how are you always awake before me? Harry slept a lot better now that he's gotten the hang of clearing his mind every night, but he still slept a lot less than his dorm mates. Probably because you're lazy, he joked. Lazy and proud of it, Blaise declared, flopping on Harry's bed. What you get? Here, Harry shoved the pile of opened gifts towards Blaise. You can look while I open Draco. He went to open the thin, square parcel, and saw that it wasn't from Draco, but was from Professor Snape. Potter, I hope that you are managing to stay out of trouble, although I find the mere idea laughable. Ensure that you are studying hard, keeping up with your summer assignments, and practicing occlumency as often as you can. I believe you will understand the significance of the included package. Harry pulled the gift out of the wrapping and beamed when he saw what it was. What is it? Blaise asked curiously. It's a CD, Harry said happily. Led Zeppelin, my mum's favorite. It's a muggle thing, Blaise asked. S'pose so, Harry shrugged. But muggle items don't work in areas with high amounts of magic. How will you use it? Fuck, I dunno. Harry turned back to Snape's letter to finish reading it, hopping for instructions on how to get a disc player to work at Hogwarts. I believe you will understand the significance of the included package. I am sure you are cunning enough to find a way to utilize it this year, despite the belief it is meant to be impossible. As Snape. Harry laughed. Snape was such a bastard. He said he's sure I can find a way to do the impossible. Blaise rolled his eyes and peered inside the empty envelope. You're his bloody favorite. Hey wait, there's another scrap of paper in here. He pulled out a small note and read it out loud. Potter, this owl is an unruly nightmare who has given me constant headaches. I believe you two will be a perfect match. He does not have a name, but he looks remarkably like a demon to me. Write to me, brat. Blaise looked at Harry, who was staring open-mouthed at the flittering owl. You're mine, Harry asked quietly. The owl hooted and nipped at his ear. You know, I bet Snape likes you more than he does Draco, and Draco is his godson, Blaise laughed. Harry stroked his new owl and shrugged at Blaise with a tiny smirk. I guess Snape just got good taste. I almost wish Ron was here, Blaise sighed. He'd take me up on the bet if Draco curses or cries when he hears me tell him that Snape prefers you. Blaise jumped off Harry's bed and opened the door. Come on now, Mother wants to spoil you with a ridiculous breakfast, spread and gifts, before Draco shows up to whisk you away to his manor. Harry put the tiny black owl on his shoulder and followed Blaise down to the dining room and stared in open-mouthed shock at the room. You did this for me, Harry asked Blaise. The room was decorated in green and silver balloons and streamers, with a large banner across one wall that read, Buon Complino Harry. Of course, Harry dear, the Contessa said, gliding over where he was and kissing both his cheeks. You only have a birthday once a year, yes? Harry didn't want to tell her, but this is really the first birthday he's ever officially had. And who is this beautiful creature? She crooned, slowly petting the owl's head. Thank you, Contessa, he smiled at her shyly and ducked his head. He was a gift from Professor Snape. No need to thank me, my Meraviglia, we are like family now. Come sit, bring your darling companion. Trilly will bring us food while you open your gifts, yes. Harry allowed himself to be led to the table, where the Contessa seated him at the head. Here, Blaise said, shoving a box towards Harry, open mine first. Harry carefully unwrapped the package, and gasped softly when he saw what was inside. These are brill, he sighed. Do not shorten your words, Harry dearest, brilliant, the Contessa corrected him. Harry grimaced, she was always after him for how he talked, and apologized while Blaise laughed at him. They're dragonhide, and they're charmed to grow as you do for up to 3 sizes, Blaise explained eagerly. They're the most fashionable and practical boots for wizards. Thank you, Harry said, stroking the obsidian-scaled boots. They're brilliant. Much better, my dearest, the Contessa praised him, and this is from me. She levitated a small box to Harry, who accepted it with a small blush. You guys didn't have to do all this, he protested feebly. The Contessa moved over by Harry and put her small hands on his cheeks. We did because you are familiar, and we spoil our familiar when we can. Harry didn't know a lot of the words that the Contessa used, but he could recognize familiar, and he had to will himself, for the second time that day, not to cry. Thank you, he whispered in more of a choked voice than he wanted to have. The Contessa kissed his forehead, and Harry kept himself very still while she did it. She wasn't scary or threatening, it was almost like having a mum might be, he thought. Will you open the gift now, my Harry, so that my Blaise has a chance to be jealous? She asked with a soft laugh. Harry grinned at her, saw her wink at Blaise, and happily opened the gift. He pulled out what looked like more dragonhide. It matched his boots anyway, but he had no idea what it was. Thank you. The Contessa and Blaise both laughed, although she quickly corrected his speech again. Apparently, is a proper noise a young man of his standing should make. Harry would have rolled his eyes, except he was worried she would scold him for that as well. It is a holster for your wand, she told him. Allow me to help you attach it to your forearm. Harry tentatively held out his right arm, watching her warily as she took the holster and attached it. You slide your wand in here, yes. The material itself is charmed to be impenetrable. Only you will be able to summon your wand from it, which you can do with a small flick of your wrist, she explained. Harry doesn't use a wand, Mother, Blaise scoffed. I don't think he used it once, besides in McGonagall's class since he got it, have you? Harry thought he used it a couple other times but couldn't remember. I used it last summer, he eventually said. See, Blaise laughed. He just terrorizes everyone with his hands. Blaise wiggled his fingers like a spider, as if to prove his point. The Contessa gave Blaise a fond smile, which is all the more reason that he should carry his wand, yes. Why, Blaise asked, his dark brows furrowed. Doesn't he look more powerful without it? He does not need to look powerful, she corrected Blaise. His allies know he is powerful, yes. It is about his enemies underestimating him. Imagine their expression of shock when our Harry is disarmed and still attacks with no wand. Harry could picture it perfectly and gave the Contessa a sharp smile. That's genius, he told her. It is strategy, she said simply. You will learn, my Harry, I will teach you. Harry smiled all through the rest of breakfast, which Draco interrupted, showing up 4 hours earlier than they had planned. Excuse me, he said, blushing faintly. I suppose the time difference threw me off. Blaise and Harry shared a skeptical look before both bursting out in laughter. I told you he'd be early, Blaise said. Bet you got up before the sun, didn't you? Of course not, Draco denied haughtily. Harry smirked at him. He didn't like to bet like the other Slytherin boys did, but he'd almost be willing to bet that Draco was lying. Sewerah, Blaise drawled. Well, you might as well sit down and eat. Mother won't let Harry leave until he's overly stuffed. Harry scowled at Blaise, even as the Contessa easily agreed. Our Harry is much too thin, she said airily. He needs to be reminded to eat more. Harry mentally groaned at the gleam in Draco's eyes. Like he said, he didn't like to bet, but if he did, he'd put 10 galleons on Draco, pestering him to eat more during the next 2 weeks. After breakfast, Harry reluctantly packed his birthday presents in his trunk, situated his new owl on his shoulder, and gave one last mournful glance out his window. Write to me, won't you, my Meraviglia? Put your charming new owl to good use, yes. Harry nodded shyly. Yes, Contessa, thank you for inviting me. She gave him a warm smile, making her brown eyes sparkle. Of course, my darling, you are always welcome. Casa mia y grave casa tua, Harry Potter. And Harry, who had never had a real home, felt his throat swell with tears as he flew away with Draco. Don't cry over things you can't have, he reminded himself harshly. Weaknesses get you killed. He couldn't forget one of the earliest lessons he had learned in his life. Chapter 2, Malfoy Manor. Father, we're here, Draco yelled as soon as Harry came through the flue. Well, as soon as Harry fell through the flue anyway. Draco, do stop screeching in the house like a banshee. Draco flushed slightly as his father entered the sitting room. Sorry. His father just waved a hand and smirked at him. No worries, I believe there are probably a few people in the town who did not hear you. He turned his steely silver-eyed gaze on to Harry. Now, introduce me to your friend Draco. Draco straightened up as he was taught to do and gestured to Harry. Father, this is Harry Potter. Harry, this is my father, Lucius Malfoy. His father strode forward and offered his hand to Harry. Pleasure, Mr. Potter, I've heard much about you. Thank you, sir, and thank you for having me, Harry said softly, eyeing his father's bejeweled cane closely before shaking his father's hand. Of course, Severus says you are a model Slytherin. Harry tilted his head as he glanced at his father and smirked just a little. He didn't say I was well behaved though, did he? His father laughed, something that Draco rarely heard, and gave Harry a considering look. No, he did not say that. Harry grinned at him even as his eyes flicked quickly around the room. Come on, Harry, I can give you the tour. Oh no, wait, first I have to give you your birthday present. Or actually, are you hungry? Draco knew he was rambling, but this was the first time one of his actual friends had come to stay, and he was excited. Gregory and Vincent did not count as friends, especially since they were all in nappies last time they stayed. Draco, why don't you show Harry to his room, and then you can give him his gift, and you boys can explore the manor if you still feel up to it, Father suggested. Good idea, come on, Harry. Harry followed behind Draco, turning his head side to take in the manor as they walked. This is a nice place, he offered. Draco puffed his chest out proudly. It's been in our family for generations. My great-great-grandfather, or great-great-great maybe, had it built. Draco didn't think Harry was all that impressed with his family history, because he just said, cool. It was cool. Draco led Harry to the 3rd floor and waved him inside the guest rooms. These are your rooms, he told him. A bedroom, bathroom, and an attached sitting room. You and Blaise are so bloody posh, Harry laughed, setting his owl on the perch by the window before flopping on his bed. Come on, where's all the servants? He joked. Draco rolled his eyes, long used to Harry's disdain for the finer things in life. We do not have servants, we have house elves and they are perfectly happy here, he sniffed. But if you think having nice things is ridiculous, then I suppose you don't want your birthday presents. Harry rolled over on his side and gave Draco an easy grin. You didn't have to get me anything, it really was nice of you to invite me to stay. Draco grinned at him. Shut up, you'll love it, stay here. He ran quickly to his room, down the hall from Harry's, and grabbed his gift. Here, open it. Draco thrust the package at Harry and bounced on his feet until Harry opened it. What the fuck? Harry whispered. He looked up from the brand new Nimbus 2001 and stared at Draco. You got me a broom. Draco beamed and nodded. I got one too, and now we can try out for the house team together. Harry stared at him for a few more seconds before abruptly laughing. You're mad, this is way nicer than the one I nicked from school. can we go fly? Yes, Draco cheered. They're the top of the line. I'll grab mine and we can go out back. Harry jumped up with an eager look on his face. Come on then. Draco was about to go get his broom when he hesitated. He did have one more gift for Harry, but Harry looked so excited right now. Happy in a way Draco rarely sees from him. Surely it can wait. Race you, Draco called, pushing out thoughts of his other gift out of his mind. The boys spent an enjoyable couple of hours on the pitch, chasing after the snitch and practicing some of the moves Draco had seen professional players use in matches. He begrudgingly admitted that Harry would be an excellent seeker and made him help him practice for a chaser's position. There's no way they won't choose us for the team, Draco said happily as they put their brooms away. We'll be unstoppable. Harry smiled brightly, his cheeks flushed from the wind and his eyes alive. Do you really think I'm good enough to make the team? Draco caught himself right before clapping Harry on the shoulder. He almost forgot Harry's vicious aversion to being touched. Of course, he said easily. You're just as good as I am at seeking, and I'm amazing. Harry raised his brows at Draco and gave him an amused smile. Then how come I caught the snitch every time if I'm just as good as you are? Draco crossed his arms and gave his friend a small glare. Beginner's luck, he muttered petulantly. Harry just laughed at his pout and offered to race him back to the manor. *POV swap*. Harry Potter was an interesting person. Lucius had tried to subtly dig into the child's past during their frequent conversations. How did the boy who lived come to require housing during his holidays? The child was as evasive as they come. Which matters more, my past or my future? He'd asked, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Would you like to tell me about your past? He added in an innocent tone of voice that Lucius easily saw through. It seemed the child knew of Lucius' affiliations, and yet still consented to be a guest in his home. Either he was incredibly foolish, which Lucius did not sense from him, or he knew he had nothing to fear. Did he believe Lucius would not hold a grudge on behalf of his fallen master, or was he arrogantly confident that he would be able to protect himself if it came down to it? Do you know how to duel? He asked the boy during breakfast one morning, halfway through his stay. Potter and Draco shared amused looks, a look that made Lucius believe Draco has kept Potter's secrets close to his chest. I do, the boy said, an amused grin on his face. Learned from the best, supposedly. Draco let out a sharp laugh that he hastily covered at Narcissa's scolding look. Sorry, excuse me, he said quietly, his grey eyes still shining with mirth. Lucius ignored him and focused on Potter. What would you say to an exhibition after breakfast? Underage magic is not traceable in our home, due to myself, Narcissa, and the elves' levels of magic. Darling, is that really necessary? Narcissa hummed. I thought I would take the boys shopping for proper wardrobes today. Narcissa had been eyeing Potter's casual wardrobe with increasing scorn. She fretted for him at night that the poor boy needs a woman's touch. Lucius held the very private belief that if it were up to her, Narcissa would adopt every orphan child she encountered, magical or not. He never understood how she developed such an empathetic heart, considering the family she was raised in. Potter, who seemed to equally adore and fear his wife, hastily answered Lucius' request. Of course, we can duel. I'd love to see what you can teach me, he added in a shy voice. Lucius may have been flattered by the child's remark, if it were not for Draco's quick look of fear that told him perhaps Potter was attempting to play him for a fool. Don't hurt him, okay? He heard Draco hiss to Potter as the three of them entered the dueling chamber. No promises, Potter winked. Lucius would have scoffed at the child's arrogance except the boy held the same casual stance that Voldemort did before he was a Dark Lord and instead simply ruled over Slytherin. His eyes were sharp, focused on Lucius. He twirled his wand carelessly between his fingers, and he had a small smile on his face, one that was equal parts curious and bloodthirsty. We bow, Lucius said. Potter jerked his head in a semblance of a bow, never taking his eyes off Lucius, but clearly refusing to subjugate himself for sport either. We begin, Potter said softly, a mocking lilt to his voice and to his smile. It did not matter what Lucius threw in Potter's direction. The boy sidestepped, dispelled, and blocked every curse, jinx, and hex aimed for him. He pondered if James Potter had any magical creature ancestry. Potter certainly duelled with the grace of Avila and the quickness of the Fae. At one point Lucius saw an opening. It seemed as if Potter was distracted by creating a complex shield, and disarmed him. He was momentarily both elated to finally end the duel, and disappointed that Potter had let him disarm him so suddenly, after only 5 minutes of the child defending himself. Should I begin? Potter laughed, unconcerned with his wandless state, before a flurry of multicolored lights came flying at Lucius. He barely threw his shield up in time to avoid them and gaped at the boy. Lucius had worried that Draco's tales of his allies' power had been exaggerated, as his son is prone to do on occasion, but he was intrigued to see that if anything, his son understated it. The publicly beloved Harry Potter seemed to use his magic as naturally as one would use their limbs. It was as fluid as it was fierce. He had to immediately go on the defensive, losing his ability to strike back at Potter as the boy easily threw continuous curses his way. "I told Draco I wouldn't hurt you, do you want to surrender?" Potter jeered. "Malfoy, do not surrender," he said stiffly, both insulted and exasperated. He was losing a duel to a 12-year-old child. It was mortifying. "Sorry, Draco," Potter called over his shoulder to his son, who Lucius is sure he heard groan. Before Lucius could blink more than twice, his glimmering shield suddenly froze to a corporeal block of ice, melted to the floor, and he was stunned in place. "The Contessa is a genius," Potter breathed, apropos of nothing, before dancing up to him, graceful and deadly, and easily pulling both wands from his hands. "You got off lucky," he said softly, with a hard glint in his eyes. "Usually I don't consider a duel over until someone bleeds." Lucius was momentarily relieved to be stunned, as neither boy could witness his shiver of unease at Potter's words. The tone of voice, coupled with the grisly facial scaring, all coming from an undersized child, made for an impressive display. "How on earth did you accomplish such ease in commanding your magic?" Lucius asked him once Potter released him and retuned his wand. The boy gave him a small grin and a modest shrug. "I always knew I was special, I just didn't know it was magic I could do, did I?" Lucius doubted whether there had even been a wizard alive who mastered silent and wandless magic at such an age. Special indeed. Potter also seemed heavily interested in politics. They spent a few memorable evenings in Lucius' office discussing the best way to build political alliances. "It's about who you can reasonably assist in the future when they call on you for a favor," Lucius instructed him. "If you ally yourself solely with light or dark-oriented families, then you will find yourself involved in dark or light activities." "What about neutral families?" Potter asked. "There are very few officially declared neutral families. A true party of neutrality remains outside of all dark and light conflicts." Potter hummed for a moment, considering, as he paced in front of the wall of weaponry that Lucius decorated his office with. "What about a grey party? Wouldn't that make a third side in any conflicts? Then you could fight for your beliefs, but you wouldn't have to stick to a specific angle." Lucius inclined his head at Potter's train of thought. It would be possible to have a grey alliance if there were enough interested candidates. As of now, the Wixen world is strictly divided by light and dark. "What if I want to build allies but I don't want to owe any favors?" Potter mused, changing the subject now that he was apparently pleased with Lucius' response. "How do I do that?" "You cannot be an ally of equality if you expect them to assist you without you assisting them," he told him. "Then, hypothetically of course, how did Voldemort and Dumbledore do it?" the child asked, carefully stroking Lucius' goblin-wrought sword on the wall. "I doubt they ran around doing favors for the people who fought for their side in the war." "They did not have allies," he stressed. "They had followers." His intrigue in Potter became tenfold at the sharp smile the boy sent him. "Followers, got it. *POV swap*. Severus was not altogether surprised to be called over for a drink by Lucius during Potter's stay at the manor. The child had wrote a few letters to him describing his stay with the Zabinis and his current placement at Malfoy Manor. Apparently Lucius, confident man that he is, had challenged Potter to a duel, and Potter employed a brill new tactic Blaise's mum taught him and disarmed him. Severus hoped Potter would share the memory with him at some point. "Severus, please have a seat," Lucius greeted him upon his arrival. "Lucius," he nodded to him, "I trust your summer is going well." Lucius gave a short chuckle, aloof and cordial. "It is certainly interesting," he allowed. Severus imagined that having Potter as a houseguest would be a rather interesting experience. "The boys are behaving themselves?" he asked, accepting the offered glass of whiskey. "They are. I believe they are currently practicing for Quidditch tryouts now." Severus should have known that if James Potter's love of the sport had not been passed on to Potter, that Draco would convince him regardless. "Wonderful," he said dryly. "I'm sure that Draco and Potter will certainly be favorable additions to our team." Lucius gave him an amused look and hummed non-committally. The two men sat in a comfortable silence, sipping their drinks, Severus patiently waiting for Lucius to bring up the true reason he invited him over so abruptly. While it wasn't unusual for Severus to flew over and share dinner and drinks with the Malfoys, it was different to be firecalled and invited on the same evening. Severus, I wonder who your true alliance is with, Lucius eventually asked, after refilling their glasses. Severus stared into his whiskey, swirling it around his glass. I wonder why you would ask me that, he said evenly. And if I told you that I may have a few items that link me to the old days that I may now wish to be rid of, what would you suggest? Trying to have a subtle conversation with a politician, such as Lucius, was as convoluted as attempting to combine multiple potions for a singular outcome. One wrong step and you may find yourself fatally injured. I would suggest, if you wish to find solace with a new ally, that you rid yourself of ties to the past, Severus said slowly, measuring his response. I would further suggest that if I was incorrect in my assumptions of your intentions, that you do not speak of this. And if you are not incorrect in your assumptions, Lucius asked with a single blonde brow raised, if you were correct that I may wish to sever ties to the past, would you tell me where your loyalty lies? Severus stared at Lucius, his brother in all but blood, and hoped that a future on the same side was possible once again. My loyalty lies solely with the foolish child currently zooming around your pitch, he said carefully, not explicitly identifying Potter in case this conversation is later viewed by another. He seems to be intent upon creating his own side, though if this answer displeases you, or anyone you choose to report it to, I invite you to either duel me or accept and obliviate now. Lucius smirked at his friend. No need for dramatics, my friend, he said before raising his glass. I propose we toast to the soon-to-be-formed Grey Alliance. As Severus tilted his glass towards Lucius with a smirk of his own, Lucius considered a small black diary that he needed to find a new home for. *POV swap*. Boys, meet us at Flourish and Blots in 2 hours, all right? Narcissa asked them. Yes, mother, Draco responded obediently. Come on, Harry, let's get our supplies quick so we can see if we can find Weasley and Granger. Harry grinned at Draco's enthusiasm. Ron had written and said his family, plus Hermione, would be visiting Diagon Alley today as well, and suggested they met up. First, though, Harry had something to knock off his to-do list. I need to go to Gringotts, he whispered after making sure the other shoppers were out of earshot. I've got something to put in my account, don't I? Draco furrowed his brows, deep in thought, before suddenly perking up. You have it with you, he hissed. Merlin, Harry, you're mad. Harry gave him a crooked grin, and briefly held up the stone he had retrieved from his warded trunk that morning. Safest place in the world is Gringotts, right? Much better than Hogwarts anyway, he laughed. Draco glanced around, probably worried about eavesdroppers, before groaning. Well, come on then, let's go deposit it before something horrible happens. Harry smirked at Draco's theatrics and fell in step beside him easily. What kind of horrible thing do you think I could make happen? He asked him curiously. Draco just glared at him, knowing you, probably a tornado full of inferi or a hailstorm the size of quaffles. Harry thought it over. A tornado full of inferi would be rather handy though, wouldn't it? But where would I keep it when I didn't need it? Draco just groaned and refused to discuss the possibilities with him. Apparently, he didn't need help for any of his mad ideas. Rude. They entered Gringotts and Harry gave a sharp smile to the goblin at the counter. Griffook, he said, nodding his head respectfully. I need to visit my vault. Oh. Harry heard Draco's gasp of surprise when Griffook bowed his head back in a show of respect. Maybe if other Wixen treated goblins like people, and not servants, they'd see more displays like this, Harry thought irritably to himself. One step in changing the world at a time, though. Is your charmed coin purse not to Herr Potter's liking? Griffook asked curiously. Harry shook his head quickly, thankful for the easy-to-use bag the goblin gave him last summer. No, it's brilliant, thank you again. I just need to make a deposit. Apologies, Herr Potter. I simply need to see your proof of identity, and then you can make your deposit. Harry raised his right hand and focused his magic on it. Remove the cloak. Draco, bloody drama queen he is, gasped again as his earring shimmered into sight. How did you get that? He asked. Father says I can't get mine until I'm of age. My parents are dead, aren't they? Harry said casually, ignoring the sharp stab of grief he had at the words. You can claim your heirship if you're of age and your lord is still alive, or you can get it early if you're the only heir in line for the lordship once you take a blood test. Herr Potter is correct, Griffook said, inspecting the magical ring on Harry's right hand. An heir ring will not accept a wearer if they are not yet of age unless they are the sole heir left in the line. He gave a curt nod at Harry's hand. That is in order, Herr Potter. Would you like to visit the vault or allow me to make the deposit for you? Oh, would you? Harry asked, recloaking the ring. That would be brill, Griffook's, thank you. He pulled the stone out of his pocket and wrapped it in Griffook's hand. I don't think I need to tell you that I'd rather nobody know I have ever been in possession of it, he whispered. Griffook glanced at his hand, then gave Harry a sharp and mean smile. Potter is very clever and sneaky, he said softly in his gravely voice. This will be in the Potter vault, and if anyone learns of its presence, I will present myself to you to be drawn and quartered. That's not necessary, Harry said hastily. Just put it in my vault, please, no need for any quartering. Griffook had proved last summer that he was a good vault manager. Harry would hate to replace him. As you wish, Griffook bowed his head again. Is there anything else I can help you with? Nope, Harry said pleasantly. Just that one little thing. May your gold multiply, Griffook. And may your enemies cower at your feet, Potter, Griffook responded cordially. They will, Harry winked at him. As the boys left the bank, Draco gave Harry an incredulous look. How on earth did you get the goblin to respect you? Harry rolled his eyes at Draco and crossed his arms in irritation. Well, it's not hard, is it? I just respected them first, he sneered. You know, easy things like calling them by their proper names instead of goblin. Griffook is just as magical as we are. Draco seemed to not have a response to that aside from staring at Harry in shock. Come on, Harry said, dropping the subject. We better get started if you want time to find Ron and Hermione. The boys ran around the alley, gathering their supplies and trying to dodge the Harry Potter fanatics they encountered. Draco laughed himself to tears as Harry bald-faced told a man that he was not Harry Potter, but was instead Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. You don't look much like a Malfoy, the man said, eyeing Harry closely. How dare you? Harry stuck his nose up in the air. I will be telling my father about this. You're such a prat, Draco laughed. Harry grinned, and from then on they made a game of Harry stealing the identities of their classmates every time he was accosted. What's going on there? Draco asked, pointing to the crowded bookstore. Dunno, Harry answered, but I think I see Ron's family in there. He pointed to a group of redheads and Draco grimaced. Let's go then, we have to get those ridiculous Lockhart books anyway. Weasley, Granger, Draco called, waving at their friends. What in Merlin's name is going on in there? Hermione squealed in excitement and pointed at a sign that said, GILDRYLOCKHRT. We'll be signing copies of his autobiography. Magical ME. Today 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Wonderful, Draco groaned. Ron introduced them to the rest of his family, at least the ones Harry hadn't met before. This is my dad, Arthur, and my mum, Molly, and my sister, Ginny. She's starting school with us this year. Hello, Harry said to them. Thank you for the fudge, Mrs. Weasley. Ron's mum, a plump witch with wild curly red hair, stepped towards him with her arms outstretched as if to grab him and squeeze. Oh, Harry dear, she sighed, not remarking on his quick dance out of her reach. It was no worry. I was so happy to do something nice for Ron's friend. She beamed at Harry and he gave her a nervous smile back, though he was saved from replying when Ron's sister, Ginny, squealed at him and turned bright red. What the fuck? Ron laughed and told Harry and Draco quietly, Ginny, obsessed with you, talks about you all the time. Draco sniggered while Harry grimaced at Ron. The last thing he needed was more insane people staring at his forehead. Hope she's not in Slytherin, Harry muttered darkly. Ron chuckled and led the other three inside, pushing and shoving his way past the crowd. A long line wound right to the back of the shop, where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing his books. They each grabbed a copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, and sneaked up the line to wait their turn to grab the Lockhart books and pay. Gilderoy Lockhart came slowly into view, seated at a table surrounded by large pictures of his own face, all winking and flashing dazzlingly white teeth at the crowd. The real Lockhart was wearing robes of forget-me-not blue that exactly matched his eyes. His pointed wizard's hat was set at a jaunty angle on his wavy hair. A short, irritable-looking man was dancing around taking photographs with a large black camera that emitted puffs of purple smoke with every blinding flash. Out of the way there, he snarled at Harry, moving back to get a better shot. This is for the Daily Prophet. Fuck off, Harry said, glaring at the photographer fiercely. Gilderoy Lockhart heard him. He looked up, he stared, then he leapt to his feet and positively shouted, It can't be Harry Potter. It's not, it's Neville Longbottom, Harry tried protesting, although nobody besides Draco seemed to hear him. The crowd parted, whispering excitedly. Lockhart dived forward, seized Harry's arm and pulled him to the front. Get your hands off me, Harry sneered, sending a spark of blistering magic to Lockhart's arm. Lockhart let go quickly, hissing between his straight white teeth, before shaking his hand out and putting his arm behind Harry, without actually touching him again. Nice big smile, Harry, said Lockhart, through his own gleaming teeth as the photographer clicked away. "Together, you and I are worth the front page." Harry tried to slip back to Ron, Draco, and Hermione, but Lockhart pulled him back to his side by his shirt collar. "You've got half a second to let go before I put you in the hospital," Harry hissed. Lockhart gave him a bewildered look but quickly let go of his shirt. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said loudly, waving for quiet. "What an extraordinary moment this is. The perfect moment for me to make a little announcement I've been sitting on for some time. When young Harry here stepped into Flourish and Blots today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, which I shall be happy to present him now, free of charge." The crowd applauded again. He had no idea that he would shortly be getting much more than my book, Magical Me. He and his schoolmates will in fact be getting the real Magical Me. "Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The crowd cheered and clapped, and Harry found himself being presented with the entire works of Gilderoy Lockhart. Staggering slightly under their weight, he managed to make his way out of the limelight to the edge of the room where he saw his friends waiting. "Bet you love that, Neville," Draco laughed. "You all right there, Harry?" Ron asked. "What you do to Lockhart to get him to let go of you, huh? Cut him." Harry shook his head, blistered. "He's a prat." Hermione glared at him, unimpressed by his assessment. "I think he's wonderful," she said. "Then you can have these useless fucking books," Harry said, offering his stack of books. "Oh," Hermione blushed a little. "I already bought mine, thanked you though." "Well, here then, Ginny, you can have them." Harry tipped his stack of books into the young girl's cauldron. "Thank you," Ginny stammered, staring at Harry with a star-filled look. "Don't mention it," Harry murmured, uncomfortable with her gaze. "Children, there you are," Ron's dad called, walking up to their group. "Do you all have your books? Excellent, let's." Ron's dad's suggestion was cut off by the arrival of Draco's father. Well, Arthur Weasley." "Lucius," said Mr. Weasley, nodding coldly. "Busy time at the ministry, I hear," said Mr. Malfoy. "All those raids, I hope they're paying you overtime." He reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted, from amid the glossy Lockhart books, a very old, very battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. "Obviously not," Mr. Malfoy said. "Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it?" "Merlin," Draco sighed softly, "this won't be good." Harry looked at Ron and saw his ears were a bright shade of red, clearly an impending sign of an argument. "Mr. Malfoy," Harry interrupted, "Draco and I finished our shopping." Malfoy seemed momentarily startled to see Harry and Draco standing there beside Ron. "Here, girl, since it's the best your father can afford for you." Mr. Malfoy dropped Ginny's book back into her cauldron. "Boys, come along. I believe Narcissa is waiting for us to join her for lunch." Harry and Draco wished a hasty farewell to Ron and Hermione before following Draco's father out of the store. "Thanks, Harry," Draco murmured. "No problem," Harry assured him. On his last night at Malfoy Manor, Draco decided that they were going to have a real-life sleepover, which apparently meant that they needed to drag Harry's bedclothes into Draco's room and create a pallet on the floor to sleep on. Harry, who had slept on many floors before in his life, wasn't sure how it was meant to be fun, although he could admit that Draco's plushly carpeted floor was just as comfortable as most beds were. Draco also had Dobby bring up more snacks and treats than the two of them could ever eat. Harry laughed as the odd little elf did his usual dance in front of him, muttering about Harry's supposed greatness. The elf was weird as hell, but Harry liked how much it always wanted to help him. "I had another birthday present for you," Draco said quietly as they were sharing a bowl of chocolate digestives. Harry was about to protest when Draco cut him off. "I found out why Voldemort went after your family." Harry sat up and stared hard at Draco. "Seriously, Brill, how'd you find out? No, wait, what'd you find out?" Draco shifted around and gave Harry a guilty look. "I asked my father. He was part of Voldemort's inner circle at the time." Harry just nodded impatiently. He already knew Malfoy had been on Voldemort's side. "He said there was a prophecy," Draco continued hesitantly. "All they knew it said was, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies." Supposedly there was more, but the spy didn't get to hear it. Some seer told it to Dumbledore though, so he knows the rest. Harry rolled over to his back and stared up at Draco's ceiling, thinking it over. Voldemort and Dumbledore must be fucking idiots. "Harry," Draco called quietly, "are you okay?" "I'm fine," he said shortly, "just thinking." I'm sorry, Draco said. I didn't mean to ruin our sleepover. You didn't, Harry quickly assured him. I'm glad you told me. It's just, how often do prophecies come true? Did I already fulfill it that night my parents died? Am I really the only kid born at the end of July to parents who defied him at least 3 times? Why did Voldemort take it so seriously? Draco grimaced, scrunching his nose up in thought. I don't know much about divination. Uncle Save says it's a crock subject, but my mother's family, the Blacks, took it very seriously. I suppose Voldemort did as well. Harry hummed, still considering. I need to hear the whole thing, he decided. Dumbledore won't tell me, I'm sure of it. I wonder if your dad knows who the spy was. They would probably know who the seer was, right? Then I could get it from them. Or, Draco drawled, dragging out the word, you could go to the Hall of Prophecies in the Ministry and simply request the recording of it. Harry stared at him until his bewildered stare became a smile. You're a genius, he breathed. I can just walk in and ask for it. Draco blushed faintly at Harry's praise and nodded. That's what my father said. You just need an escort to get in the Ministry, then you go down to the Hall of Prophecies, and you give a drop of blood, and they'll let you take any prophecy linked to your magic. Draco, Harry said, thinking quickly, is the DMLE in the Ministry? Draco said it was, and Harry rolled back onto his back. Brill. The rest of their night was spent playing 5-card draw poker, a muggle game Harry was teaching Draco. When Draco finally passed out in exhaustion, much later than they usually fell asleep, Harry laid awake and made plans. Draco seemed dejected the next morning as Harry gathered his belongings, which, thanks to Narcissa's obsession with shopping, seemed to have multiplied many times over in the last fortnight. You could just stay here until term starts, Draco offered for about the 10th time that morning. I told Susan I'd go to her house and quit pestering me, Harry snapped, annoyed by the pouting. Fine, Draco grumbled, but you should come back next summer. Harry evaded giving him a straight answer, not wanting to dedicate himself to set plans. I would be more than happy to continue our debates over Owl Post, Mr. Malfoy offered along with his hand as Harry and Draco entered the parlour. Harry shook his hand and agreed to carry on a correspondence during the school year. Draco's dad knew quite a bit about politics, and Harry was hopeful that maybe he could continue using logic to chip away at his pureblood bullshit ideals. We will miss you terribly, darling, Narcissa said, hugging Harry tightly, something he had forced himself to endure from the woman the last couple weeks. Please write and let us know if there is anything we can do for you, or simply just write and tell me about your courses and your classmates. Harry shrugged and danced around an answer. He liked Narcissa quite a bit, she was warm and friendly and kind, but he hated writing letters. Letters discussing politics and the rights of all Wixen, that was a logical reason to write letters. Telling Draco's mum how his day was, not so much. I'll see you on the train, right? We can sit together again, Draco wheedled. Yes, Draco, I will see you on the train, Harry laughed with a roll of his eyes. Good luck, Harry Potter, Mr. Malfoy said as Harry prepared to grab the portkey. Do your best to irritate Severus as often as possible. Harry laughed and flashed the 3 Malfoys an amused smile as he spun away from their parlour. Chapter 3, Bones Cottage. Susan, POV. Harry, Susan squealed as soon as her best friend appeared in her front yard holding a portkey, his trunk, and the cutest little owl she's ever seen. Ooh, she's so cute, she cried, reaching out to pet the tiny little black owl hopping around Harry's shoulder. Where'd you get her? Harry pushed his crooked glasses back up his nose and grinned at her. He was a gift from Professor Snape. I told you Severus was a softie, Aunt Amelia called, leaning in the front doorway. Hello, Harry, I'm Susan's aunt, Amelia Bones. Susan saw Harry stiffened, just a bit, and remembered that she didn't think he had much of a good experience with family. Hello, ma'am, Harry said politely. Thank you for having me. Please call me Amelia, not ma'am, Auntie said with a laugh. I get enough of that at work. Harry gave her a shy smile as he looked up at her. You work at the DMLE, right? Susan said it's amazing. Susan was about to interrupt. I thought you hated, but Harry turned and gave her a look, so she shut up. But Harry hated law enforcement. He said so himself, loads of times. Are you interested in a career with us? Aunt Amelia asked him. I dunno, but I'd love to hear more about it, Harry said softly. Come inside, we'll put away your trunk, and I can answer any questions you have over lunch, Auntie said excitedly, waving Harry and Susan into their cottage. Susan almost rolled her eyes at her aunt's enthusiasm. Harry was such a Slytherin. Sometimes she compared him to the other kids she's friendly with, Justin Finch-Fletchley and Hannah Abbott and Daphne Greengrass and all the kids Harry hung out with. But Harry was different than everyone else. He was something more. She knew that the day she met him. He'd just been a little tiny thing playing with magic in a library, but when he talked it was mean and rude, and he looked like he was going to run away from Susan at any moment. She saw the scars on his face and wondered how a kid would get scars like that. Then she saw how Harry was scared to be touched and hated not being in control, and he never ever wanted to owe anyone favors. She's overheard a lot of cases her auntie presided over when she would draw and read in her office. If she was quiet, people mostly didn't notice she was there. She heard the Auras and Wisengamot members talk quietly about kids whose families hurt them. They called it abuse, and Susan always wondered what kind of family could hurt a child. Then she met Harry Potter, and she was sure that his kind of family would hurt a child. And even though it made her sad when she thought about it, it also made her really, really angry. She decided that Harry would never be hurt again, not as long as she was around. But sometimes that meant making sure Harry didn't hurt himself, because he was a little mad sometimes and made plans, and didn't seem to care that he could die following those plans. "What are you doing?" she hissed at him as they trailed inside. Harry gave her an innocent look, blinking owlishly before smirking. "Tell you later," he said quietly. "You are going to tell me every ridiculous thing you've done the last month, and every insane scheme you have coming up," she told him seriously. Harry stuck his tongue out at her but also grinned. "Yes, ma'am." She grinned back and linked their arms together, purposefully not drawing attention to Harry's tiny flinch. Harry Pov **. Harry was happy in Italy, and he had fun with Draco at his house, but being with Susan was brilliant. Her aunt's cottage was smaller than Draco's manor, which was tiny compared to Blaise's villa, but it felt more like what he imagined a real home would. Susan had a very yellow room, and told him that she painted it yellow before she was even sorted into Hufflepuff. Her aunt let Harry use their guest room, which was a very dark shade of blue. Susan said next summer she'd make sure it was green, which, even if she was joking, was still a pretty nice offer. Susan's aunt was really chatty like Susan, but she also had eyes like Professor Snape. He felt like she was watching him closely and he didn't know why, but he didn't like it. Susan had stayed up late with him in the guest room on his first night there. He filled her in on his summer so far. He told her about the beaches and the team duels in Italy, and flying with Draco, and he eventually told her about the prophecy. There was nobody he trusted more than Susan. She'd been his friend even when he was wearing trash clothes, and she'd been a good friend all year. She even forgave him for putting her to sleep before he went to find Quirrell, which Harry thought was awfully kind of her. He wouldn't forgive someone who knocked him out and left him in a corridor. Of course, nobody has ever accused him of being kind. "That's horrible," she said, covering her mouth with her hands after he was done filling her in. "Do you think that's why Dumbledore hid you from everyone when your parents died?" That was the other thing he liked about Susan. She was smart. Hermione and Theodore were smart in classes about books and stuff, but Susan was smart about people. "Yep," he told her, "and it's why he's always watching me too." But we need to hear the rest," Susan said with her brows scrunched down. Harry grinned at her, happy he already thought that through with a little help from Draco. "Here's my plan." She listened intently as he outlined the plan to her, and at the end she didn't scold him or try and talk him out of it. She didn't act like he was too young to worry about it. She just gave him a knowing look and nodded. "Let's do it." Susan was a brilliant friend. The very next morning at breakfast, Harry carefully peppered Susan's aunt questions about her job. Susan said that the DMLE has its own floor, he said, trying to sound breathless and excited like Susan herself sometimes did. "We do, Miss Bones, call me Amelia," said. "It's a very big department and there are a lot of different parts to it." Harry listened intently as she talked about auras and hit wizards and the Wisengamot. He memorized which departments were in charge of which part of the law. Apparently auras were very important, and elite witches and wizards who tracked down dark wizards. Harry very carefully did not roll his eyes at that. Hit wizards were some sort of backup for auras, and stepped in to help on big busts. And they had regular law enforcement wizards, who were like Muggle policemen, and did patrols around magical villages. Harry thought they all sounded horrible, and imagined that magical law enforcement was probably much worse than Muggles. Muggle cops could beat you up and arrest you and attack you for no reason, but they didn't have magic. Magical cops had endless ways they could make you suffer if they didn't like you. And cops had never liked Harry. "I wish I could meet an aura," he sighed, perhaps a bit dramatically. "I bet they have loads of interesting stories about bad guys they stopped." "Oh, Auntie, I know, can we go to your office with you tomorrow?" Susan asked just as they practiced. "Please, oh please. Harry could see the ministry and then we would go to the library until you get off work." She gave her aunt those big puppy eyes that Harry never could resist. "Please see." Apparently, her aunt couldn't resist the eyes either, because she laughed and agreed that they could tag along with her in the morning. "You have to promise to stay out of trouble, though," she said. "We will," they chimed together, sharing a secret grin when Amelia wasn't looking. "This," Amelia said, sweeping her arms out wide, "is the Ministry of Magic." "Wow," Harry breathed, perhaps laying it on a bit thick. "Amazing." They were standing at one end of a very long and splendid hall, with a highly polished, dark wood floor. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that were continually moving and changing like some enormous heavenly notice board. The walls on each side were panelled in shiny dark wood and had many gilded fireplaces set into them. Every few seconds a witch or wizard would emerge from one of the left-hand fireplaces with a soft whoosh. On the right-hand side, short queues of wizards were forming before each fireplace, waiting to depart. Halfway down the hall was a fountain. A group of golden statues, larger than life-size, stood in the middle of a circular pool. Tallest of them all was a noble-looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air. Grouped around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The last three were all looking adoringly up at the witch and wizard. Glittering jets of water were flying from the ends of the two wands, the point of the centaur's arrow, the tip of the goblin's hat, and each of the house elf's ears, so that the tinkling hiss of falling water was added to the noise of the hundreds of witches and wizards in the hall. Harry thought that it must have been a complete idiot that made that statue. He'd never seen a goblin look at a wizard like that, and even though Dobby had sort of stared at Harry all bright-eyed, he didn't really think other elves liked Wixen all that much either. "Come on," Amelia said, pulling his attention from the fountain. "I'll show you my office, Harry." Harry and Susan followed closely behind her aunt, and Harry ducked his head low to keep from being stared at. They walked quickly to a set of golden lifts. Amelia Bones must know every witch and wizard in the place because she greeted them all by name. "Morning, Melinda," she said pleasantly to a younger witch who was waiting for the lift beside them. "How are you today?" "Busy," the witch muttered, scribbling furiously on a parchment. "The minister has a meeting with the heads tomorrow and—" She trailed off as she glanced up and locked eyes on Harry. "And that's Harry Potter," she gasped. Her eyes flew back to Amelia before quickly flicking to Harry again. "Why do you have Harry Potter?" Amelia gave her a bland smile and a half-hearted shrug. "Harry is friends with my niece, Susan, and he wanted to come see what we do in the DMLE." The witch was still staring wide-eyed at Harry. He flexed his fingers and briefly considered asking his magic to blister or shock her. Only the reminder that Susan's aunt was kind of like a cop stopped him. "Come along, Harry, Susan," Amelia said as the lift arrived, ignoring the witch who was still in place, just gaping after them. Amelia pressed the button for level 2 and explained who the witch was as they went deeper down into the ministry. "Melinda is the assistant for the Minister of Magic. She does things he can't be bothered with, like scheduling meetings and sending owls and fetching lunch. She's also a terrible gossip." She winked at Susan, who giggled. Harry was relieved he hadn't jinxed her since apparently she was close to the minister. "Level 4, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures," the cool lift voice said before the doors opened. A tall man with dark skin, a shiny bald head, and a single gold hoop in his ear stepped smartly on the lift. "Madame Bones, Susan," he greeted them in a calm and deep voice. "How are you?" Harry, who was in the corner of the lift behind the man, was relieved not to be seen. "We are well, Kingsley, how are you?" Amelia said warmly. "Just fine, thank you. I had a spot of business to take care of about that spat between the goblins and centaurs," he told her. "Ah yes, well, neither of them like to share much, do they?" Amelia chuckled. "Just so," Kingsley nodded his head before turning to Susan. "Are you on your summer holiday then?" Susan nodded. "Yes, sir. We're showing my friend the ministry today." Kingsley glanced around the lift, searching for Susan's friend before spotting Harry. "Hello, young man," Kingsley Shacklebolt. He offered a large hand for him to shake. "How are you?" Harry ignored the offered hand, hopping to instead settle for a nod of acknowledgement. "Harry and good, thank you." Shacklebolt seemed like a decent bloke. He took a few small steps away from Harry, which he was grateful for, and either didn't recognize him or didn't make a big deal of it if he did. "Harry Aura Shacklebolt is one of the top auras in the country," said Amelia. "He could answer any questions you have about the job." So maybe Shacklebolt wasn't a decent bloke after all. Harry tried to shuffle subtly further from the man, but found he had literally gotten himself into the corner. "Oh, do you like your job?" he stammered. Harry, who was looking down at his hands, missed Kingsley's raised brow at Amelia, who shook her head minutely. "Not now," she mouthed. "I do, I trained with your father, you know." Harry looked up sharply at him. Shacklebolt looked older than his dad did in the photos Harry had of him, and it gave him an uncomfortable feeling to realize that Shacklebolt was 10 years older than his dad ever got to be. It also made him feel a little hysterical to realize that his dad was training to be a part of the DMLE before he'd been murdered. Was he any good? Shacklebolt gave a deep chuckle and shook his head, his earring glinting as he did. He would have been better if he didn't spend all his time trying to prank the other trainees. Harry tried to give him a smile at that, but it just made him think of all the ways Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas spent pranking him. "Oh," he said lamely. Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry was relieved to get out of the lift. His hands had started to shake lightly at being trapped in the small space with both Amelia and Shacklebolt. He gazed around the large open area and almost darted back into the lift as the room went silent, and it seemed like 30 sets of eyes stared back at him. Susan," he whispered, reaching blindly for her. "I'm here," she whispered back, grasping his hand tightly and helping him feel more centered. "Is that Harry Potter?" a wizard gasped, jumping to his feet and approaching them quickly. "Mr. Potter, it's such an honor." Harry looked at him and tried to channel Professor Snape's most scornful look. "Thanks," he said simply, ignoring his hand reaching out for him. The first wizard seemed to break the hold on the other employees, because they all seemed to crowd around him. "Thank you for what you did, child," one woman sniffled while reaching out for him. "You're a hero," someone else said, also reaching out as if to touch him. Harry felt his heart racing and his hands starting to sweat and shake. Thanks," he said, desperately trying to not have a panic attack in a room full of magical police. Susan gave her aunt a pleading look, jerking her head towards Harry. "Back to work," Amelia ordered sharply, sending a steely gaze to the closest witches and wizards. Harry thought Amelia must be a strict boss, because immediately people started backing away from them, still sending Harry insufferable smiles and worshipful gazes. "Come on, kids, I'll show you my office," she said. Harry followed closely behind her, breathing deeply and glaring darkly at the people they passed who stared at his forehead. "They can't even see that stupid little scar," he thought irritably. "They're going to sound like real prats when they tell their friends, 'Oh yeah, I saw Harry Potter's bangs today.'" Susan kept a hold of his hand, and then promptly released it as soon as Amelia's office door closed behind them. He gave her a grateful look. He didn't know how she could tell when he was ready for space, but it was nice to be understood by someone. "Those people are morons," Amelia grumbled under her breath. "I ought to bring Alistair back for a day to scare them back into using their damn brains." Susan giggled and gave Harry a soft look. "You okay?" she whispered. "Fine," he whispered back. And despite the confining feeling of Amelia's office, it was loads better than being crowded by all those people, and he could feel his pulse slowing down to a normal rhythm. "Well, Harry, what do you think?" Amelia waggled her brows up and down, taking a seat behind her desk. "Is this everything you ever imagined?" That got a small grin out of Harry, even if it was forced. "It's definitely just as big as Susan said it was, and you're in charge of all those people out there." Amelia scowled but nodded. "Sometimes I think I'm in charge, and sometimes I think I'm babysitting." Harry stepped over to her bookcase, examining the books on it while keeping Amelia and the door both in his line of sight. "It must be a lot of W." Harry was cut off by a short and curt knock before the office door was unceremoniously thrown open. A man entered. He was bouncing on the balls of his feet and looked around Amelia's office expectantly. He was a short and portly man, and had on a pinstriped cloak and matching bowler hat. "Madame Bones," he said excitedly, making eye contact with Harry. "You didn't tell me you'd have a visitor today." Harry glanced over at Amelia and saw she huffed out a little annoyed breath. "Harry, this is the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Minister Fudge, this is my niece Susan's friend Harry Potter." The minister was surveying Harry with a look that was both pleasure and trepidation. Harry decided he liked the man. Anyone who seemed to both like him and was a little nervous to be around him had to have good instincts. "Hello, Minister Fudge," he said with a nod. "I've heard a lot about you." Fudge gave a weak chuckle. "All good things, I hope." They weren't, but Harry wasn't an idiot. "Of course, sir. Lucius Malfoy says how you're the greatest minister we've ever had." Lucius Malfoy had confided a few things about the minister to Harry during their talks, but that had never been one of them. He did say that the minister thrived off of praise, which seemed to be spot on. Minister Fudge drew himself up proudly and gave Harry an approving look. "So you know Lucius, do you? Excellent." He looked around Amelia's office slowly before refocusing on Harry. "And what brings you here today, Harry?" Harry gave him a bashful smile and squeezed Susan's hand sharply to convey a quick change in their plan. I wanted to see the ministry, get to know more about it, he said, lowering his eyes bashfully. And since Susan's aunt runs this department, she said she'd show me. Isn't it amazing how she's in charge of all those people? He asked innocently, looking up at the minister with wide eyes. Minister Fudge grabbed the lapels of his robes and thrust his chest out importantly. Harry thought he looked like a moron. Well, Harry, the DMLE is very impressive, of course, but you know, as minister I have quite a few people I supervise as well. He winked at Harry, who inwardly smirked. The man had taken the bait too easily. You do? He asked breathlessly. Wow, maybe one day I can see your office. I bet it's amazing. Mr. Malfoy said that you were brilliant. Do you have a lot of interesting things in there? Come on, ask me, come on, he willed him. Well, how would you like to come see? Got M. Oh, I dunno. Harry glanced down at the floor again before peeking up through his fringe. I'm sure you and Madame Bones are too busy to give me more of a tour. This has been a dream come true already. Harry heard Susan give a quiet snicker, but he ignored it for focusing on Fudge. Nonsense, Fudge cried. The next Lord Potter, eh? You should be seeing all there is to see of our government and meeting the right people. Harry imagined that he meant he was about to drag Harry about like some sort of prized show pony. Amelia, you don't mind, do you, if I borrow your young charges here? Amelia gazed sharply at Harry and Susan, another uncanny look to Professor Snape, seeming to search them for mischief. No, sir, that would be fine, she said, seemingly satisfied with what she found, if you'd be so kind to send them straight back here when you're finished. Of course, of course. Fudge had a possessive gleam in his eyes when he looked at Harry again. You can do this, he coached himself. You've pretended to be a lot nicer to a lot worse people before. Which was true, but he never planned to use his body as leverage again. He didn't mind cashing in on his fame here to get what he wanted and needed, but if the minister made one move towards him, Britain would need to hold a new election. Harry allowed the minister to usher them along through the ministry as he made his way to his office. He stopped to talk to so many people that Harry stopped listening to their names. Harry kept a tight hold on Susan's hand, using it as the excuse to not shake anyone else. And here, where the real magic happens, Fudge announced, gesturing dramatically at his office. That's real gumwood, he said proudly, knocking his fist lightly on his desk. Nice, eh? Harry agreed out loud, playing his part perfectly. Privately he thought that when this was his office that he would go with a darker schematic. It was just so bright right now. After Harry thought he had spent enough time sucking up to the minister, who would probably be a good person to have on his side according to Mr. Malfoy, he nudged Susan pointedly. Harry, do you want to go get lunch? She asked brightly, interrupting the minister telling another story about some important family he knows. I know where there's some really amazing desserts in the dining hall. Harry got to his feet and stretched out. Yeah, that's a good idea. Madame Bones will probably be wanting us back soon. Fudge looked put out by their charade. Oh, of course, yes. You both should go get something to eat. I trust you can find your way back to Amelia's office on your own. At their obedient nod, he gave them an indulgent wink. Tell the elves in the dining hall to put your bill on my tab. Harry gave a fake laugh and thanked him eagerly again for the tour and all the stories he shared. Of course, anytime, lad. Fudge drew himself up and peered down at Harry fondly. If you ever need anything, I dare say letters addressed to the minister will find me. Harry gave him a polite smile and refrained from rolling his eyes. Mr. Malfoy was right. Fudge just liked being minister, and he was a moron. Come on, he whispered to Susan, throwing his cloak over them both quickly as soon as they stepped in the hall. I don't want to be stopped a million times, he said in explanation. It's quicker under here. Susan held his hand tightly and followed him for a bit as he wandered around lost. Oh, just follow me, she huffed. Harry blushed faintly but followed Susan, and she turned this way and that and darted across hallways and down staircases. Here it is, she whispered, gesturing to an unmarked door. Harry took the cloak off them and knocked politely before opening the door. He walked into what seemed to be an absolutely ordinary, if somewhat larger than expected, office. Can I help you? A bored blonde-haired witch asked, not even looking up from the book she was reading at her desk. Harry pulled himself up to look as tall as he could before replying, I'm here to get a prophecy that was made about me. The witch sighed dramatically, as if Harry was the biggest inconvenience in the world, before looking up and gasping. Oh, you're Harry Potter. Susan giggled behind him while Harry tried to give her a polite smile, playing the part of the humble boy who lived, but he was worried it came out as more of a grimace. Yes, ma'am, he said politely, and I'd like to get a prophecy about me, please. The witch looked him and Susan over carefully before wringing her hands. I don't know. I don't usually get kids down here. I'm not sure what the policy is for kids and prophecies. Harry glanced over his shoulder at Susan, who twisted her mouth into the tiniest of scowls. He looked back at the witch, and hoped that Professor Snape's advice would work here like it had before on Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore. He lowered his eyes to the floor and tried to sound as shy as he could. Well, ma'am, my mum would probably have come with me, but it's just that she's dead, you know. But the prophecy is supposed to tell me why she died. He sniffled a little for effect. I just don't know why anyone would hurt my parents. He mentally crossed his fingers as he invented a lie on the spot. And I know that I'm awfully young, but the minister said that you'd be able to help me. He peeked up at her and gave her a sad look, trying out Susan's puppy-eyed look. I guess I'll just wait until I'm an adult, since I'll never have any parents to come with me. The witch stared at him and her upper lip trembled for a moment before reaching into her desk with a slight sniffle. No need, dear, you poor thing. Of course you'd have to come alone, she rambled. Here, sweetheart, just prick your finger on this needle here. She held out a needle to him. It only hurts for just a moment. You want to let the blood drop onto this parchment here, okay? Harry doubted that a little prick to his finger was going to hurt, but he nodded, and did just what she asked him to do. When he handed the parchment back to her, adding a shy smile for effect, the witch beamed at him. It looks like there is one prophecy linked to your magic, Mr. Potter. You'll have to come with me to get it. I can't touch it, of course. Harry nodded agreeably, as if he had any idea what she was talking about. Right, of course. She led him, and Susan, who trailed behind him, through another door in her office, and they entered a room full of nothing but towering shelves covered in small, dusty, glass orbs. They glimmered dully in the light issuing from more candle brackets set at intervals along the shelves. They followed her as she walked quickly down rows and row of the glittering orbs. 95, 96, here it is, she announced. 97, Harry Potter. She pointed at one of the small glass spheres that glowed with a dull inner light, though it was very dusty and appeared not to have been touched for many years. Harry carefully edged closer to it, and saw that underneath the orb was a small plaque that said, SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Go ahead, dearie, you're the only one who can grab it, she told him in a hushed voice. Harry gave Susan a quick glance and saw her nod, so he closed his fingers around the dusty ball's surface. He had expected it to feel cold, but it did not. On the contrary, it felt as though it had been lying in the sun for hours, as though the glow of light within was warming it. Expecting, even hoping, that something dramatic was going to happen, he lifted the glass ball down from its shelf and stared at it. Nothing whatsoever happened. Susan moved in closer to Harry, gazing at the orb as he brushed it free of the clogging dust. We did it, she whispered fiercely. How do I hear it? He asked the witch. If you'd like to listen to it more than once, then you should place it in a pensive to hear the prophecy, the witch instructed, gidding then back through the huge room. But if you only want to hear it once, then breaking it open is your best bet, but you can never hear it again after that. Harry gripped the little orb tightly, as him and Susan made their way back to the second level where her aunt was. He couldn't believe how easy it was. Now he'd be able to hear the whole thing, and maybe start figuring out what was really going on the night Voldemort killed his parents. He really hoped that Professor Snape had a pensieve he would let him use when he got back to Hogwarts. He also hoped that the Ministry dining hall had a lot to choose from, because Susan and himself were about to ring up the minister's bill. AMLA Bones POV. When Susan originally told her about her new friend Harry Potter, Amelia had been pleased at their friendship. Lily Evans had been a wonderful friend to her in school, and even though James Potter had been an utter toe-rag, at their wedding Amelia could see he loved her deeply and would cherish his family always. The fact that he died in an attempt to protect his beloved wife and son is likely a point of pride for him, wherever their souls may be resting. But then Susan wrote that she was worried about Harry. He hates being touched, auntie. The other kids are either horrible to him or terrified of him. I don't think he sleeps much and he won't eat. I think he's used to being hated. Harry got in another fight. Can't you help him like you helped those other kids? Amelia read the letters and didn't like the picture Susan was painting. She had tried to reach out to Albus multiple times to speak with him about Harry, but was rebuffed with each attempt. It almost made her believe he knew what she wanted to speak with him about, and was purposefully dodging her. Which was absurd, right? Lily and James had died following Albus' orders. Surely there could be no person who cared more for the child than he. She had almost made herself believe that until Severus Snape appeared in her office. If this were to fall out, and you read it, then I have committed no act that the child can find treasonous, he had said when he handed her a parchment. Amelia read it that night, and then spent more than a couple hours at the Ministry, desperately digging for the placement of Harry James Potter in the file cabinets of the Department of Child Safety. There was not a single scrap of evidence that Harry had ever even been an open case in the department. And Amelia remembered something else Severus had said, there are those who would be incredibly interested in his whereabouts. However, those would be the very ones who the child would need shielded from. And as she examined the lack of a paper trail regarding the orphan Harry Potter, Amelia wondered if Albus Dumbledore was one of the people who Harry needed shielded from. Then she very carefully ignored that thought and focused very hard on never thinking of it again. Her mind was glaringly open. It had to be for her position on the Wisengamot, and there was a very powerful Legilimens on the same court of law. Instead, she fretted over Susan's association with him. Harry had a lot of very specific injuries in his medical history that made Amelia worry that he would be too hardened, traumatized, perhaps even mad, to be friends with her niece. But she told Severus she would take him for 2 weeks over the summer, and she would. Amelia Bones was a witch of her word. Then she met him and her heart broke right in two. Harry Potter was the fragile size of a child of perhaps 9, but acted as if he had already fought in wars. He had a wary look when he saw her, as if he believed she would attack him at any given moment. He only stood with his back to the wall. He identified every exit in every room before he walked inside. He stayed out of arm's reach of Amelia at all times. He flinched when Susan moved too suddenly, and stiffened when she touched him. Despite his demeanor, he was also soft-spoken and unfailingly polite. She wondered if he was polite because it was the proper way to behave, or because he was worried of the repercussions of disrespecting an adult. "You look quite a bit like your father," she told him fondly on his first afternoon there, "though you have Lily's eyes." Of course, neither Lily nor James Potter ever had a jagged scar that stretched down the side of their face. She saw multiple silver scars across Harry's hands and wrists that spoke to a lifetime of battle. James had not lived to even double Harry's years of life, but Harry's scars spoke to a short life filled with triple the pains James had ever experienced. "Professor Snape told me I could be a James Potter miniature, but I don't think he meant it as a compliment," Harry said with a smirk. Amelia had laughed, remembering Severus' feud with James in school. Yes, well, those two took the Slytherin and Gryffindor rivalry to new heights, didn't they? "That's so silly," said Susan. "We have a good friend Neville and he's in Gryffindor, right, Harry?" Amelia knew that Neville Longbottom had allied himself formally with Harry Potter. The entire ministry likely knew it as much as Augusta had bragged. She was surprised that Augusta had allowed him to do so. She would have disapproved of a formal political alliance at such a young age, but Harry Potter probably needed allies, and she was sure that Neville Longbottom would grow to be as strong as his father and as kind as his mother. "I think it's stupid to be friends with people, or hate them, just because of what house they're in," Harry declared firmly. "Susan would be my best friend even if she was in Gryffindor." That fierce loyalty reminded her sadly of James' own surety in his friends. One dead, one missing, and one who never deserved the love or loyalty of James Potter. She hoped all of those in their group, as Susan called it, deserved such faith. She was amused by Harry's interest in the DMLE. She didn't think she was imagining the tightening around his eyes when he was introduced to Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley certainly noticed how Harry had edged away from him, and would likely want an answer on why the boy hero of Britain seemed ready to flee or fight during a simple conversation. She certainly didn't imagine the way that Harry had looked disdainfully at the other members of her department, who had tripped over their own feet to introduce themselves to him. She had nearly laughed at the time. She never imagined that a face that physically resembled James Potter so much could possibly have such a Severus Snape expression on it. But Harry Potter did not like law enforcement, that much was obvious. She imagined that James would be disappointed by this. He himself had been training to be a hit wizard before he was forced into hiding. Harry had seemed pleased to meet Minister Fudge, though. It wasn't every day that the Minister of Magic gives a child a tour of his offices. Harry and Susan had returned from Fudge's office with their eyes shining and looking very pleased with themselves. She wondered if Harry had political aspirations. She knew he had struck up a friendship with the sons of Lucius Malfoy and the Contessa Zabini of Italy. Perhaps their families had influenced Harry's ideals. One evening, she finally saw her opportunity to ask Harry about it. Susan was up in her room working on a summer assignment for Phileas, and Harry was pursuing their bookcase. "Have you thought much about what you want to do after school?" she asked him neutrally when she entered the sitting room. Harry stiffened slightly and turned so his back was to the bookshelf. "Maybe work in the ministry," he said softly, glancing quickly behind her to the empty doorway. "But not in the DMLE, right?" Harry jerked his eyes to her, a faint blush staining his cheeks. He looked incredibly like Lily in that moment. "I just think maybe I could make more of a difference somewhere else," he mumbled. She indulged him thoughtfully. "And what kind of differences would you make?" Harry shrugged, but his eyes got a gleam in them that reminded her of James' eyes when he was on a rant about transfiguration. I'd get rid of the idea of bloodlines mattering first, and I'd let goblins and elves and werewolves and other magical beings have a voice in the Wisengamot. It's stupid not to include them. Amelia smiled. Harry held very idealistic views on the future of the British Wixen world. And I'd set up a way to find Muggleborns sooner and move them to our world before they're 11. That caught Amelia by surprise. Why? She asked incredulously. Harry averted his eyes from hers, staring down at his hands, which were clenched tightly into fists. Muggles are dangerous, yeah. Are they? She asked gently, thinking again of his extensive injuries. Severus hadn't said that Harry was raised in the Muggle world, just that he had an unsatisfactory home life that he needed sanctuary from for the summer. But that diagnostic scan had spoken for itself, and Harry had no living Wixen relations, which just left Muggles. Merlin damned Muggles that better hope Amelia never finds them, because she knew quite a few members of the DMLE who would not hesitate to extract off the record revenge for James Potter's son. Regardless of Harry's status as the boy who lived, James had been one of theirs, which made Harry one of theirs, and no one in her department took it well when one of their own was hurt in any way. Yeah, they are, Harry said firmly, answering her previous question, and kids who are magic shouldn't have to be around them. What if they want to? What if they don't want to leave their families? Why wouldn't they want to come to a place where they belong, where they're special? He asked her. Amelia didn't truly have an answer for him. Muggles could be dangerous. The Statue of Secrecy was in place to protect Wixen from them discovering their secrets, but she doubted if she could explain to Harry how children would be attached to their families. You have a lot of ideas, she said diplomatically. Harry shrugged again. She thought this might be his preferred gesture in conversations. I just think things should change. Despite Harry's maturity, Amelia thought that he should have some normal childhood summer memories. If she had died with her sister and her husband, and Lily and James had taken in Susan, she knew that they would do the same. How would you both like to go on a day trip? She asked one morning, on Harry's 5th day with them. Ooh, where to? Susan asked with an eager smile. Harry glanced at her with his green eyes slightly narrowed before ducking his head. There's a Muggle fair in London I thought we might go to. There should be food and games and rides. We can portkey to the London Wixen collection area, then walk to the fair. Can I wear my Muggle clothes? Susan asked, bouncing in her seat. Of course, she laughed. We'd make an odd group in our robes. She looked over at Harry and registered his tightly coiled muscles. He looked prepared to flee at any moment. Harry, she said softly, do you want to go? We can do something else if not. Harry jerked his head up quickly and gave her an unconvincing grin. Yeah, it sounds brill. Do you have Muggle clothes you can wear? She'd mostly only seen him sporting wizarding robes. Harry nodded. Yep, Professor Snape took me shopping, didn't he? We got a lot of clothes and some of them still fit. Amelia was inordinately grateful that Harry had found a mentor, friend, father figure, a something in Severus Snape. Severus was a good man, an honorable and brave man who followed a strict code of ethics, even if it is his own personal codes that he follows. Excellent, she clapped her hands, then we'll go after lunch. Harry seemed more nervous than usual, but she brushed it off. He had probably never been to a fair and was unsure what to expect. Wow, Susan squealed when they arrived at the fair that evening. This is brill. Amelia laughed at her enthusiasm and the easy way she seemed to have picked up Harry's slang. Harry stood with his hands trembling slightly, staring suspiciously at the throngs of Muggles crowding the area. Amelia thought it through for a moment and came to an impulsive decision. She pulled the two kids off to the side and crouched down to their level. You guys want to see a cool spell? She asked, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Susan bobbed her head eagerly, and Harry flicked his eyes down to her wand hand before looking back up at her eyes. What kind of spell? He asked. She leaned closer to them so they could hear her whispering. We can make it so the Muggles don't even notice us. They wouldn't be able to jostle us or anything. Harry's eyes widened the slightest bit, and she saw a glimmer of interest in them. Really, he breathed, they couldn't touch us. Amelia shook her head, still holding her smile despite the way her heart ached at correctly identifying the crux of Harry's current fear. I can do it to Susan first so you can see how it works. At his accepting nod, she quickly placed a Notice Me Not and redirection charm on her niece. Watch, she murmured to Harry. They kept their eyes on Susan as she ran through the crowd of Muggles. Not a single person there seemed to notice the fiery little red head dancing through the crowds, or the way they shifted themselves slightly to make sure they were no closer than 20 cm to her. Susan laughed brightly in the middle of the crowd. Come on, Harry, this is amazing. Harry glanced up at Amelia. How will we order food or get on the rides? Amelia whispered in his ear, can you keep a secret? Harry nodded quickly. Magic, she winked. Harry's eyes took on a look of what she would almost call respect. She should have known that the best way to earn the respect of James Potter's son was to bend the rules nearly to breaking point. Brill, will you teach me those spells? She agreed she would, and explained what she was doing as she placed them on him, and then herself. Let's go. Amelia felt a twinge on her conscience, as she confounded and charmed muggles into letting them on the rides and selling them food, but then she saw Harry. Harry had never looked more his age or more like Lily. His eyes were bright with excitement as they ate greasy snacks and played games. He laughed and whooped loudly with Susan on the roller coaster, and she thought back on every other laugh of his she'd heard so far and realized this was the first one that sounded genuinely happy. Laws be damned, it was worth it. The rest of the summer Amelia had dedicated herself to giving Harry as many childhood memories as she could. She took the kids to a water park, where Harry refused to swim shirtless. She also took them to parks for ice cream, and Harry helped her teach Susan how to climb trees. Harry was suspiciously adept at this skill. They also visited Mal's and Susan begged her to visit the Muggle cinema, so they did that too. She showed Harry the beach where his parents had gotten married, and taught them both how to build sand castles. She saw that Harry carried his camera with him everywhere, documenting each event they experienced. She smiled when she saw Susan smushing her face next to his for photos, and found herself playing photographer frequently for the two of them. By the end of the 2 weeks, both kids seemed more giddy, relaxed, and childlike than they originally had. She waved them farewell as the Hogwarts Express took them back towards school, and felt rather pleased with herself. Right before they boarded the train, Harry had twitched, and then caught her by surprise by quickly flashing one of his arms around her, in what could almost be called a hug. She thought she might flew Severus and let him know how it went. She'd also find out about having Harry back again next summer. He was a little rough around the edges, but an overall good boy. Chapter 4, The Welcome Feast. And then I said, no, the fans are the greatest inspiration a simple man like myself could have. Lockhart laughed. Severus curled his lip and shot another dark glare towards Albus, who would hire an incompetent fool such as Gilderoy Lockhart to teach students defense. Another incompetent fool, obviously. Severus sipped his wine, doing his absolute best to block out Lockhart's mind-numbing recounts of his supposed glories. Gilderoy certainly had not known any banshee poisoning potions when Severus attempted to teach him in his new year. In fact, Severus was sure that there were actually no specific poisons to use solely on banshees. Interesting. And Severus, look at us now, me a successful author, Witch Weekly's most eligible bachelor, famed slayer of beasts and the defense against dark arts professor, and you a teacher, amazing isn't it? Severus was deciding between cursing the imbecile mute, or jinxing himself temporarily deaf when the perfect excuse to momentarily walk away presented itself. Excuse me, he said coolly, I see something of actual importance that requires my attention. Lockhart had waved him off with a wink, a fucking wink, and Severus strode to the far end of the Slytherin table where Potter and his cohorts were seated. Potter stiffened slightly as Severus approached. He shot a nervous glance at Bones, then flicked his eyes around the hall behind Severus. The girl moved one of her hands under the table, and Severus would wager she was attempting to physically comfort the boy. Susan Bones seems to be one of the only people Potter accepts touch from. Severus wondered what made her different than Hermione Granger or Blaise Zabini. He had exchanged multiple owls with Potter over the summer, but had not actually seen the child until now. He looked different, healthier certainly, but also more relaxed perhaps. Not fully relaxed, his muscles still tightened in fear and his eyes narrowed in anger at other students further down the Slytherin table, but certainly much better than he had been the beginning of last year. It is amazing what a holiday spent relaxing can do for a child. He gave the students a cordial nod before addressing the 3 unnecessary additions. Miss Bones, Miss Granger, and Mr. Longbottom, unless you wish for a resort to try and land in Slytherin, which you would have my utmost support if so, then I insist you return to your actual house tables. Granger immediately jumped to her feet, shooting Potter an apologetic frown, but Susan Bones smirked at her before giving Severus a polite smile. There's nothing in the rules that says we can't sit here, sir. Potter had the audacity to smile at the girl before glancing at Severus challengingly. I am aware of the rules, Miss Bones, Severus said between grit teeth. Did the girl think he needed reminding of Hogwarts rules? However, on feast days it is proper for students to eat with their actual houses, as has always been tradition. Longbottom, of all the students, was the one to quickly point out the loophole Severus unwittingly gave them. P proper isn't the same as required though, is it? He said softly, looking sideways towards Draco and Zabini. I don't believe that proper is a synonym for required, no. Neither is tradition, Theodore Nott murmured, his face hidden behind a book. Well, if it's not required then, we'd really rather stay here, sir, Susan said in a tone of voice that just bordered the line of disrespect. Granger slowly resumed her seat beside Weasley and gave him an uneasy look. Severus had just publicly lost a battle of rule technicalities to a group of second years. He was as exasperated as he was proud. 5 points from all 4 houses for annoying me before the sorting has even started, he growled. And 1 extra point from Slytherin for Potter's tie being crooked, he added, before making his way back to his seat, the children's laughter following behind him. Somehow, Potter had achieved what he clearly wanted despite not having to speak a single word. His friends were nearly as cunning towards his goals as he was. It was as impressive as it was infuriating. Severus thought that if Potter was not his student, he would likely have hated the brat. Would you have, though? His mind whispered. Could you have truly hated a child as intricately complex as Potter? Severus, surely you told the students to return to their proper tables. Pomona admonished him after he was reseated. Feel free to explain to your badger how proprieties should be followed, Severus told her dryly. She informed me that there was nowhere in the rules that states she cannot sit wherever she pleases at all meals, despite tradition. Of which she was absolutely correct. Severus himself had pointed it out to many of the older Slytherins last year when they complained of the odd grouping at the end of their table. Pomona shot her disappointed grandmother, looked towards the area Bones was seated. I worry about her, the girl hasn't made a single close friend in her house, she sighed, and her relationship with sweet little Harry. I worry that she'll be socially isolated from their mutual friends if she doesn't reciprocate his feelings. Severus nearly choked on his drink. Potter doesn't have feelings, he said before quickly correcting himself. Merlin forbid Albus heard him. I mean, he coughed lightly, Potter is 12. I do not believe he has the slightest inclination towards romance anytime soon. Severus looked again at the group of second years. Potter sat in the same place he always had, the very end seat with his back to the wall. Bones sat beside him, her bright eyes flicking around nearly as constantly as Potter's. Despite there being 8 students seated together, laughing and talking and probably scheming, it looked like it was Potter and Bones who were undeniably the closest to. It drove a small knife of pain in Severus' chest as he recalled himself and Lily at their age. He hoped Potter had more luck retaining his closest friend than he had. Pomona huffed again, looking slightly abashed at his previous recrimination. They would be a very sweet couple in a few years though, wouldn't they? They remind me quite a bit of James and Lily. Hufflepuffs evidently were ridiculously obtuse. Potter was similar to James Potter in looks sometimes, but physical features could only stretch so far. They shared no mannerisms, no habits, nor any inherent traits that truly made Potter resemble his father. Miss Bones did have a similar shade of red hair to Lily, but that was as far as the resemblances went physically, and Severus didn't quite know her well enough to know her personality. I am sure there is nothing a young man wishes for more than to find a partner who resembles his deceased mother, Severus responded to Pomona tersely. With Potter's background, Severus would be surprised if the child ever allowed himself to enter a romantic entanglement. Certainly not at 12 years old, at any rate. It was disturbing to even consider. Severus gave his customary opening speech to the impressionable, wide-eyed first years, and the much less impressed older students. He smirked in amusement as Potter, with his owl perched upon his shoulder, inched away from the newest Weasley who was sorted into his house. He wondered if she was chosen for Slytherin, as he was reliably informed that Ronald was, or if she requested it. Based on the worshipful gaze she had fixed on Potter, he would wager she requested it. Foolish girl. He wished the students a good night, turning to make his escape before the inevitable duels began. Professor, wait. Potter caught up to him and gave him a bright smile, and Severus sighed. Can I help you, or would you simply like to flaunt your disdain for tradition some more? He was still quite cross at being outmaneuvered before the feast. I wanted to know if you had a free evening this week. I wanted to ask you for a favor. It's pretty important. Severus studied him closely. Potter did not look to be in distress, but instead looked pleased with himself. The brat was preening subtly. Whatever this favor was, it couldn't be good. It likely could even be illegal. He hadn't forgotten the theft of Flamel's stone. You may come find me next Sunday morning early, and you can ask, but I make no promises towards granting your favor. Perfect, thank you, sir. Severus was inwardly relieved to hear that Potter's elocution and dialect had improved greatly over the summer. Although he could still detect the Cockney twang, he sounded more like an average student from London and less like a ruffian hooligan. He focused his eyes on Potter's fluttering owl. I forgot to ask, did you decide on a name for that mad creature? Potter met his eyes for a moment, mischief suddenly sparkling in the green orbs. Yeah, I had to find a good name for such an unruly thing like him, did I, sir? He said, stroking the hooting owl fondly. Sevy here ain't as much of a demon as you made him sound. Severus vowed to never again give Potter a gift, or at least never one that required a name. I hope you are challenged this evening, and someone slices your impertinent tongue from your mouth, he told Potter dryly. Not likely, sir, but you can cross your fingers, yeah. Severus left the common room, shaking his head at the child's antics. Sevy Merlin Potter was a menace. Chapter 5, Duels and Danger. Ginny Weasley was terrified. She was scared her parents wouldn't like her anymore now that she was in Slytherin, even though they seemed to still love Ron just the same. She worried that Fred and George wouldn't talk to her at school. She worried about if she would even make any friends, since the Sorting Hat told her she'd be much happier in Gryffindor, where she supposedly belonged. But she could be happy here in Slytherin, with Ron, and Harry Potter she would be. Hey, pay attention. The 7th year prefect, who Ron whispered was named Hezekiah Williams, stood in the front of the room and glared at them all after Professor Snape left. She didn't think she liked Williams much. Percy was probably a much friendlier prefect. If anyone wants to chicken out, now is the only chance you get to do it, he sneered. Ginny looked up at Ron, who shook his head quickly at her. A few kids, mostly other first years, headed quickly for where she assumed the dorms were. Excellent, the cowards are out of the way, Williams laughed. Now, I'll tell the little firsties the rules, since apparently they're fair game for a duel. Ginny heard Draco Malfoy chuckle, and Ron elbowed Harry with a grin. If you're challenged and you turn it down, then you can go cower in your bed, but don't plan on being welcomed warmly by the rest of us. Once a duel ends, it ends. I don't want to hear any whining about a rematch until next year. He clapped his hands and leered around the room. No spells are off limits. Besides Avada Kedavra, I'd hate to tell Snape if any of you happen to die. Ginny didn't think it was very funny, but apparently a lot of the other students did, because the room rang with laughter. Seconds are volunteer only. First challenger can speak up. Ginny gave another nervous look to Ron, who was interrupted from telling her anything by an older boy, a 7th year with a huge scar down his right cheek, stepping forward. I challenge Ronald Weasley, he drawled. Ron, who suddenly looked really pale, stuck his chin out and said he accepted. Harry hissed and immediately snarled, I'm his second. He whispered something to Ron, who nodded to Harry and clapped his shoulder lightly. Another older boy offered to be the first boy's second. Draco Malfoy whispered that his name was Zachariah Dolohov. Theo, hold on to Sevy. Harry carefully cradled his cute little black owl before handing him to the brunette boy standing beside them. All right, let's do it, mate, Ron said to Harry before turning to Ginny. Don't freak out and don't be scared, okay, he whispered. What's going on? She whispered back tearfully. It's just a duel, Gin. Stay by Blaise and do not freak out, he said seriously. Ginny nodded and backed over to Ron's friend Blaise, a dark-skinned boy with light golden eyes. Harry won't let anything happen to Ronald, Blaise whispered reassuringly to her. Lestrange is just looking for an opportunity to hurt Harry for what he did to him last year. Ginny glanced at Harry, who was twirling a knife in his hand and glaring at Lestrange. What'd he do to him? She whispered back. Another boy, Theo, the one holding Harry's owl, laughed and gestured towards his own cheek. Cut him open like a Yuletide ham, didn't he? Ginny gave another startled glance at Harry and the knife he held. She thought he was a hero. Did heroes usually cut people's faces open? If he wants to hurt Harry, why didn't he say his name? Ginny asked. Because he'd lose, Theo said simply. Harry's completely mad and wicked powerful. This way Lestrange can hurt his friend, win the duel, and pay back Harry for what he did. Ginny looked at Ron, who was standing by Harry with a stiff smile on his face. Did he know that he was about to be hurt because Harry Potter cut a boy's face open? He was still really pale, so she thought he might. But then why is he acting friendly with Harry? Wager on Weasley's strategy, Blaise murmured to Theo. 2 galleons that Harry told him to drop out immediately so he could take his place, Theo said quietly. All right, but I've got 5 galleons that Ron fights until he can't, and that Potter leaves the room covered in blood again, Blaise said. Deal. The 2 boys shook hands, ignoring Ginny's fearful gaze. Step back if you don't want to be hit by spell fire, Williams barked, startling Ginny into stepping back directly onto Theo. Sorry, she mumbled, red-faced. He waved off her apologies, his eyes focused on the 4 boys in the center of the room. Ginny watched too and felt her stomach do a somersault as Ron was trapped inside a protective dome with the mean-looking older boy. Harry was packing lightly outside the dome, glaring darkly at Lestrange's second. "Begin," Williams drawled. Harry immediately growled in anger as a quickly fired red curse hit Ron in the shoulder, cutting through the new robes he bought himself and making him bleed. "Shame Potter can't help you," Lestrange said mockingly. "Guess he'll just have to watch you bleed out instead." "Piss off," Ron said roughly before firing a spell Ginny didn't know, and that Lestrange easily moved away from. Ginny's heart constricted painfully. Did Ron even know how to duel? Did Ron know any advanced spells to protect himself? "Little blood traitor doesn't have the same style your master does, do you?" Ron barely ducked from another burst of light and laughed, which Ginny thought was really brave and kind of daft, considering he was dodging curses that Lestrange wasn't even speaking out loud. "Harry's my friend, not my master. I don't suppose you'd understand what a friendship is," Ron taunted him. Ginny cried out when the next curse hit Ron, who dropped to his knees and started screaming. "Quiet," Draco Malfoy hissed to her not unkindly. "You'll embarrass him." "Why isn't anyone helping him?" Ginny whimpered, eyes on her big brother screaming in pain. "Watch," Blaise murmured, his eyes on Harry. "Ron gives," Harry snapped, tugging roughly on his dark hair. "He fucking gives. Put me in, you goddamned coward." Lestrange ended the curse on Ron, but looked at Harry with a smirk that made Ginny want to slap him right in the face. "That's not how it works. A second can only enter a duel if one of the challengers is unable to continue, and Ronald clearly can." He gestured towards Ron, who was groaning but determinedly getting to his feet. "Ron, I'm serious. Stay down," Harry hissed. "You're being stupid." Ron turned slightly and rolled his eyes at Harry before facing Lestrange. "Is that the best you have?" He scoffed weakly, his voice sounding rough. "My brothers have ganged up on me tougher than that." Ginny didn't think her brothers had ever used a curse like that on him before. Mum would have skinned them alive. Lestrange ignored Ron and smiled at Harry, a cold, mean smile that sent a shiver down Ginny's spine, before he slashed his wand quickly, and Ron hit the floor in a dead faint, blood spurting from his chest. "Ron," Harry howled, bursting through the barrier. "Draco, come help." Williams called out over the students, "Chatter, Lestrange winner." Ginny ran to Ron's side and grabbed his hand. There was so much blood. His eyes were closed, and his chest was moving weakly. He was dying. "Ron," she whimpered, "don't die, please." Harry, who she was starting to think was not a hero, laughed after waving his hand over Ron's chest, which immediately stopped bleeding. "I hate you," Ron mumbled, his eyes opening. "I fucking told you to give," Harry said coolly. "He'll be fine," Malfoy whispered to Ginny, grabbing Ron by the arm. "Come on, help me get him to the healer to be checked over." Ginny gave him a skeptical look. She didn't think the 6th-year girl standing in the corner counted as a healer, but she obediently grabbed Ron's other arm and dragged him over to her. "Quit crying, Gin, I'm fine," Ron whispered weakly. Ginny wiped at her face and tried to give him her best glare. He wasn't fine, he got cut wide open. "Lestrange, as the winner, has the choice to continue with Weasley's second," Williams said in a bored tone, as if one of the students hadn't just nearly been killed. "I decline," Lestrange laughed at Harry, who snarled at him. "Then I challenge Zachariah Dolohov," Harry said. Now Draco Malfoy laughed, and Ginny stared at him incredulously. How could he laugh when Harry just challenged a boy in 7th year to a duel? Why were any of them laughing? "Accepted," Dolohov grit out with an angry glare towards Lestrange, who shook his head slightly. "I'll be his second," Williams offered. Blaise Zabini stood up and walked up to Harry. "I'll be Harry's second, even though we all know he won't need it. Did Harry throw you into a wall last year, or was that a different 6th year he embarrassed?" Ginny thought that the Slytherins must all be completely mad, because half the room chuckled at Zabini's words. Williams put up a new barrier, and Ginny watched closely as she clutched Ron's hand. "Come on, Dolohov, do something," Harry said softly after they both just stood in their place silently for a few seconds after Williams said to begin. "Ron, he doesn't have his wand," Ginny whispered to her brother. "How could he be so stupid?" "Shut up and watch," Ron whispered back. "What's wrong, Potter? Too scared to make a first move?" Dolohov sneered. Ginny thought he was the one who sounded a little scared as he held his stiff pose, eyeing Harry carefully and twitching every time Harry moved. "Yep, terrified," Harry said in a bored tone. Dolohov slashed his wand over his head, sending a dark purple spell at Harry. Harry just raised his empty hands and the purple spellfire just disappeared. Ginny was suddenly struck with a terrible thought. Maybe Harry Potter didn't defeat Voldemort because he was a hero. Maybe he defeated him because he was a bad guy too. He certainly looked dangerous as he adjusted his glasses, dodging oncoming spells before flicking his hand casually at Dolohov. The older boy's screams of pain echoed around the silent room, hurting Ginny's ears. Ginny wanted to go hide in her bed, or maybe even go home. She wanted her dad. How long can someone stand a Crucio before they lose their minds? Harry called callously towards his friends over the sounds of Dolohov's shrieks. 8 minutes, Malfoy said with a wide and toothy grin. Shame, Harry yawned. I'm tired and don't want to do this that long. He ended the curse on Dolohov, who struggled to stand back up and glided slowly right up in front of him. Ginny couldn't hear what he said to him. He spoke so softly, but she saw Dolohov attempt to send another spell back at Harry. You can thank Lestrange for this, Harry said loudly, his green eyes flashing as he sidestepped the oncoming spell. Blade, he hissed. Ginny thought maybe Harry's non-spell didn't work, and clearly Dolohov did too if his smirk was any indicator, because nothing happened for a split second. Then suddenly the older boy shrieked once, as if his body was on fire, and crumpled into a ball on the floor, moaning in pain. Harry reached down and took his wand right out of his hand, and laughed. Winner Potter, Williams spat before quickly dissolving the barrier and dragging Dolohov towards the corner. Ginny and Ron were in with the student healer. Ginny didn't see any blood coming from Dolohov and wondered what spell Harry used. Hadn't he said bleed? Go get Snape now, the older girl told Williams after waving her wand over Dolohov. He's hemorrhaging from his internal organs. Duels are over, the girl called to the rest of the students. Go to your dorms immediately. Ginny watched as Williams disappeared through the portrait door, sprinting towards Professor Snape's office. Ron's you okay? Harry was walking right up to where Ron and Ginny were seated on the floor. Ginny looked up at him fearfully. He didn't even seem concerned that Dolohov was hurt so bad that Williams went for Professor Snape. I'm fine, Ron grinned up at him. What's wrong with him? He jerked his thumb towards Dolohov. Thought you would make him blade. Harry smirked. He looked like a mischievous boy playing a prank, instead of the cold-hearted kid who probably killed another student. He is bleeding just from the inside, isn't he? Ron chuckled and Ginny had enough. I can't believe you guys are so mean. Percy was right, Slytherin was horrible. Ron gave her a guilty look. Gin, Lestrange was trying to bloody kill me. Harry just got him back for me through Dolohov. It's fine. It's not like this every night, I swear. Is Williams getting Snape? Harry asked abruptly, his green eyes narrowed and trained across the room. Yeah, should be back any minute. Wanna head to the dorms? Ron looked uneasy. Yes, hold on, get ready to go, Harry murmured before shouting, Hey Lestrange. The Lestrange boy stood up from where he had been leaning against the wall, on the opposite side of the room from them. Sorry Potter, he drawled. I'm not interested in a rematch, and the rules say we only duel on the first night. Harry tilted his head to the side and Ginny's breath caught in her throat. He looked so powerful, even if he was a horrible person. Yeah, fuck the rules and fuck you, he spat, flicking his right hand. Every student left in the common room gasped when Lestrange let out a startled yell of pain, as the left side of his face started bleeding from a huge gash that ran from his forehead to his jawbone. Now you have a matched set, Harry laughed coldly, unconcerned with the bloody disfigurement he just caused. Gin, go to your dorm now before Snape gets here, Ron hissed urgently in her ear. Ginny didn't need told twice. She ran up the stairs and blindly looked around for the girls' first-year dorm room. She didn't know when she started crying, but she couldn't stop. Ginny was sure that she made the wrong choice coming to Slytherin. None of it made any sense. All the laughter and the smirks, and the way people kept saying one thing but their eyes were saying something different. Nobody seemed to care about Ron being tortured, or Lestrange's face, or the fact that Harry Potter was the reason Ron got cut open in front of a room full of people. When she finally wiped the tears from her eyes, she found the girls' dorm and quietly grabbed her diary out of her trunk and opened it to a new page. She carefully wrote the date before viciously writing. Dear Tom, I hate Slytherin and I hate Harry Potter. Chapter 6, the first week. Harry never made it far in Muggle primary school, having been rather homeless and all, but he never considered being a Hogwarts dropout as well, until this term started. If his first few days back were any indicator of how the rest of the year was going to go, then he thought he might try his luck at dropping out and becoming a permanent resident of the Leaky Cauldron. Griffook had a lot of his gold tied up in investments and some other fruitful financial expenditures, and had assured him he would never need to work a day in his life, and he had yet to find a way to drain a Wixen of their magic. So really, he could probably drop out and be fine, and if things didn't start looking up then, that would be the first thing he'd bring up to Snape on Sunday. First, Lestrange had attacked Ron, which had made Harry's blood boil to watch. Then Professor Snape had sent him a lot of hateful looks, and muttered a lot of rude things about him as he healed Dolohov. And then Professor Snape said Harry wasn't allowed to carry his knife on him anymore when he examined Lestrange's face, even though he didn't waste his knife on that prat. He still had his knife safely in his pocket. If Snape thought he wasn't going to carry it anymore, then he didn't know him as well as Harry thought he might. The next morning, on their first day of classes, Harry was nearly late to herbology because he had to duck and dodge around the lawns to avoid Lockhart. Draco had huffed and rolled his eyes at him, but there was something Harry didn't like about the new professor. He was creepy with his white smile, and the way he just went around grabbing people. Plus, his eyes always seemed to linger on Harry a little too long when he saw him, which made Harry simultaneously want to scream and vomit. It was much easier to just avoid the man. When they trailed into herbology, exactly on time despite Draco's mumbled worries, Professor Sprout was standing behind a trestle bench in the center of the greenhouse. About 20 pairs of different-colored earmuffs were lying on the bench. Once they were all in place, she said, "We'll be repotting mandrakes today. Now, who can tell me the properties of the mandrake?" None of the Slytherins were surprised when Theo's hand was first into the air. Mandrake, or mandragora, is a powerful restorative, he said, sounding like he memorized the textbook. It is used to return people who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state. Excellent, 10 points to Slytherin, said Professor Sprout. The mandrake forms an essential part of most antidotes. It is also, however, dangerous. Who can tell me why? Theo's hand narrowly missed Harry's glasses as it shot up again. He gave him a nasty glare that made Theo take a small step away from him. The cry of the mandrake is fatal to anyone who hears it, he said. Precisely, take another 10 points, said Professor Sprout. Now the mandrakes we have here are still very young. She pointed to a row of deep trays as she spoke, and everyone shuffled forward for a better look. 100 or so tufty little plants, purplish-green in color, were growing there in rows. They looked boring to Harry, who didn't have the slightest idea what Theo meant by the cry of the mandrake. He thought if the cries were fatal, they might be useful to have on hand, though. Everyone take a pair of earmuffs, said Professor Sprout. There was a scramble as everyone tried to seize a pair that wasn't pink and fluffy. Harry chuckled as Draco was stuck with the pink ones. When I tell you to put them on, make sure your ears are completely covered, said Professor Sprout. When it is safe to remove them, I will give you the thumbs up. Right, earmuffs on. Harry snapped the earmuffs over his ears. They shut out sound completely and he hated it. It made him feel terribly vulnerable to anyone who might sneak up on him. He did his breathing trick in 2, 3, 4, 5, out 2, 3, 4, and tried to blink away the white sparkles that were trying to overtake his vision. Professor Sprout put a large fluffy pair of earmuffs over her own ears, rolled up the sleeves of her robes, grasped one of the tufty plants firmly, and pulled hard. Instead of roots, a small, muddy, and extremely ugly baby popped out of the earth. The leaves were growing right out of his head. He had pale green, mottled skin, and was clearly bawling at the top of his lungs. Professor Sprout took a large plant pot from under the table and plunged the mandrake into it, burying him in dark, damp compost until only the tufted leaves were visible. Professor Sprout dusted off her hands, gave them all the thumbs up, and removed her own earmuffs. As our mandrakes are only seedlings, their cries won't kill yet, she said calmly, as though she'd just done nothing more exciting than water a begonia. Harry felt his respect for the dowdy herbology professor rise just a little. However, they will knock you out for several hours, and as I'm sure none of you want to miss your first day back, make sure your earmuffs are securely in place while you work. I will attract your attention when it is time to pack up. For to a tray, there is a large supply of pots here, compost in the sacks over there, and be careful of the venomous tentacula, it's teething. She gave a sharp slap to a spiky, dark red plant as she spoke, making it draw in the long feelers that had been inching sneakily over her shoulder. Harry paired up with Susan, Theo, and some curly-haired Hufflepuff boy he'd never spoken to before. The boy stood close by Susan and chatted to them all as they worked. Justin Finch-Fletchley, he said, offering his hand to Harry. Harry ignored it and just gave him a curt nod of acknowledgement. The Hufflepuff boy didn't seem put out because he just kept rambling on to him. My name was down for Eton, you know. I can't tell you how glad I am I came here instead. Of course, Mother was slightly disappointed, but since I made her read some of my books, I think she's begun to see how useful it'll be to have a fully trained wizard in the family. Harry wondered if Muggle families were nicer when they thought of ways that they could use their kids once they got the hang of their magic. It was just another reason he didn't think that Muggleborns should have to remain at home before Hogwarts. Thankfully, they didn't have much chance to talk after Justin's initial rambling introduction. Their earmuffs were back on and they needed to concentrate on the mandrakes. Professor Sprout had made it look extremely easy, but it was. The mandrakes didn't like coming out of the earth, but didn't seem to want to go back into it either. They squirmed, kicked, flailed their sharp little fists, and gnashed their teeth. Harry nearly punched a little fat one that didn't want to go in its pot. By the end of the class, Harry, like everyone else, was sweaty, aching, and covered in earth. Everyone traipsed back to the castle for a quick wash, and then the Slytherins hurried off to their first History of Magic class. Harry's mood was slightly improved after class on their way to lunch, when he caught 2 first-year Gryffindor boys picking on a little blonde Ravenclaw girl outside the history corridor. He focused his magic and grinned as the 2 boys suddenly flew away from her and into the wall, dropping her bag they'd been keeping from her. "Thank you, Harry Potter," she said softly as he walked past her. He smirked at her but otherwise ignored her needless thanks. Throwing bullies into a wall was really the first bright spot in his day. Maybe he should have thanked her. "What have we got next?" Ron asked at lunch, scarfing down some potatoes. "Defense," Hermione said, studying her own timetable. "Why do you have our schedule memorized?" Draco asked, scandalized. More importantly, Blaise quickly grabbed the schedule from her. "Why do you have your own defense lessons outlined in little hearts?" Hermione snatched the schedule back, blushing furiously. They finished lunch and Harry, Ron, Draco, Blaise, Theo, and Susan went outside into the overcast courtyard. Hermione and Neville left for their next class. Harry and Draco were talking about the upcoming Quidditch tryouts when Harry got the eerie feeling he was being watched. Looking up, he saw the very small, mousy-haired boy he'd seen trying on the sorting hat last night staring at Harry as though transfixed. Harry saw he was clutching what looked like an ordinary Muggle camera, or at least it looked less magical than the one Harry received from Susan over the summer, and the moment Harry looked at him, he went bright red. "All right, Harry, I'm Colin Creevey," he said breathlessly, taking a tentative step forward. "I'm in Gryffindor. Do you think, would it be all right if can I have a picture?" he said, raising the camera hopefully. "A picture," Harry repeated tonelessly. "So I can prove I've met you," said Colin Creevey eagerly, edging further forward, showing why he was chosen for Gryffindor because the nasty look Harry was giving him wasn't exactly inviting. "Know all about you, everyone told me. About how you survived when you know who tried to kill you and how he disappeared and everything and how you've still got a lightning scar on your forehead." His eyes raked Harry's hairline, and a boy in my dormitory said if I develop the film in the right potion, the pictures'll move. Colin drew a great shuddering breath of excitement and said, "It's amazing here, isn't it? I never knew all the odd stuff I could do was magic till I got the letter from Hogwarts. My dad's a milkman, he couldn't believe it either, so I'm taking loads of pictures to send home to him, and it'd be really good if I had one of you." He looked imploringly at Harry. "Maybe your friend could take it and I could stand next to you, and then could you sign it?" Before Harry could decide between asking the boy about his Muggle relatives or catching his camera on fire, a shrill voice rang across the courtyard. "Signed photos, who would want a signed photo of Potter?" Pansy Parkinson had came up right behind Colin, flanked, as she always was, by Millicent Bulstrode. "Piss off," said Harry angrily, his fists clenching. "Walk away now, Parkinson." "You're just jealous," piped up Colin, whose reckless bravery must have been even stronger than Harry had first thought. "Jealous?" Parkinson cried, looking around in glee. Half the courtyard was listening in. "Of what? I don't want an ugly scar right across my head, thanks. Of course, Potter has a lot of ugly scars. It's hard to tell which one people are even staring at." "I'd walk away while you still can," Draco warned her coolly. Harry was pulling his knife out of his robe pocket when... "What's all this? What's all this?" Gilderoy Lockhart strode toward them, his turquoise robes swirling behind him. "Who's giving out signed photos?" Harry was going to dodge behind Blaise, who was quite a bit taller than him, but Lockhart flung an arm around his shoulders and thundered jovially, "Shouldn't have asked. We meet again, Harry." "Don't touch me," Harry said as strongly as he could, despite every nerve in his body feeling alight. Lockhart looked down at Harry in shock, as if he'd never seen him properly before. Harry took the opportunity to shove the man's arm off him and stepped quickly over beside Theo and Susan. Lockhart was still gaping at Harry when the bell rang, signaling the start of afternoon classes. "Off you go, move along there," Lockhart called to the crowd, startled into speaking by the bell. "Harry, I'd like a word, walk with me to class." "Come on," Blaise murmured, nudging him forward. "I'll walk with you." Harry, who felt rather light-headed at the thought of walking alone with the man who kept insisting on touching him, gave Blaise a cold sneer. "I don't need help, I'm not weak." He spat, "I'll meet you guys in class." He turned and stomped away from his friends, and followed beside Lockhart at a safe distance away. "A word to the wise, Harry," said Lockhart in a tone of voice Harry couldn't quite place, as they entered the building through a side door. "You offering signed photos to your classmates, while admirable, certainly isn't going to gain you any fans, is it?" "I wasn't signing autographs, and it wouldn't be your business if I was. It's not against the rules, is it?" Lockhart had swept him down a corridor lined with staring students, and up a staircase when he stopped and looked at Harry with his blue eyes wide. "I'm Jay, just looking out for you," he stammered. "There may well come a time when, like me, you'll need to keep a stack handy wherever you go, but," he gave a weak little chuckle, "I don't think you're quite there yet." Harry saw the defense classroom, and his friends waiting outside it, so he took a deep breath and gave Lockhart his best, "I'm Severus Snape, and you are an imbecile, look. I'd bet my vault that more people know me now than will ever know you. Did you defeat an evil murderer as a baby?" He gave Lockhart a disgusted look from head to toe. "No, I didn't think so." He tucked his trembling hands under his arms and tried to swoop towards his friends. It looked brill when Snape did it. "He's going to kill you. Lockhart is going to kill you." Harry ignored his shaking limbs and racing thoughts as he nudged Ron out of the corner seat in the back, claiming it as his own. Ron had scooted over a chair without any complaint but rolled his eyes when Susan made him move again so she could sit by Harry. "I bet Snape knows a potion to make his teeth fall out," Susan whispered under the noise of the other students getting out their books. Harry snorted, appreciating her stab at humor. "If he puts a hand on me one more time, I'm going to pull them out one by one," he hissed back to her, glaring at the man preening in the front of the classroom. Ron, who was seated on the other side of Susan, leaned forward and whispered to Theo, "Tensicles Harry gets rid of Lockhart before the end of the year." When the whole class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Vincent Crabbe's copy of Travels with Trolls, and held it up to show his own, winking portrait on the front. "Me," he said, pointing at it and winking as well. "Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her." He waited for them to laugh. Not a single Slytherin even twitched a lip. "I see you've all bought a complete set of my books," he said, apparently ignoring Harry and Susan's empty desk. "I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in." When he had handed out the test papers, he returned to the front of the class and said, "You have 30 minutes, start now." Harry looked down at his paper and read. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? On and on it went, over 3 sides of paper, right down to 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Harry considered crumpling his into a ball, but thought he'd already pushed his luck with the grown man enough for one day. The last thing he wanted was a detention alone with the creep. Half an hour later, which Harry had spent making up the wildest answers he could, Lockhart collected their quizzes. "Tut, tut, hardly any of you remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I say so in Year with the Yeti, and a few of you need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully. I clearly state in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift would be harmony between all magic and non-magic peoples, though I wouldn't say no to a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey." He gave them another roguish wink. Ron was staring at Lockhart with unconcealed disgust. "What a prat," Susan murmured to Harry, who hummed in agreement. Those of you who turned in blank parchments, Draco, Theo, and Blaise snorted with amusement. "You may want to read your books carefully to prepare yourself for the beasts I'll be teaching you to control." He bent down behind his desk and lifted a large, covered cage onto it. "Now be warned, it is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizardkind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm." In spite of himself, Harry leaned around his pile of books for a better look at the cage. He didn't think Inferi were a second-year creature, but Lockhart was a moron, so he was hoping there'd be one in the cage. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover. "I must ask you not to scream," he said in a low voice. "It might provoke them." As the whole class held its breath, Lockhart whipped off the cover. "Yes," he said dramatically, "freshly caught Cornish pixies." Draco couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter that even Lockhart couldn't mistake for a scream of terror. Yes, he smiled at Draco. Well, they're not very dangerous, are they? Draco choked. I mean, Harry before coffee is scarier than pixies. Harry was rather offended until he was vindicated by a Hufflepuff boy with glasses muttering, Potter is scary after coffee. Harry smiled. Maybe he wouldn't drop out of Hogwarts just yet. The nervous look Lockhart gave him just made his smile stretch wider. The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a lot of budgies arguing. The moment the cover had been removed, they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making bizarre faces at the people nearest them. Right then, Lockhart said loudly, apparently opting to ignore Draco, let's see what you make of them. Then he opened the cage. It was pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. Several shot straight through the window, showering the back row with broken glass. Harry had to react quick to cover his friends with a shield so they wouldn't get cut. The rest of the pixies proceeded to wreck the classroom more effectively than a rampaging rhino. They grabbed ink bottles and sprayed the class with them, shredded books and papers, tore pictures from the walls, appended the wastebasket, grabbed bags and books and threw them out of the smashed window. Within minutes, the Hufflepuff half the class was sheltering under desks, while Harry kept his shield up for the Slytherins he didn't hate. So basically all of them, except Parkinson and Bulstrode. Come on now, round them up, they're only pixies, Lockhart shouted. He rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand and bellowed, Pesca Pixie Pestanomi. It had absolutely no effect. One of the pixies seized his wand and threw it out of the window too. Ron and Susan laughed when they did that. Harry swore one of the pixies gave them an approving look. Lockhart gulped and dived under his own desk. Harry couldn't wait to tell their head of house how incompetent their professor was. Even Quirrell had bigger bullocks than Lockhart. The bell rang and there was a mad rush toward the exit. In the relative calm that followed, Lockhart straightened up, caught sight of Harry, Ron and Susan, who were still sitting at their table, and said, Well, I'll ask you three to just nip the rest of them back into their cage. He swept past them and shut the door quickly behind him. The other Slytherin boys faltered on their way towards the door, giving Harry an inquiring look. Not a fucking chance, Harry snorted, walking out and leaving the pixies to destroy Lockhart's classroom. Harry spent the rest of the week alternating between avoiding Lockhart, avoiding Colin Creevey from Gryffindor, and avoiding Ron's younger sister Ginny. Ginny was an odd girl. When she had been sorted, Ron had groaned softly and whispered to Harry that he'd never get another moment's rest again. But ever since the first night, Ginny had started turning a horrible shade of pale at the sight of Harry and running away. It was still annoying, but minimally better than her blush and stammer from when they met over the summer. He felt better after Professor Snape had spent a good part of their first lesson talking about incompetent teachers and senile old men who hire them. Even Neville had chuckled when they overheard the man complaining about morons with the vanity of a peacock and the brains of a dead troll. Draco woke him up early on the first Saturday of term and drug him to breakfast the moment it was open. Tryouts are at 7:30, Draco reminded him as Harry blearily sipped a hot cup of coffee. I know you know how I know, because you've told me every 5 minutes since you woke me up at 6, Harry snarked. I don't know why I'm bothering. Flint is friends with Lestrange, he's never going to let me try out. His ridiculous ideas of playing Seeker for the Slytherin team, that Draco had encouraged, were shattered rapidly on the first night when he saw Flint whispering with Dolohov and shooting Harry dark looks. Don't worry about that, Draco said, puffing his chest out. I've already got a plan. When the boys arrived on the pitch, Nimbus 2001s in hand, Harry tried to tell himself it didn't matter. Flying was amazing, but he could fly without being on the team. It would be cool to be a part of it, and training with Draco would be a good time, but it didn't really matter. He thought he had convinced himself, but was disappointed to feel just a twinge of hurt when the captain, Flint, saw him and started laughing. No way, Potter, run along now. Unless you're trying out to be a bludger. He shook the bat he was holding threateningly. Don't curse him yet, Draco whispered to Harry, correctly identifying the look on his face. Wanna make a bet? Draco drawled loudly, gaining the attention of the Slytherin team and the rest of the team hopefuls. What kind of bet? Flint asked, his beady eyes narrowing. If you let Harry try out and don't immediately put him on the team, I'll buy you a Nimbus 2001, Draco said confidently, giving a look of distaste to Flint's faded broom. Done, Flint agreed quickly. What spot are you trying out for Potter? Draco smirked, a pleased look in his eyes, as Harry lined up with the other two older Slytherins who were trying out for the Seeker position. The flyer with the most apples after 10 minutes gets the spot, Flint called after they were in the air. No cheating, Potter, he added. After Harry caught the 8th apple in a row, quickly and easily dodging around the other 2 flyers to do so, it was obvious he didn't need to cheat to get the spot. When they landed, Flint looked mad enough to break his broomstick in half. "Fine," he said between clenched teeth, "Potter is the new Seeker." Draco let out a loud whoop, and Harry beamed at him. Draco had done something nice for him without expecting anything in return. He could have just pretended to be sympathetic to Harry not getting to try out while taking the Seeker position for himself. He'd find a way to repay him. He didn't expect to see his chance so soon, until Draco was in the air with 8 other Slytherins trying out for the one open chaser's position. Draco was a good flyer, and would probably become a great flyer once he started training with the team, but some of the other students were already really good. And Draco had just pissed Flint off on Harry's behalf. "I'll buy the rest of the team brooms like mine and Draco, if he makes the team," Harry murmured, not wanting anyone else to hear. Flint whipped his head around so quickly it was almost comical. "You mean it?" Harry nodded, "But if you tell a single soul, I'll kill you in your sleep." Flint twitched forward, a step away from Harry, and blew his whistle. "I've made my decision. Land," he yelled. Harry listened to Draco brag about his superior flying skills the rest of the day, and was still smiling happily when he sent Sevy off with an order form for 5 new Nimbus 2001s. Chapter 7, Potter's Request. "If that is yet another damned owl, I am going to quit," Severus swore as there was a knock and a hoot on his office door at 6 o'clock Sunday morning. He'd gotten so many owls this week that Albus had started to have students bring them to him during the day. He threw open his door, intending to send whatever student has the misfortune of bringing him mail back to their bed, and faltered when he saw the cause for his influx of posts standing before him. "Morning, Professor," Potter said brightly. "We are still on for today." Severus had actually forgotten he had told Potter to arrive early Sunday to state his favor. In his defense, it had been the worst first week at Hogwarts he had experienced since his first year of teaching. And it was Potter's fault, of course. "Yes, come in," he told the monster. Potter walked casually into his office and took an easy seat in front of Severus' desk. "Do you drink coffee?" he asked as soon as he sat. Severus slumped in his own seat, too exhausted to follow along with Potter's chaos this morning. "I do," he replied tersely. Potter smiled at him, apparently relaxed as could be in his presence. "Brill, wanna see a cool trick?" Before Severus had a chance to tell him no, that he did not want to see a cool trick, Potter put his hands around his mouth and screamed, "Mavis." A young house elf popped into Severus' office. It was wringing an odd green garment it wore across its chest, and his large yellow eyes were squinting in what he assumed to be happiness. "Master Potter is calling for Mavis, and Mavis is responding. Is Mavis doing it correctly for Master?" "You're doing great," Potter reassured him. "Could you bring us coffee, though, and those weird breakfast pastries that Professor Snape eats?" "Mavis will, and Mavis will bring Master Potter his favorite crumpets." Severus watched, shocked into silence, as the little elf popped away again, only to reappear moments later with trays laden with a coffee service and pastries. "Can Mavis be doing anything else for Master Potter?" "Nope," Potter said, pouring 2 cups of hot coffee. "This is great." The elf bowed low to Potter and disappeared. "This is for you, sir," Potter said, nudging a mug towards him. Severus took a fortifying drink, wishing he had any idea how to deal with Potter when he was in what seemed to be a perky mood. "Potter," he sighed, "students cannot call on the Hogwarts house elves." "Right. So you cannot call Mavis to bring you coffee and food?" "Yes, I can," Potter said simply, snagging a crumpet off the tray. Severus grimaced at his arrogance. "Why?" he sneered. "Because you're famous Harry Potter." Potter glanced up at him and narrowed his eyes in irritation. "No," he said slowly, "because Mavis isn't a Hogwarts elf, is he? He's mine, kind of." "A Keo pain reliever," Severus murmured with a quick flick of his wand. A flick that caused Potter the tiniest twitch of his hand. Severus would have apologized for startling him, not that Potter would admit to being startled, except it was the brat's fault. He needed the potion to start with. Potter watched calmly as Severus swallowed the potion, sighing in relief as his building migraine dissipated. "Why do you have a house elf?" he asked him tersely. The foolish boy did not even have a home, which, as tragic as that was, made a house elf rather moot. "His name is Mavis," Potter said coolly, seemingly offended on the behalf of the elf. "Apologies," Severus rolled his eyes. "Why do you have Mavis?" "Bought him, did I?" Potter said, leaning back in his chair with a bright smile. "You bought?" And then I freed him. Severus swallowed down his reprimand at interrupting him in favor of raising his brows at the child incredulously. You bought Mavis, then you freed him. Why? Potter leaned towards him, his eyes wide and excited, as if on the brink of an incredible breakthrough. Because, sir, I needed to know more about elves, right? And so Madame Bones said I should talk to a house elf, but I didn't know any, did I? So I wrote to Draco's dad because they have a ton of elves and he sold me Mavis. But I don't want to own anyone, so I gave him clothes right off the bat. But I needed somewhere for him to go, right? And Mr. Malfoy had said there are a lot of elves in Hogwarts, so I hoped nobody would notice an extra one, so Tada. He wiggled his fingers for effect apparently. Here he is. Severus cradled his head in his hands. Only Potter would purchase then immediately free an elf just to learn more about them. It was rather clever to hide the elf amongst the hundreds who live in the castle. He wasn't wrong. Nobody would likely notice one extra elf wearing green. He thought he may regret asking more questions, but his sense of self-preservation seemed to have temporarily left him. Why does Mavis respond to you if you freed him? Because he's a sneaky little thing, Potter grumbled. I told him that I'm not going to own anyone, so you know what he said. He said, then Mavis won't be telling you nothing about elves. So we made a deal. He answers my questions and he can be my acquaintance. Severus lifted his head up, his lips twitching in amusement, and looked at Potter's exasperated face. That must be horribly aggravating, he said sardonically. Potter's owl hooted as the boy threw his hands up in irritation. It is, he swore. Apparently the irony was going over his head. Indeed, Severus sipped his coffee and plucked a Chelsea bun off the tray of pastries. He wasn't sure how or why Potter became aware of his preference for the weird pastry, but it made his annoyance at the boy's behavior lessen slightly. They ate in a comfortable silence for a few minutes before Severus decided he was prepared to deal with more of Potter's chaos. You said you wished to ask me for a favor, he asked, raising a single brow. Potter nodded and wiped his hands off on his napkin. Yes, sir, but I wanted to know what you'd want in return first. Severus vehemently hoped that Potter's elf is as irritating as the boy himself was. I require nothing for you to ask me the favor, he informed him. Depending on what the favor is, I reserve the right to request something in return for fulfilling it, which, he raised his hands slowly as Potter opened his mouth to interrupt, I shall inform you of beforehand. Potter nodded, his eyes once again sparkling with joy. Is your office warded? He whispered. Severus knew this was going to be an illegal discussion. Yes. I need to use a pensive, Potter said. A pensive? Severus asked, and why would you need to use a pensive? Potter studied him closely, his lips pursed and his head cocked sideways. He then released his breath and leant even further over Severus' desk. If I tell you a secret, will you swear to never tell a single person? Actually, he scrunched his brows down in sudden thought, will you swear to never tell anyone, period? No human or elf or goblin or werewolf or centaur or any other being. Severus truly tried not to laugh, but Potter's attempt at covering any loopholes still caused him to chuckle lightly. I swear to never repeat what you tell me to another sentient being unless you absolve me of this swear, he said, with a small grin playing around the corner of his mouth. Potter grinned back up at him, clearly pleased with Severus' swear. There's a prophecy about me and I've got it, and I need a pensive to listen to it. And that wiped the smile right off Severus' face. You have what? He breathed, his heart thumping erratically. How in Merlin's name did you find out about it? Potter stared at him hard, his previously excited eyes dulling and his nose scrunched up, as if solving a difficult problem. His eyes suddenly went wide and flew to meet Severus. Was it you? He asked quietly. Severus said nothing, praying that Potter's information was missing a Severus-sized piece of the puzzle. It was, he cried, jumping to his feet and lurching away from the desk. His owl hooted and flew to the office rafters. You were the spy. Apparently he was missing no pieces of the puzzle. Severus stood slowly, his stomach clenching with what he knew to be guilt. In his most self-abusing fantasies, he had never even once imagined having to explain to this child's face that it was his fault he was an orphan. Who told you about the prophecy? Severus demanded quietly. The headmaster. Even as he asked, he knew it would not have been Albus. Albus would never have allowed Potter to retrieve the prophecy the child supposedly had with him if so. No, he said slowly, watching Potter foretells. Not Albus, Lucius. Potter's left eyelid twitched just slightly and confirmed Severus' guess. I will kill him, he thought viciously. Potter was paling and kept flicking his eyes toward the office door. D doesn't matter, D, does it? Potter stammered, edging away from Severus as he walked slowly towards him. Why, you already know about it. It matters a great deal why you have it. You have no idea how dangerous this is, Severus snarled, misplacing his anger at himself and Albus onto the child. He walked up close to Potter, who had foolishly backed himself into a corner. I'll hurt you, Potter whispered, clenching his eyes shut. I'm going to hurt you. Do it, Severus hissed back. Do you think I wouldn't deserve it? Do it. Potter raised one hand tentatively, opening his eyes and training them on Severus' open hands. Aye, he threw another wild look around the room before abruptly shoving Severus away from him. I gotta go, he choked out, edging for the door and sprinting out to the hall before Severus could stop him. Son of a bitch, he yelled, swiping the books off the shelf beside him. He kicked one across the room for good measure before slumping to the ground against the wall. All his work, all his lies and truths and deals were for naught. How could he protect the child now? Potter would never trust him again. In fact, the boy may even make an attempt on his life. He was sure it would be a very good attempt too. Zachariah Dolohov had spent 3 nights in the hospital wing, unconscious from internal bleeding, and shocked simply for injuring Ronald Weasley. It would be fitting if Lily's son killed him for his part in her death. He was pulled from his self-flagellation by a distant hoot. He tilted his head up and saw the fuzzy little black owl he gifted Potter with flying around the ceiling beams. He thought he couldn't possibly feel more miserable than he already did, until he remembered that Potter named his familiar after him. I had to find a good name for such an unruly thing like him, did I, sir? Sevy here ain't as much of a demon as you made him sound. Potter was fond of the owl and he was fond of Severus. He had wrote him constantly all summer, filling him in on his adventures at least once a week. He had trusted Severus with the truth of his exploit at the end of last year. He came to him with complaints about Gilderoy. He had named his Merlin damned owl after him. Severus would regain the child's trust if it was the last thing he did. And he'd start with Sevy. Come along, owl, let us return you to the owlery. The owl dutifully flew to Severus, where it immediately landed on his shoulder and began pulling at his hair. If I were not on the outs with your owner, I would pluck your feathers, he told the creature as he strode through the empty halls to the tower. He cast a quick tempest and was surprised to see it was only 6:30. 30 minutes ago his biggest concern was letters from angry parents about their students' mysterious ailments on the first night. Now he was ruminating on how to earn back some semblance of trust with Potter. Solely because the child needed a stable adult in his life, and Lucius Malfoy certainly was not the person for the job, nor was the Contessa Zabini. Severus refused to examine why he held the belief that he was the best person for the job, or why he even wished to have the job in the first place. He arrived in the owlery, and, distracted as he was with his thoughts, nearly missed the actual human child curled into themselves in the corner. Potter, he asked quietly after doing a double take, and recognizing the shaggy black hair currently being roughly pulled on. Potter, for it was indeed Potter, groaned. Did you follow me? He mumbled into his knees. No, I Severus blamed his faltering speech on the fact he was caught rather off guard by Potter's presence. He cleared his throat lightly. I have your owl. Potter didn't respond, so Severus shooed the little owl off his shoulder when... Gonna take him from me too. Severus turned sharply around. Potter had lifted his head from his knees and was glaring at him. No, Potter, of course not. He was a gift. He's yours, he reassured him gently. I have no desire to rescind your pet. Potter tilted his head down, staring silently at the floor. Severus was inching closer to the door, keeping a wary eye on the boy when he faltered. Although he knew Potter did not wish to be in his presence, was it safe to leave the child alone? Would you like me to fetch Miss Bones, or one of your other friends? He asked quietly. Potter continued staring at the floor, and Severus patiently waited for him to respond. He did not seem to be in one of the mindsets that Severus has associated with his past traumas. Instead, he simply seemed like an upset young boy. Eventually, Potter whispered what was likely the most hurtful accusation ever slung at Severus. I thought you were my friend. The child did not sound angry, nor accusatory. Instead, he sounded as if he had lost something valuable, almost heartbroken. It tugged painfully in Severus' chest. He stepped closer to Potter, though remaining a distance away that the boy would not feel threatened, and looked down at him mournfully. I do not believe that I have the words to express to you how truly sorry I am. I have wished for a way to reverse time since the moment I shared the prophecy. Severus took a steadying breath before continuing. I told you once that joining the Death Eaters was the worst mistake I ever made, but I lied. Sharing the prophecy with the Dark Lord is the worst thing I have ever done. Potter slowly lifted his head, and Severus had never seen him look so childlike. His eyes were hurt and glassy, and his lower lip was trembling. He had seen the child angry and confused, and last Christmas he had seen him in the aftermath of what had seemed to be a terrible crying fit, but nothing compared to the sorrow-filled heartbreak the boy wore plainly on his face now. "You can't get things you want just by wishing for them," Potter said softly in a trembling voice. "It's better to not want things, then it never hurts." Severus thought that while it was an admirable view to take, it was still cynical for a mere 12-year-old to have. He sunk down to the floor and sat cross-legged in front of Potter, placing his wand on the ground in front of him where the child could see it. "Regrets are a part of life," he said, choosing his words carefully. "I believe my regrets are much worse than most and will haunt me through to the afterlife." Potter continued to cradle his knees and was staring past Severus towards the doorway. "I have regrets too," he whispered, "and they'll never go away, will they? They'll just be here forever, just like yours." Severus released his breath, recognizing the mood of the child. Potter wasn't angry, yet he was sad. "I have done terrible things," he admitted. "I believe that your regrets, while possibly many, will fade with time. You have lived a life no child should be expected to and found a way to survive. You should feel proud, not regretful." He hoped his words could soothe whatever minor regrets Potter likely carried through his life. "I killed someone once. Should I feel proud of that?" Potter whispered in a voice so soft Severus could have pretended he didn't hear it. But for the second time that morning Severus found himself in complete shock. "What Merlin," he breathed. "Will you tell me what happened?" Potter just turned his head and met his eyes. "Watch," he choked out. That was as much of an invitation and consent as Severus needed. "Legilimens," he whispered, picking up and pointing his wand at the child's tangled black locks of hair. His consciousness landed in Potter's mind. It was black, empty, cold. "Worrisome. Show me what happened," he murmured. "Let me in." Instantly, it felt as if the ground beneath his feet disappeared, and he began free-falling through a void. Severus was a brave man. He had always held his composure in situations which would make the toughest Gryffindors weak in their stomach, yet this free fall through Potter's mind was discomforting to the point of terrifying. It was just all so empty. He had never experienced a mind such as this. Last time he had examined Potter's mental barriers, they were warm and dark, but this was cold to the point of frozen. Finally, he floated slowly to a standing point at the edge of an empty park, in the dead darkness of night. No, not empty. A young Potter was curled up on a bench. The boy was possibly not much younger than the day Severus found him, likely only the winter before. Potter wore only a threadbare short-sleeved top and trousers that were torn and filthy. He assumed the child had a type of heating charm on himself. Nothing else could explain how he was tolerating the cold air and snowfall without visibly shivering. Severus eyed him with pity until a noise at the edge of the park alerted him to the entrance of 3 boys. They were undeniably muggles, with electronics in their hands and baseball caps on their heads. Severus would estimate that they were roughly 21 years old. Potter must have noticed them as well. Otherwise, they would not make an appearance in his memory. "Hey," one of the boys nudged the one in the middle. "Look over there." They all turned like dogs to prey, and eyed the small child curled up on the bench. Severus' stomach clenched when he saw the smirks they shared between them. "Hey kid," the boy in the middle called. "What you doing out here all alone?" "MW waitin' on my dad," Potter said, shifting to an upright position. "He should be here soon." "Oh yeah," one of the other boys jeered, "and he just left you all alone in the cold." The other boys laughed, and Severus clenched his fists. He would worry over Potter's safety if he was not already aware of the apparent outcome. "I don't want to hurt you," Potter said softly. "I don't got no money or nothing. I'm a nobody. Let's just call it a night, yeah." "Maybe we don't want your money," the boy on the far side from Severus, wearing a blue cap, leered. "You're awfully small, petite too, almost look like a bird, do ya?" Please, I'm gonna leave, K," Potter stammered, getting to his feet slowly. "You don't want to do this." Potter began backing away from the group, keeping his eyes trained on the largest boy in the group. The boy closest to Potter suddenly lunged out and grabbed onto his arm. "Where you going?" he laughed. "I thought your daddy was coming to get you. You're not all alone, are you?" Please let go," Potter cried, trying to twist his arm out of the boy's grip. Don't have anything why you want." The boy holding Potter's arm twisted it painfully behind his back, causing the small child to cry out. "I could break it," the boy hissed. "Just snap it right in half." Potter quit struggling and instead clenched his eyes shut. Severus recognized it as the defense mechanism the child still makes when he is feeling overwhelmingly threatened. Please, he whimpered. Two of the Muggle boys laughed, while the older one inched Potter's arm slightly higher, driving another cry of pain from the young boy. You can cry all you want, the older Muggle said, wrapping his free arm around Potter's torso. I like it better that way. Potter froze, apparently making the same sickening conclusion that Severus did. Where other children, most adults as well, would have continued crying, Potter stopped completely. He went limp in the boy's grip and pursed his lips tightly shut. He categorically refused to give the Muggle what he wanted. It was a peculiar emotion to experience in this memory, but Severus was proud of the boy in that moment. I think he's gonna try and be strong, one of the other Muggles jeered, drawing a laugh from the one beside him. The boy'll break quick, they always do, he drawled in a nasally tone. Are you gonna break, boy? The one holding Potter crooned, running his hand up beneath the child's shirt. Potter shook his head wildly, his hair flying around, though he did not open his eyes or his mouth. The Muggle lowered his hand up to Potter's throat, where he gripped it tightly. I think you will. I could end your pathetic life now, he hissed. Who would miss you? He must have been squeezing tightly because Potter's face was rapidly changing colors. Be a good boy, he murmured, squeezing Potter's throat one more time before lowering his hand back down slowly, trailing towards Potter's trousers. Severus resisted the urge to close his own eyes when the Muggle stuck his hand down the front of the trousers. Potter let out the faintest cry at the contact. "I'm gonna kill you," he rasped out. All three Muggles roared with laughter at what they saw to be an inconsequential threat. You do that, boy, the blue-hatted one chuckled, as he freed his hand from Potter's trousers to lower his own, his other hand still holding one of Potter's wrists firmly between his shaking shoulders. As the Muggle pulled Potter's trousers down, clear to his ankles, Severus lost the battle to close his eyes. He listened as Potter cried out sharply, just once, and the other boys laughed and taunted him. He heard heavy breathing, panting, and soft, sharp breaths likely coming from the small child. Severus waited, counting his own breaths for what felt as if hours, though likely only a dozen or so minutes, until the Muggle cried out. He opened his eyes in time to see Potter being shoved to the dirt. The Muggle flopped to the ground as well, leaning back on his arms, his trousers still open, and laughed. Laughed? He's all yours, the Muggle waved his companions towards Potter. He's not so tight now, but I don't think I was the first one in there, was I, boy? He leered crudely at Potter. Potter twisted onto his back and frantically pulled up his trousers. His eyes were open wide now, wild and flickering. Don't touch me. He held out a warning hand towards the two advancing Muggles. MG gonna hurt ya. The one on the ground suddenly sprang and put his face in Potter's. Severus got a sharp scent of bourbon and knew it must be coming from the Muggle's breath in Potter's memory. You're not going to do anything, you're a nobody, remember? He sneered and pushed Potter back to the ground before making the colossal mistake of turning his back to the dangerous child. Potter closed his eyes briefly, then opened them, and his face had transformed. His eyes seemed brighter, more vibrantly green, and they were fixed on the Muggle in a cold, hard stare. He no longer appeared frightened and vulnerable. Now he was confident and strong. It was jarring to witness. Potter hissed something incomprehensible, likely unable to recall his exact words, and scooted backwards on the ground as the Muggle above him made an unholy shriek of pain. Ribbons of cuts slashed through the boy's chest. Severus could see how deep they went when he saw white flashes of bone beneath the blood. Potter twisted his legs out of the way as the Muggle slumped to the ground. The two other Muggles screamed and ran off, and Potter kept his steely eyes on the Muggle on the ground beside him. More and more slashes marred his body until he let out a final agonizing moan. Potter gazed at the boy with cold eyes as he stood up slowly, on trembling legs. He stood beside the body, in blood-stained clothes, and just stared silently for over a minute. Severus was preparing to exit the child's mind when Potter unexpectedly pulled his leg back and kicked the body with as much force as his small body could muster. I told you I was gonna hurt you, he hissed. And Severus was abruptly ejected out of Potter's mind and back into his own. He looked at the present-day Potter in badly concealed shock. The child was against the wall, his legs curled into his chest, and his arms wrapped up and gripping tightly at his hair. How can I hate you for sharing a prophecy with your master when I did that, he whispered, agony in his every word. I don't want to hate you. His voice trailed off before he looked up at Severus. His lips were trembling and his eyes were red-rimmed and shining. You were the first person who was ever nice to me just because. Now we're even, I know the worst thing you ever did and you know mine. How torn must the child's mind be when the child whispering to him, now of a life filled with unkindness, is somehow also the boy in the memory, shredding apart a Muggle with little more than a disdainful sneer. What were you thinking when you hurt him? Severus asked, inching slowly closer to the child. Potter got a momentary gleam of interest in his eyes before he blinked, and it disappeared. I just wanted to cut him up so badly nobody could stitch it back together, he said tonelessly. He wondered how Potter had accepted the death he caused how easily. Did he understand that it was a legally defensible action? No judge in the world would condemn a small boy for killing a man who had just violated him in the most despicable way possible. I have regrets too, and they'll never go away, will they? They'll just be here forever, Severus remembered Potter saying. And do you think good people do bad things sometimes, or is it just that bad people that sometimes do good things? No, his initial thought was wrong. Potter did not accept his death as a justifiable act. He has carried it with him for all this time. It looks remarkably like a spell I invented when I was a student, Severus told him slowly. I have also used it in self-defense before. Potter lifted his head from his knees and studied Severus. They weren't special, they weren't like us, they couldn't hurt me, not really. He lowered his head back to his knees. It wasn't self-defense, I'm a monster. Severus continued his exceedingly slow scoot towards Potter until he was seated beside him. He discreetly pointed his wand at the door and warded it to ensure no student would arrive while Potter was in here. Had he not been so distracted by Potter's confession of murder, he would have done it prior to entering his mind. Quit pulling your hair, child, he said softly, looking down at Potter's head where his hands were still pulling harshly on his hair. Severus slowly reached out and placed his open hand on Potter's fist. Let go, he whispered. And Potter did. He turned towards Severus and buried his face in his chest, and absolutely let go. Severus wrapped his arms around him, holding him firmly as Potter sobbed into his chest. For a time Potter simply sobbed. He wailed and Severus felt his chest become wet from tears. While Severus was murmuring soothing nothings to the child, he began to speak around his cries. I don't want to be like him, he cried. Like who? VV Voldemort, I don't want to be a monster. Severus wondered how many times this young boy is going to break his heart. SHH, Severus whispered back, stroking the child's hair. You are no monster. Potter continued to tremble and sniffle, until eventually it seemed as if he had no tears left to shed. Severus continued stroking his hair and holding him against him. Please let go. Severus immediately released Potter and allowed him to scoot away from him. He conjured a handkerchief and silently handed it to him. Thanks, Potter mumbled, accepting the cloth. Severus hummed in response and leaned his head back against the stone wall. He politely did not look at Potter as he cleaned himself up, sure the fiercely independent child would not like an audience, and instead cleared his own mind. I'm sorry for getting you wet, Potter said softly. I can fix it now. Severus waved off his concern. His robes were well accustomed to messes, although admittedly tears of prepubescent boys was a new one for him. Potter apparently decided to ignore his wave because Severus felt a warmth spread across his chest and glanced down to see he was now clean and dry. You'd be an excellent house elf, Severus told him dryly. Potter snorted, so Severus risked a glance at him. His face was red and puffy, but his shoulders seemed more relaxed. It had seemed to be quite a cathartic cry. The Dursleys thought I was a house elf, but I wouldn't ever make Mavis live in a cupboard, Potter said, as if that were not a horrifying statement. Severus' lips twitched involuntarily at Potter's sardonic tone. Petunia always was an insufferable moron, he said. Potter carefully leaned against the wall, mimicking Severus' pose, and inched willingly towards him until they were an arm's length apart. I'm sorry, he said. Severus had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. What needless apology are you offering me now? It's not needless, Potter said defensively. I shouldn't have been mad at you before I gave you a chance to explain. You've been really good to me, and I was just hurt, furious, betrayed, Severus offered with a single brow raised. I believe you were well within your rights to feel all those emotions and more. I would have quite deserved it had you struck me with lightning. Potter chuckled. Did I tell you about shooting lightning bolts at Quirrell's head? Severus tried to remain stoic. He truly did. But the image of the Dark Lord's face being strung by lightning shot by the boy with the lightning scar would have been a sight to see. You did not, though if you'd like to show me I do happen to own a pensive. See, can I use it? Severus looked over and saw Potter was fidgeting slightly. If not, it's okay. Care to make a deal? He offered the child, utilizing the boy's own economy system. I don't want to talk about it ever again, Potter said stoutly. Please. Severus hummed, not pretending to misunderstand him. I will allow you to use my pensive under 2 conditions. One, I would like to hear the full prophecy with you. As I'm sure you are no doubt aware, I only heard part of it. Potter nodded and I would like to tell you a story, and I would appreciate you listening before deciding whether you believe I am a worthwhile friend and ally to you. Potter squinted suspiciously at him. That's all you want, he asked incredulously, just to listen to the prophecy and me to listen to your story. It is, Severus responded simply. Potter scooted a little closer to him, their legs were nearly touching. Okare, he said, drawing the word out slowly, I'm listening. Severus took a deep breath, closed his own eyes, and began his tale. My father was a muggle, and my mother an accomplished witch. And Severus spoke. He told Potter of his own abusive childhood, his friendship with Lily, his rivalry with James Potter. He spared no detail, not his own marking ceremony with the Death Eaters, nor why he owed James Potter a life debt. As he sat on the floor of the owlery, and shared his soul with Potter, the child scooted over, and carefully rested his head on Severus' shoulder and listened. That night, as Severus stared into his fireplace, nursing a glass of gin, his mind continued circling back to Potter's memory. It was luck on the Muggle's part that Potter had already dispatched of his attacker. If he had not, Severus would have found him, and made Potter's spellwork look like child's play. He closed his mental barriers against the assault and the murder, and instead focused on Potter's whimpered plea. I'm a nobody. He also thought of how Potter had absolved him of his own guilt, by saying that everyone deserves a second chance, and had even twitchily given him a hug before they departed. Harry Potter was not a nobody, and Severus Snape would spend as much time, energy, and effort ensuring he was aware of that. Chapter 8 Halloween PT 1 I am going to kill you. Harry woke up early, the first week of October, to Draco shrieking like a bloody maniac. What's the matter? Ron mumbled from his bed by the door. What's the matter? What's the matter? I'll tell you what's the matter. Draco was seething. Your stupid rat chewed on my favorite robes. Harry put his glasses on and realized Draco was brandishing his robes in Ron's face. Why'd you need your robes at bloody 6 a.m. on a Saturday? Ron moaned, turning his head away from Draco. Scabbers poked his tiny nose out and twitched. Harry thought he looked awfully pleased with himself, but he was biased. Rats disgusted him. London was filled with rats and Harry hated them. Well, because I wanted to go fly before everyone got up, Draco muttered, his cheeks pinking up slightly. Harry smirked up at him. Their first match was only a few weeks away on the first Saturday in November, and Draco had been practicing non-stop. Even though he bragged to be a natural, Harry knew he worked hard to improve his flying. Ron, suddenly awake, sat up eagerly. Can I come? I want to try out that broom. Harry had given Ron the broom he stole last year. Ron tried to pay him for it. I don't need your charity. So Harry told him he owed him one, no questions asked favor. Ron, stupidly in Harry's opinion, accepted quickly. Now Ron had a Comet 290, and Harry had the open option to call up any favor he wanted. It was a win-win. Well, mostly a win for Harry. He climbed out of bed, and gathering up his casual wear for the day, while Ron and Draco talked tactics and tricks. Apparently Draco was already over the desecration of his robes. Are you coming with us? Draco asked him. Nope, Harry said. I told Hermione, Susan and Neville I'd hang out with them today. Hermione had came to him last week, and had hemmed and hawed around different topics, until she finally blurted, I never see you anymore. Apparently he was constantly with the boys, and his non-Slytherin friends were feeling neglected. It was a new feeling to have people around him, who actually wanted to be around him, and missed him when he wasn't there. He wasn't sure if he liked it much or not. Regardless, he told Hermione that today they would do something without the other Slytherins. Hermione offered to teach them how to fish. Susan and Neville had never even heard of it before, and Harry never had a chance to try. Mavis said if they stopped by the kitchen that he'd pack them a picnic basket, and answer one question of Harry's in exchange for being allowed to do so. That elf was weird, but Harry liked him. He got a quick shower, happy that he still got the first slot in the mornings according to Draco's new schedule, and headed to breakfast. The other kids wouldn't be up for a while, but Harry was planning to read a new book Professor McGonagall lent him about proper defense while he waited. He nestled into his seat at the table, idly picking at some fruit and coffee as he read. Professor McGonagall wasn't lying. This was way more thorough on creatures than what Lockhart was. Harry jumped slightly at the loud yell. Bloody hell, Hermione, what you do that for? Hermione gave him a sly smile as she sat down. Looks like a good book, she said primly. Harry snorted at her obvious refusal to explain why she thought she'd start his day with a heart attack. You have been spending too much time around the Slytherins, he said accusingly. Scaring people, acting evasive, what's next, huh? Are you gonna start calling us all insufferable morons? Hermione put a hand on her chest in faux outrage. Of course not, I'd never call you guys that, you're more like twitchy dunderheads. Harry laughed at her drawling attempt to mimic Professor Snape. Did you get the fishing poles? He asked her, eyeing her empty hands suspiciously. Oh yes, my parents sent them yesterday. Thank you again for letting me borrow Sevi, Hermione gushed. I thought we'd grab them after breakfast, I didn't want to carry them all. Oh, she gasped, I almost forgot. I got the disc player for you too. Yes, Harry cheered. Professor Snape said he'd help me find a way to make it work next weekend after the match. Can I help? Hermione asked eagerly. Well, Harry hesitated, trying to find a kind way to say it. It's sort of like a private project. You know, just for me and Snape. He stared down at the table, his cheeks feeling warm for some reason, worried he'd offended Hermione. But he'd asked Snape about it after they talked in the Owlery last month, and Snape said if he got a disc player that he'd help him find a way to charm it. He'd also promised to retrieve his pensive from his house and bring it back over the Christmas holidays so they could hear the prophecy. Snape had been finding different reasons to keep Harry behind after class. Sometimes he helped him brew stock for the hospital wing, and other times they just talked. Harry didn't trust many people, and finding out Snape was the spy that reported the prophecy had been a nasty shock, but he's also never lied to Harry for as long as he's known him. So Harry knew as soon as he had the disc player that Snape would help him, just like he knew that Christmas break Snape would bring the pensive to Hogwarts. He promised. Hermione scoffed and Harry peeked up at her. She had a small grin on her face. Sneaky Slytherins and their secrets, she said in a teasing tone. Harry grinned back at her, nosy Ravenclaws and their goal to know every single thing. Hermione giggled at him and poured herself some tea. Harry let out a small sigh, relieved she hadn't been upset. He liked spending time with Hermione, but he didn't want to share this project with her. It was personal. They sat and talked about their classes while they picked at their breakfast. Hermione told him how a boy in her house, Goldstein, had made his parrot turn orange in Transfiguration, and how McGonagall had blown up over it. Harry told her how Seamus Finnegan in Gryffindor had actually blown up a cauldron in potions, and Professor Snape looked ready to kill him. Susan and Neville are taking forever, Hermione complained after they'd finished eating. We can go get the fishing poles, then meet them back here, Harry suggested. Hermione agreed, so they set off for the Ravenclaw Tower in a companionable silence, occasionally broken by stray comments about the paintings they passed. That one's my favorite, Hermione said, pointing at a painting of a bunch of trolls in tutus on the 7th floor. I used to want to be a ballerina when I was a little girl. Harry smirked over at her. You mean you weren't always obsessed with books? Hermione stuck her nose up in the air and sniffed. Of course not. All kids have silly dreams when they're little. Harry thought back on his dreams when he was young. All he remembered was vividly wishing for parents who hadn't abandoned him, relatives who didn't hurt him, and food that wasn't out of a trash bin. He supposed it had been silly to wish for those things. It's not like he had gotten any of them just by wishing for it. I suppose so, he shrugged. As they approached the tower entrance, Harry saw a group of giggling Ravenclaw students. He watched them suspiciously, as Hermione murmured she'd be right back. He nodded silently, keeping his eyes on the group. Something about them tugged at a memory in his mind, but he wasn't sure what it was. He watched as they kept laughing and shooting unpleasant looks towards a familiar little blonde walking up and down the corridor by herself. Then it dawned on him. They looked like his cousin Dudley had looked with his group of friends right before they beat the hell out of Harry. Oh, you're fucking kidding me, he muttered, seeing the girl wasn't wearing any shoes. Hey, he called to her, where are your shoes? The blonde looked up, and Harry was caught in her wide, blue-eyed gaze. They've run off, she said airily. I'm on a quest to find them. The other group started laughing, loudly and cruelly. Harry gave them a piercing look and noticed how they were whispering back and forth. He stormed up to them and gave them all his best, 100 points from Gryffindor for breathing too loud look. Do you have her shoes? He demanded. One of the girls, a third year with almond-shaped eyes and short cropped black hair, gave him a small smile. You heard Looney, they ran away, she laughed. Harry didn't have time for this. He had a whole day planned with his friends. Bring me that girl's shoes, he commanded his magic. The Ravenclaws fell into a surprised silence, as 2 small pink trainers flew out of the third-year girl's bag and into Harry's hands. Hey, are these yours? Harry called over his shoulder, keeping his eyes fixed on the fidgeting Ravenclaw girl. You found them, the blonde girl cheered. Thank you, Harry Potter. She grabbed her shoes and began lacing them up beside Harry. Harry stared at the girl whose bag the shoes came from. "What's your name?" The girl flushed slightly and tugged her hair behind her ear. He thought it might be a nervous gesture. She should be nervous, bullying Pratt. "Cho," she said softly, glancing over at her whispering group of friends. "Chow?" he asked, deliberately misunderstanding. Cho cleared her throat. "No, Cho, and you're Harry Potter, right?" Harry gave her a Lucius Malfoy level of sneer. Yep, he saw Hermione approaching out of the corner of his eye and thought he better make this quick and quiet. Hermione could be really annoying when she caught him threatening people. "You ever seen someone bleed from their eye sockets, Cho?" he asked in a casual tone. Cho's brown eyes went wide, and her friend's whispers went silent. "No," she stammered, twisting a lock of her hair. Harry gave them all a nasty smile, sharp and fierce. "If you touch her stuff ever again, you're all going to. Leave her alone," he hissed. Cho barely had time to gulp and pale dramatically before Hermione bounded up to him, fishing poles in hand. "Oh, Harry, have you met Cho? She's the seeker for Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. I should have introduced you sooner. I bet you guys have a lot in common." Harry hummed. "No, I don't think we would. You ready to go?" He turned away from Cho, intending to snag the little blonde girl and make sure she was okay, and instead saw that the corridor was empty aside from their group. He glanced around for a moment before Hermione gave him an odd look and ushered him away. "That was rude," she reprimanded him as they walked back down to the Great Hall. "Cho's a nice girl, and she's a seeker just like you." Harry waved her off. Nice people didn't bully kids and steal their trainers. "Hey, what's the name of a girl in first year in your house? She's got blonde hair and big blue eyes." Hermione grimaced. Luna Lovegood. She's the only blonde first year in Ravenclaw." "Why?" Damn it, Harry knew he should have just cursed Cho when he got the trainers back. Because that nice girl Cho was calling her loony and stealing her stuff, he fumed. "Oh well, they're always picking on her. Luna is." Hermione hesitated. "Odd, she's always saying weird stuff." Harry pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes at her. "I like odd people," he said simply, "and that's no reason to bully her." Hermione nodded slowly. "I suppose you're right, it's just nobody really talks to Luna, you know." Harry had a painful memory of being in primary school and having nobody to talk to. Dudley always told the kids what a freak he was, and nobody wanted to hang out with the punching bag of Surrey Primary. "I'm going to talk to her," he decided, holding open the heavy entrance door at the hall for Hermione. "I bet she's perfectly fine." "Hello, Harry Potter." "Jesus fuck," Harry yelled, jumping about a foot in the air. The blonde girl, Luna, was waiting just on the other side of the entrance. "Mr. Potter, language, 3 points from Slytherin," Professor McGonagall yelled from the head table, shaking her finger in his direction. Harry shot her an apologetic nod. He wasn't really sorry though, and turned to Luna. "Were you waiting for me?" he asked. "No," she said in the same airy tone she's used every time he's spoken to her. "You were looking for me." Harry glanced at Hermione, who mouthed "told you so," and shrugged one shoulder. "How'd you know that?" Luna smiled at him softly and leaned in closer to him. "The Nargles told me," she said quietly, as if confessing a secret. "They also said don't worry about the 3 points, you'll make them back soon." Harry gave her a wary look. "What are Nargles?" Luna looked around the room, her eyes drifting from place to place. "Most people can't see them. They're very small and they tell me things about people. That's why they like mistletoe, you know." Hermione cleared her throat lightly. "Nargles aren't real, Harry." Luna fixed her gaze on Hermione for a moment and shrugged. "That's why they don't talk to you." Harry looked blankly at Luna's serene face, then Hermione's irritated one, and promptly started laughing. "You're all right, Luna," he said with a grin. "Wanna go fishing with us?" Luna was already stepping away lightly towards the exit. "No thank you, Hermione doesn't like me." Hermione huffed from beside him and Harry was still laughing at her look of indignation when Susan and Neville arrived. "What's so funny?" Susan asked, already grinning in anticipation. "Nothing," Harry said, interrupting Hermione who had started to speak. "You guys ready to go catch a mermaid?" "I'm aiming for the giant squid," Neville said with a serious tone. "If I don't catch the squid, then I'm going to drown Hermione." Susan and Harry laughed while Hermione tried, and failed, to glare at him. "I hope you catch nothing, Neville Frank Longbottom," she said with a teasing curl to her lips. "If we don't catch anything, is it our fault for being bad at fishing or yours for being bad at teaching us?" Susan asked. Hermione faltered in her step for a moment before declaring that everyone was going to catch at least something. Or else. At dinner that night, Harry was listening as Susan excitedly explained fishing to the Slytherins sitting with them. None of the pureblood boys understood why it would be a hobby for muggles. Why not just grab the fish? Ron asked with his nose scrunched. Because they can swim away, Hermione explained again to him. Why didn't you guys just summon them? Blaise asked. Because then it would have been pointless to be fishing. Nobody had anything to say to that, which basically explained the boys' opinions on fishing. Privately, Harry agreed with them. Fishing by yourself would be boring, but fishing while your friends splashed each other and laughed at the confused Hogwarts students and staff had been fun. Oh hey, I'll meet you guys in dorm, Harry said, abruptly excusing himself. He saw Professor Snape leaving the head table and wanted a chance to ask him about the disc player. Professor, he called, waving Snape down in the corridor. Wait please. Snape stopped where he was and turned to face Harry with a small smile in place. Mr. Potter, he greeted him. How are you? Fine thanks. Hey, I've got the disc player. Can we still fix it together? Harry asked quickly. Of course, I told you we would, Snape replied easily. How were you able to procure the player? I did not believe Muggle stores accept owl orders. Harry grinned. Hermione. She wrote to her parents and asked them for one. Ah, simple yet elegant. Excellent. Do you have plans Friday afternoon? Harry was about to tell him that he had Quidditch practice when Professor Flitwick walked up to them. Mr. Potter, there you are, he said in his squeaky voice. I've been looking for you all afternoon. Harry took a small step away from Flitwick towards Snape. Why, sir? He glanced up at Snape, who looked bemused. I haven't done anything. Flitwick chuckled and gave him an amused look. So it was not this Harry Potter who threatened a group of my students this morning. I definitely should have cursed Cho, snitch. Harry cleared his face, hoping he wasn't about to be expelled or something horrible for it. I don't know, sir, I've had a busy day, he said evasively. Flitwick didn't look angry, but why would he be chuckling? Flitwick leaned closer to Harry and grinned. Harry had never been more aware of the professor's goblin ancestry. His sharp smile resembled Griffook's very closely. Busy day defending first years from bullying. Harry shrugged one shoulder, his neck feeling suddenly hot. I'm sorry, sir, he said. Apologies were a good way to go if you didn't know what someone wanted from you. Flitwick straightened himself back up and looked up at Snape. If Mr. Potter ever tires of you, I will convince the Sorting Hat to place him in my house. Fair warning. Harry gaped as the short professor walked away. Oh, Mr. Potter, he called back suddenly. 10 points to Slytherin. I have no idea what just happened, Harry confessed to Snape. Did I just get points for threatening a student? At Snape's silently raised brow, Harry hastily added, not that I'm saying I did that. Snape furrowed his brows slightly as he thought. I imagine that if you had threatened a student in defense of another, especially in an incident such as bullying, Phileas would feel inclined to reward you. Harry said. Oh wow, okay, Brill. He thought of Luna and remembered how the Nargles had told her Harry would earn back the points McGonagall took. Hey sir, he asked Snape, are there creatures that are invisible and can see the future? Snape snorted, effectively answering his question. If there are, I would kindly request you not to bring them into the castle, he said dryly. I shudder to think of the chaos you would sow. Harry gave him a wicked grin, mentally planning on finding Luna to ask her about Nargles his next free day. Snape grinned back for a moment before abruptly turning serious. Where are you headed? Harry rolled his eyes, knowing where this was going. Common room, sir. Come along then, Snape said, gesturing towards the dungeons. Walk and talk with me, Potter. Harry huffed but followed behind obediently. Snape had done this at least 3 times a week, and Harry had no further idea of what he was doing. He would just find Harry in the halls, ask him to walk with him, and then ask him about his day. It was weird, especially since Snape would walk with Harry in directions that he knew the man hadn't previously been headed, like the Quidditch pitch one morning. How was your busy day? Snape asked predictably. Fine, I went fishing. Snape paused in his step, turning his head and giving Harry a curious look. Oh, why did you go fishing? Harry huffed at Snape's other new weird thing. Why questions constantly? Why didn't you eat much at supper? Why is your shirt untucked? Why did you sit beside Nott instead of Bones this morning? Bloody weird. Because Hermione wanted to go, he said a little more shortly than he usually would, so we went. Snape hummed as they walked down towards the Slytherin dorms. Was it just you and Miss Granger? Nope, Neville and Susan came too. Where were your other friends? Snape asked as they descended the back stairs. Harry didn't mind so much following behind Snape. The man knew a lot of private staircases and corridors. I dunno, Hermione said she missed me, so I said I'd go with just her and the other non-Slytherin kids. An admirable sentiment from a friend, Snape said casually. I guess so, Harry mumbled. Snape gave him a puzzled look. Was it not a nice sentiment? Harry shrugged. It was, he said slowly. It was just weird to hear, you know. Snape paused by one of the large windows that looked out level with the grounds. I imagine you haven't heard that much before, he mused aloud. Harry leaned against the wall, looking out the window, in no rush to return to the still empty dorm. There wasn't really anyone to miss me before, he said with an ironic quirk to his lips, so it's just weird to hear. Snape leant against the wall as well, following Harry's gaze out the window. How did it make you feel to hear it from Miss Granger? What? Harry sputtered, looking at Snape quickly. What does that even mean? He was surprised to see Snape's cheeks turned a light shade of pink. Was he, blushing? He certainly looked uncomfortable as he cleared his throat and looked away from Harry. What is going on with you? Harry asked, exasperated. You're being fucking weird lately, sir. Snape looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Potter, you cannot add a title of respect to the end of a disrespectful statement, and expect me not to admonish you for it. Okay, Harry said, drawing the word out slowly, but will you answer my question after you admonish me? Snape sighed again, still looking upwards. How am I being fucking weird, Potter? Harry thought that Snape knew what he meant, but had no problem spelling it out for him either. Talking to me so much and asking about my day all the time, he said with a scowl. Now you want to know about my feelings. This is exactly why, Potter, Snape said, looking down at Harry now. It should not be weird for someone to routinely ask you how your day is or what you are feeling. I mean, that's nice of you, I suppose. But nothing, Snape cried, clearly warming up to the subject. You should not think that I am nice, because I am treating you the way you should have always been treated, with basic care and respect. Harry edged away from him and glanced warily down the corridor, ensuring they were still alone. This isn't about what I showed you, right? Because I told you I don't want to talk about that, Harry muttered, avoiding looking at the professor. I just wanted to be friends. Harry looked down at his trainers and scuffed the floor with the toe of them. Snape was quiet for a long moment, but Harry refused to look up at him. He'd already embarrassed himself enough. There was only so much weakness he was willing to look in front of someone. Usually that amount was 0, but Snape had shared a lot with him, and sometimes he liked talking to him. Friends care about each other's feelings, Snape said quietly, and although I understand your reluctance to discuss your past, it is still trauma that affects your mental health today. Harry recognized enough of what he was saying to scowl heavily at the man. I am not mad, he hissed. I don't need you to worry about my mental health, Harry scoffed, irritated and uncomfortable by the conversation. Snape matched his scowl. What should I be worried about then? Snape asked tersely. Disc players, Harry said quickly, hopping to turn the conversation back to a normal topic. You should worry about how to make a muggle disc player work with magic. Snape's scowl softened and he rolled his eyes. Fine, he sighed. What are your plans Friday evening? Quidditch practice. Flint's making us practice almost every evening until the first game after Halloween. Snape got that odd manic gleam he got sometimes when Quidditch came up. Very well, we can work on it the weekend after Halloween. Harry nodded and grinned at him. Brill, sir. Then he narrowed his eyes and tilted his head as he studied Snape. But no feelings or weird stuff, right? Just disc player talk. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose as he agreed. We will not speak about your feelings. Harry turned to head towards his dorm when he hesitated for a moment. Sir, he called back to Snape, giving him a nervous look over his shoulder. Yes, Potter. You see, can still ask about my day sometimes, if you want, he mumbled. Harry took off before Snape could respond. On Halloween morning, Harry woke up feeling the same feeling of apathy that he had last year. He picked at his breakfast and idly wished that there was another troll this year he could fight. Instead, he was faced with a day of classes, followed by a feast for the occasion. Which was basically the opposite of what he wanted to do today. Harry was still poking at his food when Theo, who had been excitedly explaining the history of sound to the rest of the group, went quiet. Harry looked up and saw Luna Lovegood standing beside their table, gazing around the room dreamily. "Hey Luna," he said, "what's up?" "Hello Harry Potter and Harry Potter's friends," she nodded at the rest of them. "I wondered if you wanted to go to a party with me tonight." Harry frowned at Hermione, who raised both her brows back at him. So clearly not a Ravenclaw-specific party then. "What party?" he asked Luna. Luna smiled at him, and he quite liked her smile. It was happy and uncomplicated. "A Death Day party," she said. "The Grey Lady is going and said I should come. I think she feels sorry for me, you know, since I don't have any friends, but I knew you needed something to do tonight and thought you should come as well." The rest of his friends gaped at Luna, shocked by her unflinching honesty, but Harry liked it. Luna didn't hide what she was thinking or doing, even if it made everyone else uncomfortable, and it made her more trustworthy. "Sure," he agreed. "I don't know what a Death Day party is, but it sounds interesting if there will be ghosts there." "Wonderful." Luna was already dancing away from the table. "I'll meet you and Susan at the Ravenclaw Tower at 6:30 then." She left and Harry smiled after her. He wondered if Luna would want to join his gang. Between her honesty, her need for friends to protect her, and what Harry is starting to think is her connection to future seeing invisible creatures, she'd be an excellent addition. "Who, in Merlin's name, was that?" Draco said slowly. "She's so—" Harry cut him off before he had a chance to finish with a sneer. "Her name is Luna and she's brilliant," he said coldly. "And if you say one bloody word about her, I'll make cutting you open an annual tradition." Draco paled and shook his head. I was going to say she's different, but I like her. She's a Ravenclaw, right, so she must be smart." Ron snorted beside Draco, apparently seeing through his lies as easily as Harry did. "Right," he said. "I'm sure that's what you were going to say." Susan clapped her hands together beside Harry, interrupting the yet again impending argument between the two Slytherin boys. "So," she said cheerfully, "I guess we're going to a party." Harry gave her a small grin. Luna had explicitly said that Susan was going. "I guess we are." At 6:30, Harry, Susan and Luna walked straight past the doorway to the packed Great Hall, which was glittering with gold plates and candles, and directed their steps instead back toward the dungeons. The passageway leading to the Death Day party had been lined with candles, too, though the effect was far from cheerful. These were long, thin, jet-black tapers, all burning bright blue, casting a dim, ghostly light even over their own living faces. Harry shivered and cast a warming charm on the three of them. The dungeons were colder than usual right now. They turned a corner and saw the Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick, standing at a doorway hung with black velvet drapes. "My dear friends, the Grey Lady said you would be joining us," he said mournfully. "Welcome, welcome, so pleased you could come." He swept off his plumed hat and bowed them inside. It was an incredible sight. The dungeon was full of hundreds of pearly-white, translucent people, mostly drifting around a crowded dance floor, waltzing to the dreadful, quavering sound of 30 musical saws, played by an orchestra on a raised, black-draped platform. A chandelier overhead blazed midnight blue with 1,000 more black candles. Their breath rose in a mist before them. It was like stepping into a freezer. "Luna," Susan said, gawking at the hundreds of ghosts, "what exactly is a Death Day party?" Luna drifted further in the room as she answered. "Today is the anniversary of Sir Nicholas' death," she said, "and so he is having a party to celebrate." Susan said, just as Harry said, "Brill." "Shall we introduce ourselves?" Luna suggested, drifting further away from Harry, who was easily able to track her through the translucent ghosts. "Careful not to walk through anyone," said Susan nervously, and they set off around the edge of the dance floor. They passed a group of gloomy nuns, a ragged man wearing chains, and the fat friar, a cheerful Hufflepuff ghost who was talking to a knight with an arrow sticking out of his forehead. Harry wasn't surprised to see that the Bloody Baron, a gaunt, staring Slytherin ghost covered in silver bloodstains, was being given a wide berth by the other ghosts. Luna stopped and talked to each one, introducing herself and asking them how they died. Harry thought they may be offended at first, but most of them, the silent Baron aside, seemed quite eager to share their stories. "Oh look," said Luna, turning to the side abruptly. "There's Myrtle." She waved at a ghost of a teenage girl who had round glasses and apparently died with acne. "Who?" said Harry as they walked towards the ghost. "She haunts one of the toilets in the girls' bathroom on the first floor," said Susan. "She haunts a toilet?" "Yes, it's been out of order all year because she keeps flooding the place. I never went in there anyway. It's awful trying to have a pee with her wailing at you." Harry choked on a laugh as they approached the girl, Myrtle. "Hello, Myrtle." Myrtle looked up as Luna approached. "Oh, it's you," she sighed. Then she caught Harry and Susan approaching as well. "You have friends now." "Yes," Susan said firmly, "she does." There were times like this that Harry thought Susan's fierce loyalty was her best quality. If she said Luna was her friend, then Luna had likely just found a friend for life. "That's nice," Myrtle said, in a tone that said she thought it was anything but nice. "I'll miss you visiting me then." Luna smiled up at her, completely relaxed in the ghost's presence. "I'll still come visit," she reassured her. "I enjoy our screaming sessions we've had." Harry wasn't sure how a screaming session would be fun, but Myrtle perked up at her response. "Will you tell us how you died?" Luna asked politely. "The other ghosts have been sharing their stories, but I'm sure yours is much more interesting." Myrtle managed to get an excited gleam in her eyes, a real feat considering she was dead, and straightened her robes, which Harry was surprised to see were encrusted with the Hogwarts insignia. "Oh yes," she said eagerly, "it was horrible. I was in the bathroom, crying and—" They didn't get to find out what happened next as the orchestra stopped playing at that very moment. They, and everyone else in the dungeon, fell silent, looking around in expectation, as a hunting horn sounded. "Oh, here we go," they heard nearly headless Nick sigh bitterly. Through the dungeon wall burst a dozen ghost horses, each ridden by a headless horseman. The assembly clapped wildly. The horses galloped into the middle of the dance floor and halted, rearing and plunging. At the front of the pack was a large ghost who held his bearded head under his arm, from which position he was blowing the horn. The ghost leapt down, lifted his head high in the air so he could see over the crowd. Everyone laughed, and strode over to nearly headless Nick, squashing his head back onto his neck. "Nick," he roared, "how are you?" Head still hanging in there. He gave a hearty guffaw, and clapped nearly headless Nick on the shoulder. "Welcome, Patrick," said Nick stiffly. "Live uns," said Sir Patrick, spotting Harry, Susan and Luna and giving a huge fake jump of astonishment, so that his head fell off again. The crowd howled with laughter. "Very amusing," said nearly headless Nick darkly. "Don't mind Nick," shouted Sir Patrick's head from the floor. "Still upset we won't let him join the hunt, but I mean to say, look at the fellow." "I think Sir Nicholas is very frightening," Luna said serenely. "I wonder if his killer was too scared of him to actually chop off his head." Nick gave Luna a bright smile, before striding toward the podium, and climbing into an icy blue spotlight. "If I could have everyone's attention, it's time for my speech," said nearly headless Nick loudly. "My late lamented lords, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great sorrow." But nobody heard much more. Sir Patrick and the rest of the headless hunt had just started a game of head hockey, and the crowd was turning to watch. Nearly headless Nick tried vainly to recapture his audience, but gave up as Sir Patrick's head went sailing past him to loud cheers. "Do you think Mavis would make us dinner?" Susan whispered as the orchestra ground back into action, and the ghosts swept back onto the dance floor. "Probably," Harry agreed. "Ooh, can I meet him?" Luna asked excitedly. "Course you can," Harry told her. "Let's go." They backed toward the door, nodding and beaming at anyone who looked at them, and a minute later were hurrying back up the passageway full of black candles. Susan led the way toward the steps to the entrance hall, where they could duck down to the kitchens. And then Harry's heard it. A rip, a tear, a kill. He stumbled to a halt, clutching at the stone wall, listening with all his might, looking around, squinting up and down the dimly lit passageway. "Harry, what are you?" Harry looked incredulously at the two girls. You don't hear anything," he asked carefully. "You can't hear that voice." Susan shook her head fearfully, while Luna just hummed. "It's hard to hear other voices over the Nargles telling me about Professor Snape," she said. "I'm so hungry for so long." "Listen," said Harry urgently. Susan watched him carefully, her teal eyes wide. "I don't hear anything," she said softly. "Are you feeling all right?" "A time to kill." The voice was growing fainter. Harry was sure it was moving away, moving upward. A mixture of fear and excitement gripped him as he stared at the dark ceiling. How could it be moving upward? Was it a phantom to whom stone ceilings didn't matter? "This way," he shouted, and he began to run up the stairs into the entrance hall. It was no good hopping to hear anything here. The babble of talk from the Halloween feast was echoing out of the great hall. Harry sprinted up the marble staircase to the first floor, Susan and Luna clattering behind him. "Harry, what are we?" "SHH." Harry strained his ears. Distantly from the floor above and growing fainter still, he heard the voice. "I smell blood, smell blood." His stomach lurched. "It's going to kill someone," he shouted, and ignoring Susan's bewildered face, he ran up the next flight of steps 3 at a time, trying to listen over his own pounding footsteps. Harry hurtled around the whole of the second floor, Susan and Luna right behind him. not stopping until they turned a corner into the last, deserted passage. "Harry, would you like to find Professor Snape?" Luna asked quietly. But Susan gave a sudden gasp, pointing down the corridor. "Look!" Something was shining on the wall ahead. They approached slowly, squinting through the darkness. Foot-high words had been daubed on the wall between two windows, shimmering in the light cast by the flaming torches. "The chamber of Sectumsempra has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." As they edged nearer, Harry almost slipped. There was a large puddle of water on the floor. Susan grabbed him, and they inched toward the message. Eyes fixed on a dark shadow beneath it. All three of them realized what it was at once, and leapt backward with a splash. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was hanging by her tail from the torch bracket. She was stiff as a board, her eyes wide and staring. For a few seconds they didn't move. Then Susan said, "Let's get out of here." But it was too late. A rumble, as though of distant thunder, told them that the feast had just ended. From either end of the corridor where they stood came the sound of hundreds of feet climbing the stairs, and the loud, happy talk of well-fed people. Next moment, students were crashing into the passage from both ends. The chatter, the bustle, the noise died suddenly as the people in front spotted the hanging cat. Harry, Susan, and Luna stood alone in the middle of the corridor, as silence fell among the mass of students pressing forward to see the grisly sight. Chapter 9, Halloween PT 2. "You've killed her, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Severus rounded a corner, attempting to skulk his way to the astronomy tower when he instead was faced with Argus Filch, grabbing at his student, in front of what seemed to be the entire castle. Bang! In front of 100 student witnesses, Albus Dumbledore, and half a dozen other professors, Severus Snape hit Argus with a spell to forcibly remove him from Potter's face, where he had been screaming his death threats. The fact that his spell caused Argus to slam into the opposite wall and acquire a minor laceration was of no consequence to him. "What is the meaning of this?" he hissed at the caretaker. "Harry Potter's gone and killed my cat, my Mrs. Norris," Argus howled, glaring angrily past Severus towards Potter. Severus turned and saw Potter standing beside Susan Bones and Luna Lovegood. He checked him carefully, but aside from an unhealthy pallor to his face and a slight shake to his limbs, he seemed unhurt. He slid his eyes over and saw as Albus detached the mangy cat Argus owned from a torch bracket. There was also graffiti painted on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." That cannot possibly be good." His subtle but probing glance at Potter received an infinitesimal shake of the boy's head. Potter hadn't done this. "Come with me, Argus," Albus said to Filch. "You too, Mr. Potter, Miss Lovegood, Miss Bones." Gilderoy stepped forward eagerly. "My office is nearest, Headmaster, just upstairs. Please feel free." "Thank you, Gilderoy," said Dumbledore. Severus curled his lip as he followed behind the others, Minerva squaring her shoulders in stride beside him. They entered Gilderoy's office, and Severus very nearly lost his composure then and there. The vanity of the man was incomprehensible. There were at least 20 photos, paintings, and what seemed to be a charmed tea kettle, all plastered with Gilderoy's image across them. "Disgusting." As Severus gazed around with disdain, Albus began studying and prodding Argus' dead cat. "It was definitely a curse that killed her, probably the transmogrifian torture. I've seen it used many times, so unlucky I wasn't there. I know the very counter-curse that would have saved her." Severus could not decide which was more irritating in that moment of time. Gilderoy's inane ramblings, Argus, heaving sobs, Minerva and Albus, mutterings, or Potter's pale face and flickering gaze, which never once settled on Severus, which rendered him unable to better judge the child's current mental state. Luna Lovegood was, for once, the least annoying person in the room. Severus would never admit it, but he was actually quite fond of the little mad witch. She was an exceptional potioneer who followed the safety rules and guidelines to the very letter. She also always seemed to be willing to assist the less able members of her house, not that they allowed her an opportunity to assist them, but Severus appreciated it nonetheless. "I remember something very similar happening in Ouagadougou," Gilderoy blathered, his voice breaking through Severus' thoughts like a sharp knife. "A series of attacks, the full story, in my autobiography. I was able to provide the townsfolk with various amulets, which cleared the matter up at once." The images of Gilderoy on the walls were all nodding in agreement as he talked. Severus saw Potter edging away from a particularly vicarious painting that had on a hairnet and was winking at the child. At last Dumbledore straightened up. "She's not dead, Argus," he said, softly to the caretaker. Gilderoy stopped abruptly, in the middle of counting the number of murders he had prevented. "Praise Merlin." Severus held no love for Argus nor his cat. He was simply pleased that something finally caused Gilderoy to stop speaking. "Not dead," choked Argus, looking through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. "But why's she all stiff and frozen?" "She has been petrified," said Albus. "Ah, I thought so," said Gilderoy. "But how, I cannot say." "Ask him," shrieked the mad caretaker, turning his blotched and tear-stained face to Potter. Severus gave him a cold look and took a small step closer to Potter. If the man so much as twitched in Potter's direction, he would find himself as stunned as his cat apparently was. "I didn't do anything, I swear," Potter defended himself. "I just found her on the wall like that." Albus turned his blue eyes to Potter, his face uncharacteristically solemn. "Harry, I need the absolute truth. Have you done anything recently that you wish to speak with me about? We can find a more private venue if you'd like to explain," he added, glancing at the witches flanking either side of Potter. Severus was about to defend the child when he was beat to it by Luna Lovegood. "Don't be silly," she giggled, her blue eyes drifting around the room languidly. "Harry isn't a real snake." That was the only thing Severus did not appreciate about the girl. When she did speak, it was typically nonsensical statements such as that. Of course Potter was a real Slytherin. No other student had ever embodied the house as well as he. Severus watched carefully as Albus intensified his gaze on Potter, opting to ignore the tiny blonde witch. "Harry," he prodded firmly, "is there anything you wish to tell me?" Severus had a feeling of foreboding at the headmaster's intense gaze. Surely he was not attempting to legitimize a 12-year-old minor without consent in a room full of witnesses. "Nothing, sir," Potter spat, "though I'm starting to get a headache," he added with a subtle twitch of his left index finger. Which Severus believed was Potter code for, yes, Albus is absolutely attempting to legitimize a 12-year-old with nearly impenetrable mental barriers. "If I may speak, headmaster," Severus cut in smoothly, "Potter and his friends were undoubtedly in the wrong place, in the wrong time." Miss Bones gave Severus a small smile, seemingly pleased by his defense. "Why were you not at the feast?" Albus inquired quietly, directing his questions solely on to Potter. "We went to Sir Nicholas' Death Day party, sir," Miss Bones said. "And afterwards," Albus prodded, "I do not believe any of you would have passed this corridor to reach either your common rooms nor the Great Hall." Severus felt his wand hand tense slightly, as Albus continued attempting to corner Potter in a lie. "Harry isn't feeling well," Miss Lovegood said softly. "He wanted to find Professor Snape, and the Nargles said that he would be looking at the stars soon." Minerva glanced at him and raised a single brow. Severus scowled in response. He had actually been headed to the astronomy tower to relax. The 31st of October was always a terrible night for him, and he rarely felt like spending the evening in his isolated dungeon room, though he couldn't imagine how Lovegood knew this, nor what on earth Nargles are meant to be. "Is this the truth, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, sir." Potter lowered his head and shifted his feet around. "I just wanted to ask for a potion, you know. I didn't think I'd sleep too good tonight with it being the anniversary and all." He let out a slight sniffle, and Miss Bones rubbed his back gently. As terribly false as Severus was sure the story was, it was also masterful. Minerva looked at the small boy with pity shining clearly on her face, and Albus had regained a slight twinkle to his eyes. "The boy is lying," Argus shrieked. "My cat has been petrified and I want him punished." "His name is not Boy," Severus hissed. After his immersive trip down Potter's traumatic memory lane, he would never be able to hear anyone refer to the child as Boy without feeling his stomach recoil. He would sooner call him James than he would Boy. Potter inched slightly backwards, moving closer to Severus. Apparently his irritation at being protected from himself did not extend to irritation at protection from others. "We will be able to cure her, Argus," said Albus. "Professor Sprout recently managed to procure some mandrakes. As soon as they have reached their full size, I will have a potion made that will revive Mrs. Norris." "I'll make it," Gilderoy butted in. "I must have done it 100 times. I could whip up a mandrake restorative draft in my sleep." Severus was about to inform the idiotic, stupid, thick-skulled, infuriating man what he thought of him attempting to fulfill Severus' role when. "I believe Professor Snape is the highest-ranking and youngest ever potions master in the United Kingdom," Potter said icily. The three professors stared at Potter in momentary silence. Minerva had a slight smile in the corner of her lips. Gilderoy was turning a satisfying shade of red at the dressing down, and Severus was gazing down at Potter's head, blinking roughly. Never had he been so vehemently defended since Lily. Even at the time of his arrest, Albus' defense, while adequate, had not had that much heat behind it. Yes, apparently he was quite forgiven for making the cardinal mistake of treating Potter as if the traumas of his past may impact his present-day mental health. "You may go," Albus said to Potter, Bones, and Lovegood. "If any of you," he gave a look of significance to Lovegood and Bones, "later recall any information that may assist us with the matter, please come speak with me immediately." Miss Bones must have seen through the thinly veiled message, because she scowled at Albus before making a show of gripping Potter's hand and pulling him from the room, Lovegood trailing behind them. Once the door closed behind them, Minerva turned to Albus. "Do you think it is possible," she asked. "I believe," Albus glanced quickly at Minerva and Severus, "that we should leave Gilderoy and Argus to the rest of their night. Argus, please take Mrs. Norris to your quarters. She can rest comfortably until Severus and Poppy have procured the restorative draught. Good night, gentlemen." With a small gesture of farewell Albus made for his office. Severus followed him, as he was sure the man wished him to, along with Minerva. When they passed the spot where the cat had been hanging, Severus looked again at the message on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets" shone in blood-red letters. Severus prayed that no student linked the legendary chamber to the House of Slytherin. His snakes were already unfairly discriminated against, and this would only increase the prejudice against them. "Come," Albus murmured after sighing unhappily towards the wall. "There is much to be discussed." When Severus left the headmaster's office, it had reached nearly midnight. Albus spun a story to them that Minerva had been partially aware of, and Severus not at all. Tom Riddle had located and opened the Chamber of Secrets once before. He had commanded a monster within the chamber to attack his fellow students and ultimately killed one. It did give Severus a moment of regret to know that Rubeus, the gentle giant, had lost his chance to complete his magical training based on the manipulations of a teenage Dark Lord, though Rubeus should not have harbored creatures such as Acromatula within a castle full of students. It seemed now as if either the events of the past were unfolding again, or, as Severus had argued and fervently hoped to be true, a student was playing a malicious Halloween prank. He recalled how Albus had commented on his suspicions of Potter. "Do keep an eye on him, won't you?" He would certainly be keeping an eye on Potter. The last thing the child needed was to become wrapped up once again in suspicious circumstances in Albus' theories. He would have to find Potter tomorrow and warn. "What in Merlin's name are you doing here, you foolish child?" It seemed as if Potter had found him. He was leaning against Severus' door, a wild look to his eyes. "It wasn't me," he said immediately. "Please, I swear I didn't do it. You have to believe me." Potter was ranting and seemed to be deeply unsettled. "Quiet, Potter, follow me." Severus made to enter the door to his private quarters and saw that Potter was standing stiffly, his eyes flicking between the door and Severus rapidly. "You require a calming draught, I require a headache reliever. Come along," he prodded him. Potter slowly shuffled up beside Severus, though maintaining a slight distance. Severus opened his private entrance and waved him inside. He went to his store to grab the required potions, leaving Potter to gaze around uncertainly. "Here," he said, thrusting a lavender-colored potion towards Potter. "Drink this, then explain why you are outside my door at midnight needlessly protesting for your innocence to me." He was momentarily impressed by Potter's trust in him, as he drank the potion quickly. The child's trembling limbs ceased, and he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Can I sit, sir?" he asked in a quiet voice. "Certainly." Severus guided him to his sofa, and watched as Potter slumped down onto the seat. "Why were you in that corridor?" he asked the child. "I didn't do it," Potter said, evading the question. "I didn't attack that cat, and I didn't open the Chamber of Secrets." "I believe you," he said simply. "I do not believe you needed to wait outside my office to convince me of this." Potter pushed his glasses up and pinched the bridge of his nose, a gesture of irritation he likely gained from Severus, as amusing as that was. "When I got back to the dorm, everyone was weird," Potter said. "They were acting like they were scared of me. Even Theo was acting weird. I told them I'm not the heir of Slytherin, but nobody listened." Severus attempted to find a way to word his question, without using the word feelings. "And why did that unsettle you?" he asked. "I believed you found the fear of your housemates to be emboldening." Potter shrugged. "It's different when they're scared of me because of something I actually did, then I wanted it and earned it. This time they're scared of me for something someone else did, and," Potter hesitated and squinted hard at the floor, "it's different. They're not just scared, it's like they're impressed, or they think I'm some hero for killing a little cat." "The cat is alive," Severus reminded him gently. "And with a little bit of luck, this whole evening will be proven to have been a ridiculous prank, and your housemates will once again treat you with the terror you have earned." Potter grinned at him before yawning hugely. "You should go to sleep, Potter," he told him, not unkindly. "Things will undoubtedly look better in the morning." Potter agreed quietly and thanked him for the potion before leaving his quarters. Severus prayed that this would be a horrible prank, and that his advice would not be unfounded. He truly could not have foreseen the events that would soon take place within the castle. Chapter 10: The Quidditch Match. If Harry had ever experienced a more miserable week at Hogwarts, he couldn't recall it. Since Halloween night, in just 7 days, Harry had been tripped, shoved, smacked, and hissed at more in the corridors than he ever had before. On one memorable occasion, someone had shoved Harry so hard he'd smacked the stone wall of the corridor and had to ask Susan to fix his broken glasses. His magic never worked as well when he was on edge, and he'd been on edge all week. The students all whispered about him as well. There he is. I heard he hates Muggle-borns. I heard he's been attacking students since day one. The boy who lived is Slytherin's heir. Guess we know how he beat you-know-who. It didn't seem to matter to anyone how much he said he wasn't the heir of Slytherin. They hated him anyway, and he thought he'd been used to people hatting him. The Dursleys certainly did, but to be hated for something he didn't do, it stung. The other ones who didn't hate him were the other Slytherins, and he didn't really like the way they acted either. They were treating him like he was some hero of their house. Even Parkinson had tried to talk to him, not that she got a chance. Ron jinxed her hair yellow, and she ran away in tears. His friends were the only people treating him normally. Theo seemed a touch more nervous when he talked to Harry, but he hoped that would fade with time. The other kids assured him they believed him, and still talked with him in class, and studied together like they always had. I'm going to drop out, Harry muttered in one of their study sessions, after having Colin Creevey shriek at the sight of him, and run out of the library. Ron gave him a sympathetic look, but Draco looked scandalized. You can't quit, how would you learn magic? We could go to Botubbins, Blaise suggested with a grin, and be surrounded by pretty French girls. He waggled his brows at Harry. Ooh, or we could transfer to Ilvermorny, Ron added eagerly. I've heard that they don't hide their magic in the States nearly as much as we do. Theo snorted. America is a joke, he said dryly, not even looking up from his parchments. They don't hide their magic because everyone there is mad. Sounds like your kind of place, Blaise winked at Harry. He recognized what his friends were doing, and gave them a small grin. People will find out the truth soon, Neville whispered. Yes, Harry muttered. The boys all worked on their homework in silence for a while, until they were interrupted by the arrival of an excited Hermione and Susan. Guess what? Hermione said as Susan scooted into a seat beside Harry. What's up? Ron asked her. We just had history of magic, Susan whispered to them, shooting a careful look around their empty section of the library, and guess what Professor Binns told us? Goblins bad, Wixen good, wars are bloody, Theo asked with a small smirk. Nope, Hermione said, sitting down between Blaise and Draco. Well, yes, but he told us the legend about the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, the boys all sat up straight, leaning towards Hermione eagerly. Go on then, Blaise said. What'd he say? He said that the founders, Helena Hufflepuff, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw, used to work in harmony together. Hermione's likely perfect recital of Binns' information was cut off by an impatient Susan. He said Salazar Slytherin created a chamber just for him and his future heirs, and put a monster in it to be used to purge the school of unworthy students, she summarized quickly. Harry thought it was probably a good thing he wasn't the heir. If he had control of Slytherin's monster, he'd use it. The next person who pushed him would regret it immediately if he did. Sue Muggleborns, Ron asked quietly. Draco and Hermione nodded, but Theo looked thoughtful. Or anyone who doesn't fit Salazar's ideals, he said slowly. I mean, the Sorting Hat wouldn't put Muggleborns in our house if the founder thought they weren't worthy to learn magic. Nobody who isn't resourceful and cunning, Blaise added. That makes more sense. Are there Muggleborns in Slytherin? Neville asked hesitantly. Tracy in our year, Susan said immediately. Harry had a suspicion that Susan was on a first-name basis with every student in their year. And Emily in 4th year, Blaise added. Hermione looked uncomfortable, and Harry was suddenly reminded that she was the only Muggle-born at their table, so he hastily changed the subject. Are you ready for practice tomorrow? He asked Draco. As he'd hoped, the subject of the upcoming opening Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor drew everyone in. They argued and debated on tactics and the odds, and the subject of Muggleborns and monsters was put to rest for a while. Of course, as Harry skidded to a halt at practice the next evening, late and with a bloodied nose, the subject wouldn't stay at rest. This is ridiculous, Flint spat after seeing Harry. Who did it this time? "Dunno," Harry mumbled, shamed by his own weakness. "They snuck up on me then ran off, didn't they?" He was pretty sure it had been a few older Ravenclaw boys, though. It was hard to be positive when you were being shoved into a wall. It was harder to hit back then, too. "Everyone, come here, now," Flint called, blowing sharply on his whistle. The rest of the team landed, and Draco immediately came to Harry's side. "Go to Snape," he said, his grey eyes stormy and fierce. "Or curse them." "Or kill M," one of the other chasers, Warrington, said. "Then I'm expelled and they win," Harry scowled. "Dumbledore's already watching me." He'd noticed the headmaster staring intently at him during meals, and even in the halls sometimes. His intense stares were usually accompanied by a quiet presence prodding into his mind, which he closed each time with a vicious snarl towards the old man. Hermione said it was illegal to legitimize a minor without their consent, but clearly, as usual, Harry seemed to be the exception to the rules. "New plan," Flint announced. "Potter goes nowhere alone tonight or before the game tomorrow. The last thing we need is to be down a seeker because Potter's too noble to hit back." "We'll be down a seeker permanently if Dumbledore bans him from playing or expels him," Draco sneered. "A fight between a Slytherin and Gryffindor, who do you think is going to be punished?" The rest of the team murmured in agreement. They were all too aware of the prejudice against their house. "Either way, Potter, you are to have 2 people with you at all times. Quidditch members only, got it? I don't care if they put you in the hospital after the match, but until then I need you," Flint said. Harry glared at him but nodded silently. He didn't need bodyguards, he wasn't weak, but he did need witnesses. After setting up a schedule, Draco offered to be one of the ones with him at all times. Flint had them all in the air for 2 hours of hard practice. Harry was relieved to have an intense practice. All he had to do was fly and focus on the snitch. All his constantly swirling thoughts stayed on the ground. He never felt as free as he did when he was in the air. Unfortunately, as soon as he landed and walked back to the castle with the team, he could feel that familiar edge creeping back up. It was different being surrounded by his teammates as they made their way through the castle. Even the ones who didn't like him, like Flint, still gave nasty looks at every person they passed. He didn't know if it was because they thought he was the heir or because they didn't want to lose their seeker. He supposed it didn't really matter. No one had the bullocks to harass him when he was surrounded by a wall of green. He could still feel the edges, but they were a little softer now. Soft enough for him to make a decision. The next person who touched him was going to regret it, Dumbledore be damned. He wasn't going to be a victim to a bunch of posh prats who thought they could hurt him. He wasn't going to be scared of them. He was stronger and more powerful, they had no idea. Harry woke early on Saturday morning and lay for a while thinking about the coming Quidditch match. He was nervous, mainly at the thought of what Flint would say if they lost, but also at the idea of facing a team from the house that seemed to be attacking him the hardest. After half an hour of lying there with his insides churning, he got up, dressed, and waited in the common room for Draco and Flint to head to breakfast. His outlook for the day brightened considerably when he saw all his friends, including Luna Lovegood, waiting at the Slytherin table wearing green scarves and hats. Well, Neville wasn't wearing any green, but that was to be expected since they were playing his house. "Harry, Draco," Susan squealed, "are you so excited? Nervous?" "Hungry and ready to win," Draco said, filling a plate. "Oh, you'll win," Luna said confidently. Hermione scoffed because the Nargles told you so, she said skeptically. Luna ignored her hateful tone and smiled serenely. "No, because Harry and Malfoy are the best players in the castle." Harry grinned at her as he poured a cup of coffee and Draco turned rather pink. "Thanks, Luna," he said, puffing his chest out proudly. "Call me Draco, please." As 11 o'clock approached, the whole school started to make its way down to the Quidditch stadium. It was a muggy sort of day with a hint of thunder in the air. Their friends walked with them until it was time for the boys to enter the locker rooms. "Make sure you beat Gryffindor, okay?" Ron said seriously. "I bet the twins that you would win." "We will," Draco said, "but then you have to split your winnings with us." Harry entered the locker room still laughing at Ron's gobsmacked expression. Draco was excellent at exploiting deals. He probably learned from his dad. The team pulled on their green Slytherin robes, then sat down to listen to Flint's pre-match pep talk. "Listen up," he called. "I don't care what anyone else says, we've been the winning team for the last 8 years now, and I don't expect to start losing today." The team all clapped. Nobody wanted to lose their streak of getting the Quidditch Cup. "We have the better brooms," Flint continued, "but more importantly we have the better players. So let's go out there and show them that we could kick their arses on any broom, any field, any day of the week." Everyone cheered loudly, energized by their captain's speech. They entered the field, looking impeccable in their robes with their matching brooms, and got in position. "I want a nice clean match," Madam Hooch, the Quidditch referee, said sternly to Flint and the Gryffindor captain, Oliver Wood. Flint and Wood shook hands, giving each other threatening stares and gripping rather harder than was necessary. "On my whistle," said Madam Hooch. 3, 2, 1. With a roar from the crowd to speed them upward, the 14 players rose toward the leaden sky. Harry flew higher than any of them, squinting around for the snitch. A heavy black bludger was almost immediately knocked in his direction. He had to dive quickly to avoid being crushed. "I'll try again, Potter." One of Ron's brothers, either Fred or George, flew by after the bludger and winked at him. Flint had warned him that the other teams would try and get him out first. Luckily, they had spent quite a few hours during practice every week of Harry dodging bludgers. He suspected the beaters enjoyed hitting them towards him more than they were supposed to. He shook his head and got back to searching for the snitch. Harry felt heavy drops fall onto his face, splattering onto his glasses. He didn't have a clue what was going on in the rest of the game until he heard Lee Jordan, a fourth-year Gryffindor who was commentating, say, "Slytherin led, 60 points to 0. "Make my glasses impenetrable," he thought fiercely, hopping for some sort of break to be able to see. Thankfully, his spell seemed to have worked. His glasses cleared, and he was able to see once again. Unfortunately, as soon as he turned in the air, he had to dodge. Yet another bludger aimed his way. "Go higher," Adrian Pusey, one of the team's beaters, yelled at him as he hit the bludger towards the Gryffindor seeker. Harry flew up higher, cheering loudly when he heard Draco scored 2 more goals for Slytherin. They were up 80-20, he needed to find the snitch. He saw the Gryffindor seeker make a steep dive, and his stomach dropped as he recognized the glint of gold the other boy was chasing after. Harry immediately dove down for the snitch, ignoring the noises of the other players and the crowd. All that mattered was grabbing that golden ball. He leaned forward on his broom and urged it faster. He was nearly neck and neck with the Gryffindor boy. The snitch was so close. Harry stretched his arm out to grab it and... Bam! He let out a gasp of pain when a bludger made contact with his outstretched arm. Harry could hear Flint howling for a foul on the Gryffindor beater, but it didn't matter because... Yes! Harry grabbed the snitch and held it high with his left arm. His right was now dangling uselessly at his side. He tried to land using just his legs, but wound up falling from his broom. He heard a yell from the crowd as he fell, and Lee Jordan, bitterly, announcing Slytherin's win. With a splattering thud, he hit the mud and rolled off his broom. His arm was hanging at a very strange angle. Riddled with pain, he heard, as though from a distance, a good deal of whistling and shouting. He focused on the snitch clutched in his good hand. And he fainted. He came around, rain falling on his face, still lying on the field with someone leaning over him. He saw a glitter of teeth. "Oh no, not you," he moaned. "Doesn't know what he's saying," said Lockhart loudly to the crowd of Slytherins pressing around them. "Not to worry, Harry, I'm about to fix your arm." "Don't fucking touch me," he moaned. "I'll do it myself." He grit his teeth and focused on his magic. "Fix my arm, heal the bone." Nothing happened. This wasn't the first time his magic refused to work. It was harder to channel it when he was blinking away white spots of pain. He tried to sit up, but the pain was terrible. He heard a familiar clicking noise nearby. "If you keep taking my photo, I'm going to kill you," he said loudly, looking towards the first-year Gryffindor with the camera, Creevy. "Lie back, Harry," said Lockhart soothingly. "It's a simple charm I've used countless times." "I'll go to Snape," said Harry through clenched teeth. "I'll get him, Harry," said a muddy Draco, who couldn't help grinning even though his friend was injured. "Great catch, Harry, I knew you'd do it." "Snape now," he told Draco. On it, Draco took off sprinting through the crowd. Through the thicket of legs around him, Harry heard Fred and George Weasley apologizing to Ron. "Accident, mate." "Tell that to Harry," he heard Ron snort. "Stand back," said Lockhart, who was rolling up his jade-green sleeves. "No, don't," said Harry weakly, fighting back the urge to faint again, but Lockhart was twirling his wand and a second later had directed it straight at Harry's arm. A strange and unpleasant sensation started at Harry's shoulder and spread all the way down to his fingertips. It felt as though his arm was being deflated. He didn't dare look at what was happening. He had shut his eyes, his face turned away from his arm, but his worst fears were realized as the people above him gasped and Creevy began clicking away madly. His arm didn't hurt anymore, nor did it feel remotely like an arm. "Ah," said Lockhart. "Yes, well, that can sometimes happen, but the point is the bones are no longer broken. That's the thing to bear in mind. so Harry, just toddle up to the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey will be able to, tidy you up a bit. As Harry got to his feet, he felt strangely lopsided. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his right side. What he saw nearly made him pass out again. Poking out of the end of his robes was what looked like a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He tried to move his fingers. Nothing happened. Lockhart hadn't mended Harry's bones. He had removed them. "I'm going to kill you," he hissed. He felt a stab of satisfaction as Lockhart paled slightly and took off quickly. "Come, Potter, hospital wing." Harry let out a sigh of relief as he heard Professor Snape cut through the crowd with Draco by his side. "So can't you just fix it?" Harry asked pleadingly. Snape gave him a sympathetic grimace. "I can heal a fracture, I cannot regrow bones." "I'm going to kill Lockhart," he said. Snape gave him a small smile as he slowly put a guiding hand on his shoulder. "And I will assist you." Harry entered the hospital wing with Draco, Susan, Hermione, Blaise, and Professor Snape with him. "Absolutely not," the hospital matron said when she saw them. "One student can stay with the patient. I doubt he needs an entire entourage." Draco turned towards him, but Susan already grabbed Harry's hand. "I'll stay," she offered. He gave her a grateful nod, and the rest of his friends left after congratulating him again on his win. "Perhaps next time you can catch the snitch without the theatrics," Snape said dryly as his friends trailed out. Harry gave him a cheeky grin. "I'll do my best." Madame Pomfrey bustled over to Harry, and he held very still as she examined him right arm. "You should have come straight to me," she raged, holding up the sad, limp remainder of what, half an hour before, had been a working arm. "I can mend bones in a second, but growing them back—" "You will be able to, won't you?" said Harry desperately. Susan squeezed his left hand briefly. "I'll be able to, certainly, but it will be painful," said Madame Pomfrey grimly, throwing Harry a hospital gown. "You'll have to stay the night." Harry glanced at gown she gave him. "Not a chance," he said flatly. "Excuse me," Madame Pomfrey said, affronted by his refusal. "It's standard procedure, Mr. Potter." "Poppy, surely Potter can wear his own clothes to sleep in," Snape interrupted. "We can sever the sleeve so you can monitor his left extremity." Harry grit his teeth and stared hard at the wall, thankful it was only Susan with him instead of everyone else. He didn't want to look pathetic in front of anyone, weak, but he wasn't going to sleep in a new place in only a gown either, especially with only one useful arm. Anyone could attack him and he'd be at a clear disadvantage. "Fine," Madame Pomfrey sighed. "If Professor Snape will remove the sleeve on your shirt, you may wear what you have on. The robes have to go, though." Harry nodded silently at her as he took off his outer Quidditch robes. Flint would kill him if he cut the sleeve off it anyway. Susan held up his left arm as Snape carefully murmured a spell to remove the sleeve of his shirt. "Does it hurt?" Susan asked softly as Harry resigned himself to climbing in the bed. "No," he said, "but it doesn't do anything else either." "Gilderoy is an incompetent moron," Snape said. "I believe I will be speaking with him about his qualifications to cast healing spells on my students." Susan and Harry exchanged sharp grins at Snape's icy tone. It was almost worth all this if it meant Snape was going to yell at Lockhart. Harry had heard him go off on Gryffindors in their class all the time, and he knew he could be scary when he wanted to. Madame Pomfrey was holding a large bottle of something labelled Skeelgrow. "You're in for a rough night," she said, pouring out a steaming beakerful and handing it to him. "Regrowing bones is a nasty business." Snape scoffed lightly. Potter barely blinked when the Weasleys shattered his arm. This will be nothing for the child. The Skeelgrow burned Harry's mouth and throat as it went down, making him cough and splutter. Still tut-tutting about dangerous sports and inept teachers, Madame Pomfrey retreated, Harry to quickly gulp down some water. Snape excused himself as well, promising to check on Harry if he was still there tomorrow afternoon. "You won though," Susan said with a smile, "and I heard McGonagall give the Weasleys detention for disgusting tactics unfitting of a Gryffindor." The door of the hospital wing burst open at that moment. Filthy and soaking wet, the rest of the Slytherin team had arrived to see Harry. "Excellent, Potter," Flint said with a sharp smile. "Really excellent. Did you see Wood's face? He was furious." "Their beaters got detention and they owe Ron a bunch of money," Draco added gleefully, the only clean member of the team. Here, Pusey thrust 2 bottles of butterbeer towards Harry and Susan. "Cheers." They had brought cakes, sweets, and more bottles of butterbeer. They gathered around Harry's bed and were just getting started on what promised to be a good party when Madame Pomfrey came storming over. shouting, "This boy needs rest, he's got 33 bones to regrow, out, out." And Harry was left alone, with nothing to distract him from the stabbing pains in his limp arm. He cleared his mind and focused on his occlumency, barriers pain couldn't get through them, until he finally fell into fitful sleep. Hours and hours later, Harry woke quite suddenly in the pitch blackness and instinctively laid still on his bed, keeping his breath slow and even. He carefully slit one eye open to see what the noise that woke him was. Dumbledore was backing into the dormitory, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and a nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying its feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. "Get Madame Pomfrey," whispered Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Harry's bed out of sight. Harry heard urgent voices, and then Professor McGonagall swept back into view, closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. He heard a sharp intake of breath. "What happened?" Madame Pomfrey whispered to Dumbledore, bending over the statue on the bed. "Another attack," said Dumbledore. "Minerva found him on the stairs." "There was a bunch of grapes next to him," said Professor McGonagall. "We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Potter." Harry's stomach gave a horrible lurch. Surely it wasn't one of his friends. Slowly and carefully, he raised himself a few inches so he could look at the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight lay across its staring face. It was Colin Creevey. His eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. Thank God, he thought, relieved. He would have been furious had it been one of his friends. He thought it was rather fitting he has been attacked if he was on his way here to harass Harry for a photo again. "Petrified," whispered Madame Pomfrey. "Yes," said Professor McGonagall, "but I shudder to think, if Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have." The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and wrenched the camera out of Colin's rigid grip. "You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker?" said Professor McGonagall eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He opened the back of the camera. "Good gracious," said Madame Pomfrey. A jet of steam had hissed out of the camera. Harry, 3 beds away, caught the acrid smell of burnt plastic. "Melted," said Madame Pomfrey wonderingly. "All melted." "What does this mean, Albus?" Professor McGonagall asked urgently. "It means," said Dumbledore, "that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again." Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. "But Albus, surely, who?" Harry carefully didn't even twitch as he felt a set of eyes land on him. "Has Mr. Potter been here all night?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Albus, surely you can't place the blame on Potter," Harry was surprised to hear McGonagall say harshly. "You believe it was a coincidence that he publicly threatened Mr. Creevey the same day he was attacked," Dumbledore said. "If every student that Potter threatened was petrified, I believe we would have a castle full of statues," McGonagall said dryly. Harry held in a snort. She wasn't wrong. "The point is moot," Madame Pomfrey said briskly. "Potter has been in bed since the match ended." Dumbledore hummed, sounding unconvinced. "Then I believe the question is not who, but is how." Harry had a nasty feeling that the headmaster thought he'd found the suspect, but was only trying to work out how he'd been in 2 places at once. Chapter 11, The Dueling Club. The news that Colin Creevey had been attacked, and was now lying as though dead in the hospital wing, had spread through the entire school by Monday morning. In the weeks that followed, the air was suddenly thick with rumour and suspicion. The first years were now moving around the castle in tight-knit groups, as though scared they would be attacked if they ventured forth alone. Severus encouraged his Slytherins to travel in packs as well. Although Potter remained a popular target for suspicion, it was doing the Slytherin students in general no favours to be associated with the attack. Severus had felt less than useless as he watched Potter shrink before his very eyes. He looked thin, pale, and terribly paranoid. The child was regressing back to his behaviour when he first arrived at the castle last year. He edged around in the corridors and kept his back to the walls at almost all times. More than once, Severus saw him sporting a fresh bruise on his wrists or face. He was certain he was being targeted physically by the other houses, proportionally more than he had before Creevey's attack. He had attempted to speak with Potter multiple times, but the child seemed to be anxious and agitated. "Nothing's wrong, Professor," Potter mumbled. "It's fine." Potter's evasive tactics in the halls had led Severus to be unable to track him down for conversations. He felt pity for the child as he watched his favourite pupil, clearly suffering at the hands of his ignorant classmates. Who would believe Potter was attacking Muggleborns when he was rarely seen outside the company of Hermione Granger? He had also continuously tried speaking with the other professors to a similar end. If Potter won't speak up about his attackers, there is little we can do besides monitor the halls, Minerva said with a pained look. Albus remained unmoved in his own convictions. It is curious that the students recognize the boy as a threat, he'd said casually. Do you believe they have seen more sides to Potter than we have? Severus did not believe that. He believed they heard Argus accuse the child on Halloween night, and then heard Potter threaten Creevy, in what might be the worst timing in history. He also believed the students were ignorant and despised Potter because they did not understand him. Draco, remain behind, Severus called out nonchalantly before dismissing class one day after weeks of pursuing other avenues to end the madness surrounding his pupils. Potter glanced up suspiciously, but quickly lowered his gaze back down to table as he quickly packed his belongings. See you in a minute, Draco murmured to his friends before approaching Severus' desk. One moment please, he told him, waiting for the last of the students to trail out of his office. Draco stood in front of his desk, his face blank as they waited silently for privacy. Yes, sir, he asked. How are you? Severus asked him politely. He knew that all the students in his house were feeling the current, very strong anti-Slytherin atmosphere. Draco frowned slightly. Fine, it's difficult, he said slowly. Everyone thinks Harry is the heir, so it's a little tense. Severus was relieved. Draco brought the topic up himself almost immediately. And how is Potter handling that? Draco's frown deepened at the question. Not well, he said bluntly. He's getting in fights almost every day. He's avoiding us. He thinks it's better if he isn't seen walking with us. Even though Susan told him he's being stupid, he still walks by himself. I know he isn't sleeping much, and if it wasn't for that weird elf sending snacks up to the dorms, I don't think he'd even eat. Severus grimaced. He'd noticed Potter picking at his food as he watched the rest of the students vigilantly during meals, when he made an appearance at all. It was hard to begrudge the child his acquaintance elf, if it was ensuring he was eating at least minimally. Why have I heard no reports of Potter fighting other students? Severus asked neutrally. He assumed when he saw Potter's daily marks that he would be bombarded with cries from the other professor, of his student attacking theirs. Because Harry isn't fighting them, they're fighting Harry, Draco said. Severus raised a single confused brow at his godson. I do not understand the distinction. Draco sighed. They're attacking Harry and he isn't attacking back. It's worse now because they think Harry attacked that Gryffindor kid, so the brave and chivalrous lions are being even more hateful, he finished with venom in his voice. This is why Severus chose to speak with Draco as opposed to Miss Bones, who was undeniably closer to Potter. Draco was an unrepentant gossip, and held no qualms over sharing information with him. I did not know Potter to refuse an opportunity to show off his silent magic, Severus said dryly. Why is he doing nothing? Draco leaned across the desk slightly as he dropped his voice to a near whisper. He's being watched, Uncle Save, haven't you noticed? Severus had indeed noticed Albus, continued steely gaze on Potter during the meals the child attended. Potter was no fool. He'd clearly already realized that he was the primary suspect behind the attacks in the headmaster's eyes. Kindly inform Potter that if he has to justifiably defend himself, that he would do best to have Mr. Longbottom as a witness, he told Draco quietly. Longbottom, Draco asked with a crinkled brow. Why? Use your brain, Draco, he hissed, not unkindly. Who better to defend Potter against Gryffindors than another Gryffindor, one whose family is firmly aligned with Dumbledore? Draco's grey eyes got a light of understanding in them. You're brilliant, sir, he said breathlessly. Severus smirked as he dismissed Draco. He had spent many years being unfairly targeted by Gryffindors. He thought about the karmic retribution that James Potter was facing, as his son was now utilizing Severus' own tactics against the Gryffindor students. Severus was teaching his first-year Ravenclaw Hufflepuff course when Cassandra Owens, a fifth-year Slytherin prefect, knocked briskly on his door before throwing it open. Professor, come quick, she called breathlessly. It's Potter. Severus barked at his class to continue and sighed internally, as Lovegood immediately began trailing after him. You have to hurry, she said softly. The headmaster has spies on the walls. Severus gave her a brief nod of thanks as he quickened his steps. What happened? He barked at Owens. I don't know, sir. I came in the hall and saw that there were a bunch of kids ganged up on Potter and he just lost it. I think he has a knife. Someone was bleeding, she said nervously. Severus snarled in irritation as he began jogging. Foolish boy, he mentally chastised Potter. What on earth was he thinking? He rounded a corner and saw Potter did indeed have his knife out and had 4 students, Davies from Ravenclaw, Towney and Finnegan from Gryffindor, and Taylor from Hufflepuff surrounding him. Freak, Taylor hissed, nobody wants you here. The other boys jeered. Finnegan was clutching his left shoulder, which Severus was pleased to see had an open gash on it. Potter took a swing at Taylor with his knife and Severus raised his wand and cast a shield between Potter and the other students. What is the meaning of this? He said sharply. The 4 boys spun around and began exchanging guilty looks before they burst into speech all at once. It was Potter. Potter cut me. He just attacked us. He's completely mad. Enough, Severus snapped. He inspected each of the 4 boys. Only Finnegan looked to be in need of medical attention. Finnegan Hospital Wing, now, 25 points from Gryffindor and 2 weeks detention. Finnegan opened his mouth, no doubt to protest, so Severus cut him off before he could. Do not test me, he hissed. 1 word and it'll be 2 months. Finnegan snapped his mouth shut so quickly Severus could hear it snap. He shot a last glare at Potter, who snarled at him, then took off to the hospital wing. Davies, Taylor, Towney 25 points from each of you and 2 weeks detention as well. That's not fair, Davies howled, gesturing wildly towards Potter. He attacked us with a knife. Oh, Severus raised a brow at him. So Potter, a second year, entirely without cause, had attacked you with a knife. Yes, sir, Davies said, we didn't do anything. So I did not get a report that 4 of you 4 were attempting to attack him. Davies glanced again at his friends, before lowering his head at the venom in Severus' voice. Get out of my sight immediately, he said to the miscreants. The boys slouched off, not without Towney shouldering Potter on his way though. 4 weeks, Towney, he called after the boy. The aggressors dealt with, Severus now turned his attention to his Slytherin. Potter, he said softly, are you with me? Potter, who was still pale-faced and trembling, abruptly caught his eye and cleared his face so masterfully that Severus was momentarily envious. Yes, sir, he said tonelessly, pocketing the knife that Severus decided to ignore. He saw Potter glance frantically up and down the corridor, his green eyes wide and vigilant. Are you injured? He asked as he slowly moved closer to Potter. The boy looked down and raised the side of his shirt. Severus hissed between his teeth as he saw the ugly bruise in place before it shimmered out of existence. I'm fine, Professor, Potter said dully as he lowered his shirt back down. Severus studied him for a moment and came to a quick decision. No, you are not, he said simply. Walk with me, Potter. I have charms, sir, Potter said without looking at Severus. I shall send your excuses to Phileas, Severus told him. Give me a moment. Severus summoned a parchment and quill, and quickly wrote an excuse for Potter before sending it off. After a moment he recalled the class he had walked out on, and begrudgingly summoned another parchment for one of his Slytherin Newt students. Kurtz, I am currently busy and require your assistance to cover the remainder of my current class. S. Snape. Kurtz was an intelligent boy, and had hopes of teaching potions himself one day, despite Severus' advice to do otherwise. He would gladly take over the class as Severus knew he had no class of his own currently. Done, he said with a flick of his wand. Come along. Where are we going? The child asked quietly. Severus gave him a small and tight smile. It's a surprise. You'll enjoy it, I'm sure. Your mother did. Potter's eyes got a small spark of life back in them, as Severus had hoped they would, and he trailed alongside Severus obediently. He glanced down and saw Potter's dark hair swinging wildly as the child himself continued turning his head back and forth, undoubtedly watching for other students. You are quite safe with me, child, Severus said quietly as they ascended the back stairs. Potter let out a thin laugh, cold, humorless, and with a touch of hysteria. Sure, he said, still continuously checking the corridors. Safety is something the child has never known. I was under the impression you owned your father's infamous cloak, Severus said lightly. Is there a reason you no longer use it? He was sure that Potter had used it frequently in the halls last year. Potter glanced up at him, and Severus was surprised to see his face was hardened with anger. They'd like that, he spat. If I was invisible then I'm basically gone and they'd be happy about it. Potter shook his head. No, sir, they don't get to see me disappear. Severus hummed, privately believing that Potter is disappearing already. His humor-filled cheek, his smiles, and the easy way he carried himself at the beginning of the term had already disappeared. He wondered how much more the child could bear before he was no more than a shell. "Stand here," he instructed Potter, as he paced in front of a blank stretch of wall, concentrating on the spot he used to share with Lily. Potter did not even react as a door suddenly came into existence. Severus opened the door and gestured for Potter to enter ahead of him. The child took slow and measured steps as he crossed the threshold before gasping lightly. How did you do this?" he asked breathlessly. Severus smirked down at him, pleased he was able to finally force a reaction from the boy. "Magic," he deadpanned. Potter's lips curved up in just the slightest mimicry of a smile as he gazed around what used to be a room. Currently, it appeared as a much nicer version of the playground Severus used to visit as a child, the place he had first met Lily. "Brill," Potter sighed, stepping hesitantly towards the silver swing set. "I met your mother at a playground similar to this when we were children," Severus told him, walking towards the swing himself. She was swinging as high as she could, then jumping off and floating to the ground. Potter sat carefully down on the swing and kicked his legs lightly. "Did she know she was using magic?" he asked. "Not until I told her, quite bluntly and rudely, that she was a witch," Severus said with a fond smile in remembrance. Potter gave a ghost of a smile as he slowly swung back and forth. Severus let them swing silently for a few minutes before beginning what he was sure would be a difficult discussion. "Why are you not fighting back with magic?" he asked Potter, keeping his eyes off the child to minimize his certain anxiety at the topic. "Can't," Potter said after a moment. "It doesn't listen to me if I'm not listening to it." Severus considered all he knew about Potter and the never-before-seen power he wielded. "Most Wixen believe that magic works for them," he said. Potter snorted. "They also believe goblins and elves work for them. Most Wixen are stupid." Severus gave him a nod of agreement. "Indeed they are, Mr. Potter." They continued swinging until it was Potter himself who surprisingly broke the silence. "I keep thinking about leaving," he confessed softly. "I don't need this, you know. They can't take my magic from me. It's mine," he stressed. "Dumbledore could snap my wand and I'd still be a wizard." "You are not incorrect," Severus said slowly, weighing his words carefully before speaking. "However, due to the prophecy you have in your possession, Albus Dumbledore would fight endlessly to keep you within his grasp. I do not believe there would be a place within the magical world where he would not work tirelessly to keep track of you." Potter's legs momentarily froze before he spoke in what was surely too hard of a tone for a mere child. "Dumbledore needs me as a weapon," he snarled. "I suppose it doesn't matter if I get my ass kicked every day between now and then." "Language," Severus said softly. "But yes, I believe it does not matter one whit to Albus what happens as long as you are alive with enough strength to defeat the Dark Lord should he rise again during your lifetime." "I'm not going to have much of a lifeline at this rate," Potter muttered. Severus gave him a considering look. "You believe the attacks will escalate?" Potter stared straight ahead at the trees that the room obligingly created. "Sometimes I just wonder what the point is," he said quietly. "People here hate me. People outside of here hate me. He sighed quietly. "I just don't see a point to it all sometimes." Severus' heart clenched, and he felt his stomach flip almost painfully as Potter's words registered in his mind. "What did you expect?" his mind whispered. "A lifetime survivor of abuse is bound to wonder why he lives at all." "When you wonder what the point is, you come find me," Severus told him evenly, "and I shall inform you of the many credible points of validity in you living a long, successful, and happy life." Potter gave him a skeptical look, but slowly nodded. "Okay, sir," he said simply. Severus prayed to the spirit of Lily Evans that this child would indeed live to find a point in his life, but until then, Severus would remind him as often as he required. "Severus, just the man I was hoping to see." Severus raised his brow at the ignorance of Gilderoy's statement. "You are in my office," he said coolly. "Did you anticipate finding Phileas?" Gilderoy paid no attention to his acidic tone and gave a cheerful chuckle. "Of course not," he said with an annoying smile. "I just wanted to invite you to assist me on a little project I started." "Oh," Severus leaned forward in preparation of denying Gilderoy any favor he may request from him. "And what project is that?" "Well, after the incident with Harry last week, I thought to myself, Gilderoy, how can you help these children channel their rambunctious energy into something more productive? And I came up with the perfect solution." The man was practically bouncing on the balls of his feet as he rambled. "A dueling club. I can teach the children how to duel." Severus stared at the man, momentarily struck silent by his idiocy. Your solution to a group of students attacking a student is to teach the children how to duel, he clarified slowly. Exactly, Gilderoy said with another insufferable smile. The children need an outlet, you see, and we can give it to them. Severus raised his brows, unwillingly impressed by the man's sheer audacity.
We?
Yes, that's the assistance I wanted to ask you about. Albus approved the project right away, of course, but he said I should find an assistant, as it will undoubtedly be terribly popular with the kids. Severus scoffed and turned back to the essays he was gradding. I suggest Phileas, as he was the world's dueling champion for over 4 years running. Oh, he's busy, Gilderoy said airily, ignoring Severus' clear dismissal. Minerva can't take on any more duties, she says, and Pomona take away any attention from her plants, and Aurora says her sleep schedule wouldn't accommodate a daytime club.
Oh,
Severus unwillingly looked back up, affronted. I was your last choice. Right-o, Gilderoy said, so you see why I need you. Severus stared at him, again finding himself nearly impressed by the man's impenetrable thick skull. Yes, he agreed slowly, I can certainly see why you need my assistance. Wonderful, Gilderoy clapped his hands together. I will see you Wednesday at 7 then, ta Severus. Severus blinked after the man for a few moments, before he found himself suddenly inspired. A dueling club would require a demonstration. On Wednesday evening, Severus found himself on the side of a makeshift stage, listening as Gilderoy addressed himself to the crowd of gathered students. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, Gilderoy continued, flashing a wide smile. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself, and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Severus nearly growled out loud at the implication that he knew a tiny little bit about dueling. He'd learned at the right hand of the Dark Lord. He could easily kill Gilderoy with as much effort as the man requires to spark a Lumos. Now, I don't want any of you youngsters to worry. You'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. Gilderoy gave a jaunty wink out to the students, and Severus felt his lip curl. He caught Potter's eye in the crowd, and saw the boy had a bright smile on his face. It would almost make him look more childlike if it were not for the bloodthirsty look in his green eyes. He smirked out towards his Slytherins. They were eager for a show, and he would happily oblige. Now, in traditional duels, we face each other and bow. Gilderoy did some sort of bow. He waved his arms merrily and twirled his body in a downwards motion. Severus merely jerked his head in show. He would never bow to an imbecile such as Gilderoy Lockhart. Severus raised his wand in front of him with a challenging brow raised. As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position, Lockhart told the silent crowd. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. Severus sorely wished he did not require Albus' goodwill to remain free from Azkaban. 1, Gilderoy shouted, raising his wand. 2, 3. Severus waited half of a second for Gilderoy to twirl his wand before yelling, Expelliarmus, and watching with satisfaction as the man was blasted off his feet and into the wall. Severus gave a half smile to the students as he heard his Slytherins cheer. He heard a low whistle and rolled his eyes in Potter's direction. You could take the child off of the streets, but decorum was clearly still a much-needed trait. This is the most lively he's been in months, he thought to himself. Only Potter would come alive at a show of violence. Gilderoy was getting unsteadily to his feet. His hat had fallen off, and his wavy hair was standing on end. Well, there you have it, he said, tottering back onto the platform. That was a disarming charm, as you see. I've lost my wand. Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see. Severus considered the next demonstration he may showcase more of his own creations, ones that were once popularly utilized freely by the Death Eaters. Possibly, Gilderoy had finally noticed the look on his face because he hastily said, "Enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Professor Snape, if you'd like to help me." Severus made towards his second-year students, paying no mind to the wide berth most of the others were giving to them. Draco with Weasley, Zabini and Bones, Nott and Granger, Longbottom and Lovegood. He paired Potter's group off quickly. Potter stared up at him, his mouth slightly open and his eyes narrowed. "And me, Professor," he said curtly. Severus smirked at him. Do you believe you require yet another lesson in disarming an opponent? He asked him, reminding the child of his own instructions the summer before his first year. Potter gave him a small smirk back, even as he shuffled slowly towards the edge of the room. No, sir. Severus hated seeing the child so visibly on edge, even with the spark he had regained in his eyes. It was as if Potter's entire personality had adopted Alastor Moody's screech of constant vigilance. Walk with me, Potter. He cleared his throat lightly and sent a dark look at the students listening in. You clearly need no instruction. You may assist me in helping your less fortunate classmates. Potter inched towards his side, his eyes flickering around anxiously. Severus was willing to bet that if the child did not already have an anxiety disorder, to add to the multitude of others he is sure await in Potter's brain, that he would develop one soon at this rate. One's at the ready, shouted Lockhart. When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponents, only to disarm them. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose as noise and chaos immediately erupted around them. The moment you graduate I am going to retire, he sighed quietly to Potter. The brat just scoffed. If I graduate, he mumbled. Severus gave Potter a sharp look, and was preparing to comment on that morbid thought, when he saw a physical fight erupting from Bulstrode and Longbottom, who were not even to be partnered. Severus went to their side and jerked Bulstrode, who had Longbottom in a headlock, backwards. What is wrong with you? He hissed angrily. Longbottom, explain yourself immediately. Nothing, Longbottom spat angrily, a bruise blossoming on his cheekbone. Bulstrode insulted Hermione's parentage, sir, Bones chimed in, rolling her eyes at Longbottom. Severus would typically refrain from publicly disciplining one of his own, but Potter was staring up at him quizzically. Bulstrode, detention for what I am undoubtedly sure was a prejudiced slur against a classmate. Bulstrode bugged her dark eyes at him, but Potter's lips curled up at the edge slightly. The terrifying air of Slytherin champion of Muggleborns. Severus thought the rest of the students must be brain dead to believe Potter was behind the recent attacks. Dear, dear, Gilderoy tutted, skittering through the crowd, looking at the aftermath of the duels. Up you go, Macmillan. Careful there, Miss Fawcett. Pinch it hard, it'll stop bleeding in a second, boot. Severus pinched his own nose in blatant irritation. Gilderoy's perfect idea was nothing less than an absolute disaster. All he had accomplished was gaining a horde of students with minor injuries. I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells, said Gilderoy, standing flustered in the midst of the hall. He glanced at Severus, whose black eyes glinted in a narrow-eyed glare, and looked quickly away. Have a volunteer pair. His eyes wandered around the room, before predictably locking on to Potter. Ah yes, Harry, he said cheerfully. We'll just have Harry and Mr. Malfoy. Draco's groan of dismay was audible through the crowd. A poor idea, Severus said, getting Potter onto the makeshift stage alongside him. Draco's father would undoubtedly bring the castle to ruins once Potter sends his son to St. Mungo's. Severus gazed out around the room, spotting the looks of fear and loathing that were aimed at Potter. The child needed an opportunity to prove his strength now that he had a venue to do so without punishment. How about Mr. Weasley? Ronald's head snapped up quickly. Severus could practically hear his gulp of fear. Mr. Fred Weasley, Severus clarified with a smirk. Potter straightened up beside him, his interest piqued. Severus spotted the gangly fourth year laughing beside his twin, amidst a group of Gryffindors. Do not react, he whispered quickly to Potter, as I am confident in your abilities and am about to do you a favor which requires no repayment. Potter flicked his eyes up at Severus and cocked his head to the side before nodding slightly. Bring your brother, let us showcase a paired duel, Severus called, causing the Weasley twins to abruptly end their laughter. Severus, I think that wouldn't be quite fair to Harry here, would it? Gilderoy asked with a slight chuckle. Won't he be needing a partner as well? Severus gave him a bored look. I believe I understand the abilities of my students more than you do, he said coolly. The Weasley twins joined them on the stage, giving sweeping bows to the crowd. Now I don't want any of you to worry, one of them said. You'll still have your heir of Slytherin when we're done with him, the other called, causing the students, aside from Potter's friends, to jeer and laugh. What's off limits? Potter hissed, his back straight and his shoulders tense. Nothing illegal or with long-term injuries. Other than that, I believe it is time you had an opportunity to prove yourself, Severus replied quietly. Potter gave him an appreciative look, apparently understanding Severus' plan. Severus guided Potter to one end of the stage, while Gilderoy ushered the Weasley twins to the other end. You cannot be formally disciplined for accidentally injuring students during the course of a school-sanctioned dueling club, Severus whispered to Potter as he saw Gilderoy speaking with the twins. I won't be expelled no matter what, Potter asked back quietly, his eyes flicking around the room to the watching students. As long as you keep your attacks legal and refrain from serious injury, Severus clarified. I want these students to see how you are able to fight, do not limit yourself. He gave Potter a small grin. I believe the Weasleys are responsible for your recent hospital stay, correct? Feel free to pay back the favor, he murmured. Potter nodded and turned to face the Weasleys. Severus heard many students in the audience whispering about his lack of a wand. He was pleased that the students would be able to witness Potter's power firsthand. Hopefully, this will cease the endless attacks on the child. Ready, boys, Gilderoy called happily. Harry, no shame in backing down, he winked. Potter cocked his head and gave Gilderoy a thin smile. I think I'll survive, sir, he said politely. Severus gripped Potter briefly on his shoulder, before backing away and preparing himself to enjoy the show. 3, 2, 1, go, Gilderoy yelled. Potter immediately raised his hand and shot a silent purple spell towards one of the twins. Severus gave a steely gaze around the crowd of now shocked and silent students. Wandless, silent, fast and lethal, he wanted to shout, leave the child alone. Potter seemed to enjoy himself as he lobbied and dodged spells from the twins. Severus believed he was toying with the pair. He doubted whether it would take him more than a few moments to incapacitate the two Gryffindor monsters. The Weasley twins, for their part, were a respectable enough duo in a duel. They worked together effortlessly as one defended and the other attacked. While they spoke their spells aloud, no fourth year could match Potter's silent spells. They did seem to communicate silently. Severus watched their faces and saw when they decided to change their tactics immediately. Serpensortia, one of them yelled, clearly anticipating Potter to be unraveled when faced by a long black viper snake. There were screams as the crowd backed swiftly away, clearing the floor. Don't move, Potter, said Severus, I'll get rid of it. Allow me, shouted Gilderoy, moving before Severus could stop him. He brandished his wand at the snake and there was a loud bang. The snake, instead of vanishing, flew 10 feet into the air and fell back to the floor with a loud smack. Enraged, hissing furiously, it slithered straight toward Justin Finch-Fletchley. A second-year Hufflepuff raised itself again, fangs exposed, poised to strike. Severus was just preparing to dissipate the serpent, then perhaps curse Gilderoy. When Potter made the worst possible decision he could given the current terrible prejudice against him. He exposed himself as a parcelatongue. Chapter 12, The Heir of Slytherin. Ignore that boy, attack the redheads behind you, Harry hissed at the snake, amused that Fred and George Weasley thought he'd be scared of a cute little viper snake. As soon as Harry looked up, waiting for the snake to turn back towards the Weasley twins, he was met with the angry glare of Justin Finch-Fletchley. What do you think you're playing at? He shouted, and before Harry could say anything, Justin had turned and stormed out of the hall. Harry realized what he had done and felt, as if a bucket full of ice water had been dumped on him. How bloody stupid could he be? I would not advertise your ability to communicate with serpents, as it has not been viewed as a favorable ability by Wixen society in the past. Snape had warned him the first time they met. He said it wasn't smart to advertise. Everyone already thought he was attacking students. How fucking stupid are you? He chastised himself again. Potter, my office, go quickly, Snape murmured as he dissipated the snake. Harry looked around and saw that the students were muttering ominously, and either looked scared, angry, or both. He staggered backwards, and likely would have fell, if it were not for a small hand taking his elbow. Let's go now, Susan whispered. Now Harry, Blaise urged him, hesitantly grabbing his other elbow. Harry allowed his friends to steer him out of the hall, dimly aware that the rest of the group had circled around him. As they went through the doors, the people on all sides of them drew away, as though they were frightened of catching something. Harry cursed himself in both English and parcelatongue, as he was led down to Snape's office by his grimly silent friends. You're a Parslemouth, Draco asked faintly as soon as the door closed behind them. Harry shook off Blaise and Susan's hands as he sunk down into a desk seat. He put his head in his hands and gripped his hair until the pain grounded him back to the current moment. Yeah, he admitted quietly. He didn't bother to look up. He strained his ears so he could make out which ones of his friends, if not all of them, walked out to be finished with him. Why didn't you tell us? Neville asked in a kind voice. Harry let go of his hair and peeked up to see that none of his friends had moved. They were all still loosely gathered in front of him. B, because it's dangerous, right? P, people are going to really hate me now. Ron looked uneasy, but he raised a shoulder and gave Harry a grin in an admirable stab at feigning nonchalance. Not like they can hate you any more than they already do, eh, mates? Hermione smacked his arm and Theo rolled his eyes at Ron, but Harry gave him a nod. Suppose that's true. What did you say to the snake? Hermione asked quietly. Harry shrugged, told it to leave Justin alone and attack the twins. He glanced at Ron and hastily added, sorry. Ron rolled his eyes and gave him another crooked grin. No, you're not. He's definitely not, Luna agreed lightly. The real problem here is that everyone is going to think you're either related to the Dark Lord or that you're Salazar Slytherin's heir, Hermione said with anxiety tinging her voice. And anyone who didn't think you were the heir before is going to think so now. Harry let out a small groan and buried his head again. They're going to kill me, he whispered in a hoarse voice, for once uncaring if his friends saw this moment of weakness. They will not. Harry looked up as he heard Professor Snape enter the room. His face looked severe, and his black eyes were glinting dangerously. Professor, Theo said, jumping to his feet, what happened after we left? Snape sat heavily in his desk, and gave Harry a side glance that told him all he needed to know. Chaos, Snape said, utter chaos. I'm sorry, sir, Harry said, staring down at his trainers. I didn't mean to. I meant to yell in English, I swear. He hadn't even realized he spoke Parseltongue instead of English until he saw the look on Justin's face. Snape nodded. It is no matter now, Potter. Now we plan for the fallout. And what do we do now, sir? Susan asked, reaching out to grip Harry's hand. Snape gave Susan a long look. Harry felt like maybe they were talking with just their eyes, before he blinked and addressed the rest of the room. Potter travels nowhere alone, he said severely. Not only is he a target for attacks, but if there is another attack from the true heir, then Potter will require alibis. He held up a hand as Ron opened his mouth. Non-Slytherin alibis, he clarified. Why, sir? Neville asked him in a soft voice. Snape sighed and flexed his hand in what Harry is beginning to recognize as frustration, because the Slytherins will not be believed when the heir of Slytherin is the one attacking students. The Slytherin boys and Luna, for some reason, all nodded in perfect understanding. Hermione, Susan and Neville looked surprised. But Professor Dumbledore wouldn't care if Blaise or Theo or Ron or Draco said Harry was with them, right? Hermione said, rambling nervously. He's the headmaster. She glanced at Harry, who just grimaced before she spoke again in a small voice. Right. Indeed, and in a perfect world that should be enough, Snape said, agreeing without agreeing. He turned to Harry and gave him a solemn look. Potter, the time for protecting your friends is finished. You will keep one of them by your side at all times, or I personally will request Lockhart does it himself. Harry snorted at the likelihood of that. Lockhart had avoided Harry constantly, aside from his classes, ever since the Quidditch match. Do I have your word, Potter? Harry looked down at the ground, his face flaming as he felt the eyes of his friends on him. Yes, sir, he grit out unwillingly. Very good, Snape said. Then I shall escort you all back to your dorms so there is no outcry of impropriety. Harry stood up reluctantly, unwilling to return to the common room and face the other Slytherins. Susan walked beside him as they trailed to the Slytherin dorm first. You know what we need, she murmured in his ear. Harry cocked his head towards her, silently inciting her to go on. A private meeting for the gang, she whispered. Why? He asked, keeping his voice quiet as well. Susan gave him a determined look as she squeezed his hand briefly. We have to find the real heir of Slytherin. Harry nodded at her, impressed. Tomorrow we'll try and find a time to meet, he whispered. Susan gave him a grin and nodded her head. Potter, Zabini, Malfoy, Weasley and Nott enter, and do not leave unless it is an absolute emergency, Snape called, gesturing towards the portrait entrance. Susan squeezed his hand once more before letting go as Harry opened the portrait entrance. He had no idea what to expect from his housemates. He gave a look towards Draco, and was touched to see that the blonde had his wand in his hand, and a determined tilt to his chin. A glance towards the other boys revealed they all did as well. They all stared in shock at what they found when they entered the common room. Every single Slytherin, from the first years to the graduating Newt students, were standing in formal poses in front of the fireplace. One's ready, Blaise murmured without moving his lips. Potter. Alexander Lestrange strode forward and stopped 10 feet in front of Harry. He raised his wand. Harry's friends raised theirs then. Then he dropped it and bowed his head. I apologize for our feud, Potter. If you ever need anything, you should consider me an ally to you. Harry stared in shock as the rest of the Slytherins, including Pansy Parkinson, bowed their heads respectfully to him. They think I'm the heir of our house, he thought with a sudden clarity. He looked to his right and shot Ron and Theo a quick look, hoping they would understand what he was about to do. I'll consider it, he said coolly. I don't forgive easily. I understand, Lestrange murmured with his head still bowed. I hope to prove my worth to you. Harry gave him a cold sneer. We'll see. He looked around the room and saw that everyone was still in place, with their heads bowed silently. If there's nothing else, we'll be going to our dorm. Do not bother us, he added on in a hiss of parsley-tongue. Some of the students shuddered at his sibilant hiss, and Harry jerked his head towards his dorm. His friends trailed behind him silently. As soon as the door closed, Ron burst into laughter. Bloody hell, Harry, you were terrifying, he said. Blaise's eyes were slightly wide and were sparkling with mirth. That was brilliant, Harry, he said. I don't forgive easy, absolutely inspired. They're going to think you're the next Dark Lord, Theo said quietly, climbing into his bed. I don't care if they think I'm fucking Dumbledore if it means they leave me alone, Harry said as he climbed into his own bed. They all laid in silence for a while, until Harry was nearly drifting off. Hey, Harry. Harry turned his head towards Draco's bed, where the whispered call came from. Yeah. Draco turned his head, and his silver eyes met Harry's green ones. You could be greater than the Dark Lord, he whispered. You could be the greatest wizard who ever lived. Harry turned to stare up at the ceiling, thinking over Draco's words. Thanks, Dre, he whispered back. He would be the greatest wizard who ever lived. If you live, his traitorous mind whispered to him. He occluded his mind and shifted into an uneasy sleep. He was dreading facing the rest of the school tomorrow. The next morning, the first good thing that happened to Harry in a long time occurred. His morning herbology class was cancelled. Professor Sprout wanted to fit socks and scarves on the mandrakes, a tricky operation she would entrust to no one else, now that it was so important for the mandrakes to grow quickly and revive Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevey. This meant that everyone officially in the gang, with the exception of Neville, was free to meet up. Ron, go find Susan, Harry told him after they got dressed as they lounged in their dorm. Tell her we need to meet up, she'll know why. Ron was pulling his boots on when there was a sharp knock on their dorm door. Potter, Crabbe called in his low voice outside the door. Someone's here to see you. Harry raised a brow at Draco, who scowled. Who is it? Draco called. Dunno, responded Goyle. One of the birds you're always with, I think. That's dangerous, Theo whispered to Blaise, who laughed quietly in return. I'll go see who it is, Ron offered, jumping towards the door. Harry and the other boys waited for a few minutes before their door opened back up and Ron came in, followed by Susan, Luna, and Hermione. Ugh, Draco looked at the girls with a puzzled frown. How did you get in here? Ron laughed and flopped down on the floor. Mate, Dolohov let them in, he said with another chuckle. They're so bloody scared of Harry they'd probably give us the robes off their backs. Don't you have classes? Theo said, sending a pointed look at Luna and Hermione. I'm not sure, Luna hummed as she sat on the edge of Harry's bed. I just felt like I wasn't supposed to be in classes today. Hermione rolled her eyes at the younger blonde as she perched on Blaise's desk chair. I heard your class was cancelled, and I told Professor Snape I wasn't feeling well. He fell for that, Harry asked. Hermione gave him a very uncharacteristic smirk. He didn't. He told me to try and keep you out of trouble for a few hours. The kids all laughed. Harry could picture Snape's patented smirk as he said it. Luna, Hermione, I like you, Susan said hesitantly, giving Harry a quick uneasy look. But this is kind of a private conversation. Luna, who Harry was beginning to really enjoy having around, gave Susan a dreamy smile. We are talking about the real heir of Slytherin, right? Luna stays, Harry said clearly. Hermione and Theo are here and they're not in the gang either. I trust Luna. Luna turned to Harry and gave him a bright smile. Thank you, Harry, she said happily. I trust you as well. Harry grinned back and cleared his throat as he felt his face warm up slightly. Luna always knew the right thing to say to him. Well, Susan says we need to figure out who the real heir is, he said, and when we find them I'm going to kill them. The boys laughed, but Hermione gave him a pinched look. You can't kill them, Harry, she said. We have to report them to Professor Dumbledore. Blaise waved his hand negligently. We'll decide what to do with them when we find them. He winked at Harry. Do we have any clues? Ron asked eagerly. We have the voice that only Harry can hear, Luna said. The other students, save Susan and Luna, all turned and gawked at Harry. What voice? Blaise asked. You're hearing voices, Draco screeched. I'm not surprised, Theo muttered, which earned him a quick stinging spell from Harry. I am not heading voices, he clarified coolly. I heard one voice on Halloween night right before we found that cat. And nobody else heard it? Hermione asked, her brows pulled down in a puzzled look. Only Harry, Susan clarified. That's not good, Hermione said haltingly. I mean, hearing voices isn't a good sign, even in the Wixen world. Harry had already worked that out for himself. What did it say? Ron asked. Harry thought back to that night. It said it wanted to kill someone, and it smelled blood. Theo leapt up and surprisingly had a smile on his face. Well, now we know what the monster is, he exclaimed. The other kids exchanged confused looks, except Luna, who was humming at the ceiling. We do? Draco asked. Theo rolled his eyes as he sat cross-legged back on his bed. Don't be an idiot, he drawled. Either Harry's completely mad or it's a snake. Everyone stared at Theo as they thought about it. That makes sense, Hermione breathed. The monster of Slytherin would be a snake, and if Harry was the only one who heard it, it's because he's the only Parseltongue. Theo grinned at her before smirking at Harry. Harry may just be completely mad, I'd give it even odds. Ron snorted as Harry sent another painful sting towards Theo. So how do we stop it? Susan asked, getting a manic gleam in her eyes that Harry was getting used to seeing. We don't, Hermione cried. We tell one of the professors. We tell nobody, he said, giving them all a glare. We find out what the snake is, who's controlling it, and we keep it to ourselves. Hermione looked horrified. But there's a snake attacking Muggleborns, she cried. We have to tell someone. So Harry can be arrested as the only known Parseltongue in Hogwarts, Susan demanded. No, we shut up and we figure it out. If we say anything now, they'll just think it was Harry. Harry gave her a grateful look. Susan was pretty quick on picking up his exact thoughts. Hermione still looked panicked, so Harry tried to reassure her. Look, Hermione, if it's a snake then I can talk to it, yeah. And I'm not going to let you get attacked, okay? But I don't want to end up in Azkaban either. Hermione nodded slowly. Okay, she agreed, but for the record I think we should tell someone. Record noted, Blaise said. Now, how do we catch the real heir? The 8 of them discussed it for a while before Hermione's idea of searching the archives in the library for any known family lines with Parseltongues was chosen as the most likely place to start. You guys all have classes next period, she said, checking her solar wrist watch, so I'll check out the books and bring them to dinner tonight. Harry jumped up and grabbed his invisibility cloak. I'll go with you, he offered. Hermione huffed. You're not going to class, are you? Nope, he grinned at her. It's Lockhart and I might hurt him if I have to hear him blather on today. Hermione rolled her eyes while the other kids laughed. All right then, she conceded. Come on. See you later, Harry called to the other kids, following behind Hermione. Before they exited the Slytherin common room, where Harry was impressed to see nobody even batted an eye at Hermione's presence, he pulled the cloak over his head. Don't talk to me or you'll look crazy, he told Hermione, who laughed at him. It was weird to walk through the corridors under the cloak. He'd done it last year, but last year the halls weren't packed with kids speculating on who Harry was going to petrify next, were they? Hermione was giving rude looks to the groups they passed when she heard his name being whispered. Morons, she muttered. Harry silently nodded his head in agreement despite knowing she couldn't see him. They split up in the library. Hermione pointed him towards a more deserted area. Don't draw attention to yourself, she whispered before going to the section she assigned to herself. Harry started pursuing the shelves, looking for anything that discussed lineage, Parseltongues, or the history of Slytherin. He had to stop grabbing books and just look at the titles, as a group of the Hufflepuffs who should have been in herbology made themselves at home in the back of the library. Harry inched closer to them, curious about their huddled positions and what kind of secrets they might be discussing. So anyway, a stout boy, Harry thought his name was Ernie Macmillan, was saying, I told Justin to hide up in our dormitory. I mean to say, if Potter's marked him down as his next victim, it's best if he keeps a low profile for a while. Of course, Justin's been waiting for something like this to happen ever since he let slip to Potter he was Muggle-born. Justin actually told him he'd been down for Eton. That's not the kind of thing you bandy about with Slytherins air on the loose, is it? Of course they're talking about me. He should have recognized them as the kids Justin Finch-Fletchy works with in class, and Susan has sat with before. You definitely think it is Potter then, Ernie, said Hannah Abbott, a tall girl with blonde pigtails. Hannah, said the stout boy solemnly, he's a Parselmouth. Everyone knows that's the mark of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a decent one who could talk to snakes? They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue. There was some heavy murmuring at this, and Ernie went on. Remember what was written on the wall. Enemies of the air, beware. That first year, Creevy was annoying Potter at the Quidditch match, taking pictures of him while he was lying in the mud. Next thing we know, Creevy been attacked. He always seems so nice, though, said Hannah uncertainly, and well, he's the one who made you know who disappear. He can't be all bad, can he? Ernie lowered his voice mysteriously. The Hufflepuffs bent closer, and Harry edged nearer so that he could catch Ernie's words. No one knows how he survived that attack by you-know-who. I mean to say he was only a baby when it happened. He should have been blasted into smithereens. Only a really powerful dark wizard could have survived a curse like that. He dropped his voice until it was barely more than a whisper and said, that's probably why you-know-who wanted to kill him in the first place. Didn't want another Dark Lord competing with him. I wonder what other powers Potter's been hiding. Harry couldn't take any more. Clearing his throat loudly, he whipped his cloak off of himself. He was sick of these kids and their gossip and rumors and lies. If he hadn't been feeling so angry, he would have found the sight that greeted him funny. Every one of the Hufflepuffs looked as though they had been petrified by the sight of him, and the color was draining out of Ernie's face. Hello, he said pleasantly with a sharp smile in place. I thought I'd save you the trouble of talking about me when you could talk to me. We don't want any trouble, Ernie stuttered, and I'll have you know I'm a pureblood. Harry scoffed, I don't care what kind of blood you have, you're an idiot anyway. Ernie pointed an accusing finger at him, suddenly feeling much bolder than he had apparently. Is that the gimmick? You're attacking anyone you think isn't as smart as you. Harry stepped closer to their table and put both hands on it as he leaned down in Ernie's face. If that was the case, then I would have had that snake attack you last night, he said softly. Keep this up and I will next time. He hissed lightly, a nonsensical noise, and smirked as Ernie let out a shriek of fear. Harry, Hermione called, coming around the bookcase, is everything all right? Harry gave Ernie a last cold smile before straightening himself up. Fine, he said, just talking to my new friend here. Hermione gave Ernie a thin-lipped frown. Don't bother my friend, she said, correctly guessing the nature of their conversation. You don't know anything. I know you'll be hurt if you keep hanging out with him, Ernie said. He's attacking Muggleborn's Granger, you could be next. Harry slammed his hand on the Hufflepuff's table and drew on his magic. Make him shut up. He curled his upper lip at Ernie as he frantically started moving his lips without any sound coming out. Oops, Harry sighed. Guess you were next, weren't you? He turned on his heel and stormed out of the library, earning himself a reproving glare from Madame Pince, who was polishing the gilded cover of a large spell book. He was halfway down the corridor, stuffing his cloak in his pocket and stewing in his anger when he registered Hermione jogging to catch up. You shouldn't have done that, she panted. Harry looked over at her out of the corner of his eye and thought she looked a little pleased. He's a bastard and he's lucky that's all I did, he told her darkly. They walked together quietly. Luckily it seemed like everyone was still in class. Where do you want to go? Hermione eventually asked. Harry lifted one shoulder in a small shrug. Dunno, wanna just head back to the dorm. Hermione easily agreed, so they turned along another corridor, which was particularly dark. The torches had been extinguished by a strong, icy draft that was blowing through a loose windowpane. He was halfway down the passage when he tripped headlong over something lying on the floor. He turned to squint at what he'd fallen over and felt as though his stomach had dissolved. Justin Finch-Fletchley was lying on the floor, rigid and cold, a look of shock frozen on his face, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. And that wasn't all. Next to him was another figure, the strangest sight Harry had ever seen. It was nearly headless Nick, no longer pearly-white and transparent, but black and smoky, floating immobile and horizontal, 6 inches off the floor. His head was half off and his face wore an expression of shock identical to Justin. Harry got to his feet, his breathing fast and shallow, his heart doing a kind of drumroll against his ribs. He looked wildly up and down the deserted corridor and saw a line of spiders scuttling as fast as they could away from the bodies. The only sounds were the muffled voices of teachers from the classes on either side. "Run, Harry, run, now," Hermione whispered in a strangled voice, her face as pale as Nick's. Harry couldn't move, he was frozen to the spot. As he stood there, panicking, a door right next to him opened with a bang. Peeves the poltergeist came shooting out. "Why, it's Potty wee Potter and his itty-bitty girlfriend," cackled Peeves, knocking Harry's glasses askew as he bounced past him. "What's Potter and his girlfriend up to? Why are you lurking?" Peeves stopped halfway through a Medea somersault. Upside down, he spotted Justin and nearly headless Nick. He flipped the right way up, filled his lungs, and before Harry or Hermione could stop him, screamed, "Attack! Attack! Another attack! No mortal or ghost is safe. Run for your lives, ATTACK." Crash, 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 door after door flew open along the corridor and people flooded out. For several long minutes, there was a scene of such confusion that Justin was in danger of being squashed, and people kept standing in nearly headless Nick. Harry found himself pinned against the wall beside Hermione as the teachers shouted for quiet. Professor McGonagall came running, followed by her own class, one of whom still had black and white striped hair. She used her wand to set off a loud bang, which restored silence, and ordered everyone back into their classes. No sooner had the scene cleared somewhat than Ernie the Hufflepuff arrived, panting on the scene. Caught in the act, Ernie yelled. Apparently someone had reversed the jinx Harry put on him rather quickly. "Don't you point at him," Hermione said shrilly. "Harry didn't do anything, you ass." "That is enough," McGonagall yelled. "Macmillan back to class now, Granger class, Potter don't move." Peeves was bobbing overhead, now grinning wickedly, surveying the scene. Peeves always loved chaos. As the teachers bent over Justin and nearly headless Nick, examining them, Peeves broke into song. "Oh Potter, you rotter, oh what have you done? You're killing off students, you think it's good fun." "That's enough, Peeves," barked Professor McGonagall, and Peeves zoomed away backward, with his tongue out at Harry. Justin was carried up to the hospital wing by Professor Flitwick and Professor Sinister of the astronomy department, but nobody seemed to know what to do for nearly headless Nick. In the end, Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan out of thin air, which she gave to Ernie with instructions to waft nearly headless Nick up the stairs. McGonagall turned her attention back to Harry and Hermione. "Miss Granger, I believe I told you to go to class." Hermione, who Harry had never heard talk back to an adult, spoke up harshly. "Harry didn't do this. I've been with him for hours, ma'am." McGonagall gave her and Harry both a frown and shook her head. "This is out of my hands. Come with me, Harry." Hermione leaned in towards him and whispered in a tight voice, "Do you want me to get Snape?" Harry shook his head and whispered back, "No, just," he thought sadly of his little elf who sent him treats every evening. "Just go to the kitchen, find Mavis and tell him I'm sorry and to stay here." Got it. He wasn't sure if he was being expelled or imprisoned, or maybe even killed outright, but he'd hate for Mavis to be homeless. It was a miserable way to live. Hermione gave him a bewildered look. "Now Myone," he whispered harshly. Hermione gave him a trembling look and turned on her heel and took off. Harry and McGonagall marched in silence around a corner, and she stopped before a large and extremely ugly stone gargoyle. "Lemon drop," she said. This was evidently a password. Because the gargoyle sprang suddenly to life and hopped aside as the wall behind him split in two. Even full of dread for what was coming, Harry couldn't fail to be amazed. Behind the wall was a spiral staircase that was moving smoothly upward, like an escalator. As he and Professor McGonagall stepped onto it, Harry heard the wall thud closed behind them. They rose upward in circles, higher and higher, until at last, slightly dizzy, Harry saw a gleaming oak door ahead, with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. He knew where he was being taken. This must be Dumbledore's office. They stepped off the stone staircase at the top, and Professor McGonagall rapped on the door. It opened silently and they entered. Professor McGonagall told Harry to wait and left him there, alone. Harry looked around. One thing was certain. Of all the teachers' offices Harry had visited so far this year, Dumbledore was by far the most interesting. He had a small thought in the back of his mind that if running the ministry wound up not panning out for him, he wouldn't mind being the headmaster of Hogwarts. It was a large and beautiful circular room, full of funny little noises. A number of curious silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables, whirring and emitting little puffs of smoke. The walls were covered with portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom were snoozing gently in their frames. There was also an enormous claw-footed desk, and sitting on a shelf behind it, a shabby, tattered wizard's hat, the sorting hat. "Stupid fucking hat," he muttered. "You'll be great in Slytherin, no doubt about it. You were made for that house," he mocked the silent hat. "Look where I am now," he screamed, suddenly furious at the hat. Predictably, it didn't move. Harry backed away, watching it. Then a strange, gagging noise behind him made him wheel around. He wasn't alone after all. Standing on a golden perch behind the door was a decrepit-looking bird that resembled a half-plucked turkey. Harry stared at it and the bird looked balefully back, making its gagging noise again. Harry thought it looked very ill. Its eyes were dull, and even as Harry watched, a couple more feathers fell out of its tail. Harry was just thinking that all he needed was for Dumbledore's pet bird to die while he was alone in the office with it, when the bird burst into flames. Harry yelled in shock and backed away into the desk. He looked feverishly around in case there was a glass of water somewhere, but couldn't see one. The bird, meanwhile, had become a fireball. It gave one loud shriek, and next second there was nothing but a smouldering pile of ash on the floor. The office door opened. Dumbledore came in, looking very somber. Harry took one look at his grim face and straightened his back. "Show no weakness, this is an enemy." "Sir, I didn't touch your bird and I didn't hurt those kids," he said slowly, holding back the tremble that wanted to show in his voice. "I'll take Veritaserum, or allow you to legitimize me if you'd like proof." Dumbledore ignored his carefully prepared speech and sat down heavily in his ornate desk chair. "Have a seat, Mr. Potter, we are waiting for one of my colleagues," Dumbledore said in a tired voice. Harry hesitated beside the offered chair. He didn't want to sit down, but he didn't want to push his luck either. He eventually lowered himself down to the very edge of the seat. "I didn't do it," he insisted. Dumbledore held up a hand for silence and stared hard at Harry. "I once made the mistake of ignoring my gut instinct before, and a young girl died because of it. There will be no more Myrtle Warrens in this castle, not as long as I remain headmaster." Harry gaped at him before clearing the fear off his face again. "Am I supposed to know what that means, sir?" he drawled. His head was screaming at him to play the poor pitiful orphan that Snape advised him once to play, but his gut instinct said it didn't matter what he said now. Dumbledore had clearly already made up his mind. "I believe you do," Dumbledore said simply before lapsing into silence. Harry stared him down, noticing that the old man didn't meet his eyes at all during this time. As he waited for the colleague, Dumbledore summoned. "Please be Snape." When there was a booming knock on the headmaster's door, Harry knew it was much too loud to be Professor Snape. "You wanted to see me, sir." Harry spun sideways in his chair, attempting to keep both the headmaster and the groundskeeper, Hagrid, in his line of sight. "What the fuck? Why is the groundskeeper here?" Harry grimaced in confusion at the turn of events. "Come in, Rubius, I need you to do me a favor," Dumbledore said politely to the huge man. Harry inched to the edge of his chair to keep away from the other man. He knew that Dumbledore was the bigger threat of the two, but Hagrid looked as if he could crush Harry like a bug with just one hand. Dumbledore turned his blue eyes back to Harry, and he was surprised to see how cold they now looked, almost like ice. "Mr. Potter, I need your wand," he said calmly. "Why?" he asked. "Your wand now," Dumbledore repeated, his voice as cold as his eyes now. "You won't win a fight against him, not right now, not like this." Harry slowly reached into his wand holster to unfasten the wand. He kept his eyes on Dumbledore, who was holding his own wand now. Here, he placed the holly wand on the desk, marveling at the way it shone like it did the day he got it. Dumbledore grabbed the wand and stowed it in his desk drawer, then nodded at Hagrid. "Mr. Potter, you are formally expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You are a danger to your fellow students, and I cannot allow you to remain here while your very presence puts them at risk. Rubius will escort you to your home, and your belongings will be sent along at a later time." Harry felt his throat thicken with what was probably unshed tears. He was never going to see his friends again, or Mavis, or Snape. "Show no weakness. Weakness will get you killed instead of expelled." Harry made sure his face was clear of the sorrow he thought he might drown in, and stood as he sensed Hagrid reaching for his arm. "Don't touch me," he snarled at the giant man. He turned back to Dumbledore and stared hatefully at his icy blue eyes. "You're making a mistake." Dumbledore inclined his chin minutely. "I don't believe I am," he said softly. Harry glared up at the man who put him with his relatives in the first place, and who didn't check up on him his whole life, who knew there was a prophecy about him but never said, who wanted Harry to be a weapon in his own private war against Voldemort, who was kicking Harry out of the only home he's ever had, and who was taking Harry away from the only people he'd ever cared about. "When I come back, because I will, I'm going to kill you," he said coldly, figuring he might as well lay all his cards on the table at this point. Harry heard Hagrid give a dramatic gasp beside him, and ignored him to watch Dumbledore's face. His blue eyes flashed with something that looked like shock, before icing over once again. "I'm sure that you will try," he said before nodding at Hagrid. As Harry was led through the flue to Arabella Figg's house, he only had one thought he could focus on, without losing his mind completely. Someday, somehow, Harry Potter was going to make Albus Dumbledore regret this, with every fibre of his being right, before he ended his life. Chapter 13, Finding Potter. Severus Snape burst into the headmaster's office, frantically searching for his missing snake. "Where is Potter?" His usual calm mask had fallen at some point, likely when Blaise and Ronald had came to tell him that Potter never returned to the dorms after being summoned to the headmaster's office the previous day. After some unsubtle digging, Severus discovered the child was in fact absent from his morning classes. "I did what had to be done, Severus. The attacks could not continue, the next student may have died." Severus stared at the man that he had considered a mentor and friend for many years, absolutely shocked. "Albus is not the man I believed him to be." "Where is Potter?" he asked again, ignoring the implication that the child was the one attacking the students. "Preposterous. I had Hagrid escort him to his home. Harry Potter has been expelled from Hogwarts." "At least he hasn't killed the child," he thought with a very small part of relief. "You sent Potter to his relatives, the very ones I informed you were savagely abusing the child?" he asked. "I believe we have had no credible proof of abuse happening within their home," Albus said calmly. Severus put his hands on Albus' desk to lean across it. "Have you looked at Potter and seen his scars?" he hissed. "Or do you only care about the one?" Albus remained unshaken. "The boy has proven to have a vicious and violent streak himself, hasn't he?" Severus ignored the jab at Potter's rightful defense of himself since arriving at Hogwarts. "You expelled Potter," he clarified, turning the conversation back to the more vital topic. "Surely you don't truly believe that the child is behind these attacks?" "I did, and I do believe just that," Albus sighed. Severus was furious at both his actions and his weary attitude. How dare he expel the child, then act as if he were torn up over it? He did not even consult with the heads of houses, as is standard procedure in these situations. "There are students who were with Potter when the attacks happened, or do you believe they were complicit but escaped punishment?" Severus sneered, straightening himself back up. "We have evidence that the boy has been able to control others in the past, Severus. Surely you can see why this decision was made. When Tom opened the chamber, Miss Warren died. I believe it is only luck that has prevented a death thus far." Severus felt a sudden stab of regret for showing Albus his initial encounter with Potter. The child would have had no reason to imperious his friends. They would likely throw themselves on the pyre if he but asked them. Not that Severus would be sharing that sentiment at present moment. He also felt bitter remorse for Potter. He had told him to maintain witnesses at his side at all times, so this exact scenario did not happen. He let him down horribly. "You have made a terrible mistake, Albus," he hissed, too furious to rein in his temper. "When Potter is proven innocent and you grovel at his feet for forgiveness, I hope he refuses you." With a final disdainful sneer towards the pathetic old man before him, Severus swept off towards the dungeons. He had a child to find. Upon his departure from the headmaster's office, Severus made a quick detour to the Slytherin common room. "Draco, Blaise with me," he said briskly to two of the four huddled second-year boys. Theodore and Ronald looked at him curiously, but he shook his head minutely. He could not currently trust in Nott's loyalty to Potter over his ties to his father, nor could he trust Weasley when his family is composed of staunch supporters of Albus. The two boys quietly followed him to his office, where he promptly warded the space for privacy. "Potter has been expelled," he told them bluntly. Draco blanched and Blaise's eyes gained a furious light. "Harry didn't attack those kids, Uncle Save," Draco cried. "I swear he didn't do it." Severus held his hand up in a request for silence. "What do you know of the attacks? This is your only opportunity to be completely honest with me, without fear of repercussions." He watched as the boys glanced at each other once, then Draco told him, "We don't know anything." Severus slammed his hand down on his desk, furious. "This is not a game," he hissed. "Potter has been expelled, and unless I can find sufficient reasoning, there is no way to reverse the decision. If you know something, speak." "Harry's hearing voices," Blaise immediately told him. He heard it on Halloween, but nobody else could hear it. Severus glanced at Draco, who was pale-faced but bobbing his head quickly in agreement. "And neither Bones nor Lovegood heard the voice, only Potter." "No sir, just him," Blaise said. Severus filed that away to consider later, as it was unhelpful at this moment. "Can you absolutely, undoubtedly, under Veritaserum, alibi Potter during both attacks?" The boys looked askance at one another. "Susan and Luna can for Halloween," Draco said slowly. And Granger can for yesterday, Blaise offered. That would not be enough. What I suggest, he said quietly, is that you both write letters to your parents. Draco's eyes lit up with immediate understanding. You want us to tell them what happened? Those words never came out of my mouth. However, you are both Slytherin enough to find ways to convey a message without writing that message, yes. Both boys agreed quickly. It would certainly be a shame if the board, he glanced at Draco, or the press, he looked at Blaise, were made aware of the egregious wrong done to our poor, orphaned war hero. He sighed dramatically before adding, with absolutely no proof. At the word proof he had another stroke of inspiration. I wonder if Susan's aunt has heard about Potter's expulsion. She seemed very fond of him over the summer. Blaise, budding politician that he is, smirked in understanding. That would be a shame, sir, if any of our relatives heard about this. I know that the Contessa likes Harry very much. I'm sure if she were aware of this that she would be simply heartbroken. Severus shared his smirk. A heartbroken Contessa Zabini is a deadly one, and if Potter has become important to her then all the better for the boy, and all the worse for Albus. Father does keep such a close eye on my education and alliances, Draco said thoughtfully. I believe that if he knew one of my allies was in need of assistance, that he would not hesitate to help him. Severus recalled the conversation he had with Lucius over the summer, only thinly veiling his belief that the House of Malfoy would be formally aligning themselves to the House of Potter and ending any ties to the Dark Lord. Also, Draco looked hesitant. If Harry needed a place to stay, I'm sure my mother would love to have him at our manor. Son of a bitch. He needed to find Potter and find him suitable living arrangements. He doubted that the child even took one step into his relative's home. Is Potter's trunk in your room? Yes, sir, Blaise assured him. That's why we were so worried his trunk was here, but his bed was gone. Of course the castle and elves would immediately remove the child's space. Hogwarts always adjusted herself to fit the amount of children within each dormitory. Very well, do not touch a single item belonging to Potter, warned Weasley, Nott, Crabbe and Goyle, that anyone who lays a single finger on his belongings will wish that detention is all that I set them with. He considered for a moment before adding, and one of you ensure that Potter's owl, he refused to call it the inane name the brat chose, is in the owlery and being cared for. He knew Potter doted on the creature and would be disappointed if it were neglected in his absence. The boys both murmured their understanding, and Blaise volunteered to go check on Sevi. I believe you both have letters to write and mouths to keep shut, he hissed. Feel free to spread word within Slytherin of the wrongdoing done to Potter, but say nothing of the rest of it. Understand? The boys both nodded before Severus dismissed them. Draco lingered by the desk for a moment. Uncle Save you'll find him right, he asked in a small voice, because I don't think he does so well on his own. Severus assured him that tracking one lone child would be simple. Once again, Potter was sowing chaos that was incredibly complex. It'll be simple, he scoffed to himself. When has Potter ever been simple? The child was proving to be impossible to locate, but Severus was nothing if not determined. Severus had apparated to Petunia Dursley's home that night after dinner, only to be immediately reassured that Potter had indeed never set foot inside the bland home. Upon his return to Hogwarts, he had what he believed to be an inspired idea. He trailed down to the kitchens and sought out Potter's acquaintance, Mavis. Mavis is not seeing Master Potter, the elf squeaked out, wringing his hands. Master Potter is not at Hogwarts, and Mavis knows Master Potter has no other home. Master Potter told his bushy-haired friend to tell Mavis to stay at Hogwarts, but Mavis is wanting to be with Master. So Potter must have had an inkling he was going to be expelled before he was sent to the headmaster's office. Potter likely has been expecting this from the moment he found the cat, he thought. The child is no fool. If Potter summons you, I need you to inform me immediately. It is for his own health and safety, is that clear? He stressed severely to the elf. Mavis nodded, his large ears flopping. Master Potter is telling Mavis to listen to Mr. Snoops, and Mavis will be telling Mr. Snoops if Master summons him. Severus wondered if Potter had intentionally mispronounced his name in an effort to irritate him at a later date, or if the elf simply had as poor elocution as his master used to. Severus spent a sleepless night in his quarters, creating a mental list of every possible location the child may visit. The next morning, freed from his classes for the Christmas break, he flew to the Leaky Cauldron and asked the barkeep if he had seen Potter. Not since he stopped by over the summer, the man said with a frown. He's all right, isn't he? Poor lad was a tiny twitchy thing when he stayed here. Severus evaded his questions while receiving a swear that he would be the first person he contacted if he saw Potter. Severus checked with the goblins who, though unaccommodating, he believed had also not seen the child. He checked the ice cream store, the Quidditch supply store, the library. Eventually he had to concede that it seemed as if Potter had either not yet made his way to Diagon Alley or purposefully chose to avoid it. As he pondered his next step, his own words to Potter reverberated in his mind. "I do not believe there would be a place within the magical world where Albus would not work tirelessly to keep track of you." He nearly bashed his head on the brick archway as he remembered telling Potter that when the child discussed his wish to leave Hogwarts, Potter was cunning. If he believed Albus was a threat to him, then he would avoid the magical world. So Severus began his search in Muggle locations. He checked homeless shelters, youth homes, and hospitals. He charmed Muggles into allowing him to search social service reports and police records. He showed Potter's photo to strangers on the street. "Poor dear," an older woman had crooned looking at the photo. "I hope you find your little boy." He returned to his office that night to find it filled with Potter's friends. He hoped when he found the child that Potter would be heartened to hear that his friends all remained behind at the castle for the holiday, in hopes of hearing news of him sooner. "Harry isn't with his Muggle relatives, is he?" Miss Bones asked immediately. "He is not," Severus said. Severus could barely stand to look into her face. "Have you found him then?" she asked. "I did not," he confessed gently. "You are letting them down, you are letting him down. You have to try harder," Bones yelled, her eyes alive with a manic fury. "Do you think I have done anything aside from my best?" he demanded. How dare this little witch come in his office and call him out? Potter has been his only priority since he discovered he was missing. "Your best isn't good enough, Professor," Hermione Granger told him coldly. "Harry was innocent, and now you can't find him." "What kind of school is this?" Ronald Weasley snarled. "Kick a kid out for no bloody reason, then you lose him." "Get out," Severus hissed warningly. Susan Bones stalked very close to Severus, displaying a shocking lack of fear at the venom in his tone. "If Harry is hurt, then I will hold you responsible," she said. "He trusted you." Bones gave him a last look of derision before turning on her heel and storming towards the door. Severus sat at his desk and buried his face in his hands. "What would you have me do?" he asked quietly. "Maury," Luna Lovegood said softly as she left the office, "we would have you do more." 3 days after Potter's expulsion, the news finally hit the papers. Daily Prophet breaking news. Albus Dumbledore expels boy who lived. Many of us still remember the night that Harry Potter saved the magical world from the destruction of he who shall not be named. Every Halloween you would be hard-pressed to enter a pub where Harry Potter's name is not being celebrated. There is one place where our hero is not being hailed: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Many sources have reported a disturbing belief that Harry Potter has been expelled from school on suspicion of attacking his fellow students. Many parents have reached out with their concerns. "Harry Potter is a close friend of my son," writes the Italian Contessa, Giuliana Zabini. "He is such a sweet boy, who looks and acts much like his deceased war hero parents. I cannot imagine what reason Albus Dumbledore had to keep our orphaned hero from his rightful education. The young child has lost enough, no." Hogwarts board member, and father to another one of Harry Potter's many close friends, Lucius Malfoy, spoke up as well. The board must question the purpose of expelling a student when there have been no reported incidents of injuries by the headmaster. I fear that Dumbledore is losing his touch if he is making such grievous mistakes in regards to the orphan who restored peace to our world. Albus Dumbledore, when reached out for a comment, merely stated that Harry Potter is home for a family emergency. While we may not currently know the truth behind Harry Potter's disappearance, we hope that wherever he is he knows that the love of magical Britain is with him. Severus read the article multiple times with a smug smirk. The Contessa was a master of media manipulation. He could practically sense her presence in every word within the print. Albus was going to lose his mind with the influx of letters he would soon receive in response. Severus himself had been the recipient of multiple owls this morning. "Dearest Severus, I believe you may have something that I find quite valuable. If you do not have the item I am seeking, I implore you to find it immediately. Please inform me the moment you have it. I would be very upset if it was damaged in any way and shudder to consider the consequences it would have on your personal health and safety from both Lucius and myself. If there are ingredients that you require to find my missing item, I'll me immediately, and I shall procure them for you. With all my love. Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa was a charming woman. The letter from the Contessa was slightly warmer, but with the same underlying message. Severus Snape. I hope your holidays are going well. Unfortunately mine are not so wonderful. My son says that my Meraviglia has not been seen. I wonder why he was not sent somewhere safe, with his allies and familiar, and was instead lost. Perhaps Italy will treat my darlings better than Britain has. Once you speak with my dearest ally, inform him that I will gladly assist him in enrolling in a school where his power and intellect will be appreciated, much more than Albus has seemed to. You may reach me by flu at Zabini Villa, the exact moment you find my missing deliciae, yes. Contessa Zabini, lady of the ancient and noble house of Zabini. Severus spent the evening searching Muggle London for any sign of his missing snake. He checked under bridges, inside of alleys, abandoned homes and parks. He remembered where he found Potter once before, and even spent hours riding miscellaneous buses, hopping to find him. All to no avail. In the end, he stopped by Nocturne Alley to pick up a book on a tracking spell. It was not necessarily illegal, but Albus would certainly never allow him to brew the potion for it either. Luckily, Severus did not give a damn what Albus Dumbledore thought, and had no intentions of asking permission. 4 days after Potter's expulsion, Albus was forced to face the remainder of the Hogwarts staff, who had not left for Christmas break. Harry Potter is not the heir of Slytherin, Filius yelled at Albus. For Merlin's sake, Albus, his father was descended from Thrpovll line. What HAPPNED2 protocol? What HAPPNED2, the HEADS weighing in ON matters regarding expulsion, Pomona shouted. I thought the choice to expel a student was a matter we put to a vote, Minerva said stiffly. Why was Potter expelled, and none of us were informed until afterwards? This matter was too dangerous to wait for an official meeting, Albus said calmly. Severus could see the lines deepening in Albus' face and the blue coloring beneath his eyes. He appeared exhausted and weak. Severus sincerely hoped he was receiving very little sleep, and was being as consistently harassed by angry parents as Severus was by angry students. I do not need to explain myself, Albus continued. The decision is final. There is no other possible explanation for the attacks. That's what they said when they blamed Hagrid, Minerva sniffed, and look how that turned out. Albus seemingly had no rebuttal, as he attempted to change the discussion to the continued news coverage of the Hogwarts missing hero. Why not allow Mr. Potter to speak with a reporter, Pomona suggested. They could see that he's not missing, and he could get a chance to share his side of the story. Because Albus is not aware that Potter is missing, Severus thought acerbically. The last thing our school needs right now is more negative coverage, Albus said. The boy would slander us. I'm afraid that without us providing proof of his misdeeds, the public would be inclined to believe him. We would lose students as parents lost trust in our abilities to make judgment calls regarding their safety. Do not use phrases like we and us when you unilaterally made the decision to expel Potter, Severus said coldly. I refuse to lie if asked where Potter has went. He sneered as he sardonically added, family emergency indeed. Filius scoffed and glared at Albus as well. Will you be readmitting Harry if the attacks continue, and his name is cleared, or will you find a way to blame him for that as well? Albus pushed his glasses up and rubbed wearily at his eyes. If there is another attack, which my gut says there will not be, then I will reach out to Mr. Potter to speak with him only after I am sure that he was in no way involved. Most competent headmasters would require proof or evidence of some sort before expelling a student for attacks with only the barest hint of a connection between the two. But no, the illustrious war general needs only his gut feelings. Severus felt no regret as he fervently prayed that another student was petrified so that Potter can be reinstated. Of course, first he would have to find the brat. 5 days after Potter's expulsion, Christmas Eve, Severus was trying to create the potion for the tracking spell to find the missing child. You will FLOO me immediately, or I will come to HOGWRTS and curse every professor I come across. Severus raised an interested brow at the shrieking voice of Amelia Bones bursting through the mouth of a Silver Lemur patroness. She sounded very similar to her niece, who has confronted Severus for updates at least once every evening. Unfortunately, he was mid-brew on the intricate potion, and had no time to meet for the next 30 minutes. Expecto Patronum, he flicked his wand casually without looking up from the recipe he was pursuing. Madame Bones, I will flew you as soon as what the fuck. Only his long-standing ability to brew despite any disturbances prevented Severus from dropping his stirring rod and ruining the potion outright. He gaped at his patroness as he was hit with icy waves of emotion. For where his doe, that he has had since he first cast the spell at 16, should stand instead lay a small fox with bright and wide eyes. How, he trailed off, gazing at the patroness. He knew how. Severus Snape was no imbecile. Harry Potter had impacted every other facet of his life since they met. Why would he not change this one as well? Lily's son had clearly eclipsed her as the person he cared most for. Severus had to occlude very hard as he stared at the silver fox. This was no time to become emotional. He had to keep a clear mind to find the child. He could break down later, once Potter was safe. He flicked his wand again at the fox and cleared his throat. Amelia, I shall flew you after I have finished a potion which requires my utmost attention. Be prepared to receive me in your home in 30 minutes. He stared after the silver fox as it sprang through the dungeon walls.
Merlin.
Severus finished his brew and flew immediately to Amelia Bones' cottage home. Madame Bones, he said politely, you requested me. Where is Harry Potter? She demanded, bypassing any semblance of courtesies. Which Severus appreciated, as he was on a time crunch as it was. The potion would be ready to be used in less than an hour. I haven't the slightest idea where he is, Severus told her truthfully. I can assure you there are a great many places that he apparently is not. What can I do to help? Amelia asked quickly. The minister has authorized me to give you auras, law enforcement. Hell, he'll even call up Alastair and set him on the case. Just tell me how to help you, she pleaded. Severus very briefly considered her offer of Alastair Moody. The man had an impressive track record of hunting down the most elusive of wizards. Ultimately, though, it would hinder him more than it would help. Potter would likely flee at the sign of any Wixen right now. I am barely hopeful he will allow me to speak with him. Amelia sighed heavily and looked up at Severus with something akin to grief in her eyes. How did Harry receive those injuries? She asked bluntly, quite out of the blue. Severus studied her carefully, attempting to understand her reasoning for asking him such a question. I believe it is not my story to share, he said carefully. It would do no good to anger a possible ally to him, especially if Albus discovered his search for Potter, but he failed to see how it would help him find Potter either. I'm not asking for the bloody prophet Severus, Amelia said harshly. I need to know if Albus returned him to wherever he was that he got those injuries. Severus studied the fire behind her eyes and the determined set of her jaw. They were features he had been exposed to frequently in her niece as of late. Only the injuries prior to his 9th birthday were inflicted by the vermin that Albus deemed as fit caretakers for Potter, he said, conceding slightly to avoid an outright row with the head of the DMLE. Amelia sank down slowly in her recliner. And the rest, she asked quietly, how did he get those? Severus shook his head gently and gave her as sympathetic of a look as he could. It is not my place to say. Amelia nodded and rubbed the back of her neck thoughtfully. Will you find him? Severus wondered how he became the sole hope for tracking down Potter. His exhaustion must have allowed some of his thoughts to show through his normally opaque facial expression, because she gave him a wry smile. Your patron has changed, she said casually. Who else is going to tear the world apart to find him? And Severus gained another supporter in his hunt. When he laid in his bed in the dark of night after his tracking potion failed, he worried that he had simply gained yet another person he was doomed to disappoint. On Christmas Day, Severus rose early, before the sun had even risen, and utilized his potion to check for a location on Potter once again. Locus Harry James Potter, he said, tapping the potion-dipped parchment with his wand. The parchment shimmered, but ultimately remained blank again. God damn it, Severus yelled, swiping the belongings off his desk to the floor. He brewed it perfectly. There were no errors. He checked, rechecked, and even rebrewed. If the parchment was refusing to give a location, it was either because Potter was moving too constantly for it to nail down a single location or he had no location to give. Potter's words, confessed on the conjured swing set, continued to haunt him. I just don't see a point to it all sometimes. I don't see a point to it all. I don't see a point to it. No, Severus growled, putting his fist through the wooden desktop. Breathe now, deep breath, clear your mind. He could not afford to have the breakdown he was so desperately headed towards. He had to find Potter first. Even if Potter's body was all that was left to find. No, you will find him alive. He hoped. Severus spent the morning carefully extracting Potter's trunk from the unusually full and solemn second-year Slytherin dormitory. He had planned to relocate Potter's belongings to his own private residence before Albus decided to send it along to Petunia Dursley's home. Severus was toying with an idea in the back of his mind regarding the blood wards, but he could not flesh it out until he found Potter. While as uncommonly skilled at multitasking as he was, finding Potter was absorbing his every waking moment, and most of his thoughts even as he slept. "Did you find him?" Draco asked as soon as he saw Severus in their dormitory.
"I have not."
"Are you any closer at least?" Ronald asked.
"I am unsure."
"What use are you then?" Blaise snorted into his pillow. Severus had no response, as he was beginning to feel as if he were no use at all. When Theodore quietly asked if they could drop their gifts to Potter off in Severus' office, he agreed quickly. At least he could do one thing for the students who were depending on him to find their missing friend. Severus spent the day visiting as many possible Muggle food pantries as he could fit in his day. He hoped Potter would be drawn in by the Christmas feast that the churches and charities offered. He showed the child's photo to every Muggle there with no definitive responses until he met a homeless beggar at the 6th dinner he visited. "He looks a bit like a lad I saw a few days ago." A man, who had less teeth than Severus had fingers on one hand, told him after examining the photo of Potter and Susan Bones. Where did you see him?" Severus demanded. "Few notes and I'll tell you," the man smiled nastily. Severus quickly dug out some of the Muggle money he had converted to search more easily for Potter, and handed over a handful of notes. "By the river uptown," the man said, counting the notes. "Been a few days though. I'd find 'em quick, your boy didn't look so good." Severus thanked the man and rushed off. He hoped he had not been played by a con man and taken for a fool by his desperation for any sign of Potter. As soon as he was free from the sight of Muggles, he apparated quickly to the river the old man suggested. "Point me Harry Potter," he murmured after placing his wand flat on his hand. His wand remained stationary. "Point me Harry Potter," he yelled at the useless wooden stick. It still remained stationary. If Potter had been here, he was gone now. Severus was forced to attend the Hogwarts feast that night. He had to continue to make appearances, lest Albus discover where he had been spending the majority of his days. There were less than 24 students who remained in the castle for the holiday. 8 of them sat together at the Slytherin table. Severus felt the heat of their glares aimed at the head table as he sipped his water and ignored his plate. How could he eat from a feast when he doubted if Potter was having a meal at all today? One Christmas, the child has only celebrated one Christmas in his life, his mind whispered harshly, and now he's probably gone, dead in a ditch or killed by Muggles. One Christmas in a boarding school is all he got. Severus resisted the urge to drown his remorse in wine. He had to remain alert to continue his search. He would catch a break eventually. He had to. London was only so large. "Excuse me." Severus looked over to the Slytherin table where Potter's friends stood as one. Susan Bones met his eyes, and her aquamarine-coloured eyes were alight with a furious fire. "Until the remainder of Slytherin House is here to eat meals with us, we will be abstaining from dining in the Great Hall," Draco sneered loudly. The rest of the students scattered throughout the hall began whispering loudly. "My dear boy," Albus said, standing and smiling gently at Draco, "your classmates will rejoin you in little over a week. I am sure they will be touched by your demonstration. However, they are enjoying the holiday with their families." Severus caught Minerva's eye and knew that she understood Draco's meaning. Severus was sure that Albus was purposefully misunderstanding them. "That is not who we mean, and I think you know that, headmaster," Blaise said. Albus sat down in his chair again and gave the protesting students a disappointed grandfather look. "I am afraid that you cannot abstain from meals," he said firmly while shaking his head. "I insist you continue to eat in the hall for your meals." Hermione Granger cleared her throat and gave Theodore a nervous look. He nodded, and she straightened her back and met the headmaster's eyes dead on. "You're wrong, sir," she said in a trembling but loud voice. "There is no rule that says we must eat in the Great Hall or show up for any meal besides feasts." "And we showed up today," Neville Longbottom added. "And Harry will be back by the next one," Bones said with her chin jutted out confidently. "I wonder if you will be headmaster," Draco drawled. In the absolute silence that encompassed the Great Hall following Draco's words, the 8 students marched out determinedly. Severus was surprised, but undeniably pleased, to see the 2 remaining Newt-level Slytherins follow the group, after giving Albus their own spite-filled glares. Severus' lips twitched into the first smile he has had since, before the Merlin-damned dueling club. "Who do you think organized that little stunt?" Minerva asked softly, her voice masked by the sudden outbreak of buzzing students. Severus glanced at Albus, who was kneading his forehead with both knuckles, and smiled all the harder at the sight. "Miss Bones, no doubt," he murmured back. Susan Bones could never have been placed in another house. Her loyalty to Potter transcended all levels of self-preservation. Severus had once wondered if Bones and Potter would remain friends in a way he had been unable to do with Lily. He knew now that whatever path Potter travelled down, Miss Bones would be firmly by his side. 50 points to Hufflepuff for a display of courageous loyalty that rivals any Gryffindor, Minerva called loudly, before placing her napkin on her plate and calmly leaving the hall. Severus followed her lead and strode down to his office to test his potion again. He felt energized with renewed hope for his search as he passed the 4 hourglasses and saw that Minerva's points had been added. The Daily Prophet was having a field day. It seemed as if anonymous sources inside Hogwarts wrote that not only was Potter expelled, but that he was exiled back to a possibly abusive home in the Muggle world. Albus was receiving so many daily howlers that he no longer took breakfast in the hall. Severus worried about Potter's reaction to that news being shared publicly, but since his overwhelming worry was finding Potter alive, everything else was secondary. Severus spent the next 7 days searching for the child day and night. He checked his tracking spell at least twice a day, with no results. He circled back to previous locations he already checked, hoping for some new sign that Potter had been spotted. He stayed in constant contact with the Contessa in case Potter reached out to his international ally, with no results. He had even travelled to popular locations in London for street walkers during the nights. He hoped that Potter was finding other ways to eat and survive without accessing his vaults, but it was better to be safe than sorry. None of the Muggles he encountered there were any assistance at all, though, worryingly, one young woman with a face caked with cosmetics said she recognized Potter. "Been a few years since I saw I.M., she said between puffs of tobacco smoke. "'Ope you find I.M., poor thing's been through enough REE. Finally, on the last night before the students returned to the castle, after 2 weeks of non-stop searching, he caught a break. The boy must have made himself at home in London, because his tracking spell had finally decided to give him a location. He apparated to the coordinates listed, and gazed with disgust at the sight and smell of the alley he suddenly found himself in. "Point me Harry Potter," he whispered, turning his attention to his wand. It spun around and pointed towards the end of an empty alley. Severus was nearly ready to snap his own wand in frustration. There was no way that Potter was in the alley unless he had suddenly become invisible. Imbecile. Of course he was invisible. Albus had given him James' blasted invisibility cloak. Clearly Potter must have had it with him when he left Hogwarts. "Potter," he called softly but clearly. "It is Professor Snape. Would you please remove the cloak?" "Go away," came a hoarse voice from the invisible hiding spot after nearly half a minute of silence. He reached out, guessing based on the location of his voice, until he felt the cloak and he yanked it off him. He nearly physically recoiled when he saw Potter. In just a fortnight it looked as if Potter had lost nearly a stone. His face was thinner, his clothes were filthy, he was shivering and glaring. Gods, all the child does is glare at him. "Potter, I've come to take you somewhere safe," he said gently, not wishing to provoke the child's infamous temper. "I have been looking for you since you left the castle." "Didn't leave the bloody castle, I was kicked out, was I?" The child snarled, his features twisting up into a feral grimace. "I'm expelled and a danger to other students, so just leave me alone." Severus crouched down, so he was no longer looming over the boy. "I know, and I am sorry," he said steadily. "Albus is a fool, and we will find a way for you to be reinstated with your classmates." Potter scoffed, but Severus didn't miss the flash of pain in his eyes. "Maybe I don't want to be fucking reinstated. I hate Dumbledore, and I don't want to be around a bunch of arsees who think I'm attacking kids for no reason." "Language," Severus murmured, addressing the only part of the statement he didn't wholly agree with. "What?" Potter laughed sharply without humor. "I don't care about my fucking language." Truly, Severus didn't either. "You could take points, I guess." "Oh wait, no you can't," Potter continued mockingly. "Maybe give me a detention then." "Oh no, you can't do that either, can you?" "You can't do anything," he yelled, his chest heaving and a fire alight in his green eyes. Why? Because fucking DUMBLEDORA fucking took my wand and EXPLLED me, and now my magic isn't LISDNING to me. I am alone. Calm down, you chaotic brat, Severus hissed, placing silencing wards around them. Are you looking for an invitation to be attacked or arrested? Potter let out another laugh, this one with a hint of hysteria to it. He ran his hands through his hair, pulling none too gently on the tangled locks. Did you think I was under my cloak for fun, sir? Do you think for a single fucking moment that I haven't already been ganged up on and attacked? He looked Severus right in the eyes, a cold smile on his face, and eyes filled with anger and anguish. Fuck you, he spat. Where were you a couple weeks ago when some kids kicked the shit out of me in the middle of a park? Huh, what about a few days ago when a guy offered to trade me food for a few hours alone with me? Where were you then? Severus had no interest in asking if the child had taken him up on the offer. I was searching for you, he said honestly. I have been searching for you every moment I could since I discovered that Hagrid had been tasked with returning you to Petunia's home, and now that I have found you, I would like to offer you a safe space to reside until I can have Albus' decision to expel you reversed. Potter curled his lip at him, and Severus tried not to feel the loss of the trust he used to have in him. Safe place to stay, huh? He said coolly. Well, that's not the first time I've heard that, Professor, and I'm not interested. There's some whores a few blocks east that might take you up on your offer, though. For God's sake. Severus sat back on his heels and groaned aloud as he rubbed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that Potter, once found, would fight him on leaving with him. Which was incredibly foolish, given everything he knows about the boy. Potter, I will not be there. You will be alone with your house elf while I continue to teach classes at the castle. Or, he hesitated to bring up the offers he had received. Or you may reside with Madame Bones, the Contessa Zabini, or the Malfoys if you prefer. The boy coughed and turned his head away from him, slouching further down against the wall. Just give me my cloak back and go, please, he pleaded. I'll be fine. Severus eyed him critically. Aside from the sunken appearance, Potter also seemed to be frightfully pale, and that cough sounded terrible. Potter, he called gently, I believe you may be very ill. Please, I cannot leave you out here alone in the cold. Come with me. If you are uncomfortable where I take you, then we will find a new location, okay? Potter turned back to him, a dull look in his eyes. You shouldn't help me, I don't deserve it, he whispered. I don't even think I'm a wizard anymore. Potter, you said it once yourself. Your magic cannot be taken from you, Severus reassured him. I am unsure why it is currently not listening to you, but it is likely due to emotional turmoil. Potter got a brief flash of guilt in his eyes that gave Severus an uneasy feeling. Did something happen? He asked quietly. Potter remained silent, so Severus was forced to guess and watch for any tells in the child's uncharacteristically vulnerable face. Were you injured? Nothing. Did you attempt magic that was outside of your capabilities? Nothing. Did someone hurt you? Nothing. Severus stared hard as he slowly asked, Did you hurt yourself? Potter's lower lip trembled just the slightest amount. Harry, he sighed, unintentionally using the given name. Your magic will return once you are in a stable environment. Your magic seems to be more intricately tied to your emotions than any other Wixen I have ever encountered. Please, come with me, I can help you. Why do you want to help me? You don't owe me anything, Potter said before being racked by another coughing fit. Severus thought about his newly formed silver fox as he weighed his next words. He very slowly reached his hand out to place it on Potter's bony shoulder. It is not about owing anything that I make the offer. It is because I want to help you. Green eyes met black as Potter seemed to stare straight into Severus' soul. Do you swear it'll just be me and you? Potter asked hesitantly. I swear, Severus responded solemnly, unless you choose otherwise, of course. Potter hesitated for another long moment before finally conceding. Okay, he said simply, let's go. Chapter 14, Spinner's End. Harry arrived at Snape's home with a wheezing cough that knocked him down to his ground on his hands and knees. Potter, can you talk? Snape asked. Harry nodded as he continued wheezing on the ground. Why, yes. Coal for your elf. Harry, despite his weak and vulnerable position on the ground, still attempted to glare up at Snape. His name is Mavis, he said around another deep cough. Apologies, Snape said dryly, stretching a hand out to help Harry back to his feet, which Harry ignored. But as he insists upon calling me Mr. Snoop, I don't feel as inclined to use his name. Harry smirked at Snape. He knew that would irritate the man eventually. Mavis, he yelled. Snape grimaced but was unable to reprimand him for shouting, as Harry was suddenly attacked by a tiny little elf. Master Potter is safe, Mavis is missing you. Harry flinched backwards, harshly away from Mavis. Don't hug me, Mavis, he said, his face pale. Pete, please. Mavis looked up at him with his large yellow eyes, and gave Harry a watery frown. Mavis is being a bad elf, touching Master when he knows Master is hatting that. Mavis is sorry, Master Potter. Would you like Mavis to rip his ears off? Harry sighed. He'd had a lot of talks about punishments with Mavis when they first said about their arrangement. Mavis would never have offered to hurt himself if he hadn't been left alone at Hogwarts. He knew those poor slave elves in the kitchens would be a bad influence. No, Mavis, he said softly. I just don't want a hug, okay? Do not hurt yourself or... Harry looked around as he tried to think of a suitable threat. Or you can't bake anything for at least a week, he finally said. Snape snorted at Harry's ultimatum, but it did the trick because Mavis gave Harry a fearful look. Mavis will not be punishing himself. Master Potter is very kind and sneaky. Harry rolled his eyes and looked up at Snape. What do you want Mavis for? He looked around quickly as he realized he wasn't really sure where here even was. Oh, where are we? Harry asked nervously, seeing they were standing in the middle of an empty field. He thought they were going to Snape's house. Was this some sort of trick? I assure you we are at my home, Snape said quickly. I have to key you to my wards before you can see the house. Harry backed away from Snape slowly, grabbing Mavis, robe collar, and inching him backwards with him as well. It wasn't that Harry didn't trust Snape, necessarily. It was just that. It had been a lousy couple of weeks, couple of months really, and he wasn't really sure where he stood in anyone's lives anymore. Snape used to be his friend, but Harry used to have a lot of friends, didn't he? He had to concentrate very hard to occlude out the ache that accompanied the thought of his friends. Hogo Harry James Potter le Severus Tobias Snape, Snape murmured while working his wand in a complex pattern multiple times. Harry felt an ache in his chest as he saw a plain white stone 2-story cottage shimmer into view. He'd give anything right now to be able to do his own magic. Snape was keying you to his wards, not attacking you. If you would kindly return to Hogwarts and retrieve my potions kit in my private stores in my Hogwarts quarters, I would appreciate it, Mavis, Snape said, ignoring the fact that Harry and Mavis were now several feet further away from him. Then return here with the kit and soup for Mr. Potter. Mavis nodded eagerly. Mavis is on it, Mr. Snoops. Harry's lips nearly twitched at Mavis, title for Snape. Come along, Potter, Snape called, opening the wrought iron fence for him. Would you like to enter the house first, or shall I? Harry hesitated once he was on the doorstep. You first, he finally decided. Snape nodded and opened the door and walked into the hall. Harry took a few very slow steps to follow behind him. He stood in the hall and looked around carefully. There was the door behind him, a kitchen to his right, a staircase to his left, and a doorway which probably led to a sitting room directly in front of him. Plenty of places to run. We will go to the kitchen so you can eat. Is that acceptable? Snape asked. Harry was jolted out of his assessment of Snape's house, and had to fight down a blush at how long he'd probably been standing there staring around. Yes, sir, he mumbled, following behind Snape to the kitchen. He looked around the kitchen with interest after he made a point of checking the back door for locks. He didn't know if most Wixen owned fridges and stoves and microwaves, but Snape's kitchen was set up just like every Muggle one that Harry had ever seen. I like your kitchen, sir, he said quietly as Snape grabbed bowls out of the white cabinets. Thank you, Snape said politely. This was my parents' home. I grew up here. I can show you where your mother grew up next weekend if you'd like. Harry nodded quickly before he hesitated again. Will I still be here next weekend? I thought you'd want me to go stay somewhere else. It wouldn't do to get his hopes up for anything at this point. Snape never said how long Harry could stay, just that he'd have privacy if he wanted to come here instead of someone else's house. Snape turned around and gave Harry a weird look. His mouth looked tired, but his eyes seemed softer than usual. You may stay here as long as you would like, he said, carrying the dishes to the table. However, if you would like to be somewhere else, we will arrange it. Harry inched towards the table and sat down while he watched Snape. And I don't owe you anything, he checked. Snape sat at the opposite side of the little square table. You will owe me absolutely nothing, he confirmed. And you won't tell anyone where I am. Snape hesitated so long that Harry had tightened his muscles and was preparing to leave. I will not tell anyone where you are if you do not wish me to, he said slowly. I absolutely will not tell Albus Dumbledore that I have even seen you, as I believe that is your primary fear. However, your classmates, allies, and even the damned Minister of Magic have been fretting over your whereabouts, and I may put myself in a difficult position if I do not inform at least a handful of people that you are in a safe location. Harry zeroed in on the only part of Snape's words that didn't make his chest ache with regret. I am not afraid of Dumbledore, he sneered. I'm just not stupid enough to face him when my magic's gone, am I? Snape gave him an amused look, planning to kill the headmaster once we fix your mental block on your magic. Yep, Harry said easily. Told him I was going to, did I? Snape's look of amusement quickly morphed into one of shock. You told Albus Dumbledore that you were going to kill him, he breathed. What in Merlin's name were you thinking, Potter? What happened to sweet orphan Harry? Harry shrugged and glanced around the kitchen quickly again as he answered. He already expelled me and took my wand. What was the point in the games anymore? Snape was apparently too shocked to form words for a moment, because he just stared open-mouthed at him. Potter, that was incredibly foolish. You see that, don't you? Harry shrugged, feeling uncomfortable. Why's the minister looking for me? He asked instead. Before Snape had a chance to answer, a loud crack startled Harry to his feet. Fuck Mavis, he coughed, struck again by another fit. Mavis is so sorry, Master Potter, the elf cried, wringing his hands. Mavis is not meaning to scare his wonderful master. Harry groaned and rubbed his eyes. I wasn't scared, he lied. And I'm not your master, I'm your friend. Mavis gave him a skeptical look and turned to Snape instead. Mavis is bringing Mr. Snoop his potions and foods. He snapped his finger, and the table was suddenly laden with food and potions. Thank you, Mavis, Snape said. I believe Master Potter will be staying here for the foreseeable future. You should make yourself at home in any location, aside from my room or my lab, that you would like. Mavis gave Snape a bright smile and a low bow to Harry before he disappeared with another loud crack. Harry glared at Snape for making Mavis think it was okay to call him Master. You're a bastard, he said. Snape huffed and crossed his arms, and you are a brat, yet here we are. Harry leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms as well. Here we are, he agreed. Snape stared at him before he grinned lightly. Will you take the potions I recommend, or will I have to fight you on it? What are they? Harry asked suspiciously. He didn't think Snape would poison him, but he didn't think Dumbledore would really expel him either. It wasn't smart to trust people too much. Clear your mind. A pep-up potion, an antibiotic, and a nerve-strengthening potion, Snape said, pushing them toward Harry as he listed each one. And if you would allow it, I would like you to take a daily nutrition potion, as it seems like you are once again drastically underweight. Harry felt his face burning again. That isn't my fault, is it? He snarled, feeling angry and defensive. It is not, Snape agreed calmly. Would you like the potion to help recover your loss? No, he spat. I don't want your pity potions at all. Snape leaned closer to the table and gripped the edge. They are not pity potions, Potter, he said through a clenched jaw. They are potions to restore your health. I don't want them, Harry said back. I was fine without them, was I? No, Snape cried, throwing his hands up angrily. You clearly were. Harry scooted to the edge of his seat and glanced towards the doorway behind him. He could be out the front door in less than 30 seconds if he moved fast. I'll make you a deal. Harry hesitated and turned to glance at Snape out of the corner of his eye. He didn't sound as mad now. What kind of deal? Harry asked. You drink these 4 potions, and you can ask me any 4 questions you'd like. Snape had his hands folded calmly on the table and was giving Harry an even look. Harry thought about it. He did have a lot of questions about what all's happened since he was expelled, and the potions would probably make his painful chest feel better. Okay, he finally agreed. I go first. Snape smirked at him and pushed the potions closer to Harry. We both know I am going first since, out of the 2 of us, I am the less likely to weasel out of my end of the deal. Harry rolled his eyes and grabbed the first potion, a cherry-red vial, and downed it quickly. He shuddered as an intense heat wave went over his body. Why, Minister Fudge looking for me? Madam Bones had made it sound as if he was rather fond of you, Snape responded immediately. He offered me multiple resources to help me find you. Harry waved one of his hands irritably. Yeah, he thinks we're mates. That's not what I meant though, I meant who told him I was missing. Snape snorted. Only you would consider the fact that the Minister of Magic thinks you're mates as a minor fact. Harry didn't miss the fact that Snape had avoided his question. Do I have to drink another potion, or are you going to answer the question I meant for you to? He asked with a wary look. Drink, Snape said, sliding a dark green potion towards him. Antibiotic before the nerve-strengthening one. Harry tipped the vial back and emptied it quickly, watching Snape as he swallowed the thick concoction. There was quite a bit of news coverage about your expulsion, Snape said, though much slower than he had answered the last question. Because Albus refused to disclose where he sent you, it was interpreted that you were missing. What kind of news coverage? Harry asked quickly. Snape silently slid another potion to him, which he drank quickly. What kind of news coverage? He repeated tersely. Nothing that painted you in any light besides a tragic orphan who has done a terrible wrong by another of the most beloved figures in our world, Snape assured him. Although, he hesitated and gave Harry the slightest grimace, you will undoubtedly dislike the public speculation that your Muggle relatives are physically abusive. Harry froze. What? He whispered. Why would they say that? It was a mark of how quickly Harry's thoughts were spiraling out of control that he barely registered Snape summoning another potion's vial. Drink, Snape said, handing him the light purple potion. You owe me another question, Harry said, after drinking the potion. He recognized what it was as a sense of calm that didn't belong to him spread through his body. I believe why would they say that counts as a question, Snape drawled. Harry didn't respond. He just stared at him and waited for an answer on why the news would say he was abused. Very well, Snape rubbed his eyes and sighed. In my opinion, the campaign began as an attempt to slander Dumbledore and piggyback on the tragically orphaned hero status you uphold in our world. Albus was not aware you were not with your relatives, but others suspected you were not. Reporters reached out to many people who, in an attempt to garner sympathy for you, implied that your home life was less than satisfactory. This caused a great many difficulties for Albus and has heightened concern for you to new heights. He gave Harry a sympathetic look. It is not a tragedy that people are concerned for your welfare. Says you, Harry muttered. I notice you're not jumping up to tell reporters that you had a crummy childhood. He hoped his friends hadn't read it. If you even have friends anymore, he thought with a miserable slump to his shoulders. This could work out very well for you in the long term if you play it right, Snape said casually, ignoring Harry's jab at his own childhood. How? Harry asked, his thoughts still wrapped around everyone at Hogwarts he probably lost. He thought he'd probably be more upset if the calming drought wasn't coursing through his bloodstream. Snape leaned forward and Harry saw his eyes had an almost mischievous sparkle in them. How would you like to damage Albus' public image, while also finding a permanent residence that is not with Petunia Dursley? Harry was jerked abruptly from his thoughts at that. What? How? Snape slid the last potion, the yellow-green nutritional one, across the table to him. Harry snorted and gave him an incredulous look. You'd make me use one of my questions on telling me how to not live on the streets anymore. Snape lifted one shoulder in a casual shrug and smirked at Harry. Would you take it otherwise? He asked. Nope. Snape looked smug as he explained his idea to Harry after he choked down the nasty potion. You do an interview with the Daily Prophet, he said, as if that weren't bloody ridiculous. An interview, Harry deadpanned. Snape nodded and scooted a bowl of soup towards Harry. An interview, he confirmed. Are you going to explain why the fuck I would do that, or are you going to keep being annoying? Harry asked sharply, ignoring the offered soup. Eat and I will explain. Harry eyed the soup closely and took a cautious sniff. It seemed like it was just regular chicken soup. Mavis probably wouldn't have poisoned it, but... Where'd the soup come from? Snape furrowed his brows down briefly at Harry's question. I believe your elf stole it from the Hogwarts kitchen, he said. Harry pushed the bowl back towards Snape and wrapped his arms across his chest. I'm not eating anything from there, Harry said stoutly. Not a chance. He thought Snape might argue with him, but he just sighed and pulled the bowl closer to himself. It is not poisoned, he said, taking a demonstrative bite. Nobody even knows you are here, Potter. Harry checked Snape's face carefully after he swallowed the soup. Snape just stared at him with a blank face until Harry was satisfied the man wasn't going to suddenly stop breathing. Brill, he sighed, taking quick bites of the soup. When's the last time you ate? Snape asked with his brows scrunched down again. Harry waved his empty hand as he blushed furiously. Not the deal, he said between bites. You're supposed to explain the mad idea you have, aren't you? Snape gave him a sharp look, but thankfully decided to talk about his idea instead. I believe you can explain your temporary disappearance, pay Albus back slightly, and be officially removed from Petunia's guardianship by telling a reporter your story. Snape looked pleased with himself, but Harry scoffed. No, I don't need everyone thinking that kind of stuff about me. Freak. He felt like he could still hear the Dursleys whispering in his ear how worthless he was, even 4 years later. A clue, he thought furiously. Clear your mind. You could withhold details, Snape said, leaning towards him slightly. You could simply say that your relatives distrusted magic, kicked you out of your home after the headmaster expelled you last month, and you have been fighting to survive ever since. He gave Harry another smirk. It's horribly tragic, heroic, and very in character for the beloved boy who lived. How would that mean I don't have to ever go back to Surrey? Albus placed you there to utilize blood wards that are carried through your mother's sacrifice, Snape said, slipping into what Harry recognized as his professor mode. However, if you no longer consider that to be your home, if you were to feel that somewhere else was your home, the wards would fall. The point of you being placed there would be moot, and the outcry from the public would pressure the ministry to step in to find you suitable living arrangements. Snape looked really pleased with himself. Harry couldn't help pointing out the flaw in his plan, but I haven't lived there in years. How would there still be wards? Snape scowled for a moment before he slowly answered. Because you have never considered anywhere else to be home either, I presume. Blood magic is heavily regulated, unpredictable, and the results can vary from Wixen to Wixen. He looked thoughtful when he continued. I believe Lily likely intended for you to be protected in your home. Albus, who has never studied such a grey area of magic, must have believed that blood wards have to be erected with blood relatives. Albus shouldn't have gotten to decide, Harry said angrily, pushing his now empty bowl away from himself. Snape leaned back in his seat and inclined his head. I agree. Harry mulled over everything Snape had shared. He hadn't said anything about Harry getting to go back to school, or his friends, or anything. And while it would be nice to find a place to stay, since he couldn't stay at school anymore, he didn't want to get his hopes up over it either. It was pointless to want things you'd never get. Can I ask you more questions? Harry asked hesitantly. Snape responded instantly, certainly. What do you want in return? Said Harry. Snape smirked at him. He seemed to be in a pretty good mood, really. Absolutely nothing. I am sure you have many questions, and I am happy to answer them if I am able. But you said I'd have to drink the potions to get answers earlier, Harry protested. Snape shrugged and studied his fingernails. I simply wanted you to take the potions. I am not the head of Slytherin for a lack of cunning, Mr. Potter. Harry gaped at him. Bastard. Brat. Harry thought about which questions were most important, just in case Snape changed his mind afterwards. Is Sevy okay? He is, Snape assured him, and I will bring him here with me tomorrow if you would like. You will? Harry asked, surprised. Why? Snape rolled his eyes, and it was such a familiar gesture, Harry almost smiled at it. Because he will likely peck Mr. Zabini to death if he is not reunited with you soon, Snape drawled. I believe your friends will be relieved to no longer deal with that monster. Blaise took care of him for me. Harry looked down at the table and ran his thumbs over the smooth granite top. I wanted to bring him with me, but I didn't think I'd be able to feed him, and I didn't want him to be hungry. I'm sorry. You did the right thing leaving him at Hogwarts. I made sure as soon as I was informed you were not there that he was being cared for. Do not castigate yourself for having to make what I am sure was a difficult decision regarding his care. Miss Granger informed me that you were immediately concerned for Mavis, which was admirable considering the circumstances. Harry glanced up at Snape's warm tone and saw that the man, while not smiling, had a look of approval in his eyes. So you talked to Hermione and Blaise? Harry asked, taking a stab at a casual tone and missing by over a meter. I have spoken with all of your friends, multiple times a day, every single day for the last 2 weeks, Snape said dryly. What did you talk to them about? Harry asked quietly, staring down at the table and desperately trying not to get his hopes up. Potions, of course, Snape said breezily. Harry slumped down a little further in his seat. What did you expect? You aren't their classmate anymore. Harry had thought that at least the members of his gang would miss him, maybe just a little, but that's what he got for hopping. He clenched his eyes shut. Occlude your mind and keep it clear. Snape suddenly chuckled, and Harry peeked up at him. You were the topic of conversation, of course, you foolish child, Snape said. In fact, I believe if I do not immediately inform Miss Bones of your safety, that she may actually snap and attempt to end my life. Yeah, Harry asked, with the first tiny grin he's had since the day he was expelled. She asked about me. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose as he sighed. Potter, Your friends abstained from leaving the castle for the holidays in an effort to more easily irritate me to death for information on your whereabouts. They are refusing to eat in the Great Hall out of a protest on your expulsion. Miss Bones has screamed in my face enough times that she is lucky I have not yet removed her vocal cords. Miss Granger has apparently decided that the headmaster is no longer worthy of her respect, as she has taken to glaring at him every chance she has. Draco openly threatened the man during Christmas dinner. I personally have been sneered at, scowled at, and argued with by every member of your little entourage, including the usually charming Miss Lovegood. Harry stared at Snape in shock during his rant. They didn't forget me, they've been asking about me. Harry felt his chest warm at the thought. Why are they being nasty to you? He asked curiously. You didn't expel me. Apparently I have not been searching goddamned fast enough, or freaking hard enough for you, according to newly fearless Miss Bones, Snape said. Harry grinned a little more at that. Susan really was fearless if she was cursing at Snape. They didn't forget you. Why were you looking for me? Harry asked, moving on to the next question he had for Snape. Because you are my student, my responsibility, and I needed to ensure that you were safe and being cared for. But I'm not your student, or your responsibility anymore, Harry said with a frown. You will be as soon as I am able to find a way for you to rejoin your friends at Hogwarts. Harry scowled. He missed his friends, but he wasn't a big fan of Hogwarts. Snape must have read his thoughts because he gave Harry a wry grin. Of course, you have had multiple offers to join foreign schools for magic. I believe Scuola Magica in Italy has sent you a formal invite through the Contessa Zabini. He lifted one of his brows at Harry. Shall I submit my application as an Italian potions master? Harry shrugged, not sure why Snape would get a new job if he switched schools, and worked to fight off a yawn. Sleep, I think, Potter. I can answer any more questions you may have tomorrow when I return with your belongings and owl, Snape said. I will show you to your room, though I must warn you, it is no Slytherin dormitory. If there's a roof and a door it's fine, Harry said with a shrug. He'd been mostly sleeping in alleys under his cloak for weeks now. Anything was an upgrade from that. Plus, it seemed like he'd be alone here, which was a huge boon. Snape grimaced at his comment as they stood to find Harry's guest room. I would like to inform your friends, the Malfoys, the Contessa and Madame Bones of your safe arrival here. Do I have your permission? Snape asked as he led Harry up the stairs. Harry paused on the stairs while he tried to think through any consequences of them, knowing where he was. They can't get in, right? He asked, and they can't make me leave. Snape continued up the stairs and turned towards a door on the left. They cannot enter. They may fluke call, but I will change the password to one of your choosing so that nobody may come through without your permission. As for your second concern, the only person who would be able to legally call for your removal from my home is your current legal guardian, Petunia Dursley. And as of the 19th of December when I visited her, she was still entirely unaware of your existence. Harry let out a relieved breath. Snape was a lot of things, but he wasn't a liar. If he said nobody could get in and nobody could remove him, then that's that. Then yeah, you can tell them I'm here. Do you want to borrow Sevi to send them a letter? Snape paused for a fraction of a second before he gestured Harry into the room. I will inform your friends in person upon my return and send a patroness message to the rest. Harry nodded as he gazed around the room. It was actually nicer than Snape made it sound. The walls were a pale grey, and there was a large black iron bed in the centre of the room with a black dresser and nightstand on either side of it. What's a patroness message? Harry asked curiously as he peeked inside the other door in the room and was reassured to see it was just a closet. Only one entrance, but only one exit. He tried desperately to ignore the panicky feeling that wanted to blur the edges of his vision at that thought. A clue, he thought desperately. A patroness is a guardian of sorts, Snape was explaining as he leant against the doorway and watched Harry poke around the room. It is an advanced defensive spell that is typically utilized as a defensive measure against the Dementors of Azkaban. However, they can also be used as messengers. Brill, Harry said, sitting carefully on the edge of the bed. What do they look like? Snape gave Harry an inscrutable look and didn't answer for a moment before he hesitantly said, They differ from person to person. Would you like to see mine? I can show you how it is used to send messages. Yeah, Harry said, both excited and upset at the thought of seeing a spell he'd never seen before and now would never get to do. Snape closed his eyes briefly before he flicked his wand, Expecto Patronum. Wow, Harry breathed, all thoughts of his missing magic gone. It's amazing, sir. Snape's patroness was a little fox. Its silver fur was so detailed Harry climbed to his feet and reached out towards it, sure he could feel it if he tried. He gave a small grin as the little fox turned its mischievously sparkling eyes on Harry as his hand went through the silver mist. "I wonder what mine would have been," Harry said, walking around the little fox to admire it. He looked up at Snape, who still had that weird look on his face. Is it always the same animal each time? "I suspect mine will remain this form for the foreseeable future," Snape said in a tight voice. "Brill," Harry said, "do you know what my mum's was?" Snape smiled, his eyes looked softer now. "It was originally a cheetah when she first cast it in our 7th year. I found it deeply ironic, as your father's was a stag." Harry grinned. He knew just enough about animals to understand why Snape found that ironic. "You said originally, did it change?" he asked as he sat back on the edge of his guest bed. Snape nodded. "It did. I saw hers arrive with a message at Albus, wartime headquarters, in August of the year you were born, and her patroness form had shifted to a small fawn." "A fawn?" Harry asked, bewildered. Why would her guardian go from something strong and fast like a cheetah to a damn baby deer? Snape seemed to consider Harry's question carefully. "A patroness will change its form based on a deep emotional shift. I believe the obvious shift in her case was the birth of her much-beloved only child." Harry felt a little teary for a moment, and turned away from Snape, so he could have some privacy to clear the emotions off his face. It's not that he didn't think his mum loved him. She died protecting him. It was just he was so important to her that he changed something her magic made that felt different. Good, it felt good, but it was different. Snape cleared his throat. "I am going to send a message now." Harry nodded and turned his head slightly so he could watch out of the corner of his eye. Snape flicked his wand at the fox. "I have obtained the potion. It was difficult to find but is not damaged. I will be available to accept flu calls if you would like to speak to." Snape gave a light and fake cough. "Apologies, speak about the potion. You may flu me at my private residence. If you have any other queries, feel free to reach me through the usual methods." Harry grinned a little as the little fox took off. He liked foxes. He's only ever seen them in books, not a lot of foxes in London, but he thought they seemed smart and were kind of cute. "Suppose I'm the potion then?" Harry asked. "You are," Snape nodded. "Patroness will relay messages even if the recipient is in a crowd of people, so it is better to speak carefully." Harry was about to ask what the usual methods meant when a different patroness came in the room. "Excellent, I will inform the minister of your success," came the voice of Mr. Malfoy through the beak of a silver peacock. "I am sure he will wish to speak more about the potion soon. Please inform me of the best time to set up a meeting." There was a pause before the peacock let out a chuckle in Malfoy's voice, which was bloody weird. "I quite enjoy your new patroness, Severus." Harry looked up at Snape curiously as the peacock disappeared. "Is your fox new?" he asked. He wasn't sure which was weirder, a peacock chuckling in Mr. Malfoy's voice or seeing Snape blush. "Do you require a dreamless sleep?" Snape asked instead, clearly choosing to ignore Harry's question. "I imagine occluding has been difficult as of late." Harry narrowed his eyes at Snape's uncharacteristically obvious evasive tactic. "No, sir, I've been doing it lots of times every day, haven't I?" "You've been occluding multiple times, every single day?" Snape asked in a choked voice. Harry shrugged. "Yep, I didn't want to keep having intrusive thoughts all the time. Except it's not been working much lately. I think it doesn't do as good now that I don't have my magic." "Merlin Potter," Snape groaned. "That is probably why your magic is malfunctioning. You cannot occlude your mind more than once a day, and it is generally recommended to only be done before resting to prevent nightmares. You cannot just occlude constantly to prevent having any natural feelings." "What?" Harry cried, scooting further back on the bed. "You never said that. Why wouldn't you tell me that?" Snape rubbed both of his hands over his face before he answered. "I didn't think it needed to be said." He looked over at Harry and frowned. "I apologize, Potter. I have never taught a student as young as you. I should have been more clear. Occluding works best to prevent nightmares, and is useful to occasionally block intrusive thoughts during the day, but it should never be done more than once a day. I would wager that your barriers are crumbling under the strain, which is why it's not working as well." He stared hard at Harry, who shifted uneasily under his gaze, before he continued. "I believe it may be the key to restoring your access to your magic, if the barriers were dissolved and rebuilt." Harry blanched and quickly shook his head. "I don't want to do that, sir. Please, can you find a different way?" Snape looked sympathetic, but he still shook his own head. "Child, you cannot close off access to your emotions for an extended period of time without suffering severe complications, as I believe you are already aware of." "It's going to hurt," Harry whispered, ducking his head. I can't take it. I couldn't take it before, and then I did something stupid, and now it doesn't hurt so much but I put up strong walls to keep it all out." "I understand," Snape said softly, "but it has already closed off your access to your magical control, and may soon impair your rational thoughts if it is not fixed. Harry wrapped his arms around his head and pulled his knees up to his chest. I can't do it alone, he whispered. He knew he was being weak, he knew that, but if there was anyone who probably wouldn't use it against him, it was Snape. And Snape had said before that he'd be there if Harry needed someone to remind him what the point of life was. It was weak, it was pathetic, and it was needy, but Harry really couldn't do it alone. His walls had burst the day after he was expelled, and he still wasn't sure how he was still alive, but he probably wouldn't be if it happened while he was alone again. I can help you, Snape offered in a soothing tone. I will not leave you to do it alone. Swear? Harry asked quietly. I swear. Chapter 15, Potter Problems. Severus returned to Hogwarts late that night, utterly exhausted. Assisting Potter in breaking his barriers had been no easy task, and the legilimency involved had been both mentally and emotionally taxing. Potter had surprisingly handled it well, too well. He remained wide-eyed, pale, but remarkably stoic. Severus suspected that it had been a complete facade, and was then unwilling to leave the child alone until he had fallen asleep. Thankfully, at the end of it, Potter was able to summon himself a dreamless sleep after the barriers had been shattered. Severus left him in his potion-induced sleep, and received a solemn vow from Mavis that he would summon Severus immediately if the child awoke before he arrived the next morning before his first class. He stressed the importance of Potter being supervised during the night, and Mavis had agreed quickly. The elf had seemed as worried about Potter as he himself was. Trust Potter to create an ally and friend out of a house elf. And now Severus was exhausted. He checked the time and saw it was not yet curfew. He quickly decided he may as well track down one of Potter's friends now before they ambushed him while he was occupied with other matters. He swiftly made his way to the Slytherin common room in search of one of the second-year boys. He paused and sighed heavily once he entered the Year 2 dorm. Miss Bones, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, and Mr. Longbottom, I am beginning to believe that you do indeed require a resort. I was not aware we allowed students of other houses in our rooms. He raised his brows at the Slytherin boys, nor was I aware that we allowed female students in the boys' dormitory. Ronald Weasley turned a deep shade of red, but Theodore Nott scoffed. Not against the rules, he muttered. I will be petitioning for a rewrite of the rules over the summer, Snape said dryly, exhausted by these students, exacting knowledge of the rule book. That's okay, sir, we'd still be grandfathered in for most things according to Rule 326 subsection 11, Hermione Granger said with a smug smile. A muggle born with an eidetic memory, a Ravenclaw thirst for knowledge, and a newly obtained Slytherin cunning is quite the combination, Severus thought. It reminded him sadly of a similar student, though pure-blooded, that he used to consider a friend. Of course, Barty had been dead for years now, and hopefully Miss Granger would live a long, free, healthy life. Did you find Harry yet? Bones asked quickly, ignoring the banter around her. Because if not, then I swear to Merlin. Save your threats, Severus drawled, holding his hand up for quiet. I have found Potter and he is safe. The students all cheered and Bones jumped immediately to her feet, with a bright smile on her face. Let's go, she said, attempting to actually bypass Severus at the doorway. I want to see him. Severus stuck his arm out, blocking her from leaving the room. Potter is ill, he is exhausted, and he is currently sleeping off a dreamless sleep. You have classes in the morning, and your aunt would arrest me if I absconded from the school with you. Bones looked up at him furiously, her mouth opening, no doubt to argue with him, when he continued quickly. Write to Potter and your aunt. I will deliver Potter's letter in the morning if you bring it to me before 6 o'clock. If they both agree, I am willing to take you to him Friday after your final class. Severus saw the other students beginning to look mutinous, and he sighed. I cannot easily sneak all of you out without being caught and having to answer many questions. Miss Bones is the most irritating, so she will go first. You may all write to Potter, and I will ensure he receives the letters. Thank you, sir, Longbottom said respectfully. We know you've been working hard to find Harry, and even if we haven't been so great about it, we do appreciate you. The rest of the students agreed quickly with Longbottom. Severus inclined his head at them all in gratitude. If there is nothing else, I am retiring for the night. Any letters left under my office door before 6 o'clock will be delivered tomorrow. Good night. Severus quickly returned to his classroom and checked it over for his first day of classes for the new year. He had been neglecting his duties as a professor, and he now had a large stack of papers to grade, detentions to log, and potion supplies to check. A couple of hours later, after a significant portion of his paperwork and prep work had been completed, Severus fell into his own bed and began slowly counting his breaths to lull himself to sleep. Ins 1, 2. Potter was alone for weeks, thinking his friends had all abandoned him. No, do not think of that. Out 2, 3. Alone's cold, hungry. He clenched his jaw and inhaled sharply. 1, 2. Potter attempted to end his own life. God damn it, he growled, rolling onto his side. Severus stared across his room, unseeing, and resigned himself to a sleepless few hours. Severus rose early the next morning to allow himself more time to collect Potter's belongings. He was unsure how late Potter would sleep, and after breaking down his barriers the night before, he wanted to be available as soon as he awoke. He trekked down to the Quidditch shed to retrieve his broomstick, then up to the owlery for his familiar, then back to his office for his trunk and any letters from his friends. Which predictably there were an entire stack of. He snorted lightly as he counted and found there were 8 letters in all. Apparently each of the odd little group had decided to write to Potter last night. He grasped the owl and other belongings tightly before stepping into his flue, Spinner's End, Sevi, he called clearly. Potter was a brat for choosing that as his password. Truly the child had no decorum. He'd laughed as he'd said it, knowing Severus despised the ridiculous name. As soon as he stepped out of the fireplace, Potter's elf came up to him. Master Potter is still sleeping, he squeaked. Mavis is making breakfast for Master Potter. Excellent, thank you, Mavis, he said politely. If Potter insisted on revolutionizing the care of house elves starting with this one, who was Severus to argue against such a pure ideal, did Potter sleep throughout the night? Mavis twisted one of his ears lightly as he hesitated. Master Potter said many bad things in his sleep, but Mavis is not getting Mr. Snoop because Master stayed sleeping. Potter clearly needed a stronger dose of the dreamless sleep, if the pediatric dosage was still causing him to suffer nightmares. Thank you, Mavis, I will bring his things to his room and check on him. Mavis nodded before scurrying off to the kitchen. Severus wasn't entirely sure where he received any ingredients for breakfast, as Severus' kitchen had been quite bare the night before, but he hoped it was all stolen from Hogwarts. After all, Potter had paid tuition for the year, he should eat their supplies. Severus quietly ascended the stairs, intending to place Potter's belongings in his room and possibly cast a diagnostic charm on the child, when he was startled to see Potter awake, wide-eyed, and standing the corner of his room. Oh, Potter blinked owlishly at him a few times. Professor, it's you. Severus tried to casually ignore the defensive stance Potter had taken up in the corner. He saw a glint of metal in his right hand, and believed it was his infamous pocket knife. I confess to not being alone, he said lightly, before immediately brandishing the tiny owl out towards Potter. I have brought your owl. Sevi, Potter cried, quickly going from defensive to joyful as he grabbed his now hooting owl. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, he crooned frantically. Did Blaise feed you okay? You weren't hungry, were you, buddy? Severus felt a bittersweet feeling of pride, as Potter carefully ran his fingers over the owl's body, checking for injuries or diminished weight. The heir of Slytherin, the next Dark Lord, champion of Muggleborns and tender-hearted lover of owls. Albus was a blind fool. I also have your trunk, your broom, and a copious amount of letters from your friends. Potter glanced up from his owl, and Severus took the opportunity to study his unguarded face. He appeared to have a touch more color in his cheeks, and the purple bags under his eyes had receded slightly. Thank you, sir, he said earnestly. Severus waved off his needless gratitude. At some point he'd hammer it in Potter's head that he needn't be so grateful to be treated with common courtesy and respect. He was pleased that Potter's first day without his mental barriers seemed to have the child more alive than he had been since Halloween night. He wondered how much of Potter's personality had been masked behind his occluded mind. I would like to make you an offer, and regardless of your response, I am still willing to uphold my end of it. He said, thinking quickly of how to rebuild the child's physical health with the least amount of pushback. Potter briefly bit down on his lower lip and flicked his gaze to the doorway behind Severus. Severus subtly shifted out of the way so that Potter would not feel as if his only exit was being blocked. Okay, the child said hesitantly, let's hear it. I can erect a ward around the field behind my house that would prevent muggles from seeing you, if you would like to fly. I can also charm it to remain warm so you do not exacerbate your illness. He mentally crossed his fingers that the excited light in Potter's eyes would smooth over his next request. All I would ask in return, which is merely a request, is that you take the daily potions I will leave with Mavis and eat regular meals. Potter cocked his head to the side and stared at Severus for several moments. All you want, in return for basically making me my own warm Quidditch pitch that I can use anytime, is for me to take potions and eat food, he asked slowly. Severus nodded. Yes, is that reasonable? Potter looked up at him and blinked quickly before he began laughing. Severus watched him as he laughed so hard that the owl flew off his shoulder in indignation. Why yet, he gasped, choking back another laugh. That's reasonable, bloody hell. Severus felt himself smiling slightly at the sight of the child, acting more like a child and less like a shell-shocked war veteran. Excellent, then I will go create the space for you and you will eat breakfast. He checked the time and scowled. He'd hoped to remain behind with Potter during breakfast, but his first class was beginning soon. Then I must return to the castle for my classes. If you need to reach me during the day, simply send Mavis with a note. Instruct him to be discreet unless it is an emergency. I will flew you tonight to check on things. Potter agreed and wished him a good day, as he tried to get his owl off the bedpost where it had perched out of his reach. Severus caught himself smiling as he warded the field. Though he knew that Potter had more trauma and mental illness than any fully grown adult should have, the image of him laughing freely was a pleasant one. Upon his return to Hogwarts, Severus was markedly less pleased to find a flock of birds perched on his desk. He recognized the Malfoy's eagle and read the letter from Lucius first. Severus, the minister would like to meet with Potter. Can you facilitate this? Write me immediately. Lucius. Severus rubbed his eyes wearily. Of course the Minister of Magic wanted to meet with Potter. He'd likely want to champion the child to improve his own standing within the community. He grabbed the next letter, a charming one from the Contessa. Severus, I would like to speak with my Meraviglia. I believe he may be safely placed with you, no? If you are unprepared to protect my darling, then I must insist upon him traveling to Italy with me. He would be much cherished in our community, and would have the opportunity to study magics long forgotten in British culture. Inform my darling that where he stays, my heart goes with him. I hope that he is unharmed and currently well protected. The Italian embassy would undoubtedly take a great offense if my powerful ally was injured in your care. We shall speak soon, I am certain of it. Contessa of Italy, Juliana Rosalind Zabini, Lady of the great and noble international house of Zabini. Severus was slightly amused to read both a direct threat to his own person and such soft sentiments towards Potter. He'd been personally threatened many times, never by a foreign embassy. Delightful. He quickly read the final letter, a request from the Daily Prophet for an interview regarding his student, the boy who lived. He quickly tossed that one in the fireplace and hoped Potter agreed to set up an interview, so there would be no further attempts at Severus giving one. He quilled out similar replies to Lucius and the Contessa, informing them both of Potter's flu address for calls, and then sent one off to Potter as well, so he was not caught unaware by the calls. It would do the child no favors if he were to curse at the minister in an act of surprise. He put the matter to rest and focused on his first day of classes for the year. He had hopes that now he had spent the last 2 weeks doing nothing but thinking of Potter, perhaps he could return to some semblance of normalcy without the child present. He scoffed that evening at his own naive optimism. Potter was the constant topic of conversation now that the students had returned. The Slytherin students were outraged. Unfair, no proof, Potter didn't even get caught. Most students from other houses were relieved at his expulsion. He was going to kill someone next, knew he was dangerous, thank Merlin he's gone. There were a handful of students in mixed houses who seemed torn on the situation. But he's friends with Granger. I read he's missing. I read his relatives are really cruel. Do you think he's okay? By Wednesday, Severus was prepared to pull his hair out. The topic of Potter's expulsion had yet to die out, and was being fanned by his entourage. Someone had made a habit of leaving parchments with obscenities written on it pinned to Albus' office door multiple times a day. Bring back Harry, you Merlin damned idiot, was personally Severus' favorite. None of the teachers claimed to know the identity of who wrote the parchments, but they had all graded Susan Bones. Essays for 2 years, the girl had more gumption than any other student Severus had met. Neville Longbottom had been given multiple detentions for starting brawls in the corridors with any student who dared express their relief of Potter's expulsion in front of him. And the Slytherin Quidditch team refused to find a replacement seeker. Potter, of course, found it all terribly amusing. Serves everyone right, he sneered during the nightly flu call on Wednesday night. When someone else gets attacked, I don't want to hear anyone crying over it. I'll be in Italy. Potter, in his many conversations with the Contessa, had decided that he would be accepting her offer to sponsor his entrance at the Italian School of Magic. He had been zealously scouted by multiple schools who heard of his expulsion. Botabans had offered him a private suite if he would attend their school. Ilvermorny sent Potter pamphlets highlighting the wandless American culture and mailed him images of their quaint school. Durmstrang offered him private Quidditch lessons with a popular seeker who attended their school. Scuola Magica in Italy told Potter they had a portkey program that would allow him to attend courses during the day and maintain a permanent residence in the off hours. Apparently, this offer was what was most well received by Potter. The Contessa confided to Severus that the school's headmaster, Lady Marina Messer, created the offer solely for Potter to incentivize him to attend. She could see what we do, Severus. My Meraviglia does not enjoy being crowded, no. He would be happiest if his privacy was maintained. Potter had seemed suspiciously upbeat about the transfer. In fact, Potter had been uncharacteristically optimistic and cheerful in general since his first morning at Severus, home on Monday. Severus checked on Potter frequently and made regular calls to Mavis in between his flu calls with Potter. He stressed the importance to the elf that Potter not be left alone for long periods of time. He had set multiple wards on his home to alert him of any sudden illness, injury, or disappearance, but the child was cunning, sly, and rampant with mental illness. He could not have too many safety measures in place. So far, none of his measures had been needed. According to both Mavis and Potter himself, the child had been spending his days flying, reading, and, according to the elf, redecorating Severus' home. Severus tried very hard not to imagine what sort of interior designs the child may be making, and told himself that as long as it kept Potter occupied and calm, that he could likely fix it once the brat left for Italy. "Has the Contessa and Headmaster Messer determined a start date for you?" he asked Potter. He could only see the child's head within his fire, but he could imagine the shrug that accompanied his casual tone. "Lady Messer said I can start whenever I want, but Mr. Malfoy and I have a lot to do the next couple of weeks, so I'm going to wait, I think." Which was yet another delightful thing Severus had discovered. Lucius had taken Potter under his political wing. He had been introducing the child to important members of the ministry and Wisengamot in an effort to build possible future political alliances. Last Severus heard, Lucius was also coaching Potter on media relations. He thought his old friend was enjoying himself too much in this regard. Yesterday they had dined with Minister Fudge, which all of Magical Britain was aware of, because the photos were plastered on the front page of the Daily Prophet this morning. "Well, you are already quite ahead of your peers magically," Severus assured him. "I am confident you will need little assistance to catch up with research and theories." Potter seemed to preen slightly at his praise. "I should go, Professor. I have to meet with Madame Bones soon." Amelia had been meeting with Potter multiple times a day the past few days. She told Severus they were discussing the best way to absolve Petunia Dursley's guardianship, and she was encouraging Potter to give her his input regarding his wishes for a future guardian. "Ever since the Daily Prophet speculated that Harry had an abusive childhood, we've been buried in letters from families, both domestic and foreign, asking to take him in." Potter assured Severus that he had formed a plan, with Lucius, on absolving his aunt's legal claim on him, and was pursuing the options Amelia presented him. Severus told him that he was welcome to remain at Spinner's End for as long as he wished until the matter of his guardianship was established. He ended his flu call and made his customary call for Mavis. "Master Potter is working hard on Mr. Snoop's house and is following the potions Mr. Snoop left him," Mavis squeaked. "Master Potter is being a perfect houseguest and is not being a burden to Mr. Snoop." Severus waved off the elf's queer phrasing. "I am aware that Potter is not a burden. I am wanting to know how he is emotionally and mentally." "Master Potter is happy at Mr. Snoop's house and is not bothering Mr. Snoop with any problems." Severus stared at the elf, whose large yellow eyes were not quite meeting Severus. "Is Potter having problems?" he asked slowly. Mavis shook his head, his ears flapping wildly. "No, Master Potter is having no problems. Master is happy and—" The elf trailed off and squinted his eyes. "Content," he yelled, his eyes widening excitedly. "Master Potter is happy and content and is not being a burden to Mr. Snoop." Severus recalled a sentiment Potter once shared with him. "I know I'm a burden, but I appreciate you helping me." "And is Master Potter telling you these things to say to me?" Severus asked casually. "Mavis is not being tricked into betraying Master Potter's trust," Mavis said, waggling his long finger in Severus' direction. "Mavis is keeping his master's secrets." Which was as clear of a confirmation as Severus was likely to get. He sighed as he regarded the elf carefully. "Is Potter at least taking his potions and flying a small amount daily?" Mavis bobbed his head. "Very well, inform Mr. Potter that telling his house elf to lie to me is both unbecoming and unappreciated. Also kindly advise him that if he is not happy in content, he would still not be a burden to me and is welcomed in my home. Understood. Mavis gave him a guilty look as he disappeared back to Spinner's End. Merlin. First, Potter attempted to bury his emotions in occlumency shields. Then, when those shields cracked, he made an attempt on his own life. Then he rebuilt his walls, much stronger than before, and blocked his emotions to the point that he was unable to access his magic. And now that Severus had assisted him in breaking those barriers, the child was attempting to wear a happy in content mask, likely in order to appease Severus. Some days he wondered who exactly Harry Potter was. Thursday morning, Hogwarts was rocked by what Severus assumed was the brainchild of Lucius and Potter. Daily Prophet breaking news. Exclusive interview with the boy who lived. After weeks of speculation, our beloved hero, Harry Potter, has agreed to sit down with award-winning Daily Prophet reporter Rita Skeeter. Harry, a delightfully humble and sweet boy, talked about his recent expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry by Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. "Someone hurt a cat, a ghost, and 2 kids," he said softly, his emerald eyes shimmering with his grief at the thought of classmates being injured. "I told the headmaster it wasn't me, but he wouldn't listen. I even offered to let him legitimize me since he'd been trying to do it for weeks anyway, but he still expelled me. I didn't do anything wrong. I had good grades, I was on the Quidditch team, I had a lot of friends, then out of nowhere I was kicked out." I asked Harry if he was sure that Albus Dumbledore, the famed defeater of Dark Wizard Grindelwald, had really attempted to illegally legitimize a 12-year-old child. Harry looked sad and confessed that it was true, that the headmaster had tried multiple times to break into his mind. "I don't think he likes me much," Harry said sadly. "He liked me last year when I almost died trying to save Flamel's stone, but this year I think he hates me." Harry confided his actions at the end of his first year to me, as his close friend, see page 3 for details, before I asked him the question we were all dying to know more about. "Where have you been since your expulsion?" Harry's enchanting orbs shimmered, with unshed tears, that he struggled to hold back as he answered. "The headmaster took my wand, then had the groundskeeper drop me off at my aunt and uncle's house. And our young hero had to take a few deep breaths before he was able to continue. They hate magic, they hate Wixen, and they hate me. They threw me out immediately. I didn't have anywhere to go for a long time." I gasped when he told me this, Harry Potter homeless. I handed Harry, my close friend, a handkerchief and gave him a moment before I continued my questions. "Did your aunt and uncle always hate you?" Harry bravely nodded his head before he asked me, very politely, if we could talk about something else. "Where are you staying now?" Harry gave me a smile, a wonderfully charming smile, and told me that he was in a safe place with a close friend. I don't want to say their name, though, because I don't want the Hogwarts headmaster to try and take it away from me again. I just finally feel safe, you know. I told him that I would respect his privacy, and assured him that the love of the witches and wizards of the United Kingdom were with him no matter what. I asked Harry what was next for the boy who lived, and he gave me an adorably shy grin. "I'm going to go to school in Italy, I guess, since I can't go to Hogwarts with my friends. I just want to play Quidditch and learn magic. I want to be normal kid." Though it seems that Albus Dumbledore has made a grave error in expelling the boy who lived, the Italian embassy was all too pleased to accept Harry into their ranks. I am hoping Harry will accept a placement within our junior council next year, the famously beautiful Italian Contessa Giuliana Zabini shared. "He is a powerful asset to us." Has Britain lost our young hero due to Albus Dumbledore's mistake? It seems as if we have, which raises the question, what else will we lose because of an old man's mistakes? Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet reporter. For more information on the minister's response to abuse allegations regarding Harry Potter's home life, see page 2. For more information on Harry Potter's heroic rescue of Nicholas Flamel's stone from a demented defense teacher, see page 3. For a recap of Harry Potter's defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named, see page 4. Severus read the article 3 times, his jaw on his desk. Holy Merlin! Although he was confident that Rita Skeeter had taken many creative liberties, Harry's enchanting orbs shimmered with unshed tears. It did seem as if Potter had collaborated with Lucius and had played his hand exactly right. There would not be a witch or wizard in their world who would not be screaming for Potter's immediate reinstatement, Albus, resignation, and Petunia's end to Potter's guardianship. If the United Kingdom did not already love Harry Potter, they certainly did now. Severus was as eager as he was terrified to attend breakfast. He doubted whether the headmaster would be in attendance, but certainly the other professors would be up in arms on Potter's behalf. Once Severus arrived, he saw that his guess on Albus' disappearance was accurate. The student tables were overflowing with harsh whispers and shocked faces. The head table did not have a single professor who did not have thin lips and angry eyes. "I am going to kill that man," Minerva hissed. "I told him that those muggles were the worst sort of people." "The son of Lily and James Potter attending a foreign school of magic. Preposterous," Phileas scoffed. "Poor Harry, he just wants to be a normal kid," Pomona sighed sadly. Severus was unsurprised when an immediate meeting was called during lunch. "Attention," Albus yelled over the frenzied conversations. The attending professors fell immediately silent at the headmaster's uncharacteristic shout. "If anyone has any concerns, I will hear them now, and at the end of this meeting the topic will be closed," he said. Minerva immediately spoke up. How could you? How could you leave James' son with abusive muggles?" "It was the safest choice," Albus said calmly. "And now," she asked harshly, "where is he at now?" Severus cleared his mind and checked his barriers while studying his fingernails with an expression of utter boredom. "Do not let him know I am harboring Harry Potter." Albus gave a disappointed sigh and shook his head. "I believe he is with Amelia Bones. She has been successfully avoiding my attempts to speak with her, and the boy is close to her niece." Severus very carefully did not smirk in amusement. "Why would you attempt to legitimize a minor?" Phileas stood on his chair to shout. Albus, even when faced with a violation of the law, remained unflappable. "The child is lying. I doubt whether a boy as young as he could even sense if he were being legitimized." Severus sorely wanted to praise Potter's impeccable occlumency skills, but knew it would be best to keep it a secret. Albus was already aware of them regardless. "Of course, I told you all that I would be more than happy to speak with the prophet myself," Gilderoy said. "I know quite a few reporters who wouldn't turn down an interview with me about the truth at Hogwarts." He winked jauntily at Albus, who gave him a weak smile in return. "Thank you, Gilderoy, that will be quite unnecessary. The attacks have stopped, and the involvement of the newspaper or the ministry within my castle is the last thing any of us need." "Would you be allowing Harry to re-enroll?" Aurora asked. "I will not," Albus said firmly. "The fact that the attacks have ended since the child has left validates his expulsion. This media cry is a scare tactic to be readmitted, and I will not allow our halls to be terrorized and children attacked because of public outcry. The safety of our students remains my top priority." Severus was exasperated as he left the meeting. Albus was still making as many attempts as he could to control the uncontrollable chaotic regime that Potter was creating. Severus flew Potter after dinner that night. "Professor," the child immediately cried, "did you read the paper? Did I do it right?" "I did, and you did," Severus assured him. "It was horribly tragic, very brave, very in character, and has possibly irreparably damaged Albus' public image. Have you heard from the minister?" Potter nodded quickly. "He called earlier and said I need to come in and talk with him and Madame Bones tomorrow about ending my aunt's guardianship and deciding on a long-term living situation." Potter hesitated and Severus couldn't be sure. Flu calls were difficult to interpret, but he appeared suddenly nervous. I told them they could come here if that's okay with you." "It is," Severus told him. "Madame Bones has assisted me in finding suitable guardians for students since I began my career here. She will be a great asset to you." Potter gnawed on his bottom lip for a moment before he nodded silently. "I will be there tomorrow after dinner, if that is still acceptable." Potter nodded again before quickly asking, "Is Susan still coming tomorrow too?" Snape frowned. He had forgotten to explain to Potter. "She will not. She has detention tomorrow. She will be there Saturday." Instead of looking upset or angry at this, Potter just smiled. "What for, sir?" "I believe she skipped her first period class today to pelt the headmaster's gargoyle statues with stink bombs with Peeves," Severus told him with the slightest twitch to his own lips. He personally would not have assigned her detention, but apparently Pomona felt as if it was behavior that reflected poorly on her house. Potter laughed, apparently pleased with the image Severus' words painted for him. "Brill, sir," he said. "All right, well, I'll see you tomorrow then, in person." Severus, briefly worried that Potter was suffering from a lack of personal connection, he was acting oddly. "Is everything quite all right?" he asked carefully. "Yeah, just tired I guess. I'll see you tomorrow." Potter abruptly pulled his head from his fireplace, and Severus was rudely left with an empty fire and confusion clouding his thoughts. "Mavis," he called lightly. "Crack. Mr. Snoop is calling for Mavis." Severus nodded at the cheerful little elf. Will you keep a close eye on Potter tonight? Ensure he takes his vial of dreamless sleep and is safely asleep in his room afterwards." The elf bobbed its head, happy at being given a task that did not involve breaking his master's trust. "Mavis can be doing that. Can Mavis be doing anything else for Mr. Snoop?" "No," he dismissed him. "Thank you, just ensure that Potter is doing well." He again considered the child's possible lack of companionship, alone in Severus' home. Wait, perhaps engage with him if you would. Keep him company until he goes to sleep. Mavis agreed happily, and Severus tried to console himself that Potter was likely just bored and on edge with the upcoming changes. Surely the child had no further surprises in store. The next morning after breakfast, Severus received an owl in his office with a short missive from Amelia Bones. "Severus, flew me at your immediate convenience, as long as that convenience is before 4 o'clock. Bones." Severus checked the time and saw that he still had 20 minutes before he had to begin preparing his classroom for his first class. He begrudgingly moved to his flu. He swore that after Potter was enrolled officially in Italy and had found a residence, Severus was going to board his flu up for a year. "Madame Bones, how can I help you?" Amelia gave him a wry look. "I have a meeting with Harry at 4 o'clock. Did he tell you?" Severus inclined his head. "He did. He told me that the minister would be accompanying you. I presume that is due to the public interest in Potter's case." Amelia's expression quickly morphed into one of amusement as she shook her head at him. "It is due to the great amount of legal difficulties that Harry's request will require. The ministry is willing to bend over backwards for him, but the minister himself is the only person who will be able to grant it." "Oh," Severus raised his brows in interest. "What odd request has Potter made?" "Harry adamantly stated that he wishes to reside with you, as your ward." "What the fuck?" Severus gaped at Amelia, quite forgetting himself in the surprise. "When did he make this request?" The witch smiled warmly at him. Her eyes sparkled in a way that reminded him much of Albus prior to the Potter scandals. "Yesterday, I told him I'd be coming today to go over his options, and he asked if you were an option. I briefly discussed your history," she grimaced apologetically, "and he told me, I wonder if Minister Fudge would help. He did say he'd do anything to make it up to me." She laughed, as if the thought of a 12-year-old emotionally blackmailing the Minister of Magic was delightful, instead of dangerously manipulative. "I contacted Fudge right after and told him what Potter said, and he immediately cleared his schedule to meet with us today." "Potter may react poorly when he is told it is not possible," Severus said slowly. He was touched that Potter had asked for him. It made sense that the child would once again see him as trustworthy. Severus himself had worked Potter through multiple high-stress situations, which surely built this feeling of attachment Potter apparently had. He provided Potter with a temporary residence, his familiar, and was enabling his continued contact with his friends. He hoped that the ministry's refusal to grant him this wish would not impact his view of Severus. "Not possible," Amelia said, her brows raised above her spectacles. "On the contrary, Severus, I believe Harry could ask Fudge for any guardian in the world and would see it be granted. I simply wanted to know your view on the matter before we met with him." "Amelia, I was a marked Death Eater," Severus said quietly. "The Minister of Magic will not grant me guardianship of the boy who lived, and Albus would never allow it." Amelia's eyes flashed dangerously at the mention of Albus' name. "Albus Dumbledore does not dictate guardianships, and this case will be closed as quickly as possible. The ministry is receiving daily letters from enraged witches and wizards who are wondering how the headmaster of a boarding school was able to originally determine the home for an orphaned infant." She gave Severus a suddenly mischievous smile before she continued. "And besides, you were legally exonerated as a spy." "It's all very heroic of you, Severus Snape, a brilliant wizard who dedicated his life to bringing down the darkest wizard known to man. After his defeat, you were determined to protect the child of your closest childhood friend." She sighed dramatically and wiped a faux tear from her eye. "The single witches of the United Kingdom will be beating down your doors." Severus grimaced, both at her dramatics and her ill-conceived declaration of his romantic appeal. "Albus would be furious. He intends for me to return to the Dark Lord's side once again if he returns." Amelia heavily rolled her eyes. "Let's pretend Albus Dumbledore and his many varied opinions are of no consequence, shall we? Because in the opinion of the Ministry of Magic, they are less than nullified in this case. If it can be approved, would you accept guardianship of Harry Potter until he turns 17? Severus hesitated for the briefest of moments. On the one hand, Potter had a lot of issues. He had seemed better as of late, but Severus was not naive enough to believe it would last. He was the most beloved magical child in the United Kingdom, heir to the Potter line, the prophesied vanquisher of the Dark Lord, and currently was holding a personal hit list with Albus Dumbledore's name on the top. Although, on the other hand, it was Potter, Lily's son. And while there was an undeniable perk to having the most powerful grey-aligned wizard in his care, there was more to it than that. It was Potter. "I would," he said. Amelia gave him a warm smile of approval. "I knew you would. We'll talk soon. The minister wants this dealt with as quickly as possible, and kept absolutely need to know until it is finished." And in the second time in 2 days, Severus left a flu call with a mind full of questions and concerns. The remainder of the day Severus taught his classes, attended meals in the Great Hall, graded papers, and considered the situation with Potter. It was flattering that the child wished to reside with him in the summers. It was also deeply ironic considering James Potter would be rolling in his grave. It was also slightly tragic that the most consistent adult in Potter's life was his previous potions professor. He had decided to speak with Potter about it when he arrived at Spinner's End that evening. Severus almost immediately forgot his intentions when he entered his sitting room and saw the changes Potter had made. Surprise, the little demon called weakly from the sofa on the side of the room. Potter, likely with design advice from the Malfoy, had entirely refurbished and redecorated Severus' home. It no longer looked like the Baron, an impoverished muggle home he was raised in. The grey walls were now a freshly painted shade of light green that balanced well with the darkly polished wooden bookcases and shelves that lined the walls. The sofa and matching recliners were no longer a beaten and dull floral pattern, but were replaced with slick black leather seats. "Potter," Severus said slowly, gazing around at the multitude of changes that were done just in this room, "tell me that you did not use your parents' vault to purchase furnishings for my home." "Of course not," Potter scoffed. "I got most of it from the Black Vault." Severus thought he likely cricked his neck with as quickly as he turned towards Potter. "I will need you to start from the beginning, apparently." He thought about what kind of events led Potter to taking money from the ancient Black Vaults and made towards his, apparently newly upgraded, liquor cabinet. "I will also need a drink before you cause me to put my head through these freshly painted walls," he muttered as he sank down into one of the recliners with a drink in hand. Potter ignored Severus' unflattering mutterings and airily explained how this came to be. "Okay, so you know how I went to Gringotts when I thought I didn't have money to go to Hogwarts, like you told me to." Severus nodded and gestured for Potter to continue. "Right, so you didn't give me my key, did you? So the goblins did an inheritance test that summer and I got my Potter heir ring, which is bloody brilliant, isn't it? But Mr. Malfoy told me I should have had another heir ring because I guess I have a godfather who doesn't have any kids. My dad's mate, Sirius Black, that when you told us was a muggle murderer." Severus grimaced at the mention of Black and gave Potter a sharp nod. "Well, he's my godfather. But thankfully that bastard is in Azkaban because I heard what he did, and he's lucky I can't get him. But anyway, I told Mr. Malfoy that the goblins didn't give me that airship, and that I didn't get those accounts when I did my test, so he looked into it and guess what?" "What?" Severus asked, when it was apparent that Potter was waiting for a response to his rant. "Fucking Dumbledore had his name on those accounts. Apparently Sirius Black let Dumbledore co-sign as my magical guardian for the accounts, and that's why it didn't show up, because I wasn't the sole heir." Severus raised his brows. He knew Black was a fool to the worst extreme, but to allow Albus to co-sign on his godson's airship? Madness. "If you were unable to gain the airship, how did you access the vaults?" he asked Potter. The child raised his right hand and scrunched his nose at it before 2 rings appeared, one on his ring finger and one on his middle. "Mr. Malfoy and I made a deal," Potter said smugly. "Mrs. Malfoy is a Black, but I'm the sole heir for the line. He said if I would name Draco the heir to the Black line once I become the Lord, after Sirius Black dies and I'm at least 17, that he would help me get Dumbledore removed from the line since he isn't my magical guardian, and has no claim on me now that I'm no longer a Hogwarts student." "And he did," Potter wiggled his middle finger where a silver ring with an obsidian stone rested. "So I signed a magical agreement that once I'm Lord Black that I'll name Draco Malfoy my heir. And if he dies before me, his kids will get it. But if he dies before me and doesn't have kids, then I keep the line and it goes to my secondary Black heir." Severus swallowed his whiskey and summoned the bottle for a second glass. "Are you mad?" Potter asked quietly after Severus remained silent. "I thought it was fair if Black's vaults paid to make your house look more like how you'd probably like it since he almost killed you when you were students. That's what you call ironic, right?" Severus saw Potter looked nervous and hopeful, and against his better judgment, smirked at the child. "I believe you meant karmic," he said dryly, "and I am not mad, but you should not have spent your inheritance on furniture for my home. You owed me nothing for staying here." "Well," Potter hesitated, "it wasn't about just staying here." The child clenched his fists and rolled his shoulders tensely. "I talked to Madame Bones and Minister Fudge today about picking a guardian." "Of course." Potter was either attempting to subtly bribe Severus into accepting him as his ward, or, much more likely, believed that he would need to offer something in order to be allowed to live there. "I also spoke with Madame Bones this morning," he told Potter evenly. "She informed me of your request and I accepted. What did the minister say to you?" Potter gave him such a wide-eyed look of surprise that Severus smirked. It was nice to be able to surprise the child, who continued to drag chaos into Severus' own life. "That's it?" he asked hoarsely. "You just accepted, no deals or questions or nothing, that's it?" "That's it," Severus repeated calmly, maintaining his casual tone. "And no, I did not require any deals in order to accept guardianship of you. Now, what did the minister say?" Potter blinked rapidly at him for a few silent moments. Severus held eye contact and gave him a polite look of interest. He said that he'd start the paperwork once he got your official acceptance," he said quietly. "Excellent." Severus finished his drink and rose to his feet. "Then I will examine the rest of our house to see what other changes Sirius Black has unknowingly funded, shall I?" Potter just nodded silently at him, his mouth still open in shock. Severus smirked at Potter again as he began his inspection of their home, which Potter had indeed lavishly furnished and updated. He had laughed aloud at the silver espresso machine that now occupied his kitchen counter. The child was an absolute menace, but Severus had hopes that they would cohabitate peacefully enough if his request was granted. He thought perhaps if he maintained a casually easy acceptance of the proposed guardianship, that Potter would begin to see himself as something more than a burden, who must earn his right to reside in a safe and stable environment. Severus left after dinner, during which Potter had remained quiet but watched Severus suspiciously. They talked lightly of Potter taking a course in Italian from a tutor recommended by the Contessa. Severus described some of the potions his Newt class was taking. Potter hesitantly described a new trick he had taught himself on his broomstick. Severus carefully maintained an uninhibited tone to his voice and did not bring up the guardianship. Before he flew to return to the castle, he checked the supply of potions he had left with Mavis. He had not trusted Potter with his crumpled mental barriers to have unsupervised access to potions that could be lethal in large doses. He was pleased to see it appeared as if Potter had taken them, as his count indicated. "I will see you tomorrow," he told Potter before stepping in the flue. "I will bring Miss Bones if that is still acceptable." Potter nodded and lifted a hand in farewell. When Severus landed in his office, he was immediately confronted by the awaiting group of Potter's friends. "Professor," Draco cried, his cheeks flushed with excitement, "you have to go to Dumbledore's office immediately." Miss Bones unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Severus and joyfully explained. "There's been another attack." Chapter 16, Susan Bones and Dumbledore is a dead man. Harry's been expelled. Susan, who had been watching the library doors intently for the arrival of her best friend, spun around to stare at Draco. "Excuse me," she hissed. "I must have misunderstood you. Where is Harry?" Draco shook his head frantically. His usually perfect blonde hair was falling in his eyes. "Blaise and I talked to Professor Snape earlier. He said Harry been expelled." "But I told Professor McGonagall it wasn't him," Hermione wailed. "I was with him before we found Justin." Ron scoffed. "You think they care Hermione? Harry's a Slytherin and a Parselmouth. They just threw him under the hippogriff." "That's not fair," Neville protested quietly. "Harry didn't do it. Don't they care about catching the real heir?" "Clearly not," Blaise drawled. He glanced around and leaned into the rest of their group. "But Snape did say we should write to our relatives and tell them. Not you, Ron. Your family kisses Dumbledore's ass." Ron grimaced but didn't argue. "Susan definitely needs to write to her aunt. Tell her how Harry was expelled with no proof," Draco whispered. "I'm going to go sign up to stay at Hogwarts for the holiday," Neville said softly. "Maybe Harry'll come back during the holiday and he'll want one of us here." Luna hummed softly, "We'll all stay." Susan was surprised that nobody disagreed with Luna's quiet declaration. Neville offered to sign them all up. She agreed with their plans calmly, but Susan was furious. She could feel her fear and anger bubbling up. "Where did Snape say Harry is?" she asked the boys. Blaise grimaced. "He didn't say. Back with his relatives, I suppose." The kids all exchanged worried glances at that. They weren't stupid. They'd all been at this exact table when Harry found out who put him at his relatives, and he'd been furious. They knew he'd needed safe places to stay during the holidays. How nobody from his family ever wrote him. They saw his scars, his flinches, and the way he thought all Muggleborns needed protected from the Muggle world. They weren't stupid. Susan pushed her books away from herself. "I'm going to go talk to Dumbledore." "I'll come with you," Ron offered. Luna put a small hand on his arm. Susan doesn't want you to. She wants to yell at the headmaster by herself. Susan gave Luna a grateful nod and stalked quickly out of the library towards the headmaster's office. She was going to find that stupid old man and convince him that Harry was innocent. And if she could remember the spell between here and there, she was going to catch his ugly beard on fire too. Password, the stone gargoyle asked her after she knocked on the office door. I don't know the password, but this is an emergency, she said politely. She'd learned young that being polite at first could often get you more than if you started out angry. Harry didn't know that lesson, but he could burn the castle down in an angry fit with just a flick of his pinky finger, and if he wanted to do just that once Susan got him back, she'd help him. No password, no entry, the gargoyle said. Susan grit her back teeth and glared at the statue. Fine, she said, then I'll just knock until he answers. Susan stood outside the headmaster's office long enough that the sun had set. She knocked, screamed, kicked, and then knocked some more. If Dumbledore was up there, he wasn't accepting visitors. Stupid old man, she yelled, losing her plan of initial courtesy in her frustration of being ignored. I thought you were a Gryffindor, you coward. I thought Dumbledore was a Ravenclaw, Blaise said casually, him and her other friends strolling down the corridor towards her. An idiot like that, no way, Ron snorted. Gryffindor for sure. Careful, Ron, Neville said lightly. I'd hate to tell Fred and George that you think Gryffindors are idiots. Any luck? Hermione asked Susan, ignoring the now bickering boys. No, Susan sighed. He wouldn't answer. Let's go find Snape. The other kids hustled behind Susan as she jogged down to Snape's office. She knocked briskly before she threw the door open. Snape wasn't there. She shrieked. Where the hell is everyone? Susan, maybe you should sit, Hermione suggested gently. We'll find him, I swear. Susan didn't want to sit. She wanted to scream at the headmaster. She wanted to find out where Harry was, and she wanted Harry to be back at Hogwarts where he belonged. She took a deep breath and sat in one of the desk chairs. You're right, Hermione. Thank you. Are we just waiting here for Snape then? Neville asked quietly. Seems like it, Theo said, sitting easily in the seat beside Susan. The 8 of them sat quietly in Snape's office, waiting. Most of them looked worried or thoughtful, but Susan doubted whether anyone was as angry as she was. She can't take care of Harry if he isn't here, and he should be here. Dumbledore shouldn't have been able to expel him based on the evidence that he can talk to snakes, and Snape better be making sure that Harry isn't with his relatives. Harry trusted Snape, liked him even, he considered him a friend, so Snape better not leave Harry with a couple of abusive muggles. After quite some time, when Hermione had nervously mentioned curfew had passed, Snape finally showed up. He looked tired and upset, but that wasn't Susan's problem. Susan leapt to her feet immediately. Harry isn't with his muggle relatives, is he? Snape didn't even look at her when he answered. He is not. That wasn't a good enough answer. Have you found him then? She knew from the way he still was hardly looking at her what the answer would be. I have not, he said quietly. And that definitely wasn't a good enough answer. Then you have to try harder, she yelled, her fury boiling over now that she finally had a target. Do you think I have done anything aside from my best? Snape asked harshly. Susan was about to tell him what she thought about his best, when Hermione surprisingly did it for her. Your best isn't good enough, Professor. Harry was innocent, and now you can't find him. Susan had never heard Hermione talk so rudely to an adult. What kind of school is this? Ron cut in. Kick a kid out for no bloody reason, then you lose him. Snape looked as if he had enough of their complaints. Get out, he hissed coldly. But Susan didn't care. This was her best friend's life on the line. Harry wasn't safe out there alone. She ignored the dangerous look in Snape's eyes and got up close until she could stare right up at his face. If Harry is hurt, then I will hold you responsible, she said as threateningly as she could. She ignored the ache that reminded her that she picked up her threatening tone from Harry himself. He trusted you, she spat, hopping to dig the figurative knife in a little deeper. Nothing got results as quickly as guilt sometimes could. She turned to leave. She had letters to write. The next several days, Susan mailed off multiple letters. She felt badly using Sevi without Harry's permission, but this was for his benefit. She wrote to her aunt, she wrote to the Daily Prophet, to the Board of Governors for the school, and she even wrote to the Minister of Magic. Her friends helped her compose letters, and they all talked about how to prove Harry was innocent. Hermione and Theo were convinced that they should try and find the real heir, but since most of the students had gone home for the holiday, that was a moot point. Susan had been happy to read the Daily Prophet's article about Harry's disappearance. It meant that people would know what was going on. Blaise explained how his mother owned the majority of shares in the business and was on good terms with all of the reporters. Now Dumbledore can't keep this quiet, he'd explained in the Slytherin common room that night. People will have questions, they'll want to know what proof he had, and hopefully with enough pressure he'll have to bring Harry back. Susan desperately hoped so. Of course, to bring Harry back to Hogwarts first Snape would have to find Harry. I hope someone else gets attacked soon, Susan said angrily. They had just left Snape's office with no updates again on Christmas Eve, which meant that Harry was going to spend Christmas alone, and that was not okay. Though Professor Snape had asked Susan for a photo of Harry, which made her think he was going to be searching the Muggle world, since every Wixen ever knew what Harry Potter looked like. It had almost killed her to hand over her photo of her and Harry at the fair last summer. It was her favourite photo, which is why she had it on her. Harry had a huge smile. His hair was messy and all over the place. His eyes were sparkling and crinkled in laughter. "Say cheese," she told him at the top of the Ferris wheel. "Why?" Harry laughed. "What's cheese got to do with taking a picture?" They smushed their faces together to take the photo, and Harry hadn't even flinched when she did it. If it meant Snape could find him easier, though, it was worth it, she told herself firmly. "Susan," Hermione gasped, "that's a horrible thing to say." "No, it's not," she snarled at the other girl. "If someone else gets attacked, they'll have to bring Harry back to us, and personally, I hope it's Macmillan." He'd been an idiot the night Justin had been attacked. Susan didn't know when she had been fighting with him in the Hufflepuff common room that Harry was being expelled. If she'd known then, she probably would have done a lot worse than just slapping the stupid prat. "Harry will come back soon," Luna said softly with the airy confidence that she spoke with sometimes. "Snape will find him," Neville assured her with a gentle pat on her back. "But he's going to be alone tomorrow," she said in a trembling voice. "And it's Christmas, you know, and he's going to be alone." Harry might be ridiculously mature, but he was still a kid, just like the rest of them. In some ways Harry was more childlike than the rest of them, she thought, the way he never seemed to understand anything about families, or love, or affection, and now he was just a kid who was alone on Christmas. They all stayed in the Slytherin common room until late that night, worrying about their gang leader, ally, and friend. And when Susan returned to her own bed, she thought of her best friend celebrating Christmas by simply trying to survive, in what she was sure was an impossible situation, and cried herself to sleep. The next morning Susan felt miserable. She checked with Snape first thing, and he said that he had no new leads, but was hopeful that he could find Harry today. "It's cold outside, Professor," she had yelled. "It's cold and he's all alone, and the only family he has is us, and we're not with him. Are you a bloody wizard or not? Why can't you find him? Potter is likely feeling threatened by anyone from our world, and his magic is interpreting it as a call to hide him from even the most complex of tracking spells," Snape said calmly. "I don't care," Susan said harshly. "I don't care if Harry's moved to another continent. You are supposed to be his friend and you have to find him. He could be hurt or sick and you looking hard enough." In the back of her mind, Susan knew she was being unfair. Snape was gone most hours of the day, and she was sure that he was spending that time looking for Harry. But effort didn't matter right now because she needed results. It was no good to try really hard if her best friend was still out there alone somewhere, scared and cold. Snape let her scream for a few more minutes before he just walked out of his own office, calling back a promise to tell her immediately if he found anything. "I'm not going to the feast," she told her friends as she stormed into the Slytherin common room. The two older Slytherins seated on the sofa glanced up but were well used to their group's presence and had long quit complaining that they all knew the password. "I don't want to go either," Draco said. "I'm sick of seeing Dumbledore's face. I wish my father could get rid of him. Then we could get a new headmaster who would bring Harry back." "Not if it's McGonagall," Theo interjected. "She's not exactly Harry's biggest fan either, is she?" "She's been better," Hermione said hesitantly, "but she also took Harry straight to Dumbledore that day. I was right beside him, but Harry was the only one that she suspected." "I'm sure a Muggle-born is going to be the prime suspect of being the heir of Slytherin," Blaise drawled with a roll of his golden eyes. "No more unlikely than the boy who lived," Neville said quietly, effectively ending the argument. They all sat there quietly for a moment before Hermione checked the time. "If we're going to the feast, we should get going," she said. I'm not going to go down there and eat and pretend everything is merry and wonderful when it isn't," Susan said, crossing her arms defiantly. "All students who are in attendance and able-bodied Must attend all official feasts in the Great Hall to create an atmosphere of camaraderie and family, Theo quoted. It's a rule. We have to or we'll be in trouble. I don't care about being in trouble, Susan yelled. I'm sick of sitting down there and having to see Dumbledore looking so stupid. Hermione looked slightly offended, probably just at her not caring about being in trouble, since Hermione herself had been giving the headmaster a number of nasty looks lately. We can eat up here from now on if you'd like, Theo offered, but we do have to go up to the hall for dinner tonight. Susan huffed, irritated by her friend's current lack of anger, but then she thought about the rule again, and she suddenly had a brilliant idea. Okay, she said with a mean grin, we'll go to the feast, but I say we don't create an atmosphere of family. The other kids perked up and listened intently as she explained her plan. Excuse me, she called, standing up in the great hall in the middle of the dinner course. Snape looked up at her and she glared at him. She could tell from the exhausted slump of his shoulders that he still hadn't found any leads on Harry's whereabouts, and she wasn't interested in tired failures. He needed to get results or find someone who would. Until the remainder of Slytherin House is here to eat meals with us, we will be abstaining from dining in the Great Hall, Draco said loudly, his sneering tone echoing off the stone walls. Susan watched through red-hazed eyes as Dumbledore stood up and smiled at Draco. I hate him. My dear boy, Dumbledore said with a smile and sparkling eyes, your classmates will rejoin you in little over a week. I am sure they will be touched by your demonstration. However, they are enjoying the holiday with their families. Except for Harry, whose only real family is already at Hogwarts. That is not who we mean, and I think you know that, Headmaster, Blaise said. Dumbledore sat down and shook his head at them. Susan thought he probably meant to look disappointed, but she saw the flash of anger in his eyes. Good, she thought savagely, we're angry too. I am afraid that you cannot abstain from meals, he said firmly. I insist you continue to eat in the hall for your meals. Susan smirked, they'd expected this. She was filled with pride as Hermione cleared her throat and met the headmaster's gaze head-on. You're wrong, sir, she said loudly. There is no rule that says we must eat in the Great Hall or show up for any meal at all, besides official feasts. And we showed up today, Neville added. Susan couldn't stand the headmaster's twinkling eyes anymore. Harry will be back for the next one, she said as confidently as she could. If Harry wasn't at the next one, then she wouldn't be either. She wouldn't stay at a school ran by this idiot without her best friend. She almost lost her composure when Draco drew himself up to his full height and put on a haughty face. I wonder if you will be headmaster, he drawled. Then, exactly as they'd said they would, they all walked out together as a single group. Susan waited until they were in the dungeons before giving Draco a hug. That was brilliant, she gushed. I wonder if you will be, she mimicked in a posh tone. Your father would lose his mind if he'd heard that. Draco gave her a pleased smile and puffed his chest out. My family never liked Dumbledore. Father just finally has an official reason to help eviscerate him in the news. Susan turned to Hermione and gave her a quick hug as well. You did brilliant, Hermione. Harry won't even believe it when we tell him that you quoted the rulebook to the headmaster. Hermione looked around nervously, eyeing the two older Slytherins who followed them out earlier, before giving Susan a grim look. Fuck Dumbledore, she said harshly. Susan couldn't wait to tell Harry about this day. Hey Peeves, come here, please. Peeves, the mischievous Hogwarts poltergeist, flew down from the painting he was irritating to get in Susan's face. It's a wee little badger, he cackled. What's an itsy thing like you wanting with old Peevesy? Susan gave the spirit a sweet smile, wanna be on the winning side of a war against Dumbledore. Peeves gave a genuine laugh, and they shared a kindred look. Peevesy would be honored, ickle badger. Follow me, Peeves has lots of plans. Susan smiled. She thought this might be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Susan and Peeves spent the next several days trying to ensure that Dumbledore was nearly as frustrated as she was. She knew she'd never be able to make Dumbledore as miserable as she was, or as angry as Harry likely was, but she wasn't going to make this a calm holiday break for him either. Especially not when the Daily Prophet had daily headlines that reminded her of Hogwarts' missing hero. Susan helped Peeves to flood the bathrooms closest to the headmaster's office that he assured her Dumbledore frequently visited. Peeves taught her a neat charm that would cause his office doorknob to scream shrilly every time it was touched. They left dung bombs in the corridor outside his office. Susan left hateful notes on his door, and the Slytherin boys even joined them when they spent a few hours slowly getting charmed snakes under Dumbledore's office door. She almost cried when she remembered that Serpensortia was the spell that outed Harry as a Parselmouth to the whole school. She thought perhaps there was some justice in using it to fill Dumbledore's office with snakes. The night before the rest of the school returned to Hogwarts, Susan and the rest of Harry's friends were gathered in the Slytherin boys' dormitory making new plans. "We have to catch the actual heir," Blaise said. "They might be laying low now that Harry was expelled, though," Theo pointed out logically. Neville scrunched up his nose, "But then how do we catch them if there aren't any more attacks?" They all fell silent, trying to think of ideas. "We go talk to Myrtle," said Luna in her soft and dreamy voice. "Why on earth would we need to go talk to a ghost?" Hermione asked her sharply. "Don't talk to Luna like that," Susan said coldly. "Any idea is a good idea unless you have a better one." Hermione scowled but shook her head. Draco turned to Luna and kindly asked her, "You mean Moaning Myrtle, right? What does she have to do with catching the heir of Slytherin?" Luna smiled up at him from where she was laying flat on Ron's bed. "She died the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, 50 years ago. I just think she might have some clues for us." The rest of the kids stared at Luna, utterly shocked. How do you know that?" Ron asked. Luna propped herself up on her elbows and gave them all a surprised look in return. "I asked her," she said simply. "Of course you did," Blaise muttered, giving Luna a wry grin. "You're mad, Luna." Susan would have scolded him, but Luna smiled over at him, apparently pleased by his comment. "So tomorrow we should all go talk to Myrtle then," Hermione said, "and maybe she'll know something that can help us find the real heir." They all agreed on a time to meet after classes tomorrow, and were about to head to their own beds when the dorm door opened. Snape stood in the doorway and sighed heavily at them all. "Miss Bones, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, and Mr. Longbottom, I am beginning to believe that you do indeed require a resort. I was not aware we allowed students of other houses in our rooms," he said dryly. He looked at the Slytherin boys and raised his brows at them. "Nor was I aware that we allowed female students in the boys' dormitory." Theo rolled his eyes, "Not against the rules." "I will be petitioning for a rewrite of the rules over the summer," Snape said with an eye roll of his own. "That's okay, sir. We'd still be grandfathered in for most things according to Rule 326 subsection 11, Hermione told him with her, "I know more than you," smile. Hermione could be a bossy twit sometimes, but she also knew the rules better than anyone, and here, lately, she hasn't been afraid to tell any teacher that asked exactly what rules they weren't breaking. Susan could see why Harry liked her so much. "Did you find Harry yet?" Susan asked Snape, "because if not, then I swear to Merlin." "Save your threats," Severus interrupted her in a drawling voice. "I have found Potter and he is safe." "He's safe, he's safe, he's safe." The rest of her friends began cheering wildly, and Susan leapt to her feet with a bright smile. "Let's go," she said, trying to edge around Snape out of the dorm. "I want to see him." Snape stuck his arm out, blocking her from leaving. "Potter is ill, he is exhausted, and he is currently sleeping off a dreamless sleep. You have classes in the morning, and your aunt would arrest me if I absconded from the school with you." "Of course he's ill. I bet he's been frozen for weeks," she thought with both fury and sadness. This never should have happened. Susan looked up at Snape, and was preparing to tell him exactly how little she cared about propriety when her best friend was sick when he cut her off again. "Write to Potter and your aunt. I will deliver Potter's letter in the morning if you bring it to me before 6 o'clock. If they both agree, I am willing to take you to him Friday after your final class." Snape glanced around the room behind Susan and sighed. "I cannot easily sneak all of you out without being caught and having to answer many questions. Miss Bones is the most irritating, so she will go first. You may all write to Potter, and I will ensure he receives the letters." She didn't care if he thought she was annoying if it meant she could go see Harry and check on him for herself in just 5 days. Her auntie would approve it, she knew she would. She hoped Harry would as well. "Thank you, sir," Neville said to Snape politely. "We know you've been working hard to find Harry, and even if we haven't been so great about it, we do appreciate you." Susan felt a tiny stab of remorse for how awful she's been to Snape. He had spent weeks trying to find Harry, which was more than any other adult was doing, and he found him and had him somewhere safe now. "Thank you," she murmured. "If there is nothing else, I am retiring for the night. Any letters left under my office door before 6 o'clock will be delivered tomorrow. Good night." When the door closed behind Snape, Susan turned to her friends. "What are we waiting for?" she cried. "Let's get writing." "Dear Harry, I miss you, I miss you, I miss you. Snape said that you were sick, and I hope you're feeling better. He better be giving you potions, and you better be taking them." Everything is horrible without you here. We've all missed you terribly, but we have a new lead on the real heir, so I hope we can find a way to make them reinstate you. Did I say I miss you because I miss you? You'll never believe all the stuff that's happened since you've been gone, Hermione cursed, and Draco totally threatened Dumbledore in front of everyone on Christmas at dinner one night. Snape said that if my aunt is okay with it that I can come see you after classes on Friday. Is that okay? I can bring treacle tart, don't worry about us, we're all fine. And don't worry about Sevi, Blaise and I have been taking good care of him. I did send him on a couple trips with letters to my aunt, but I think he liked the chance to fly. I can't wait to see you Friday. Hogwarts isn't the same without you. Love, your best friend. Susan. When classes started back up, Susan was only slightly distracted from her private war against Dumbledore by a new bigger annoyance, the other students. Not too distracted though. Peeves had begun screaming obscenities in the halls based on the posters she was leaving every day on the headmaster's office door. Hearing the poltergeist repeatedly scream, "You're an old fool, Dumbledore," was an excellent way to start her day. But now, everywhere she went, the returning students were talking about Harry, whispering behind their hands, giggling about him being gone, and outright cheering at their supposed newfound safety. As if Harry had ever been the threat. "If you say one more word, I swear to Merlin I am going to kill you," she hissed at Ernie Macmillan during their history of magic class. Hermione also gave the Hufflepuff boy a disdainful look. "I'll help her," she warned, holding her wand tightly. Ernie had been talking loudly with Hannah Abbott about how, with Potter gone, Muggleborns are safe again. As if he ever gave a damn about Muggleborns, not like Harry. Harry who cut Draco for calling Hermione the M-word, and who made him apologize in front of the entire school for it. These kids were so stupid. Harry was powerful and strong, and could literally talk to the monster that was attacking students. And Dumbledore kicked him out, because he was also stupid and didn't see why the school needed Harry more now than ever. By Wednesday night, Susan was ready to drop out herself. Harry wrote back a couple short notes that just said he was fine, she can come over on Friday, and that he was trying to find a new school to go to. She knew it was stupid, but she didn't want to go to Hogwarts without him. "I'll transfer too," she wrote. "Don't be mad," Harry wrote back. "What about your friends?" She wondered if Harry knew he still had friends here as well, or if he thought they'd all just forgotten about him. "We'll talk about it tomorrow," she sent along with Snape Thursday morning before breakfast. She walked into the Slytherin common room and saw her friends were all huddled tightly together around the table they'd nicked to eat at, arguing in hushed voices. "I'm going to kill them," Ron swore. "I'll help," Neville told him, still sporting a split lip from the fight he got in yesterday. "Who are we killing?" Susan asked, sliding into her customary seat and glancing sadly at the empty one they left in the corner for Harry. The other kids gave her a wary look and shuffled uneasily, except for Luna, who just hummed. "Probably Harry's relatives first, but definitely Dumbledore next," she said brightly. "Okay," Susan agreed simply. "Why are we killing them?" Draco glanced at Blaise, who grimaced in return and shook his head. Susan was beginning to get an uneasy feeling in her stomach. "Why are we killing them?" she repeated slowly, staring down her friends. "Here," Ron said, thrusting the newspaper towards her. "You'll hear about it anyway. Daily Prophet breaking news. Exclusive interview with the boy who lived." Susan read the article and could feel her muscles coiling tightly with anger. "The headmaster took my wand, then had the groundskeeper drop me off at my aunt and uncle's house. They hate magic. They hate me. They threw me out immediately. I didn't have anywhere to go for a long time. I just finally feel safe. I want to be a normal kid." Susan's hands shook as she finished the article. "Ah, Susan, you're shaking the table," Theo said hesitantly. Susan looked down and saw that she was shaking the table. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself and threw the paper down. "I have to go," she declared, jumping to her feet. "Where are you going?" Hermione called as she stalked through the packed common room. "I'm going to go talk with Headmaster," she called back. Before the portrait door slammed behind her, she heard an older Slytherin girl mutter, "She's going to bloody murder him." "She might. It would be worth it." "Get out here," Susan yelled, flinging another stink pellet at the headmaster's office door. "Cowardly lion," Peeves laughed, flinging his own pellets at the door. "Meddling stupid coward." Susan boned. Susan looked up from her pile of pellets, panting from shouting at the silent door. "Professor Sprout," she said politely, "how are you?" Professor Sprout looked down at the pellets, looked at the pellet-covered office door, stared at Peeves, then back to Susan. "What on earth are you doing?" she finally asked. "Trying to get an audience with the headmaster." By screaming at his office door, Sprout asked incredulously, "Did you think that would work?" Susan shrugged. Knocking didn't, throwing things didn't, screaming was a last option. "The cowardly lion is scared to face the mean little badger," Peeves laughed. "The badger is angry." Professor Sprout gave her a sympathetic look. "I understand why you would be upset, but this isn't the way to fix it." "How then?" Susan demanded. "How do I fix it?" Sprout walked over beside her and placed a warm hand on her shoulder. "You wait," she said kindly. "You go to your classes, you hold on to hope, and you wait." Susan shook off her hand. "I'm sick of waiting," she said. "It's all so unfair, Professor." "I know, dear, but this will be resolved. We just have to be patient." Susan nodded, not agreeing but not stupid enough to argue with her head of house either. "Why don't you clean this up and head to your next class, since it seems you've missed first hour?" Professor Sprout suggested with a thin smile. "Yes, ma'am," Susan agreed obediently. She was storing the piles of unused pellets back in their bag. She'd use them again later, when Sprout turned back to her. "Detention tomorrow, dear," she said pleasantly. "What?" Susan gaped at her. Tomorrow was her day to go see Harry. "Can't we do it tonight, or Saturday maybe?" "Afraid not," Sprout said kindly. "I've got a lot of work to do, and tomorrow after dinner is the best time for me. You should keep this in mind next time you choose to act in a way unfitting for our house." She shook her head at Susan and continued down the corridor. Susan glared at Dumbledore's door. If he had opened his door when she first knocked, then she wouldn't have been in this predicament. "I hate you," she hissed. "Yeah," Peeves chimed in, "we hate you." "If he comes out, throw the rest of these right in his face," she instructed him. "I suppose I'm headed to class." She'd just write to Harry and explain what happened. She could go Saturday and they'd talk about all of this. No big deal. Susan was serving her detention with Professor Sprout the next evening. The professor had her in charge of ripping out old tarantula vines, which suited her just fine. They were reluctant to be torn out and fought her. It was nice to finally find something she could destroy without consequences. "Great job, dear," Professor Sprout praised her. "Just keep ripping." All in all, not a bad detention. Snape assured her that she was welcome to go to where Harry was. He didn't say any details, but she was sure it was his own house, tomorrow, and spend the whole day if she wanted. Which she absolutely did. She was working up a sweat fighting a particularly reluctant vine when Neville came bursting in the greenhouse. "Susan, Professor, come quick," he yelled before turning around and running back out. Susan glanced at Professor Sprout, who looked just as bewildered as she was, and they both took off after him. "What's going on?" she asked Neville once she caught up to him halfway across the lawn. "They just found another student," he said. "It's the same as the others." "Yes," Susan cheered, leaping in the air. "Miss Bones, how could you?" Professor Sprout admonished her, panting slightly as she ran to keep up with them. "This is proof," Susan cried. "They'll have to bring Harry back now." Sprout gave her a disappointed look. "It won't be worth Mr. Potter's reinstatement if a child has died, Miss Bones." Susan hummed, increasing her stride. Personally, she thought it would be. "They aren't dead," Neville said, keeping stride with her despite his shorter legs. "Just petrified." "Excellent," Susan said quietly, exchanging a grin with the Gryffindor boy. "There's no way to pin it on Harry this time." They ran through the entrance hall, and Neville guided her to the second floor, where a crowd of students were congregated. "Susan," Hermione cried, reaching out for her. "Did you hear?" "It was a 6th year," Ron told her, his arm wrapped around his pale-faced and trembling sister. "Some Ravenclaw bird, they just took her to the hospital wing." "Her name is Cheyenne," Luna said softly. Ron grimaced at Luna. "Sorry," he mumbled sheepishly. "I don't care," Susan waved her hand. "Where, Dumbledore?" She stood up on her tiptoes to see over the heads of the other students, and when that failed, she elbowed her way to the front. Dumbledore was standing beside Professor McGonagall, a stricken look on his face. "Good," she thought angrily, "this is your fault." As if Dumbledore read her thoughts, he suddenly looked up and made eye contact with her. "Miss Bones," he said softly, probably trying to lull her into trusting him, as if that would ever happen, "where have you been this evening?" "Why?" Susan demanded loudly, ensuring the students could all hear. "Planning on pinning this one on me since Harry isn't here." McGonagall gasped at her tone. but Dumbledore gave her a small smile. Fake smile, she thought. His eyes were no longer the warm twinkling blue they usually were. They were icy cold and as light as the sky. Of course not, he said with a wave of his hand. I was merely curious if you had been in contact with Mr. Potter recently. You mean the innocent student you expelled? She yelled. Nope, how are you planning on blaming him this time? The students behind her were increasing the volume of their whispers. Potter wasn't even here, she heard one kid say. Miss Bones was with me, Professor Sprout said, coming to stand beside her. Ah, excellent, Dumbledore said genially, still staring intently at Susan. Albus, perhaps we should take this to your office, McGonagall suggested with a pointed look at the crowd of whispering students. Excellent idea, Professor, Dumbledore agreed, finally breaking his cold gaze. Make sure you beg Harry for forgiveness, she yelled at Dumbledore's retreating back. She thought perhaps the other professors were just as upset about the situation, since none of them even took points for her disrespect. Susan looked around her and was pleased to see her friends were surrounding her back. Let's go, she said, turning to run off down the stairs. Go find Percy, Gin, Ron whispered to his now crying sister. He'll get you some hot chocolate or something, okay? Where we going? Neville asked. Snape, of course, Susan said. He has to get to Dumbledore's office quickly before they have time to pin it on Harry or one of us. He isn't here, Draco wailed, once they entered Snape's office and saw it was empty. Do you think he's already in Dumbledore's office? Hermione asked. Luna shook her blonde head. I'm sure he's with Harry. We'll wait here, Blaise said. Susan was bouncing eagerly on the balls of her feet. Harry can come back now, he can come back, they have to bring him back. She was still thinking happily of reuniting with her best friend when Snape came through his flue. Professor, Draco said excitedly, you have to go to Dumbledore's office immediately. Susan was so happy to see Snape, knowing he'd go fight for Harry, that she threw her arms around the man in a tight hug. There's been another attack. Chapter 17, Hogwarts. Potter. Harry jumped up from his spot in the recliner, startled by Snape's brisk tone calling from the fireplace. Sir, he called back cautiously, inching towards the fireplace, is everything all right? Snape had just left, why would he be calling already? Unless he really didn't want Harry to live here, but was too cowardly to have said it in person. There has been another attack, Snape said quickly, his head finally appearing in the flames. I wanted you to know immediately because I need to know, do you wish to return to Hogwarts? Harry froze. What? He said lamely. Focus, we don't have time to stall, Snape said briskly, though not unkindly. I need to know if you want to return to Hogwarts before I go start fighting Albus for your reinstatement. At the sound of the headmaster's name, Harry's lip curled. Dumbledore can go foo. We miss you, Harry. Susan. Snape gave Harry an intense gaze before nodding curtly. I'll go fight with the headmaster then, shall I? Harry just stared at the green flames as Snape's head disappeared. Don't get your hopes up. When has anything ever worked out right for you? You don't need Hogwarts. You can be special by yourself. You don't need anyone or anything. Harry was jerked from his internal mantra by the appearance of Susan's head now resting in the place Snape was before. Susan, he breathed, moving closer to the flames. Is that you? They passed a few letters back and forth in the week he'd been at Snape's house, but he hadn't actually seen her since the day he was expelled, almost a month ago. Harry, it's me, she squealed. And everyone else is here too. Hey guys, Harry's view of her face was cut off as she turned to look behind her. Say hi to Harry. Hi, Harry. Harry heard a chorus of his friends in Snape's office calling out to him, and he felt a tightness in his stomach, one that he hadn't even been aware of before now, loosen. Harry, you'll get to be here soon, Susan said with a beaming grin. There was another attack, some 6th-year Ravenclaw girl. They just found the body right after dinner. Is she dead? Harry asked curiously. No, petrified like the others, Susan said, her excitement not dulling in the slightest. But don't you see, now that's proof that you didn't do it, so Dumbledore will have to bring you back. Harry frowned again at the mention of Dumbledore's name. Maybe he didn't want to go to Hogwarts while he was still there. Italy was brilliant, and the Contessa said that he'd get to study magic that Hogwarts would never approve of. Susan must have read some of his thoughts on his face, since his bloody barriers were gone, because the excited sparkle in her eyes dimmed. You do want to come back, don't you? She asked quietly. I dunno, Harry admitted quietly. I don't want to be there with Dumbledore. Susan's normally cheerful face morphed into something hateful. We won't even deal with him. We'll just refuse. He might be the headmaster, but he's also an idiot, and I'm not putting up with his prejudice and bigotry anymore. Harry grinned at her rant. Snape says you've been putting rude notes on his office door. I have, she grinned, unrepentant, and Hermione even cursed at his name. Hey, came the indignant cry of Hermione, don't tell him that. Tell her I said that's brilliant, Harry grinned. Why'd she wait until I was expelled to start cursing? Susan rolled her eyes. It's because you were expelled, stupid. We've just been trying to make Dumbledore as miserable as we all were. You were miserable? Harry asked softly, hoping his other friends couldn't hear him sounding so pathetic. Of course we were, Susan said back just as quietly. You're our friend and we miss you. Harry smiled at her. He'd secretly hoped that he would still have friends at Hogwarts, but he wasn't really sure. I gotta go, he said, thinking quickly. I have to call someone before Snape gets back. Okay, I'll see you soon, Susan asked hopefully. If all goes well, he said with a smirk, tell everyone, tell them I said hi, okay? All right, talk to you soon. Harry pulled away from the fireplace and waited for Susan's head to disappear before he threw a pinch of the powder in and called, Malfoy Manor. Hello, Dobby, Harry greeted the Malfoy's elf kindly. Would you please get Mr. Malfoy for me? Dobby would be honored to help Mr. Harry Potter, the weird elf squealed excitedly. Dobby will be getting master right away. Harry tried very hard not to roll his eyes at Dobby's exuberant tone. Dobby was obsessed with him. At least Mavis, as cunning as he was, didn't harp on about Harry's fame. He waited impatiently until Mr. Malfoy finally arrived in the parlor. Mr. Potter, he said cordially, how can I help you this evening? How would you like a job? Harry asked quickly. I need a barrister and you always say you're the best, don't you? Malfoy was too posh to show any surprise, but he did raise a single, perfect, blonde brow. What do you need a barrister for? He asked. Harry smirked at him. I need legal defense against Albus Dumbledore. What will it cost me to hire you? If you would kindly allow me a few minutes to gather myself, I can flew to your location, where we can discuss this further, Malfoy said with a wry grin of his own. Brill, the password is still Sevi, see you soon. Harry paced around the sitting room, thinking hard about how to handle Dumbledore if Professor Snape was even able to get him reinstated. He had told the headmaster that he was going to kill him. The old man probably wasn't happy about that. He looked up from his packing when the flue chimed, and Mr. Malfoy elegantly stepped through. Harry smirked when he realized that gathering himself apparently meant changing into a posher robe than he had on before. All right, Mr. Potter, let's talk. Harry and Malfoy were still seated in the recliners, discussing their plan, when Snape came through the flue. Lucius, he said with a quizzical expression, I was not aware that you had a meeting with Potter tonight. Mr. Potter has retained my services, Malfoy said with his pretentious drawl. Oh, Snape looked at Harry, and what services did you require Lucius for? Harry's smirk wavered slightly. Would Snape be mad about their plan? Dumbledore was his boss after all. Well, it just depends on what Dumbledore said to you tonight, he stalled. Snape crossed his arms and leant casually against the now empty fireplace. You are being immediately summoned to the headmaster's office for a discussion on your continued enrollment at Hogwarts, he said simply. Harry jumped to his feet with a broad grin. Brill, let's go. Hold on, Malfoy stopped him. You will not respond immediately to a summons from Albus Dumbledore. You do not present yourself a child desperate for his approval or blessing, he sneered. Severus, kindly inform the headmaster that, as it is currently 7 o'clock on a Friday evening, Mr. Potter is amenable to meeting with him to discuss multiple matters of importance on Monday morning. That's genius, Harry breathed. Malfoy gave him a smug look. That is what I'm here for. Snape sighed and sat down on one of the new sofas. Albus won't be pleased to be dismissed like this, he warned. If he's going to be mad about that, he'll really hate that I'm suing him, Harry said with a small grin towards Snape. What? Whatever Snape had been about to say was interrupted by the chime of the flue. For the love of Merlin, Snape muttered, bending down to accept the call. Severus, is Harry there? I just got a message from Dumbledore. Madame Bones' face was floating in the fire, looking frantic. He is here, Snape said. What message did you receive? Albus seems to think Harry is with me, Madame Bones explained. I just received a patroness requesting I bring Harry to Hogwarts immediately to discuss the recent attack. The recent attack, Malfoy sneered, not Potter's reinstatement. Madame Bones grimaced. Right, but if there has been another attack. There has, Snape said. Then we use this as grounds to have the expulsion reversed, if Harry still wants to attend Hogwarts. All three adults looked beseechingly at Harry. Yeah, he said firmly. My friends are there, aren't they? And I shouldn't have been expelled in the first place. Then we fight for it, Snape said with a look of approval. Albus was reluctant to extend the offer of a meeting. Minerva and myself had to convince him. There was another attack, and he was still reluctant to reach out to Mr. Potter. Malfoy asked, making a quick note on his parchment. Did he say why? Snape gave Harry a long-suffering look and sighed. Potter threatened to kill him when he was expelled. Albus believes that Potter is the second rising of the Dark Lord. Apparently he believes the students would be in danger, with Potter in attendance. Madame Bones scoffed. Malfoy gave Harry an appraising look, and Harry, he preened just a bit. He was flattered that Dumbledore had clearly been shaken by his threat. He hoped Dumbledore remembered all the wrongs he'd done to him when he did eventually kill him. A 12-year-old child said something mean when he was being evicted from his home unfairly, Madame Bones said dryly. Yes, that seems to line right up with the Muggle-born slaughters that Voldemort endorsed. Nobody ever accused Dumbledore of clear thought when it comes to either Potter or the Dark Lord, Snape agreed. Well, Severus, are you joining us in Dumbledore's office tonight? Madame Bones asked, returning the conversation back to the original topic. Excuse me, Madame Bones, Malfoy cut in smoothly, but Mr. Potter will not be responding to Albus' call tonight. Would you be amenable to sending a message informing him that Potter will be in his office Monday morning at 8 o'clock? We do have quite a bit of work to complete between now and then. He gave Harry a sly look, witnesses to gather, paperwork to complete, lawsuits to file. Harry thought that Madame Bones might not like that, she was a cop after all, but she gave Malfoy a curt nod. Of course, I'll meet you all here at 1:15 on Monday morning then, shall I? Why? Harry blurted. He ducked his head and flushed slightly as the adults all looked at him again. I mean, I just meant, why are you coming to the meeting, ma'am? Because you are a ward of the ministry until your guardianship is completed, Madame Bones explained kindly, and I will be there to represent you in loco parentis. Oh, okay. Until then, gentlemen, I will be available at home this weekend. After Madame Bones disconnected from the flu, Harry relaxed back into his seat. Well, Mr. Potter, shall we get on with it? Malfoy asked with a raised brow. Let's do it, Harry agreed. They continued discussing their plan of attack for Monday morning, easily ignoring Snape, who was muttering things about insane children and political warfare as he sipped a drink. By the time Snape and Malfoy left Friday night, Harry felt optimistic about his chances of returning to Hogwarts on Monday. Really, if Mr. Malfoy had represented him legally from the get-go, he probably never would have been expelled. The man was a shark. He knew more about law and politics than anyone else Harry had ever met, and that includes the Minister of Magic. He wondered if Malfoy knew the laws for the same reasons Harry began learning them. You needed to know what laws you were and weren't breaking when you made plans. Saturday morning, he began reluctantly gathering his belongings that had somehow become strewn across Snape's house. He figured that he would either be back at Hogwarts or in Italy come Monday afternoon, and it would be best to be prepared for either outcome. Harry found a single trainer underneath one of the kitchen chairs and a jumper on a bookshelf. He shook his head at himself. He never should have made himself this comfortable here. It was stupid to get attached to a place that could be taken away from him in a blink. Just look at Hogwarts. That afternoon, Harry was eating lunch and arguing with Mavis about the difference between forced slavery and choosing to work as a house elf when the flu went off. He kept eating, assuming it was Snape, and listened to Mavis' squeaky admonishment. Elves is not having strong powers when they is not having master, Mavis explained while stirring batter in a bowl. What if you had a wand? Harry asked. Then you would be able to channel your own power, not your master's, wouldn't you? Potter, you cannot give your house elf a wand. Harry looked up and grinned at Snape, who was leaning against the kitchen doorframe. Why not? I'm not using M. Harry gaped as his red-headed best friend ran past Snape and stopped just short of where Harry was seated. Susan, he asked, inching backwards subtly, what are you doing here? Susan huffed and sat in the chair opposite from Harry, Snape's usual seat, and smiled at him. We said I'd come over today, right? My auntie said I could. So Tada. She shook her hands in a waving motion and Harry laughed at her theatrics. You've been around Draco too much, he accused fondly. You have no idea, Mr. Potter, Snape drawled from the doorway. I will return at 5 o'clock to return Miss Bones to Hogwarts. He gave them both a severe look. I would appreciate it if our home was not destroyed when I return. Susan gave the man a small smirk, as they both agreed, before Snape swept off back to the sitting room. Our home, Susan asked, easily plucking a few crisps off Harry's plate. Did I miss something? Harry grimaced and shrugged. Susan was his best friend, and usually he felt like he could tell her anything, but what if that changed while he was gone? What's everyone doing today? He asked instead. Susan rolled her eyes at his obvious subject change, but indulged him anyway. Hermione and Theo are wasting their whole day revising. Draco and Ron are flying even though it's freezing out and they'll probably get sick. Luna is hunting for Raxburts with Neville, and I have no idea where Blaise is, she said, ticking each kid off as she listed them. Theo and Hermione are studying together, Harry asked, scrunching his nose. That sounds like the world's most boring day ever. Susan giggled and leaned forward slightly, even though Mavis was the only other person in the room. I think Theo has a crush on Hermione, she said. He's always offering to study together, and he even made Blaise trade him seats at meals so he could sit beside her. Oh, Harry thought about how Theo and Hermione were the only two in their group who really got crazy about studying and loved to read. I guess they have a lot in common. Susan laughed and adopted a faux posh tone. Well, they're only 12, so it's likely just a phase that'll pass. Harry shrugged. He didn't know anything about relationships, and didn't really care to learn either. Is everyone being decent to Luna? He asked. He worried that they'd stop hanging out with Luna without Harry there, and she'd be lonely and an open target for bullies again. Of course, Susan said indignantly. Do you think I'd let anyone be mean to her? Sorry, Harry mumbled sheepishly. I was just checking. It's fine, Susan waved her hand, easily brushing off his implications. Hey, did Snape tell you about me and Peeves? He said you got detention for throwing stink pellets at Dumbledore's office door with him. Susan gave him a mischievous grin. That's just the only time we got caught. Harry grinned back. He could just imagine the sort of chaos that an angry Susan and Peeves would create. What do you guys do? Tell me why Snape said our home and I'll tell you, she offered with a smirk. Sneaky, Harry accused while Mavis cackled in the background. That's not fair. Miss Susan is using Master Potter's tricks against him, Mavis snorted. Master Potter probably taught Miss Susan to be a trickster. He's right, Susan said. This is really your fault. Harry stared at her for a long time, and she just watched him silently. Is everything different? He asked quietly. Never, Susan said, understanding his question immediately. We are still best friends. You'll still keep my secrets. Susan nodded. Her usually sparkling eyes were uncharacteristically solemn. We'll always be best friends, I swear. Harry had always relied on his gut instincts. They hadn't steered him wrong in 12 years. And his gut instincts said that Susan was still just as trustworthy as she's been since the day they met. Your aunt is helping Snape get guardianship of me. Really, that's wicked, Susan said with a broad smile. Is that what you want? Suppose so, Harry shrugged. She showed me a bunch of people who applied after they read the news, but they just liked me because I'm famous. Snape's different, isn't he? Susan's eyes darkened. Speaking of the news, do you want to talk about that? Harry rolled his eyes at her. Not a chance. Tell me about Peeves. Susan huffed but immediately launched into her story. Harry listened eagerly, snacking on the biscuits Mavis gave them. And then Peeves said Dumbledore is scared of little snaky Potter, and I thought, let's fill his office with snakes then. Harry laughed so hard at some of her stories that his stomach began to hurt. I can't believe you didn't even get detention, he said, wiping actual tears of laughter off his face. Well, I did have one yesterday, Susan admitted, but then someone got petrified so I didn't even have to stay the full time. Good timing then, Harry said. Especially if it means you get to come back, she agreed. Oh wait, did I tell you about Myrtle? She suddenly cried. Hold on, wait, Harry interrupted her. You'll never believe what Dumbledore told me. No, wait, listen. Myrtle died when the chamber opened. Myrtle was killed by the monster. Harry and Susan stared at each other in shock for a moment before they began laughing. How did you find out? Harry asked. Luna, Susan said simply. Fucking Nargles, Harry grumbled, still upset that he couldn't see them or hear them. Susan giggled but shook her head. It wasn't the Nargles, she just talked to Myrtle and got to know her. Brill, Harry said impressed. Luna's amazing. She really is, Susan agreed. and now we have a lead on who the actual heir is. Harry snorted. I don't give a damn about who it is, as long as the other houses know it isn't me. You don't want to catch them? Susan asked with her nose scrunched up. I thought you'd want revenge or something. Harry had thought a lot about it since he'd been expelled. The heir of Slytherin hadn't done anything to him, personally. They hadn't attacked his friends, they weren't the one who shoved him in the halls or broke his nose, and they weren't the one who expelled him and tried to send him to Surrey. They aren't bothering us though, not really, right? So I say, if they aren't bothering us then we don't bother them. It was a good piece of advice that Harry had learned fast on the streets. A lot of the other street kids and homeless folk wouldn't bother you as long as you kept your head down and your nose in your own business. So we can't go find the Chamber of Secrets? Susan asked with a pouting lip. Theo is going to be disappointed. He thinks there'll be a bunch of books and journals about Slytherin culture and history in there. That would be something Theo is worried about, Harry said dryly. Him and Hermione both are so bloody weird about books. Maybe Theo only likes Hermione for her books, Susan said with mock solemnity. Harry laughed and smiled at Susan. It was good having her here, it was almost just like being at Hogwarts. They finished off the plate of biscuits, and then Susan asked for a tour of the house before Snape got back. All right, come on, I'll show you the stuff I changed, Harry offered. He showed her the sitting room, with the brilliant new sofas, and the library with the new bookshelves. He cracked open Snape's bedroom door to point out the fresh paint and furniture that Mrs. Malfoy had picked out after assuring him she knew Snape's taste well. They passed the potion lab, but Harry explained how he didn't change anything in there, because he was afraid Snape would kill him if he did. And this is the room I've been staying in, Harry said, opening his door and waving Susan inside. Why isn't it all green and posh like the rest of the house? Susan asked curiously. Harry shrugged. I figured Snape didn't need a guest room to match his style, as Draco's mum calls it, so I just left it alone. Susan sat down on his bed and crossed her legs underneath her. But it's not his guest room anymore, is it? It's your room, so you should decorate it how you want. Harry hesitated when she said that. If Snape got guardianship of him, like Minister Fudge said he would, then this would be his room. It's not like there was anywhere else for Harry to sleep. Snape didn't even have a cupboard under his staircase. But if he decorated it then got it taken away, it would be miserable. He didn't want to get too attached to a bedroom, or a house in general. Everything could be taken away from him easily. I'll think about it, he lied. Well, here, Susan dug in her robe pocket for a few seconds before she pulled out a photo. You should hang this on the wall anyway. Harry took the photo from her and smiled at the picture of their whole gang. They had Daphne Greengrass take on the train on the way to school in September. They were all seated in their compartment and had just gotten done eating when they saw Daphne walk by, and Susan stopped her to ask her to take their photo. It's our first official group photo, she declared, throwing one arm around Harry and one around Ron. Everyone say cheese. We should take a new one soon, she said, politely ignoring how hard Harry was staring at the photo. We'll need it updated to include Luna. Yeah, Harry said softly, we can do that. He walked over to the side of his bed and held the photo against the wall. Keep the photo on the wall, he thought, giving his core a light tug and smiling happily once the photo had been magically stuck to the wall. Harry and Susan didn't know it then, but a small silver instrument in Albus Dumbledore's office began emitting a high-pitched beep. What's that racket? One of the portraits on the wall asked the headmaster, who was inspecting the instrument. Headmaster Dumbledore sighed deeply before he answered. The wards around Harry Potter's home have fallen. Harry hadn't slept well on Sunday night, even with the dreamless sleep Snape had made just for him. He laid in bed until the early hours of the morning thinking of all the ways the upcoming meeting could go wrong. He eventually gave sleep up as a bad job and made his way to the kitchen. He sat at the marble-top table and sipped a cappuccino. He felt a bit like a tosser when he bought it on Mrs. Malfoy's recommendation, but he had to admit that cappuccinos were a lot tastier than regular coffee. Maybe he'd see if he could get Mavis to bring him some to school sometimes. Unless he was in Italy, Lady Messa swore her school served cappuccinos all the time. Harry watched out the window as the sun started to rise. He was going to be a little disappointed to leave, despite his best efforts not to be. It was peaceful here. Harry was feeling so content he'd started dozing lightly in his seat, glasses still on, and one hand wrapped around his mug. Lucius will be here soon. Harry jumped about a foot off his chair and yelped in surprise. He turned around and saw Snape was smirking in the doorway, holding a white box. What are you doing here? Harry asked, sopping up his now spilt drink. Snape walked over to the table and slid the box towards Harry. I wanted to give you this before your meeting today. Harry looked down at the box, then back up at Snape and at the box again. What is it? He asked warily. Snape sighed, moving to the counter to make himself a hot cappuccino. You could open it and find out, he said lightly, unless you believe you can develop the power to see through solid objects. Harry made a mental note to try and see if he could do just that eventually. It would be bloody useful. He glanced over at Snape and saw that he was still facing away from him, so he slowly opened the box and peeked inside. I believe you have a certain image to cultivate today, Snape said casually as Harry pulled the item out of the box. It was a set of robes, really posh robes, not unlike the ones Mr. Malfoy wears, except instead of the solid black he favors, these were a deep emerald green. They're dress robes, Snape explained, paying no mind to Harry who was running his hands over the thick, rich material. They're perfect, Harry said quietly, picturing himself wearing something so nice. Thank you, I'll pay you back. I will be deeply insulted if you even attempt to pay me for them, Snape said. Most wizards your age already own a pair of dress robes. You had not required any before now, so I mistakenly did not advise you to purchase any. I fixed my own mistake, that is all. Harry looked up at Snape, who was watching him with a neutral look. I don't like owing people things, he said shortly. I'd like to pay you back. And I will require no repayment other than you wearing those this morning, and giving Albus Dumbledore as much of a terrible migraine as you consistently give me. Harry, who had been trying very hard not to bother Snape in any way in case he changed his mind about the guardianship, glared at the man. That's not a fair trade, I bet these were expensive. Snape sent a pointed look around the kitchen, and refurbishing our home was certainly a frugal decision, I'm sure, he said dryly. If you can waste your money on nonsense for my benefit, then I certainly can spend a meager amount of my savings on a set of dress robes for my future ward. He smirked at Harry and raised his brows. You do reflect back on me now. I'd hate to have my good name tarnished because of a wardrobe oversight. Harry scoffed but gave Snape an appreciative nod. I'll try and not sully your good name, he said sarcastically. He then added on a much more genuine, thank you, sir. It was no bother, Snape said, waving one hand airily, though you should hasten to change and prepare for Lucius and Amelia. He checked his watch and put his now empty mug in the sink. I must return to Hogwarts. I will see you shortly as Albus has invited me to attend as your previous head of house. Harry nodded, feeling his nerves returning with the mention of the upcoming meeting. Snape walked a little closer to him and lightly placed one hand on his shoulder. Are you certain of the tactic you have chosen? He asked seriously. I believe poor orphan Harry may be more well received than Heir Potterblack will be. Harry studied the floor as he thought about his answer. I don't want to be poor orphan Harry, he said after a moment. I hate Dumbledore and I don't want to seem weak in front of him. He doesn't like me anyway, why bother pretending? He looked up at Snape and saw that he had a look of approval on his face. No point at all, I suppose, he agreed easily. I believe Albus has now identified you as a possible threat to him and would see through any pretense otherwise. Harry agreed. That's what Mr. Malfoy had talked about on Friday night too. Snape made to leave the kitchen when Harry called out one of his biggest worries to him. Do you think you'll try and hurt me? He blurted. Snape turned and gave Harry a weird look. His eyes were warm but his scowl was fierce. It was an odd juxtaposition. I do not believe Albus would be foolhardy enough to physically attack you, no. And if he attempts to legitimize you or otherwise intimidate you, then you only have to give me a signal, and I will ensure he never does again, Snape swore. I shall see you there. Harry watched him leave and stood in the kitchen, holding his new robes tightly, as he considered what he said. Snape was a bastard sometimes, but he was a decent bloke overall. At exactly 8 o'clock Harry, Mr. Malfoy, and Madame Bones stepped through the flue directly into Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore stood to greet them. Amelia, Lucius, I was not aware you would be joining us, he said warmly. I'll have to conjure a few chairs. No need, Malfoy drawled. Harry, if you would. Harry waved one of his hands, focusing very strongly on 4 posh chairs to appear, and smirked at Dumbledore as he sat himself down in between Madame Bones and Mr. Malfoy. He does not intimidate you, Mr. Malfoy had coached him. You will intimidate him while appearing perfectly compliant. 1 point to Team Harry, he thought smugly. Dumbledore glanced at Snape, who Harry now saw was standing by the office door. Wonderful, he said, his eyes looking like it was anything but. Though I believe we can leave the board out of a mere meeting with a student, he said with a polite look at Mr. Malfoy. I am not here as a board member, Dumbledore, Malfoy sneered. I am here in my official capacity, representing the legal interests of Heir Potterblack. Harry was impressed by the lack of surprise Dumbledore showed. He checked the wall on the clock and curled the edges of his lips up a bit. If Dumbledore wasn't surprised yet, he would be in about 10 minutes. Black, Dumbledore said with a puzzled frown. I believe Harry is not yet old enough to claim his airships. You are on the Wisengamot, Madame Bones said in an exasperated tone. You know the laws. Harry's the only heir for both lines, which means he is eligible to claim them at any point. Harry thought that Dumbledore might have been notified by Gringotts, once Malfoy had him removed from the Black Line, but judging from the quick flash of anger in the man's eyes, clearly not. 2 points me, 0 to Dumbledore. Pardon me, Amelia, I must have forgotten Harry was the only heir to the Black Line. I had assumed that Narcissa would try, and have young Draco take it over eventually. Malfoy curled his upper lip up in distaste, but sat back in his chair, and crossed one leg over the other, appearing entirely unconcerned with Dumbledore. Harry was envious for a moment. He wished he had sat like that originally. He'd look like a prat if he did it now. Malfoy looked so aloof and disinterested in the proceedings that he would almost believe that the man was bored. Shall we discuss the matter at hand? Dumbledore asked with another smile towards Madame Bones. Not just yet, Malfoy drawled. We have a number of things to discuss today and are waiting on our final guest. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and folded his hands politely on his desk. Very well, he said evenly. We will begin once they arrive then. Begrudgingly, Harry could admit that Dumbledore was excellent at appearing unflappable. 1 point Dumbledore, he thought irritably. They all sat in silence as the clock ticked down. Harry desperately wanted to turn around and see what facial expression Snape was wearing, but held himself back. Do not look at Severus too often, Madame Bones warned him before they arrived. Albus is not aware of his impending guardianship, and we don't want to give him any clues beforehand. So Harry sat with his back straight, and silently studied his hands in his lap, until a quarter after when their final arrival came through the flue. Harry, Minister Fudge cried, coming over to shake Harry's hand. How are you, lad? In Wixen society it is proper to greet the guest with the most political power and standing first. The Contessa had instructed him Sunday afternoon during one of their now regular luncheons. The only exception to this is direct family members, spouses, children, or parents. 3 points Harry, 1 Dumbledore, he grinned as he shook the minister's hand. It's great to see you again, he said, lacing his tone with warmth. Thank you for clearing space out of your busy schedule to come, it means a lot to me. As expected, Fudge puffed his chest out proudly. Nothing of it, lad, of course I came. Reinstating the future Lord Potterblack to his rightful British education is no menial task, he winked at Harry. Cornelius, how are you? Dumbledore stood and offered his hand to Fudge. I wasn't aware that Harry would require the head of the DMLE, a barrister, and the Minister of Magic for a conversation with his headmaster. Harry opened his mouth to respond when Mr. Malfoy shook his head subtly. I will do the majority of the speaking. You have hired me to represent you, and will need to allow me to do my job, he told Harry very seriously on Friday night. What if Dumbledore wants me to say something? Harry asked. Then you look to me for your official response. Malfoy appeared thoughtful when he explained. Imagine yourself as too good to speak to Dumbledore. Put yourself in the state of mind that he is nothing more than a slug beneath your boots, and speaking to him only gives more weight to his words. Malfoy looked entirely bored as he spoke. Heir Potterblack requires legal representation, which I am here for. Madame Bones is here to represent Heir Potterblack in loco parentis, as he is a ward of the ministry pending his change in guardianship. And the minister is here because we are unable to give you this. Malfoy paused to pull an official-looking rolled scroll from his inner robe pocket and placed it on Dumbledore's desk, without his presence. Dumbledore gave Mr. Malfoy a polite smile and unrolled the scroll to read. Lawsuit for defamation of character, and a civil suit for a refund of tuition. Even though Malfoy had given Dumbledore the scroll, the old man still turned his steely gaze to Harry. Harry, I believe there may have been some misunderstanding here, he said in what was probably meant to sound like a friendly tone of voice, but instead just sounded saccharine. I wanted to speak with you today about rejoining your classmates at Hogwarts. Oh, we will, Malfoy cut in smoothly. Now that there has been a third child injured on your watch, and Mr. Potter was not even permitted on the grounds, there is no purpose to his expulsion. As thin as the original evidence was to begin with, we believe that there should be no hesitation in granting Heir Potterblack his rightful education. Of course not, Fudge said. Harry was proven innocent. We'll have him back in his dorm tonight. He winked again at Harry, who played his part right and gave him a friendly smile. Thank you, sir, Harry said politely. But as that is a moot point at this time, the other issues at hand will need resolved, Malfoy continued. We would first demand the return of Heir Potterblack's tuition, as he was exiled from the place of learning. Dumbledore shook his head and sighed lightly. I'm afraid I can't do that. Tuition is not eligible to be refunded in cases of expulsion. Unless the expulsion is later overturned or otherwise found to be unlawful, Madame Bones corrected him, which in this case, it was unlawful and will be overturned by the end of this meeting. Since Harry's overall education was severely impacted by an unlawful and overturned expulsion, he is eligible for a full refund of tuition for this year. Harry gave a smug smile at Dumbledore, as the man clearly struggled to find a reason to withhold the money his parents had prepaid for his schooling. Very well, he finally acquiesced. I can send a note to Gringotts and have it done soon. Malfoy pulled another parchment from his robe and slid it across the desk. Or you can sign this now and it can be completed immediately, he said coolly. 4-1, he tracked, as Dumbledore signed the parchment, which immediately disappeared. As for the defamation of character suit, Heir Potterblack is requesting a sum total of 10,000 galleons to be paid directly by Albus Dumbledore for creating a false statement about the persons of Heir Potterblack which publicly injured his name, his familial lines, and his personal reputation, Malfoy said. I do not believe I created a false statement regarding Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, his tone just a few shades cooler than it had been before. You expelled him on the basis that he petrified multiple other students. We have now proven that he did not do this. You made the statement with no proof and it injured Heir Potterblack's reputation. That is the case we have against you now, Malfoy said in an impressive tone that was both bored and disdainful. Have we proven that Mr. Potter was not responsible for the third attack? Dumbledore asked quietly, because I believe we have yet to catch the culprit and Mr. Potter still remains the most viable suspect. Harry was incredibly amused to hear the Minister of Magic snort incredulously. Come now, Dumbledore, 3 attacks, and the lad wasn't even here for the third one. How could he have done it? Dumbledore inclined his head minutely in the minister's direction, though he kept his eyes locked on to Harry's. Where has Mr. Potter been? He glanced at Madame Bones before returning his gaze to Harry. Perhaps if the person he was residing with wished to alibi him, then we could absolutely strike him as a suspect. Harry heard Snape scoff lightly from behind him, and he gave a faint grin. Dumbledore was a moron if he thought that anyone in the room was going to fall for that. He'd find out who Harry stayed with when the rest of the Wixen world did after it was legally cemented. Surely you aren't still blaming him, Fudge cried. We all know whose pet monsters killed a poor girl before. Not a coincidence they're still here and it's opened again, Dumbledore. I want it understood, Cornelius, that Hagrid has my full confidence, said Dumbledore, frowning at Fudge. Hagrid, the groundskeeper, there's no way he's the heir of Slytherin. It was a ridiculous idea to even consider. Yes, well, we'll go visit him once we finish up here, Fudge said sharply. Harry would have felt bad for the groundskeeper, until he remembered how the large man had dropped him off in Surrey, with a cheerful farewell at Dumbledore's orders. Him choosing the wrong side is no concern of mine, he told himself firmly. Returning to the issue at hand, Malfoy said smoothly with a polite nod to the minister and a curled lip at Dumbledore. The facts remain that you issued an official statement which has been proven to be false, which injured Heir Potterblack's representation, and which has caused him emotional distress. We can resolve the matter today or in open court at a later date, at which time of course we will be adding passive neglect of a dependent and kidnapping of a minor to the charges, both of which carry additional fines of 15,000 galleons and 22,000 galleons respectively. And that, finally, broke Dumbledore's composure. And what grounds do you threaten me with those charges? He demanded. You carried no legal right to Heir Potterblack's placement on the night of his parents' death, and yet you took it upon yourself to remove the infant from his parents' home, and placed him with supposed relatives all while bypassing the legal system in place for cases as his, Malfoy said. Furthermore, you then neglected to check on the welfare of Heir Potterblack despite placing him in the home of muggles who had not passed any checks or inquiries that the homes of orphaned children are subjected to. This led to assault, physical abuse, emotional abuse, gross neglect, and mental trauma to Heir Potterblack. Harry stared very hard at his new robes he wore, fighting down the urge to blush. It was embarrassing having the Minister of Magic hearing these things about him. Mr. Potter's godfather was imprisoned, Dumbledore said. Voldemort's followers were still afoot, as I'm sure you are aware, Lucius. His relative's home was the safest place for him, and I have seen no proof of any alleged abuse done to the boy by his relatives who are, by all accounts, a loving family. No abuse? Harry asked sharply, looking up at the headmaster and forgetting his one and only job to remain quiet. Did they give me this as a bloody birthday gift? He demanded, gesturing towards the large scar on his right cheek. I was 7, he hissed, and my aunt struck me with a pan so hard it cracked and the second swing cut my face wide open. Harry ignored Snape's hiss of anger and focused on Dumbledore's face. Look me in the eyes and tell me they're a loving family. It's okay, Harry, Madame Bones murmured. You don't have to prove anything. The records will speak for themselves in open court. Surely this doesn't need to go to court, Fudge said nervously. Albus can see the way to prevent that, right, Albus? The minister will want this to go to court just as minimally as you do, Malfoy had explained. He will put the pressure on Dumbledore to accept our initial offer so that citizens do not blame the ministry for your placement with your relatives. Dumbledore shot a cold look towards Snape, who Harry turned his head slightly to see was actively glaring harshly at the headmaster. I will agree on the contingency that the matter of Harry Potter's placement prior to today will never again be held against me, he eventually said. Malfoy looked at Harry, who gave Dumbledore a cockeyed look of amusement. Never again be held against you legally, he offered with a cold smile. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with something that looked remarkably like fear. As you wish, Mr. Potter. He sighed the newly offered parchment from Malfoy, and then sat back heavily in his chair. Is there anything else? He asked. I believe the matter of Mr. Potter's expulsion will still be officially nullified, Snape said from his place in the back of the room. Of course, Dumbledore said with a small smile towards the potions master. Mr. Potter, I am pleased to officially reinstate you as a second-year student to Hogwarts Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry could see how strained the headmaster's smile was, and how cold his eyes were. He'd leave me on the streets forever if he could. Thank you, sir, Harry said politely, solely for Minister Fudge's benefit. I'm sure the rest of this year will be much better once you find the actual culprit of these attacks. It is your fault these students are being attacked, he thought as hard as he could in Dumbledore's direction. If someone dies, it is your fault. Dumbledore must have at least read some of his thoughts off Harry's face, because his fake smile disappeared into a tight-lipped frown. The headmaster stood up and walked behind him to a shelf, and grabbed the sorting hat, and lightly tossed it across the desk to Harry. Because you were officially removed from Hogwarts' roster, you will have to be resorted, he said, his voice kind, but his eyes hard. Please place the hat on your head. Harry glanced at Madame Bones and Malfoy, both of whom nodded at him, before he pulled the hat on his head. The first time he had worn the hat, they had talked, argued, debated, and discussed the pros and cons of Harry entering each house. It had resulted in the longest sorting in Hogwarts history. This time, the hat barely touched the hair on Harry's head before it opened its wide brim and shouted, Slytherin. Harry couldn't help it. After he gave Dumbledore back the hat, he glanced behind him at Snape again. Snape's face was mostly neutral, but Harry was sure he could see the corners of his mouth trying to pull up into a small smile. And his wand, Snape drawled from behind him. Dumbledore easily opened his desk drawer and pulled out Harry's wand. Here you go, your wand. Harry didn't know why, but he could see that out of all the things that Dumbledore had to do that morning, giving Harry his wand back angered him the most. Harry grabbed it quickly and felt exhilarated at the rush of warmth the wand had once it touched his palm. He gave Dumbledore a scornful look as he carefully placed his wand back in the holster it belongs in. 5-1, I win. Wonderful lad, Minister Fudge cheered, leaping to his feet. I believe that is all the business you had on your agenda with Harry, right, Lucius? Mr. Malfoy nodded, standing and straightening his robes. It is. Although I should warn you, Headmaster, if I hear of any improprieties or illegalities regarding the way you treat my client, I will be back. Dumbledore didn't reply, but gave Malfoy a small nod of acknowledgement. I would like to speak with Mr. Potter alone, regarding his missed coursework, Dumbledore said evenly, as the rest of the room rose to their feet. I will take care of that, Snape immediately offered. Yes, Fudge agreed. Let your professors do the job you hired them for, I believe the rest of us, he gestured towards Madame Bones, Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore and himself, have an errand to run on the grounds. Arresting Hagrid will not stop the attacks, Dumbledore said in a cool tone. It would be a colossal mistake and waste of time and resources. Much like expelling Harry, Madame Bones suggested. I believe the man who was arrested for killing a classmate before is a more useful aid to consider. It is a necessary precaution, Minister Fudge said, twirling his bowler in his hand. We cannot be seen to be doing nothing. Why don't you run along to your common room? Snape murmured quietly in Harry's ear, having stepped up behind him silently in the noise of the argument between the three other Wixen. I believe you will find 8 children skipping class, in preparation to either celebrate your return or incinerate the castle. Harry turned and gave Snape a beaming smile.
Yes, sir.
He interrupted the harsh argument between Dumbledore, Madame Bones, Mr. Malfoy, and Minister Fudge to wish 3 of the 4 a good day before taking off out the door. Harry knew 3 things as absolute facts as he rushed down to the dungeons in search of his friends. 1. His gang was going to lose their minds when he tells them how Dumbledore had to pay him 10,000 galleons and refund his full tuition from this year. 2. Dumbledore never apologized for a single thing he had done to Harry. 3. Harry would remind him of that fact when he causes him to choke on his own blood one day. Chapter 18, Duels, Dades, Dwarfs and Diaries, oh my. Harry threw open the portrait door for the Slytherin common room and burst inside excitedly. He stood in the doorway for a few moments, looking around the common room that he missed so badly when it went dead silent. Every Slytherin in the room stared at him in shock before abruptly bursting into applause. "How'd you do it?" Williams called. "We're definitely winning the next match," Harry heard Flint cheer. "The heir is back," someone else cheered. "Shut up," Harry yelled, a smile still firmly planted on his face. "Where's your dom?" a 4th-year girl told him quickly, guessing what or who he was looking for. "Thanks," he called to her, already making his way to the stairs. He ran up the spiral staircase and threw open the 2nd-year dorm just as dramatically as he had the portrait door. "Harry!" Hermione, Theo, Draco, Susan, Ron, Luna, Neville, and Blaise all jumped up and rushed towards him. Thankfully, they stopped about an arm's distance away. "How'd it go?" Susan asked. "You've missed so much homework," Hermione cried. "Did Dumbledore cry?" Draco asked. "Are you back for good?" Neville asked. "Hold on," Harry laughed at them all talking on top of each other. "Merlin, Breeze." He looked around the room and saw it had been decorated with green and silver streamers, balloons, and a banner that said, "Welcome back, Harry." "You guys must have been pretty confident I was going to come back," he said with a brow raised in their direction. Blaise shrugged and gave him a grin. "We figured either you would come back or Susan would blow up the castle, so it was going to be a party either way." "I knew you'd be back," Luna said, giving Harry a warm smile. "Thanks guys, really." He was flattered they'd skip classes and make this little party just for him. "They didn't forget you. We have treacle tart if you tell us what happened," Ron said with a waggle of his brows. Harry laughed and sat on Draco's bed, since Hogwarts apparently hasn't returned his yet. "All right, so listen up." Harry sat, surrounded by his friends, and told them everything that happened since Snape told him someone else got petrified. "You sued the headmaster?" Hermione asked with eyes as round as plates. "I can't believe it worked," Ron said. Draco stuck his nose up in the air slightly. "Of course it worked," he said pompously. "My father is a genius." "Dumbledore going to hate you," Neville said nervously. "Tell you something new," Harry said with an eye roll, snagging a pastry off the overloaded plate. "Where have you been, mate?" Ron asked. "Snape was pulling his hair out trying to find you." Harry hesitated for the briefest of moments. "Here and there," he said evasively, "but mostly Snape's the last couple of weeks." "I'm glad you're back," Luna said with a soft smile. Harry grinned back at her. "I am too." "Susan said we aren't supposed to go looking for the heir or Slytherin's chamber," Theo said with a pout. "Do you even know what kind of historical artifacts could be in a place like that?" "Don't care," Harry shrugged. "Whoever the heir is, if they leave us alone, I say we leave them alone. But if anyone in Slytherin asks, I'm still the heir," he added on with a severe look towards the other kids. He wasn't going to lose the fear and respect of the rest of the Slytherins if nobody else was willing to claim it publicly. Harry had gotten hit, yelled at, expelled, and spent 2 weeks alone in London at the expense of people thinking he was the heir of Slytherin. He'd bloody well earned the right to claim the perks that came along with it. "But you weren't here for the last attack," Hermione pointed out logically. Harry leaned towards the bushy hair witch and lowered his voice dramatically. "It's called magic, Myone." He straightened back up and grinned at her, "and that's my official stance." "What about Dumbledore?" Blaise asked. "I hoped he'd be arrested instead of the groundskeeper." Harry shrugged. "Hopefully there'll be another attack and Dumbledore will at least get fired. I think Draco's dad is working on a petition from the governors to do it." Mr. Malfoy had actually confided to Harry that he knew quite a bit of blackmail on most of the other governors of the Hogwarts board, and he wasn't above using it to get them to agree. "You shouldn't hope for another attack," Hermione said harshly. "The Muggle-born students are terrified, and some of them are talking about withdrawing." Not my problem, Harry said. Muggleborns didn't have an issue with me being expelled, did they? Hermione huffed and crossed her arms. Apparently she didn't have an argument against that. Enough about all that, Susan said with a wave of her hand. Let Neville tell you about the fight he had with Seamus Finnegan. Harry spent the rest of the morning in the dorm with his friends laughing and talking with his friends. It was good to be back. Returning to classes after lunch, Harry started to regret returning to Hogwarts, just a little. A lot of students came up to him to apologize for blaming him for the attacks, but there were still quite a few who shot him distrustful looks. He didn't mind the distrustful looks, not anymore, but he was beginning to miss the quiet peace of Snape's house. He hissed curse words in Parseltongue at the students who still whispered about him, enjoying the way they paled at the noise. You're insane, Ron laughed during their free period, after a group of frightened Ravenclaws ran off. They were apologizing, Draco said. I don't care, I don't like them, Harry said simply. He recognized the dark-haired Ravenclaw seeker, Cho, and had no interest in an apology from that twit. Incoming, Blaise muttered. Harry looked up from the Transfiguration textbook he'd been copying notes out of. McGonagall expected him to catch up quickly, she'd said, and spotted two of Ron's brothers heading their way. What do they want? Ron groaned. Little snakes, one of the red-headed twins cried, stopping to stand in front of them. And the Master Snake himself, the other one said with a grin towards Harry. What do you want? Harry asked coolly, still irritated from their previous duel. We came to apologize, Little Master Snake, one of the twins said. We had no idea talking to snakes was one of your hidden powers, the other one added with a waggle of his brows that looked a lot like Ron's. He doesn't accept go away, Ron said tersely. The twins looked at each other and seemed to silently communicate something before they turned to Harry with matching grins. If you won't accept an apology, how about a rematch? Why would you want a rematch? Theo asked incredulously. Harry will kill you. The twins shrugged. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. But we'll need a rematch to find out. Fine, Harry agreed quickly, but fair warning, if you summon a snake again I'll tell it to bite you, won't I? As if we'd used the same trick twice, one of them winked. Especially since it didn't work the first time, the other one muttered. When and where? Harry asked, eager for a chance to finish the duel they'd started. It had been exhilarating dueling two students at once, much quicker paced than just one at a time. And even though Lestrange and Dolohov has stronger spells than Fred or George, the twins worked in tandem and made up for power with pure creativity. Harry was still confident he'd win, but it would be worth drawing it out to see the ideas they'd reveal. The twins looked at each other and seemed to do their silent communication thing again. McGonagall will flay us if we have another duel in the common room. Plus, no snakes allowed in the lion's den. How about our common room? Ron offered with a smirk. Nobody'll say anything if it's Harry. Plus, who would complain about watching two Gryffindors getting their arses kicked? Draco added with his own smirk. Excellent, one of the twins said. We'll do it right after dinner then, said the other. Toodles snakies, the twins called, running off as the bell rang for the next class. Oh, they're going to die, Ron said, happily grabbing his bag off the ground beside him. They're your brothers, Blaise said with a raised brow. Surely you don't want Harry to kill them. Ron shrugged, leading the way towards the defense classroom. They always think it's funny to prank me, so I figure they deserve whatever they have coming. Harry sat down next to Susan, and thought maybe having brothers wasn't as brilliant as he thought it would be. So you won't be mad if I hurt them, he checked with Ron. Who are we hurting? Susan whispered. Fred and George Weasley, Harry whispered back. It's a rematch tonight after dinner. I mean, don't like hurt them bad, you know, Ron said sheepishly. They're prats, but they're loads more fun than Ginny or Perce. Fair enough, Harry agreed easily. They talked about some of the coursework Harry had missed since he'd been gone. It didn't sound like much more than hearing stories about Lockhart killing werewolves and ghouls. Harry, how are you? The idiot in question himself said, walking up to Harry's table. I'm glad you're back. Of course I knew the whole time you were innocent. I must have said it 1,000,000 times. A good kid like yourself. No way you were the heir of Slytherin. Harry looked right up at Lockhart's face and smiled as sweetly as he could, which admittedly was not that sweetly. Go away before I cut your head off, he hissed in Parseltongue. Lockhart turned pale and stumbled backwards, so quickly he tripped over Draco's chair and landed on the floor. The Slytherin boys and Susan, of course, roared with laughter. "Mate, I'm going to remember that forever," Ron howled when Lockhart excused himself quickly. "You know he's going to fix his hair," Susan said, wiping tears of laughter off her cheeks. "You're a prat," Draco said fondly. "I'm your prat," Harry drawled back with a cheeky grin. Lockhart returned to the room, his hair once again sleekly styled, so Draco didn't reply, but he did stick his tongue out at Harry. During dinner that night, the whole hall was filled with whispers, not only about Harry and his friends returning to their regular spot at the table, but also about the upcoming duel. A lot of the Slytherins had been on the receiving end of Fred and George's pranks, and were looking forward to seeing revenge. The Slytherin Quidditch team was also hoping Harry would injure them bad enough to put them in the hospital wing until at least their final match against them, even though that was 6 weeks away in the beginning of March. "Get your bets in," Ron was calling down the table. "Odds are 7-1 on Harry winning outright, 10-1 on a draw, and 3-1 on Harry leaving a facial scar." "Why a facial scar?" Neville asked with his brows furrowed. "People are starting to think it's Harry's signature move," Blaise said with a smirk in Lestrange's direction. "Why are the odds better that I'll leave a scar than if I'll win?" Harry asked. Hanging around Ron, Theo, and Blaise had taught him much more about gambling than he'd ever thought to learn before. Theo shrugged. "We don't make the odds, the bets placed determine them. They could go up or down before the duel." "Can I place a bet?" Hermione asked. "You're going to bet Granger?" Draco asked, surprised since Hermione usually lectured them for betting. Hermione stuck her nose up just a bit as she responded, "I figure it's a sure thing, and I need some new books." "Course you can, Myone," Ron said quickly. Hermione pulled 5 gold coins out of her pocket. 5 galleons on Harry winning outright. Susan poked Harry lightly in the arm. "If you lose, you'll owe Hermione new books." Luna patted Hermione's hand. "He won't lose." "Thanks, Luna," Harry said. "I'll do my best." Hermione and Ron both gave him steely looks, which made Harry think Ron also had a lot of gold riding on this duel. He wasn't sure if he was flattered that Ron was backing him over his brothers, or a little worried by that kind of ruthlessness that would lead him to hope Harry won. He decided to settle on impressed and mentally swore to make it a good show without critically injuring the twins. Unless, of course, they deserved it. Fred and George entered their common room that night to a sea of green-clad students booing and hissing at them. Harry admired their ability to keep smiling, and they even made an audacious bow. "Before we begin, dearest Master Snake, we want to know the terms of the duel." Harry blinked at them for a moment. "What do you want?" he asked. He didn't usually duel for terms, he dueled because he was challenged. The twins looked at each other before giving Harry identical grins. "We want you to help us with a project. We need your snaky powers." "If you win, you just want me to talk to a snake for you?" Harry asked slowly. "Yep." He grinned at them. What a lame thing to ask for. "Deal, but when I win, I want one no questions asked favor from each of you." Harry heard Ron snort from behind him. He knew Ron was thinking about how he still owed Harry a favor with the same terms. "We won't kill anyone," one of the twins said quickly. "And we don't really want to be expelled just yet," the other added. "Oi," Ron called, "what are you saying about Harry?" Harry ignored him and shrugged at the twins. "Fair enough, no asking you to kill anyone or do anything that would get you expelled. Anything else is fair." They both nodded and offered their hands to shake. "We'll work on the honor system here," he said coolly, backing away from their proffered hands. "All right, listen up," Theo yelled. "All bets are closed. Rules of the duel are simple for the Gryffindor's sake. No illegal spells, nothing fatal," Blaise added. "No seconds. If Harry is unable to continue, the duel ends," Draco yelled with a smirk that indicated what he thought of that possibility. "Are you guys ready?" Neville said. Harry backed away from the twins and had his magic erect a shield around the 3 of them. Harry jerked his head at them as they made sweeping bows at him. "Ready, go," Susan yelled. Harry immediately danced out of the way of 2 oncoming stunners. "Shock them." One of the twins dodged the spell, but the other was hit with a light jolt of pain. Master Snake and his silent spells, the one who was just hit by the spell said, quickly moving out of Harry's next spell. "He's a sneaky, sneaky snake," the other one said, sending 3 quick attacks at Harry to try and prevent him from attacking his brother. "Can anyone tell you 2 apart?" Harry asked casually, easily flicking his wrist to block their spells. Nope, not even. Our own mother. Harry thought that would be really convenient, to have an identical person to work with, plan with, and to shift blame onto if they were caught.
Nice.
He lazily sent a jinx at one of them that landed on its target, and dyed the red hair a bright neon green. Oi, the red-headed one yelped, you've killed him. Harry heard the Slytherins all laughing and egging him on, and gave the twins a small shrug, as he continued to easily dodge and dispel their own spells. I'll call you Red and Green, he laughed, hitting Red with a new curse he learned that would make him temporarily blind. Finite incantum, Green yelled, just as Harry hoped he would. He threw a cutting curse at Green and smiled, as it made contact with his knees, and Green howled with pain as it cut through his trousers and sliced open his skin. You guys fight good together, but it makes you vulnerable and weak, he laughed. Yeah, Red panted as he threw a few really creative transfiguration tricks at Harry, one of which included conjuring water and turning it into knife-shaped icicles. Suppose you don't have anyone you'd be cut open for. Fuck off, Harry snarled, sending a much more painful shock towards him, and dancing quickly out of an incoming spell from Green. Ooh, did we hit a nerve? Green laughed, his tone light and his dark brown eyes twinkling with mischief. Does little Master Snake wish he had a twin? Red laughed. Or just someone to call Famil. Harry hit Green with a strong cutting spell that missed his target of his shoulder, but landed on the side of his head as he tried to duck away from it. God damn it, Harry growled. Look what you made me do. I was trying to not cut your fucking face. Green snarled, apparently Harry had struck a nerve. Probably several of them in the side of his head. The twins were getting tired. They couldn't keep it up for much longer, and they were beginning to repeat some of their original spells and tricks. Don't forget the terms, Harry called as he lobbied their weak hexes with freezing rain blown in their faces. If you change your mind about that favor, it won't be pretty. Before the twins had a chance to respond, Harry had pulled hard on his core and put as much magic as he could in his request. Give me their wands, levitate them in place. He considered for a fraction of a second all the ways he'd heard about Fred and George humiliating his fellow Slytherins. Levitate them in place, upside down. Harry easily caught their two nearly identical wands as they yelped, and were lifted in the air by their ankles, their robes now flapping down around their faces. Winner Harry Potter, Draco yelled to the deafening applause and cheers of Slytherin. Harry slowly walked up to the twins and twirled their wands in his hands casually. I might not have a family, but I could kill you with a flick of my wrist, he hissed quietly enough that none but the two of them could hear. He flicked his wrist then to drop them to the floor, probably rather painfully, and tossed their wands on the floor in front of them. And now you both owe me a favor, he said with a crooked grin. The twins groaned as they slowly made their way to their feet and offered Harry their hands again. That was a low blow, mate, Green said. Heat of the moment accident, Red added. Good showing there. Friends. Harry laughed, which interestingly seemed to make Green, who was already rather pale from blood loss, go even paler beneath his freckles. No thanks, he drawled, but if you ever think about joining a gang, let me know. Harry thought it was Ron that groaned behind him, but it might have been Draco too. Sounds good, little Master Snake. If you'll excuse us. We have a Mediwitch to lie to. Fred and George left the common room with just as showy of bows as they entered it with. Thanks for not killing them, mate, Ron said with a broad smile. And thanks for the new books I'm about to order, Hermione called, counting her winnings. Harry grinned as he watched Ron and Theo hand out coins and winnings to the surrounding students. His grin faded just a bit when he saw Ginny Weasley standing by the wall, clutching a notepad, and glaring at Harry with a tear-covered face. Did you get hit? He asked her kindly. He didn't really care, but he wouldn't feel great about himself if he accidentally hit a little girl by a spell meant for a much older student. Ginny gave Harry a fierce sort of scowl. He realized her eyes were the exact same shade of brown as the twins had been. I hate you, she hissed. You're a monster. Harry stood there, shocked into silence as Ginny turned on her heel and ran away. You're a monster, you're a monster, you're a monster. Harry tried to blink back white spots from his vision as he tucked his now trembling fists under his armpits. You're a monster. Harry, are you all right? Harry shifted away from the person who came up to him and blinked a few times as he realized it was Luna. Fine, he muttered, just tired. Luna hummed and gave him a disbelieving sort of look. Professor Snape is in his office, she said kindly. Snape? Harry glanced up at his other friends, who were distracted by the mini-party the fourth-year Slytherins were throwing. If you go now, nobody will notice, Luna said as she danced slowly towards the other students. Harry gave her a grateful nod and took off towards the portrait door, sticking to the edges of the room to avoid drawing attention to himself. He slipped out of the door and quickly made his way to Snape's office. He wasn't sure what he wanted Snape for, but at a minimum, he could get a potion to help him clear his head tonight. He knocked softly on the professor's door before tucking his trembling fist back under his arm. I hate you, monster, you're a monster. Mr. Potter, Snape said, opening the door, come in. Harry took a few shaky steps into the professor's office and glanced around quickly to make sure it was just Snape. Have a seat, would you like a drink? Harry thought Snape's voice sounded fuzzy, like there was something covering his own ears. He shook his head a few times, trying to displace whatever was distorting his hearing more than to answer the question. Sit, Snape instructed, gesturing towards a chair in front of his desk that Harry moved towards automatically. Are you injured? Snape asked with his fuzzy voice. Was he? Harry felt odd but not hurt, so he shook his head again. Are the Weasley twins alive? Snape asked with a quirk of his brows. Harry nodded quickly. He saw them leave. They were hurt but not dead. Monster, I hate you, monster. Snape flicked his wand and Harry flinched away from him. He wasn't ready for a fight. He didn't want to hurt Snape. He wasn't a monster. I hate you. Drink, Snape said, pushing a vial he'd summoned towards Harry. Harry glanced at the bottle, then back up at Snape, and hesitantly shook his head. It wasn't the orange dreamless sleep that Snape made just for him, and his mind felt too crowded to recognize what this light purple potion was. Calming draught, Snape said, pulling the vial back towards himself and taking a sip. Just a calming draught, Potter. Snape let Harry stare at him in silence for a couple of minutes, before Harry slowly reached for the bottle and tipped it back all at once. Now, what can I help you with this evening? Snape asked in a clear voice. You fixed my hearing. I thought it was a calming draught, Harry accused, rubbing his now working ears. Was your hearing previously not working to its usual standards? Snape asked. You know it wasn't because you did something, Harry snarled. He knew it was a mistake to trust any potions from anyone. He was an idiot. Monster, you're a monster. I hate you. I believe you were on the precipice of a panic attack, Snape explained slowly in a calm tone. It is not uncommon for your hearing or vision to be affected by this. As the calming draught lowers your heart rate, it also impacts the fight, flight, freeze section of your brain and restores any panic-induced symptoms. Harry straightened up in his chair and rolled his shoulders once to ease the tension in them. I was not having a panic attack, he lied. I was just mad. Snape didn't call him out on his obvious lie, but just leaned back in his own seat. Why was you angry? Harry shrugged. He wasn't really mad. He didn't know how to explain what he was feeling. Do you think I'm a monster? He asked instead. I do not, Snape said evenly. Do you believe you are a monster? Harry reached out for the desk and traced the wood grain with his thumbs. You're a monster. Ginny Weasley does, he said. Do you? Harry shrugged. I could hurt you really badly, he said quietly, not looking up at Snape. I could probably kill you. Would you? Snape asked as casually as if they were discussing homework. Harry thought about it and decided to answer honestly. If I needed to, he said. But not because I'm a bastard, or because I irritate you by asking about your feelings. Harry glanced up and saw Snape's eyes were warm, and he looked completely calm. Probably not, Harry conceded. Why does Ginevra Weasley believe you to be a monster? Snape asked. I dunno, Harry said, feeling more frustrated now. I didn't hurt her, I checked. She just said she hates me, and I'm a monster. Snape furrowed his brows together. Did you grievously injure her twin brothers? Harry cocked his head at the man. How do you know about that? Surely you didn't believe that the announcement of a rematch between Harry Potter and the Weasley twins would stay a secret from the professors, Snape drawled, looking momentarily amused. In fact, Minerva bet that they would win. She's daft then, Harry said smugly. I hope she lost a ton of money betting against me. Snape's black eyes sparkled when he returned Harry's satisfied look. She did. Harry nearly laughed when he realized it must have been Snape she bet against. I digress, though. Did Ginevra witness you terrorizing her siblings during your duel? Harry thought back on the duel and shrugged. It was no worse than the first night had been, and she'd been there for that too, hadn't she? Not really, he said. I mean, they were bleeding a bit, but they offered to be friends when it was over, so if they didn't hate me, why would she? Snape looked surprised again. Little Ginevra Weasley, who barely speaks in class, and gave you moon eyes during her sorting, said she hates you and she believes you are a monster. Harry nodded, feeling sick having it repeated like that again. I hate you, you're a monster, he whispered. That's what she said, and in what if she's right? That's what Dumbledore thinks too, right? That I'm evil and dark and a monster. Snape leaned over his desk slightly, his eyes growing intense as he stared into Harry's. Albus Dumbledore and Ginevra Weasley are imbeciles. I have told you this before, and I will unfortunately likely have to repeat it multiple times throughout your life. People will always fear what they do not understand. Their gross misunderstanding of your nature does not change the nature of who you are. Harry broke their eye contact to look down at the desk again. The Dursleys hated me and they kicked me out. I think, Harry clenched his eyes shut as he confessed what had been weighing on him. I think most people will hate me eventually, and then I'll just be alone again, won't I? You believe I will eventually come to hate you and force you out of our home, Snape said, once again showing his uncanny ability to guess Harry's exact thoughts. Harry jerked his head in a slight nod, keeping his eyes firmly closed. Snape could curse him for all he cares, and it would probably be better than having to look at the man as he confessed this horrible weak vulnerability. Accio documents box, Snape called quietly. Harry slowly opened his eyes to see what Snape had summoned, since it didn't sound like he was continuing the conversation anymore. Snape grabbed the black metal box that flew towards him and put it on his desk. He tapped it once with his wand and the top sprang open. Snape dug in the box, his hand entirely disappearing, which made Harry believe the box was magically bigger on the inside than it was the outside, before pulling out a document. Gemino, Snape said, tapping the document he just scrawled on and setting the newly formed copy to the side. He tapped the original 3 times with his wand and it disappeared. Harry watched him do all of this silently, unsure what was going on. When he didn't know what was going on, it was always best to watch quietly. Here, Snape offered Harry the duplicated parchment. This is for you. The original has been filed with Gringotts. Harry slowly grabbed the parchment and stared uncomprehendingly at the first few lines. Title deed for Spinner's End Cottage in Cokeworth, United Kingdom, he read slowly. I don't get it. Snape slowly tilted the parchment back towards himself and pointed at a line Harry hadn't read yet. Owner Harry James Potter, his eyes flew up to Snape's. What the fuck, he yelped. You gave me your house. Snape nodded, calm as could be. I did. It is now your home, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would allow me to continue residing there with you. Harry thrust the paper back at Snape. You can't give me your house, he sputtered. It's yours. Actually, it is now yours, and you can never be evicted from your own home. You could have just said that. You didn't need to give me the whole house, Harry said, his mind reeling with Snape's actions. Would you have believed me? Snape asked. Harry hesitated, and that was all the answer Snape apparently needed. Of course you wouldn't have. Why would you? You were evicted by your blood relatives, expelled from your school. Why would you believe you have finally found a permanent residence based solely on my word? Harry wanted to protest. He trusted Snape as much as he trusted Susan. Maury probably, but he was right. Harry could be kicked out of anywhere at any time. Now you have a permanent residence that you can never be evicted from, Snape said again. The house is yours. Harry looked down again at the deed. Mine, he thought with a fierce sort of happiness. Mine. I can pay you for it, he offered quietly. I've got loads of gold and Griffhook said I'll triple it before I graduate. I can pay you. Snape gave Harry an odd look. I spoke with Madame Bones yesterday, and as she believes that my impending guardianship will be completed by the end of February, you should know that as my ward I would have left you my house in my will regardless. I require no payment. But wouldn't you leave it to your heirs? Harry asked. Mr. Malfoy said that's usually what people do. Snape gave Harry a wry grin. Do you believe I am hiding my many biological heirs from you? Harry blushed and looked down again at the paper. No, sir, he mumbled. But I mean, you're young, aren't you? You could have some and they'd want your house, wouldn't they? Snape snorted and Harry looked up and saw he was blushing faintly as well, but looked terribly amused. Despite the young age you believe me to be, I am rather happy with my lack of miniature Snape spawns, he said dryly. I apologize if I gave you the impression that I was a fan of children who are not you. Harry cracked a small grin. If they are Gryffindors, I think you'd be okay, he he said. As if I would create children that were any less than perfect Slytherins, Snape said with a huff. Perfect potion-brewing Slytherins. Potion-brewing Slytherins who don't get to inherit a house, Harry said, shaking the deed again. They'll probably poison us, sir. Which is precisely why I shall not be having any. Snape said lightly, Merlin forbid if I have to continuously dodge poisoning attempts by my own offspring. Harry laughed and gave Snape a nervous smile. Are you sure, he asked quietly, I can sign whatever you want so it's your house again. Snape waved his hand and relaxed back in his chair. As I said, I would deeply appreciate not being evicted from our home, but I believe that is a much smaller concern than you eternally worrying that you must appease me in order to maintain a residence. Our home's home. It's really mine, Harry whispered in awe, my home, and nobody can take it from me. They cannot, said Snape. It is yours, which is rather fitting seeing as you have already redecorated. Harry, who had came in the office feeling as if he were worth less than the dirt on the dungeon floors, gave a genuine smile at Snape. Snape didn't think he was a monster. Snape thought he was worth something, thought he was worth a whole house in fact. Thank you, sir, he said. I suppose I'll let you live there still, he added on with a thoughtful look. Gee, how could I ever repay such kindness? Snape drawled. Harry stood up and stretched his back out. Can I have the master bedroom then? He asked with a smirk. Go to bed, Potter, Snape said, not unkindly. I will remind you that while you are not a monster, you are a brat. Harry laughed on his way out of Snape's office, clutching the deed tightly. He looked down at it again as he walked slowly back to the dorm. Mine. The second years were given something new to think about during the first week of February. The time had come to choose their subjects for the third year, a matter that Hermione and Theo took very seriously. It could affect our whole future, she told their group as they pored over lists of new subjects, marking them with checks. I just want to give up potions, said Neville gloomily. Harry very privately thought that Snape would be incredibly relieved if Neville dropped his class. Neville was a part of Harry's gang and his friend, but the Gryffindor boy was terrible at potions. We can't, said Ron gloomily. We keep all our old subjects, or I'd have ditched defense against the dark arts. But that's very important, said Hermione, shocked. Not the way Lockhart teaches it, said Ron. I haven't learned anything from him except not to set pixies loose. Draco and Susan had been sent letters from all the witches and wizards in their families, giving them different advice on what to choose. I think I'll do care of magical creatures and ancient runes, Draco eventually decided. I'm taking arithmancy and runes, Blaise said, so we'll have at least one new class together. Hermione and I are taking care of magical creatures, arithmancy and runes as well, Theo said. She wanted to take all the electives though, he added with a roll of his eyes. They could be important, Hermione said defensively. The classes determine what jobs you can get in the future. Wait, really? Harry asked. How do you know what classes you'll need for the job you want? Susan gave him a knowing smirk. Take what you want, Harry. Fudge only graduated with 5 NEWTS. There's no specific courses for Minister of Magic. Harry grinned at her as he ticked the boxes for divination and care of magical creatures. He thought divination would help him learn more about prophecies, and care of magical creatures would guarantee he'd have at least one class that probably wouldn't require long essays to be written. You want to be the Minister of Magic? Hermione asked in a strangled sort of voice. Harry gave her a puzzled frown. So what if I do? Why not her? Merlin help us, Theo muttered. You'll create an international war. Harry shrugged, but we'd win. None of the other kids looked very reassured by that. Happy Valentine's Day, Luna hummed, sitting across from Harry at the Slytherin table and sliding a chocolate frog to each of their group. Thanks, Luna, Blaise said with a grin. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. This day is bloody mad, Ron moaned, glancing around despairingly at the decorated Great Hall. The walls were all covered with large, lurid pink flowers. Worse still, heart-shaped confetti was falling from the pale blue ceiling. Ron and Draco were looking sickened, and Hermione and Susan seemed to have been overcome with giggles. Lockhart, wearing lurid pink robes to match the decorations, was waving for silence at the head table. The teachers on either side of him were looking stony-faced. From where he sat, Harry could see a muscle going in Professor McGonagall's cheek. Snape looked as though someone had just fed him a large beaker of Skeelgrow. Harry gave the man a broad grin when he glanced Harry's way, which earned him a very fierce scowl. Happy Valentine's Day, Lockhart shouted, and may I thank the 44 people who have so far sent me cards. Yes, I have taken the liberty of arranging this little surprise for you all, and it doesn't end here. Lockhart clapped his hands, and through the doors to the entrance hall marched a dozen surly-looking dwarfs. Not just any dwarfs, however. Lockhart had them all wearing golden wings and carrying harps.
What the fuck? Harry hissed.
He did not force a dozen dwarfs to dress up for him. He glared up at Lockhart before deciding to use this chance to learn more about dwarfs.
That's inhumane, Susan gasped, losing her giggles in favor of gaping at the surly-faced dwarves.
My friendly, card-carrying cupids, beamed Lockhart. They will be roving around the school today delivering your valentines, and the fun doesn't stop here. I'm sure my colleagues will want to enter into the spirit of the occasion. Professor Flitwick knows more about entrancing enchantments than any wizard I've ever met, the sly old dog. And while you're at it, why not ask Professor Snape to show you how to whip up a love potion? Harry stood up and gave a loud double whistle towards Professor Snape, who looked like he might try and force-feed him poison. How do we get one of the dwarves alone to talk to us about their rights? Harry asked Susan quietly as they left the hall. He wasn't sure he liked the mischievous sparkle in her eyes when she said she'd handle it. All day long, the dwarfs kept barging into their classes to deliver valentines, to the annoyance of the teachers, and late that afternoon as Harry and his friends were walking upstairs for their afternoon classes, one of the dwarfs caught up with Harry. "Oi you, Harry Potter," shouted a particularly grim-looking dwarf, elbowing people out of the way to get to Harry.
"Hey," Harry called back, "I've been looking for you."
"I've got a message to deliver to you," the dwarf said, ignoring what Harry said. Harry glanced around the packed corridor and felt his face heat up at the thought of getting a valentine delivered to him in front of all the students, including all of his friends. "Why don't we talk in private? I wanted to ask you something," he whispered instead, backing away slowly from the large crowd. "I've got a musical message to deliver to Harry Potter in person," he said, twanging his harp in a threatening sort of way. "Not here," Harry hissed, trying to back away while his friends stifled their laughter behind their hands. "Stay still," grunted the dwarf, grabbing hold of Harry's bag and pulling him back. "Let go of me," Harry snarled, tugging. With a loud ripping noise, his bag split in two. His books, wand, parchment, and quill spilled onto the floor, and his ink bottle smashed over everything. Harry scrambled around, trying to pick it all up before the dwarf started singing, causing something of a hold-up in the corridor. "What's all this commotion?" came the familiar voice as Professor Snape arrived. Harry started stuffing everything feverishly into his ripped bag, desperate to get away before anyone could hear his musical valentine. Losing his head, Harry tried to make a run for it, but the dwarf seized him around the knees and brought him crashing to the floor. "Right," he said, sitting on Harry's ankles. "Here is your singing valentine. Roses are red. Violets are blue. You wanted to talk to a dwarf, so I brought one to you." Harry shoved the dwarf off him roughly and sent a harsh look behind him to his friends.
"I hate you," he hissed at Susan.
I'm sorry," she howled with laughter, "but now you can talk to him." Harry sent a look of red-faced fury at the now smug-faced dwarf and shook his head. "I hope Lockhart enslaved your whole race," he said darkly. "Class now, the bell has rang." Snape barked at the loitering students who were still laughing at Harry's misfortune. Snape looked down at Harry, and traitorous bastard that he was, his lips twitched slightly with amusement. 2 points to Hufflepuff," he murmured. "Bastard," Harry whispered in Parseltongue. "Brat," Snape responded, correctly guessing Harry's hiss. On the way to Charms, Harry glared at his still giggling housemates. "New rule for the gang, if any of you sends me a singing valentine again, I get to crucio you for 7 minutes, he snarled. And that finally made them stop laughing. "I'm so bored," Draco whined in the library that evening. "Then study," Theo muttered distractedly, focused on his potions homework. Draco ignored him and turned to Ron with a hopeful expression. "Wanna go fly?" "Merlin, yes," Ron sighed, slamming his own book shut. "Don't come crying to us when you fail," Hermione called after them as they ran from the library. Harry looked longingly after them for a moment before slumping down in his seat. He really did need to study. He'd missed a lot while he was expelled, and the end-of-the-year exams wouldn't make any exceptions for him. He pulled a fresh parchment out and tried a second revision of his essay he owes Professor Sprout. He wrote a few sentences before stopping to shake out his hand. He glanced around the table at Hermione, Theo, Susan, Neville, and Luna, who were all studying diligently. Well, maybe not Luna. Luna was smiling down at her notebook with long pauses between her scrolls. "What are you working on?" he asked her quietly. I'm writing to my pen pal, she said, still smiling down at the notebook. Harry glanced at Neville, who had also stopped working to watch Luna, and judged his confused face to mean he didn't understand what that meant any more than Harry did. What's a pen pal? He asked Luna. A pen pal is a person who you exchange letters with and get to know better, Hermione answered, as if on autopilot, still writing furiously on her parchment. Oh, Harry looked back at Luna, who was now giggling at the notebook softly. Who's your pen pal? Luna hummed and looked up to give Harry a wide-eyed look. I don't know, she said airily. I found him in Myrtle's bathroom. What? Susan asked, looking up from her homework now as well. You found a boy in the girls' bathroom, and you're sending a letter to him. Of course not, Luna laughed again. I found this, she waved the little black book around, in Myrtle's bathroom, and now I'm writing to the owner. How do you know who owns it? Neville asked her. Because he writes back to me in it. What? Theo looked sharply at Luna. The owner of the book is writing back to you in it. Luna nodded and opened the book back up. Watch, she said. The other 5 kids leaned in closely and watched as Luna wrote on the page. My friends say hello. After a moment the ink disappeared, seemingly sucked into the page itself. Then suddenly, hello Luna's friends, what are your names? Appeared in the same color ink that Luna had used. Brill, Harry said excitedly, we should get notebooks like that. That's not a normal charm though, Theo said slowly, giving a look to an equally perplexed-looking Hermione. I've never heard of a notebook that works like that. I bet you could make some, Harry, Susan said. Her eyes were lit up with just as much excitement as Harry's were. Then we could all message each other during classes. Classes are for learning, Hermione and Theo said at the same time before Hermione blushed and picked her textbook back up. Well, for the summer then, Susan said with a roll of her eyes. They'd be really useful to have. I dunno what kind of spells or charms I'd need though, Harry said, eyeing the little black book carefully. You can borrow this one and try and copy it, Luna offered helpfully. I don't mind. Someone threw it at Myrtle trying to get rid of it, so really I don't own it anyway. Thanks, Luna, I'll give it back when I'm done. Harry slid the little black book in his backpack and thought maybe if he couldn't figure it out tonight then Snape might have some ideas. Harry sat on his 4-poster after his dorm mates were asleep that night and flicked through the blank pages of the black book. Not a single page had a trace of ink on it despite Luna having wrote in it the last couple of days. He pulled a new bottle out of his bedside cabinet, dipped his quill into it, and dropped a blot onto the first page of the diary. The ink shone brightly on the paper for a second and then, as though it was being sucked into the page, vanished just as it did for Luna. Harry loaded up his quill a second time and wrote, "What kind of magic is this?" The words shone momentarily on the page and they, too, sank without trace. Oozing back out of the page, in his very own ink, came words Harry had never written. I am a diary, a preservation of memories from my time at Hogwarts. Who is this? Harry debated for a moment before carefully writing, My name is James, what's yours? The ink was absorbed, then came back in new words once again. Hello James, my name is Tom Riddle. Oh Luna, you mad witch, he murmured, recognizing the name immediately. You can't just be Pemples with the Dark Lord. Chapter 19, Guardian Snape. Excuse me, Professor. Severus looked up from his desk, after one of his second-year classes, to see Potter standing there politely. Mr. Potter, what can I do for you? Potter bit his bottom lip for a moment, while Severus waited patiently for him to get his thoughts in order. Potter, it seemed, sometimes had a great difficulty expressing what was on his mind. Unless, of course, it was a threat of some sort, the foolish child had no hesitation when it came to expressing those. I was wondering if you'd help me with a project I have, and if you would then I have something weird you can have in exchange, the child finally said in a rush. Potter willingly asking for assistance, that was an entirely new experience. Is it a graded project for one of your courses? Severus checked. He would likely still assist him even if so, but he hoped Potter would not take advantage of him for higher grades. Not that he seemed to need it, the other professors all raves about his prowess in their courses. No sir, Potter shook his head, it's a personal project I'm working on. And we will not be stealing wands to give to house elves? Severus asked, not forgetting that Potter once offered his own wand to Mavis. Potter gave him a small smile, not yet sir, I'd hate for the elves to be arrested. Very well, I would be happy to assist you. Potter shifted a little further as the room began filling with Severus, next class. Don't you want to know what I'm offering in exchange? He asked with a grin. No need, Severus assured him calmly. If your project is legal and it is within my capabilities to assist you, then I do not require anything weird. Well, you should probably have it anyway, sir. Potter's eyes looked suddenly mischievous as he edged around the incoming students and towards the class door. It's a real riddle to me, he laughed. Severus got the distinct feeling that he was missing a joke. Bring your weird item tonight at 7 o'clock, and I will assist you, he called through the room now that Potter was nearly to the door. Brill, thanks, sir, Potter yelled, turning to run towards his next class. Severus shook his head as the room finished filling with his first-year students. The ridiculous child would likely be late at this rate, and had not even requested a pass. At 7:15 Severus was beginning to feel uneasy. It was not like Potter to be late to an appointment with him. He tried to reassure himself that the child had likely just got caught up in homework or something with his friends, but Potter had a penchant for chaos, and it was more likely that the brat was terrorizing his peers or being terrorized himself than it was that he was late due to homework. Severus sighed at his own sentimentality as he stood to go reassure himself that Potter was simply irresponsible and had not noticed the time rather than had found himself in some sort of trouble. He entered the Slytherin common room, believing it was the most likely location for the brat, and saw that there were a lot of uneasy glances being aimed towards the staircase for the boys' dorms. Williams, he called, spotting his 7th-year prefect. I am looking for Potter. Williams grimaced and shot his own uneasy look towards the stairs. He's up there, Professor, but he's in a bit of a state. Might be safer to wait. Severus huffed at the implication that Potter in a state was a threat to him. The child has his own housemates convinced he is infallible, he thought as he ascended the stairs. He knocked once on the 2nd-year dormitory entrance before stepping inside. What is going on here? He demanded, looking around the room in shock. It appeared as if a hurricane had struck the room. There were clothes, books, and parchments strung across the room, and Potter was standing in the middle of the room appearing furious. Someone stole Harry's stuff, Draco informed him quickly. Severus turned and saw that the other 2nd-year Slytherin boys were in a huddled mass as close to the wall, and as far from Potter as they could be. And that was cause to destroy the room, he demanded of Potter. I didn't fucking do it, Potter yelled back. Someone tore my stuff up, look. He thrust a photo album at Severus that had indeed had pages torn from it. And my camera, Potter howled, they broke it. Severus could now see that Potter's belongings had indeed been rather viciously vandalized. His textbooks had been ripped, and Severus could see ink spilled on his clothing. Breathe, Potter, he said calmly. Breathe and watch your language. Potter laughed hysterically as he kicked a pile of his own destroyed books. This is, Potter hissed something that Severus easily imagined to be another curse. I understand, he said calmly, and we will find the culprit. If you will step back, I will repair the belongings that are repairable. Potter glared up at him, his green eyes so overwhelmingly bright with his rage that Severus is unwillingly reminded of Lily herself. Fine. Potter steps to the side and crosses his arms angrily. If it were not for the rage that has strained every muscle in his body, he may have appeared as a petulant child. Instead, he looks like what he is, an incredibly angry and dangerous well of chaotic magic. Reparo, Severus called, clearly waving his wand in a circular motion around the room. Potter watched carefully as his belongings were mostly repaired and moved to his trunk. The brat went immediately to his truck and began digging around in it, displacing the neat stacks Severus had just created. My clothes are still ruined, he snarled, and the book is still gone. What book? Severus asked after spotting the shifty looks the other boys were now sharing. That weird thing I was going to give you, Potter said, holding up a repaired but still stained red shirt. It was a book and you could write to Voldemort in it, and someone stole it and destroyed my stuff. What? Explain immediately what this book was, Severus said sharply. Merlin, the child, had a book in his possession that was linked to the Dark Lord, and he was upset over the destruction of a few easily replaced pieces of clothing. His priorities were clearly very terribly skewed. Severus felt a slight twinge of remorse when he realized he had assisted Potter in purchasing the very clothes he was still inspecting. That meager trunk of clothing and supplies were the first things that Potter had owned. He was justified in being angry they had been vandalized and destroyed. I told you it was weird, Potter muttered. You write in it and Voldemort writes back. Luna found it in the bathroom. I was going to give it to you, but it's gone. Severus turned to the 6 other students, who were now making their ways towards their beds, since Hurricane Potter seemed to have calmed. Did one of you take the book? He asked sharply, eyeing each boy closely as they answered back negatively. Severus believed they were being truthful. Draco, go inform Williams to gather the Slytherin students in the common room, immediately. Draco nodded and took off downstairs. Severus gestured towards the other loitering boys. Did I somehow stutter? Go, immediately. Severus waited until it was only him and Potter, before he kneeled down beside the child. We can replace your clothing, he said gently. You likely needed a new wardrobe soon regardless. Potter looked up at him, and Severus could see that he was still furious. It's not the point, he said. The point is that this stuff is mine and someone tore it up. It is mine. Severus took a steadying breath, and reminded himself that it is not uncommon for children, who own nothing, to be possessive over the things they do own. Was your camera fixed? He asked instead, hopping to calm Potter by the proof that his important possessions were repaired. Flash! Severus had to blink back spots of white, as he realized Potter had just taken his photo. Suppose so, the little demon smirked. I bet that'll be a good picture. If I ever see it, I will break your camera myself, he told him. Potter just shrugged before gently placing the camera back in his trunk and standing. How will you find out who did this? He asked. I am hoping to terrify someone into ratting out the culprit, Severus told him. Slytherins have a remarkable strength for self-preservation. Loyalty is much a Hufflepuff trait. Potter gave him a small grin. Brill, let's go scare some students. Severus nearly laughed at the confident stride Potter made on his way to the dormitory door. I will terrify the students. You will remain quiet, he stressed. I will not be accused of favoritism when I inevitably punish the urchin who destroyed your belongings. Potter gave him a small grin as he walked down the stairs to the common room. But I am your favorite, he called back teasingly. I have never said that, Severus lied. Nor will I ever say it out loud. He was feeling rather pleased with himself as Potter joined his friends, looking marginally more calm than he had when Severus found him. Severus thought he deserved an Order of Merlin for learning small ways to calm the temperamental boy. Attention! Severus shot his wand off with a bang and a puff of green smoke, effectively silencing the whispering students. He looked around the room, particularly towards the older students, one of whom he was sure had done this, and attempted to make eye contact with each one. I am exceedingly disappointed in one of you, he said quietly in a cool voice. A student's property has been vandalized, destroyed, and stolen. He watched the older Slytherins carefully as he said this. There were a few sympathetic glances towards Potter, but no signs of guilt. While Gryffindor may be the house known best for bravery, I did not expect one of my own to behave so cowardly. Still no reactions from any of the suspects he had originally suspected. He glanced swiftly amongst the other students, and saw that amongst the looks of both fear and sympathy towards a now silently fuming Potter, Ginevra Weasley was glaring at him. What is that girl's problem with Potter? Severus was still rather irate that her words had caused Potter to spiral into a panic attack. She just said she hates me, and I'm a monster. Perhaps the famous boy who lived was not living up to her fantasies. Pity. Once I discover the culprit responsible, you will be serving detention for the remainder of your educational career, he said, ice-lacing his tone. Potter suddenly hissed something incomprehensible in Parseltongue. It didn't take a Parselmouth to understand that it was a much more effective threat than what Severus had said. Many of the students surrounding Potter, aside from his own friends, inched away from him immediately. It was nearly amusing to see the smallest student in the room causing the others to cower away from him by just a single hiss. Thank you, Mr. Potter, he sighed. It would be terribly regretful if I were to leave finding the culprit in your very vindictive hands. A few more students exchanged uneasy glances at Severus. Words. He made light eye contact with them all again. If any of you have any information you would like to share, I will be in my office. If I discover that any of you were aware of this act of cowardly vandalism and theft, and did not report it, then you will share equal punishment with the culprit. He gave them all another severe look before dismissing them and calling for Potter to follow him to his office. As soon as they were seated in his office, he looked hard at Potter. I would like for you to immediately explain to me every last detail about the book that was stolen from your belongings. Potter nodded and immediately launched into his tale. Luna found a little book and was writing in it, and I asked her what it was, did I? And she said it was a pen pal, and Hermione said. Severus cut him off. I am aware of what a pen pal is. I do not require the lengthy and detailed explanation that I am sure Miss Granger gave you.
Potter curled his lips slightly as he glared at Severus. "Hermione just said that it was a person you exchanged letters with to get to know better, sir," Potter said harshly. "Loyalty is much a Hufflepuff trait," he'd said. It was remarkable Potter did not sort there with as prepared as he always was to go to war for his friends. Well, it wasn't truly surprising. Hufflepuff is generally though to be hard-working, fair, loyal and gentle. Potter was only 1 for 4. "I apologize at the implied slight to Miss Granger," he said evenly. "Please continue with the story of this book." Potter gave him a skeptical look before nodding and continuing. "Well, Luna said she found the book in Myrtle's bathroom. Someone threw it in there. And she said she could write in it and the owner would write back. So I thought that was brill and want to make some like it, for my gang, you know. And she said I could take the book to try and copy it, and I wrote in it asking what kind of magic it was, and they said, 'I am a diary, a preservation of memories from my time at Hogwarts.'" Potter took a deep breath, and then they asked what my name was, and I lied, because I'm not an idiot, am I? Said it's James. And they said, "Hello, James. My name is Tom Riddle." Severus sucked in a harsh breath. Potter gave him a small grin and shifted his eyes away in a move that Severus is beginning to recognize as guilt. "And," he drawled. "And sir, and nothing," Potter blinked at him in what he must have believed to be a look of innocence. "Potter," he growled, "I would like the rest of the story immediately." Potter shrugged lightly, and then I said, "Hello, Tom Riddle, I'm going to kill you one day," and then I closed the book up and put it in my trunk to give it to you, did I? "For the love of God." "Potter," Severus groaned, rubbing his face wearily, "can you name 5 people who you have not threatened to kill at least once?" "Mavis, Luna, Susan." "No, wait, not Susan." Potter squinted off in the distance. "Have I actually said I'd kill you to you? Because I can't remember." "You have," Severus said shortly. "How long did Miss Lovegood had that book in her possession before she relinquished it to you?" "I'm not sure, not long I don't think," Potter shrugged uneasily. "But she didn't know what it was, did she? So she shouldn't be in trouble." "I am not asking because I believe she did something wrong. I am asking because it is undoubtedly an incredibly dark object that could have harmed her." Potter suddenly looked up at Severus wide-eyed. "Hurt her? I didn't think it would have hurt her." Potter bit his lip for a moment and glanced around uneasily. "Can you check on her?" he asked quietly. Severus absolutely did not preen internally at the realization that Potter trusted him to check on the health of one of his closest friends. "I will," he said solemnly. "Miss Lovegood is in my class first thing tomorrow, and I will check on her then." Potter slumped in relief and gave him a curt nod. "Thank you, sir," he said politely. "It is my duty as a professor to care for the well-being of all students," he said, "not just the Slytherins." Potter grinned lightly before looking thoughtful. "Do you think you can help me make some for my gang, where we can talk to each other? That's what I wanted your help with." "You were going to trade a diary imbued with the memories and thoughts of the Dark Lord for notebooks that you can communicate with your friends during classes?" he asked incredulously. "It's a real riddle to me." Severus groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose, hopping the hold back the migraine he could feel building. Potter's cheek very well may lead to his death one day. Severus briefly thanked the Sorting Hat for giving him. He would never have been able to handle the cheeky brat if he were not originally forced to. "It's a real riddle to me," he grit out through his now clenched jaw. "Potter, for fuck's sake, do you have a death wish?" Severus could hear the grin in Potter's voice as he casually replied, "I have no idea what you mean, Professor. But riddle me this, how did Voldemort put his memories in a diary, and how did it send messages?" Against his will Severus felt his lips twitch, so he lowered his hand and looked at Potter's smirking face. "Without examining the book I truly have no idea." Severus grimaced at the sobering thought. "It could be a prank, or it could be an incredibly dark artifact loose in a castle full of children. But I wrote in it and I'm fine, so Luna will be fine too, right?" "I have never lied to you before, and I will not do so now," Severus said carefully. "While I believe that Miss Lovegood will likely be fine, I cannot know for sure until I speak with her tomorrow." Potter stood and gave Severus a look that was much too grim and serious for a child his age. "If she's not, then I need you to come find me, sir. Luna is one of mine, and I can't help her if I don't know if something's wrong." Severus inclined his head in silent agreement. He would never agree with a child's demands out loud, and Potter wished him a good night. Once he was alone, Severus talked himself out of bringing the idea of a cursed diary to Albus. No doubt that Potter would somehow be blamed for it, and Severus did not know if he would be able to handle another crisis of that magnitude again this year. He also thought very carefully about Potter's words. "Luna is one of mine." This stuff is mine. Perhaps the boy would never have been a candidate for Hufflepuff. Was Potter fiercely loyal to his friends, or incredibly possessive? Severus occluded the reminder of the Dark Lord's own penchant for possessive behavior right out of his mind. Potter was cruel, vindictive, powerful, and perhaps even possessive, but he was no madman, and if he was, then Severus supposed the Wixen world had both Albus and Riddle himself to blame. What is a child aside from what they are molded to be? Miss Lovegood, I would like you to remain behind for a moment, Severus called lightly, towards the end of his first-year Ravenclaw Hufflepuff class. Lovegood did not respond aside from a slight nod, as she intently scrubbed her cauldron free of any remaining potion. Severus admired her technique for a moment. She truly seemed to have an innate understanding of the multitude of ways that potion accidents could happen. He had high hopes that the girl would continue with his course to her new year. After the bell rang, Lovegood smiled up at Severus from her desk. Yes, Professor. Severus had watched her carefully throughout class and had not noticed any obvious differences in her. She spoke in the same airy tone she always used, she moved with her usual waltz-like grace, and she brewed as impeccably as she always had. How are you feeling? He asked. If it had been any other student, Severus may have been more subtle, more cunning, more sly. But with Lovegood he could tap dance a polka, and the witch could tell every individual within the castle, and not a single soul, save Potter perhaps, would believe her. It was cruel and unfair, but useful for his current needs. I'm content, she smiled. How are you feeling, Professor Snape? I am also content, thank you. Severus truly was fond of this mad little honest witch. Mr. Potter informed me that you had found a diary where you were conversing with a boy named Tom Riddle. Lovegood nodded. I think poor Tom is very lonely. He didn't seem to have any friends. Severus nearly choked at the declaration that the diary imbued with the Dark Lord's teenaged memories was very lonely. He reminds me of Harry, Lovegood hummed. Which actually did cause Severus to choke on his own saliva. Dear God. Pardon me, Severus cleared his throat. How so? Lovegood suddenly looked intensely in Severus' eyes, and he was caught in her light silver glow. Don't you see it? She whispered. He's so angry and alone, and he's going to change the world. Severus felt a tremor of unease at her declaration. He felt a shade of magic accompany her words, as if she was either willing her words to be true or magic had already declared it to be so. Potter is remarkable, he acquiesced. However, I wish to discuss you. Have you felt different at all since speaking with Tom? Luna blinked a few times, and her once piercing eyes returned to their typical dreamy stare, as if they were looking right through everyone. No, Professor, I feel just like I always do, though I suppose that's much different than most people. Severus studied her carefully once more, before accepting that she did not seem to have any lingering side effects from her encounter with whatever the item may have been. Very well, Miss Lovegood, I shall write you a pass for your next class. Luna gave him a soft smile as she accepted the pass and left his office. He reminds me of Harry. He's going to change the world. Severus, my dear boy, have you been withholding information from me? Severus looked up as Albus came into his office on the last night of February. It was nearly unprecedented for the headmaster to meet with the professors outside of his own office. Albus, flashing blue of his eyes, had Severus discreetly flicking his wand into his hand. I'm afraid I do not understand what you are talking about, Albus, he said carefully. He checked his mental barriers to ensure that Albus was unable to find any of the multitude of things that Severus was currently hiding from him. Albus stood in front of his desk, looking much like the feared leader of the light, as he gazed at Severus with disappointment. Explain this then, he said, his tone even but laced with ice. Albus placed a newspaper on the desk top. Severus took it as an opportunity to move to his own feet. It would do no good to appear as if he were opposing Albus intentionally, but it was just as poor of a decision to remain seated while the air was thick with tension. He slowly pulled the paper towards himself, keeping all of his senses apart from his vision, focused on the powerful threat in the room. Daily Prophet top story. The boy who got a guardian. The writers for the Daily Prophet are happy to announce to the wizarding world that one of our journalists was able to uncover that the newly formed guardianship for Harry Potter was approved yesterday. Our wizarding hero is an official ward of Hogwarts Potion Master, Severus Snape. Severus Snape, formerly accused Death Eater and exonerated spy for the light, filed for guardianship for Harry Potter mid-January, and the ministry rushed to ensure it was completed once Mr. Potter requested it himself. Of course I trust Mr. Snape with Harry, Minister Fudge said during the unannounced and closed court hearing. Snape has proven to be a brave man who has assisted multiple children from abusive families to find safe residences. Our dear lad is in safe hands with Mr. Snape. We at the Daily Prophet would like to be the first to congratulate Mr. Snape and Mr. Potter on their newly formed guardianship. Subscribe to our daily newsletter for more updates on the boy who lived. Daily Prophet authors. Severus saw the date on the newspaper was listed for tomorrow. I reached out to an old friend and requested advance previews of the paper to be kept ahead of any impending news that might impact our school, Albus said, seeing where Severus' gaze had flicked. I admit I am curious to know why you were granted guardianship of the boy and did not come to tell me. Severus desperately wished he could say that it was because he had not yet been officially informed, especially if the hearing had only ended hours ago, as the article seemed to indicate. Madame Bones told me that Potter requested me as a guardian and I accepted, he said calmly, meeting Albus' eyes and willing him to accept it as the truth. I did not know if it would go through with my past, and I was unwilling to share the information if it may have been fruitless. And you believed it to be so unimportant that I would not want to know? Albus asked, gracefully sinking into a seat across from Severus. Severus weighed his words very carefully. I admit that I believed you would be pleased if Potter was placed me with rather than an unknown family whose loyalties may have been less clear. He knew Albus would misinterpret him. Severus' own loyalties had been made very clear the night that Lily died. He had sworn a vow to protect Potter from all threats, even at the risk of his own death. He made no such vow about Albus himself nor the supposed light side. Albus appeared thoughtful, so Severus also slowly sat in his own seat. He kept his wand firmly grasped, though. This conversation could go a number of ways. I assumed you would be willing to take up your previous position when Voldemort returns one day, Albus said, shaking his head slightly. I don't see how that could be possible when our whole world will be aware of the boy's placement with you by morning. Severus inclined his head in acknowledgement. That does pose a rather large obstruction to that plan. Internally, Severus was practically shouting with glee. He would never again be forced into his role as a double agent. He could atone for his mistakes by ensuring Potter's continued survival, and more than that, he would ensure Potter actually lived. He hoped that Lily would find that a more worthwhile goal than playing spy and passing secrets. It is a blow to our side, Severus, Albus said grimly. I do not know if we will find another person so trusted by Voldemort to come to us willingly. Severus thought of Regulus Black, Barty Crouch, and Evan Rosier, all previous Death Eaters, all victims of abusive families, and all dead. He considered all of his students who he has had to help escape abusive homes with no assistance from Albus. Perhaps we will if we try harder to connect with the students who would be most likely to be drafted by the Dark Lord, he said lightly. We may be able to find another to take over the boy's guardianship and prevent this press release from airing at all, Albus said with a frown, ignoring Severus' statement altogether. Molly Weasley would be thrilled to take in the boy, or perhaps even Remus Lupin. You would only have to sign the consenting forms. No. Albus raised his white brows in surprise as he finally truly looked at Severus. I'm sorry, my boy, what? Severus clenched his wand tightly beneath his desk as he stared into Albus' eyes. I said no, I will not relinquish guardianship of Potter. I made a vow to protect the child, and I believe it supersedes any need of me to return to the Dark Lord, who may not accept me regardless after all this time. Potter stays with me. Albus' tone dropped several degrees as he coldly asked. And if I say that this decision will end your career here, will end your protection by me? Severus forced himself to remain calm. Albus' legal protection was no longer needed now that Severus had been vouched for by the Minister of Magic, no doubt thanks to Potter himself, and he could find another career easily with such a recommendation, despite his prior affiliations. Severus forced a blasé mask to cover his features. Then I shall withdraw Potter and we will leave, he said. I will not allow him to remain a student in a school I am not welcome in. Albus' cold demeanor defrosted almost immediately. Severus could almost believe his soft smile was genuine if he had not always been so expressive with his eyes. My boy, there is no need for that. Of course you will remain here, this was just a shock. In time perhaps we will see that this was the wise decision. Certainly no one could teach Potter to walk the right side more than you. Albus reached across the desk and patted Severus' hand with a gentle fondness in the lines of his face. The lack of a single sparkle in his eyes belied his grandfatherly actions. Albus stood and gave Severus another, false, smile. I hope that you are prepared to protect the boy. He seems to require it more than most. Severus stared at the empty doorway long after Albus departed. I hope you are prepared to protect the boy, was rather ominous. Severus glanced down at the paper and allowed himself to finally let out a small pleased smile, despite Albus' manipulations. Potter was a menace, a hurricane of chaos, and a magnet for destruction and violence, and he was Severus to protect and guide and follow. And there was not a damn thing anyone could do about it now. Severus carefully placed the paper in his desk drawer and checked the time. He scowled when he saw that it was much too late to find Potter and inform him of the official approval. He would just go find the child in the morning before breakfast, so that Potter does not find out through the morning news. No problem. When in Potter's entire life ever has he made anything simple for Severus? Never, not once. Severus had went to the Slytherin room, hopping to find Potter before breakfast, only to be informed by Ronald Weasley that his insomniac ward had left ages ago. Severus scoured the halls searching for Potter, and the closer to 8 it got, the more worried Severus was. Surely the world would not be so cruel to force Potter to find out that his guardianship had changed through the Merlin-damned newspaper. He eventually had to succumb and enter the Great Hall, where he lurked discreetly behind the banners. His eyes immediately went to the Slytherin table, which was filled with whispers and gossip and flickering gazes aimed toward Potter. Potter, who was hunched down in his seat and was being whispered to by Susan Bones. Mariello's, Severus murmured, placing an effective eavesdropping spell in place. Going to be different, Miss Bones whispered. He's not like your uncle. Shut up, Potter hissed. You don't know anything. Then why are you upset? Bones whispered back, showing an act of bravery to the point of foolishness. I'm not, Potter clearly lied. I'm fucking happy, I'm fine. This is wicked, Ronald Weasley said loudly, the heir of Slytherin, now the ward of the head of Slytherin. He shook his head and laughed boisterously. I gotta go, Potter declared, standing abruptly. I need to check on Sevy before class. Severus quickly made his way out of the hall and followed along behind Potter until they were alone in the corridor. Potter, I wanted to speak with you, he called. Potter spun around and had such an effectively blank face that Severus was worried he was overly occluding again. Professor, the child said neutrally, good morning. Severus ignored his attempt at feigned nonchalance. I did not know until late last night. I regret that the newspaper was able to infiltrate the hearing and broke the news before Amelia informed us. Potter gave him a faint grin and shrugged. It's fine, it's done now, right? Severus very slowly stepped closer to him. It is done, but if you regret your choice in Guardian, I have the power to undo it. Potter looked up sharply at that, and Severus quickly corrected himself, which I would only do at your request. No other reason at all would compel me. If the headmaster's veiled threat, and or the target it painted on his back with the Dark Lord's followers could not sway him, nothing would. Brill, sir, Potter said calmly. This'll be Brill. Brill, Severus repeated impassively. Potter, you don't need to hide from me. Potter gave him another joyless smile. I'm not hiding, it'll be Brill. Severus watched as Potter turned in a different direction of the owlery and walked off. Severus was clearly doing excellent as the now official guardian of Harry Potter. Brill, indeed. Chapter 20, Basilisks and Boys. What you get for Flitwick's question on the mixture of gravity and the levitation charm, Theo asked Hermione on their way to the library. Hermione scrunched her nose. I don't think I answered as thoroughly as I should have. I explained how the charm warps the molecular cells of the object to cause it to defy gravity, much like objects in space, but I think I should have talked more about the individual cellular structures. What did you say? I didn't think to say anything about outer space, Theo cried quietly as they headed for their preferred corner of the library. I can't believe how inferior Wixen knowledge is scientifically when compared to Muggles. Hermione patted his shoulder consolingly. I know, but we can exchange those books and you'll have all summer to get caught up. They had already agreed to exchange as many books as possible. Hermione was ignorant on the laws, traditions, and customs that Theo was incessantly raised on, and Theo had no knowledge at all of any branch of the many Muggle sciences. Theo murmured an agreement as he grabbed their stack of books and handed half of it to Hermione. Ready, he said with an excited sparkle in his light brown eyes. Ready. Hermione opened her book to the bookmark she had carefully placed during their last visit and settled in her chair to read. The Amazon tree boa, Corallus hortulanus, is a non-venomous boa species found in the Amazon basin in South America with no subspecies currently recognized. They kill their prey in various ways. Some snake species constrict their prey, some will press it to the ground or chew it to kill it, and some just catch their victim and swallow their prey alive. Not it, she thought with equal parts irritation and excitement. None of the students had any sort of bite marks or bruising that would show if this was the snake attacking them. She wanted to identify the specific snake that was petrifying Muggleborns, but she couldn't lie that the research challenge was a thrill in itself. She flipped to the next serpent in her book. The Arabian sand boa, also known as Jayakar's sand boa, is a harmless boa species endemic to the deserts of the Arabian Peninsula and southern Iran. The species' geographic range includes eastern Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, and Kuwait. Harmless. Next, of the many fearsome beasts and monsters that roam the magical lands, there is none more curious or more deadly than the basilisk, known also as the king of serpents. This snake, which may reach gigantic size and live many hundreds of years, is born from a chicken's egg hatched beneath a toad. Its methods of killing are most wondrous, for aside from its deadly and venomous fangs, the basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. Spiders flee before the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the basilisk flees only from the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to it. Theo, oh my god, Theo, she whispered fiercely. What? Theo's head popped up behind his own book, about serpents only native to the United Kingdom. Oh my god, I think I found it. Theo's jaw snapped shut with an audible sound in the silent library. He snatched the book out of her hands and read the passage himself. Why do you think it's a basilisk? He asked with a curious look. It fits, Hermione whispered. It must be very old to have been around 50 years ago when Myrtle died, and to have been Slytherin's personal monster. And remember how we heard Hagrid telling Professor Sprout about his roosters being killed? What if that was the air making sure they couldn't accidentally kill the basilisk? But if anyone looked in the basilisk's eyes, they would be dead, not petrified, Theo said logically. Not if they didn't look directly in its eyes, Hermione said, thinking quickly. No one must have looked it straight in the eye, don't you see? Colin saw it through his camera. The basilisk burned up all the film inside it, but Colin just got petrified. Justin must have seen the basilisk through nearly headless Nick. Nick got the full blast of it, but he's a ghost so couldn't die again. And Cheyenne was found beside that big mirror on the 4th floor. What if she only saw the basilisk in the reflection? Theo's eyes went glassy, and he stared through Hermione for a moment, like he did when he was thinking hard, before he gasped. You're a genius, he said. You've done it. Hermione beamed at her friend and pulled on his hand. Let's go tell the others. You guys, Hermione is a genius. Their friends looked up from the intense game of poker as Theo and Hermione ran up to them in the Slytherin common room. Are you playing poker? She asked them curiously, forgetting about her discovery for a moment. I didn't know you knew how to play. I love poker. Harry gave her a small smirk. I taught Draco over the summer, didn't I? Blaise already knew how to play. Blaise grinned. Stepfather number 4 was something of a card shark. And Ron's a quick study, Harry said. Luna, Neville and I aren't playing, Susan added on. It looks terribly complicated. Oh, it's not, it's easy, Hermione assured her. You just have to learn the different hands and learn which hands trump which and learn the different suits and... Neville laughed at her rambling enthusiasm. I think Hermione easy and average people easy are two different things. Hermione smiled at what she was pretty sure was a compliment. Never mind that, Theo said shortly, narrowing his eyes slightly at Neville. Hermione and I have something to tell you guys. Hermione and Theo quickly sat down and showed everyone else the page in the book they had checked out. Hermione added on her theory on how each attack must have happened. A basilisk, Ron whispered horrified, but those are supposed to be all but extinct. And huge, how would it be able to get around the castle? Hermione struggled to think of a logical answer, but Theo found it. The pipes. I bet it's going through the pipes in the walls. That's why Harry heard it but didn't see it. That sounds amazing, Harry sighed wistfully. Can you imagine what all we could do with a pet basilisk? No, Draco jumped to his feet and pointed an accusing finger at Harry. You are not going to adopt a basilisk that could kill us with only its eyes. Harry glanced at Susan who, thankfully, shook her head gently. Hermione has been momentarily worried that the other witch would encourage Harry to try and find it to keep as a pet. She could be just as impulsive and insane as he was sometimes. Fine, Harry crossed his arms and slumped down sullenly. This is the tornado of Inferi all over again. He glared at Draco, who had returned to his seat. One day I'm going to have something amazing like that, and you're going to be so jealous. Tornado of Inferi, Hermione whispered to Theo. Best not to ask, he whispered back. She nodded, quickly agreeing. Her and Theo had stayed up all night one night over Christmas break reading about Muggle psychology. Theo had been fascinated by the subject, as Wixen had no equivalent areas of study. They had realized when they read about some of the more severe diagnoses that Harry was probably more than just mad. He was probably actually clinically insane. He was still their friend, and they loved him, but he was crazy, and had crazy ideas, and a pet basilisk or a tornado of inferi sounded just like the type of mad thing he would try and pursue. How do you kill a basilisk, besides using the crow or rooster? Neville asked hesitantly. We can't kill it, Draco said. Basilisks are incredibly rare. Potions that use their venom are worth as much as my family home. So a dead basilisk would be worth more than an alive one, Susan pointed out. Brill, let's kill it then. Hermione gaped at Harry. I thought you didn't care if Muggleborns were being petrified, she said stiffly. Hermione, Harry's green eyes looked momentarily hurt. I didn't say it like that. I wouldn't care if it was purebloods that were being petrified either. You know that I don't care about that bloodline nonsense. I don't want anyone to be attacked, she argued. Just because you don't care about anyone else doesn't mean the rest of us don't. Who says I don't care about anyone else? Harry said, now looking angry. What did any of those other students do for me, huh? Creevy was trying to sneak into the hospital wing to take my photo while I was regrowing the bones in my arm. Justin practically called me a murderer in front of the whole bloody school, and I wasn't even here for that Ravenclaw girl. Why should I care if they're frozen or not? I didn't see any of them speaking up defending me when the whole fucking school was against me. Harry no longer looked hurt, he looked furious. Susan reached over to him and grabbed one of his hands gently, which he almost immediately shook off, still glaring darkly at Hermione. Hermione swallowed hard and glanced at Theo for backup. Hermione didn't mean it like that, Theo said immediately. She's just worried. Who knows who the heir might attack next? It sounds like it's just luck that it's only petrified the other students. Harry still looked angry, but less so now. If just one more person got attacked, though, we could be rid of Dumbledore, he said. That's all I want, one more attack. See, Hermione cried, unable to keep silent at such a callous remark. This is what I mean. You shouldn't hope for another attack. You should be helping us find the heir. Harry stared hard at her and Theo, his eyes flicking quickly between the two of them. I thought we agreed that we weren't going to get involved with the heir, he said slowly. The other students were all quietly watching the disagreement, except Luna, who was whispering to the thin air because she was just as mad as Harry and Susan sometimes. We didn't agree to anything, Hermione said. You said you weren't getting involved, but I still want to know who is attacking the students that are like me. All at once Harry, who had looked tightly coiled and ready for a fight, relaxed and gave Hermione a lazy smile. Hermione, nothing is going to happen to you. You're the smartest witch in the whole fucking castle, aren't you? No measly basilisk is a match for you. Hermione would have called Harry out for his language, except she was blushing just a bit at his words. Theo coughed lightly and rolled his eyes. I still say we should kill the basilisk, he said. Here's here, Ron called with a grin. Harry, can we? Susan asked, turning her pouting puppy dog eyes on Harry. Think of all the potions Professor Snape could make with the venom. At the mention of Professor Snape, Harry tensed up. Hermione and Theo exchanged glances again. They compared notes and knew that ever since Harry's guardianship had been officially cleared there, been something weird going on between the two of them. But Harry wasn't the sharing type, so they agreed to just keep watching. Susan was constantly encouraging Harry to talk with her about it, but the Slytherin boy was stubbornly silent, insisting that nothing was wrong. He was thrilled about the guardianship, and he was fine. Which was such a lie that Hermione nearly scoffed every time she heard it. Harry Potter was a lot of things, but she didn't think he'd ever been fine a day in his life. We aren't killing the basilisk right now or finding the heir as long as they leave us alone, and that is that, he hissed. We need the basilisk alive long enough to attack one more student so we can be rid of Dumbledore. The rest of the kids seemed to shiver at the way. The room felt colder when Harry said that. They all went silent, and after a few moments, until Ron picked his cards back up with a pointed grin towards the other boys. Well, if we aren't killing a basilisk, then are we gonna play cards or not? We should be revising, Hermione insisted, happier with the topic change since Harry looked more relaxed now that he'd picked up his own cards. It's only March, Draco said. We still have eons until exams. Hermione rolled her eyes and pulled a book out of her bag. I'll study with you, Theo offered. Me too, said Neville with a shy smile. I could use all the help I can get. I'll help you, Theo said quickly. Hermione smiled at Theo. He was always so quick to help Neville with his studies. Sometimes she was confused how Theo didn't end up in Ravenclaw with her. It would have been nice to have someone to sit in the tower with for quiet study sessions in front of the fireplace. Luna certainly never wanted to work with her. They studied quietly for a few minutes, while the other boys played poker, and Susan whispered with Luna. "If you were going to kill the basilisk, though, how would you do it?" Blaise asked. Harry glared at him, and the Italian boy raised his hands with a smile. "I know we aren't going to, but I was just thinking you'd probably have to cut its head off, right? That's how snakes are killed. But it's supposed to be huge, so I bet it's got thick skin." "So we'd use a sword," Ron snorted. "A regular sword won't cut through basilisk hide," Draco said haughtily, "and we shouldn't be talking about killing it at all. They're all but extinct." Theo seemed to be drawn into the conversation. "What about a goblin-made sword? If they can cut through dragon hide, then they can cut basilisks." "Who is cutting open dragons?" Draco shrieked. "You shouldn't just go around cutting open innocent animals." "Draco's right," Luna said softly. "Dragons can be quite sweet if you treat them gently." Hermione stared incredulously at Luna. "Sweet, Luna, are you insane?" "Don't finish that sentence," Harry said quietly, staring down at the cards in his hands. Hermione huffed but picked her book back up. Honestly, if it weren't for Theo, then she'd think all the kids in this school were completely insane. Everyone returned to their previous activity, the conversation about killing a basilisk, or dragon, seemingly over until Harry hummed thoughtfully as he moved some of his chips into the pot. "I'd borrow Draco's dad's sword," he said thoughtfully. "He said it was goblin-made, didn't he? It looked wicked on his wall." Harry got another wistful look in his eyes, and Draco gave him an exasperated look. "You already have a knife," he said. Harry shrugged. "Yeah, but a sword would be way cooler, wouldn't it?" "It really would," Ron agreed. "Imagine if the supposed heir of Slytherin was walking around with a bloody giant sword." The rest of the kids, except Susan, exchanged cautious looks. "I bet Mr. Malfoy would loan it to me," Harry muttered. Draco's suddenly pale face all but confirmed it. Hermione hoped that he would write to his father immediately and make sure he never sent Harry a sword. Harry was dangerous enough with a little pocket knife and his ridiculous amount of magical power. The last thing Harry needed was an actual sword. He'd decapitate someone just to test its sharpness. Towards the end of March, Hermione was starting to slightly regret becoming friends with as many Quidditch fanatics as she had. Exams were only 6 weeks away, and all they seemed to care about was the upcoming Slytherin-Ravenclaw match. "Tomorrow's winners get the Quidditch House Cup," Ron explained, as if that made it okay to not study. "Exams are more important than a silly trophy," she said back tersely. Theo gave her a sympathetic look, but kept quietly reading his textbook and eating his dinner. "Harry, you have to eat more," Draco was nagging. "You cannot faint on the pitch." "I'm not going to faint," Harry sneered. He quickly glanced up at the head table before picking at his mash. "I'm not hungry." "You'd feel better if you just talked to him," Susan muttered. "Mind your own business," Harry snapped. The other kids all stared slack-jawed at Harry, before quickly turning their attention back to their own plates. Harry never talked to Susan like that. They were usually like two halves of the same mad brain. "You said this is what you wanted," Susan said. "So quit being stupid and just go tell him how you're feeling." Harry leapt to his feet and leaned down into Susan's face. "I do not need to go talk about my feelings," he said nastily. "You don't know anything." Hermione watched as Harry stalked out of the hall. She looked up at the head table and saw that Professor Snape was watching him as well and had a peculiar expression on his usually expressionless face, almost like he was sad, but also confused. Susan just looked sad. "He's not handling things well," she said softly. "I thought he wanted to live with Snape," Neville said quietly. "He does," Susan sighed. "It's complicated." "Did Harry tell you why he's upset?" Hermione asked hesitantly. Susan wouldn't tell her anything if she thought Hermione was just being nosy about Harry, but Hermione had seen how odd Harry had been lately, and she was concerned. He was her friend too. "He doesn't have to say anything," Susan said cryptically, getting to her feet. "You just have to pay attention to what he doesn't say." Theo was once again thinking the exact same thing that Hermione was. Well, that was incredibly cryptic. At breakfast the next morning, Harry and Susan had clearly decided to move past whatever their disagreement had been about. Harry was sitting beside her as usual, and they had walked into the hall this morning side by side and whispering gleefully. "You guys will definitely win," Susan smiled at Harry and Draco as she subtly slipped a few sausages on Harry's plate. "I can feel it." "I can't," Luna said with an uncharacteristic frown. "Are you sure the match is today? The Nargles said it is." Harry, who usually listened intently about Luna's Nargles, gave her a crooked grin. "Nargles might be wrong this time, Luna. Flint's only been talking about it all night. Luna hummed but didn't disagree. Hermione wondered how Luna had slept in the Ravenclaw Tower and not heard the constant conversations about today's match. Hermione hadn't even been able to read in the common room because of the constant Quidditch match. Perfect conditions, Ron said cheerfully, making a few notes on a parchment in front of him. Not a cloud in the sky. What are the current odds? Blaise asked. Ron scribbled a few more notes on the parchment and studied it carefully. Conditions improved Slytherin's odds, but Chang has only lost 2 matches in the last 2 years, so it's pretty tight, about 2-1 in Ravenclaw's favor. Hermione thought that if Ron would only put as much effort into his studies as he did his gambling, that he'd be a much better student. So if someone bet 5 galleons on Slytherin, how much would they win? Hermione asked them. She made 7 galleons when Harry won his duel against the Weasley twins and was able to purchase half a dozen new books. If she used the original 5 galleons, she still had to bet again, and she'd like to buy one of the portable bookcases she saw over the summer at Diagon Alley. 2-to-1 odds means you'll win 2 galleons for every 1 galleon you bet, Theo explained. So if you bet 5 galleons again and Slytherin wins, then you'll get your bet of 5 back plus 10 more. If you put your 5 galleons on Ravenclaw and they win, then you get your original bet back plus 2 galleons. When the latest I can place a bet? Hermione asked excitedly. She didn't like to make a habit of gambling, but Harry and Draco were excellent flyers. Harry had caught the snitch last game with a shattered arm, and his contributions to the game were worth 150 points. Plus, 15 galleons would be nearly enough for the bookcase she wanted. Then she wouldn't have to decide which books to leave at home every year. You have until Madame Hooch blows the whistle, Ron told her. Excellent, Hermione hurriedly packed her bag. I've got to run to my dorm for my money. I'll meet you guys in the stands. Theo gave her a sweet smile that made her cheeks turn the faintest shade of pink. I'll save you a seat, he promised. Hermione was smiling all the way through the empty corridors. She scrambled in her trunk for her coin purse and rushed out of the Ravenclaw Tower. Hermione wasn't as concerned with her looks as most girls her age were. She thought it was ridiculous to waste so much time on things as silly as hair and makeup, but she thought of Theo's soft brown eyes and stopped to check her reflection in a suit of armor outside the library on her way to the pitch. She just didn't want her hair to look ridiculous or have a piece of strawberries stuck in her teeth or something. The last thing Hermione saw that day were the large yellow eyes of the biggest snake she'd ever even imagined could exist. Chapter 21, Severus Snape sees a psychologist. Severus watched the Slytherin table carefully as they were becoming slightly rowdy with their excitement at the upcoming match. He tried to not specifically watch Potter, but his gaze continued flickering over to the child. Potter appeared excited. He was smiling anyway, but every time his own eyes wandered towards the head table he dimmed slightly. It had been a full month since the announcement of Potter's guardianship had been announced, and Severus was still no closer to identifying what was causing Potter to behave so lifelessly about the news. He had tried multiple times to reach out to Potter, to speak with him, all in vain. Severus had even swallowed his pride and approached Miss Bones before her potions class 1 afternoon. I can't talk about Harry behind his back, Bones had said slowly in the empty corner of the corridor Severus had guided her to, but I can say that between us, he's not talking much about anything. It's like he's pulling away from us. Severus had gathered Potter's withdrawal on his own, as had the other professor. Is Harry okay? Aurora asked him kindly during dinner one evening. He isn't talking much in class lately. I tried asking him how he was doing and he said fine, then walked off. It wasn't like him. After 2 weeks of Potter's unnatural nonchalance, Severus had caved and sought out the advice of a professional Muggle mind healer. Potter is my new ward, Severus explained. I am his professor at his boarding school, and recently I was awarded guardianship of him, at his request, and since it was announced he has been different. Your ward's name is Potter, the Muggle man had asked, checking out the paperwork Severus had filled out in the waiting room. I thought it was Harry. It is, Severus said, Harry Potter. Severus hadn't worried about giving out any personal details. He had planned on obliviating the Muggle's memory of this meeting afterwards regardless. Yet you call him by his surname, the man asked with judgmentally raised eyebrows. How do you expect to build a relationship of trust if you do not refer to him by his given name? Do you believe it is truly a contributing factor to his reticence to speak with me? Severus asked. It certainly won't help matters, the Muggle chuckled. Why don't you tell me about Harry? Pot Harry is a troubled case, Severus said slowly. I have dealt with over 24 students from abusive backgrounds throughout my career, but P. Harry is decidedly the worst case I have encountered. He gave the man a summary of Potter's life up to his enrollment at school. including his killing of the Muggle boy, but excluding the obvious bits about magic. The Muggle whistled. "The poor child hasn't had it easy, has he?" he murmured softly. "Do you have him in counselling already?" Severus shifted uneasily in his seat. "I do not. It is difficult in our culture to find a good counsellor, as mental arts are not taken as seriously." The man hummed thoughtfully. "Well, I think the guardianship is a good first step." "Then why is he behaving like this?" Severus asked. "I do not understand." "Children from abusive backgrounds, particularly kids who have suffered as horribly as Harry has, are complicated," he said. "The trauma often impacts the prefrontal cortex, which is the primary brain structure involved in emotional regulation, cognitive feedback, emotional regulation, rational decision-making, behavioral modulation, and impulse control. Neglected or abused children often have a smaller, less developed prefrontal cortex." "So Harry is impulsive and irrational," Severus said. "That does not explain why he is suddenly unhappy with our arrangement." "It does, though," the Muggle insisted. "He has a much more difficult time regulating his own emotions and reactions to those emotions. People always believe that children who are taken out of abusive situations will feel overwhelmingly grateful, and that is rarely the case. Harry is probably feeling scared of what living with you will look like, insecure about his new relationship with you, worried about being in a situation where he is not fully in control, and unsure about his own identity now that his entire life is not focused solely on surviving. And with the difficulty recognizing these emotions, all he probably understands is he is feeling scared, and that will probably be interpreted as anger by him. Abused children recognize anger, they know anger better than anyone, but fear, sadness, those are much harder to recognize." Severus considered all the Muggle had told him. "So what do I do?" he asked. The Muggle gave him a sympathetic smile. "Just what you have been doing, make Harry feel safe, secure, and stable." And now Severus sat staring at his new ward and had no clear idea on how he was supposed to make Harry feel safe, secure, and stable. No time like the present to give it a try, he supposed. Severus walked towards the end of the Slytherin table, wishing luck to his players as he went. "Draco P. Harry," he said evenly, ignoring Potter's look of surprise at his given name. "Good luck today." "Thank you, sir. Ravenclaw doesn't stand a chance," Draco smirked up at him. Severus wished that Potter could be as uncomplicated and simple as Draco was. A bit of attention, occasional general life advice, and a friendly ear for listening, and his godson was happy. Potter stared up suspiciously at him, before giving him a bland smile. "Thank you," he said. "Will you be there today, Professor Snape?" Miss Bones asked him brightly. "Of course," Severus said, still looking at Potter. "I wouldn't miss it." This, for some reason, caused Potter to scowl down at his plate. "Harry, will you walk with me to the pitch?" Potter glanced at Miss Bones, who gave him an encouraging smile and nod. "Do not let me lose the endorsement of Susan Bones." It was clear that Potter had formed a form of trust with the witch, which Severus was decidedly not jealous of. "Course, sir," Potter said, standing and grabbing his broom. Severus gestured for Potter to follow, alongside him, as he left the Great Hall. "The weather is ideal for Quidditch today," Severus said conversationally. "Are you looking forward to the match?" "Yes, sir," Potter said cordially. Severus internally groaned at Potter's continued minimal responses. "You have to remain calm. Abused children are constantly on the lookout for anger," the Muggle mind healer had said. Severus tried to ask something that would require more than a yes or no response. "What electives have you chosen for next year?" Potter sighed as if already well aware of Severus' plot here. "Divination and care of magical creatures." "Interesting. I did not know you had an interest in animals past your neurotic owl. Why magical creatures?" Severus was well aware of why Potter had an interest in divination. Though they had not yet listened to the full prophecy, Severus had planned on listening to it as soon as they returned home for the summer. "Sevi is not neurotic," Potter snorted, more animated than he had been around Severus in weeks. "And magical creatures are outside, aren't they? So I get to be outside for 2 classes, and I probably won't have as many essays if it's anything like herbology." Severus maintained his casual conversational tone, so as to not startle Potter into realizing he was speaking more than monotone responses for the first time in months to him. "You will undoubtedly spend most of your time outside," Severus agreed, "though I am unsure as to the amount of essays you'll have. Professor Kettleburn is retiring this year, and the headmaster has yet to replace him." "I hope whoever gets the job is better than Lockhart," Potter muttered. "He's an..." Severus. Potter's undoubtedly unflattering remark about Gilderoy was interrupted by the arrival of Minerva. Just when Potter was beginning to speak more freely, Severus thought irritably. "Severus, I need you immediately." Minerva had a frantic look in her eyes that Severus thought surely meant nothing good. He glanced regretfully down at Potter. "I will endeavor to make it to the pitch before the game begins," he said. Minerva looked down at Potter, and the frantic look in her eyes changed into something softer and more sorrowful. "Actually, Harry, you will need to return to your common room immediately. The game has been cancelled." "Why?" Potter asked sharply. "It's the championship game." Minerva shared a look with Severus, and the puzzle clicked together instantly for him. "There's been another attack," he guessed. "There has," she agreed. "Students are to return to their common rooms immediately." She looked down at Potter softly again. "I am sorry." Potter shrugged and turned on his heel, changing his direction towards the castle. "It's fine," he muttered. "Luna tried to warn me the Nargles said this would happen." He glanced up at Severus with almost a hopeless look in his eyes. "Let me know if Dumbledore expels me again, yeah." "I will not allow that to happen," Severus assured him. Minerva held Severus back with a hand on his shoulder as he made to follow Potter, who was walking with his head down towards the castle. "Side entrance," she said quietly, which was likely code for, "I do not want any students left on the grounds to overhear us." "Allow me," Severus offered, following Minerva to the unused side entrance. "Muffliato," he said. "Hermione Granger was attacked," Minerva said immediately. "There is an emergency meeting of all professors in Albus' office." "Hermione Granger," Severus said, shocked. "Potter's friend Granger." "Surely not. Surely the child would not be so unluckily cursed to have one of his closest friends be attacked." Minerva sat a soft hand on Severus' shoulder. "She is alive, only petrified." Severus released his breath. Petrified was not good, but it was better than dead. "What is the meeting for?" he asked as they ascended the back staircase. "New safety procedures," Minerva said. "Possibly a discussion on the merits of keeping Hogwarts open while there are now 4 petrified students." She gave Severus an uneasy look. "Likely an inquiry on where your ward was when the attack happened." "Potter was in the Great Hall in front of hundreds of witnesses," Severus hissed. "I saw Granger leave the hall myself, and Potter did not leave my line of sight since then." "I know," said Minerva. "I'm not accusing him. Merlin knows Potter will try and kill the heir himself when he discovers it was Granger who was attacked." But she hesitated. "But Albus will want him to be alibied." Severus was seething as they gave the password to Albus Gargle. Minerva was correct. Albus would likely immediately demand an alibi for Potter, and once he received it, he would still continue to suspect him. They entered the headmaster's office and saw that the rest of the staff, save Poppy, who Severus suspected was in the hospital wing, and Rubeus, who was still in a holding cell in the ministry, were already assembled. "Minerva, did you send the students to their common rooms?" Albus asked, his face grim. "I did," she said. Albus turned to Severus, who interrupted him as soon as he opened his mouth. "Do not ask me where Potter was," he said harshly. "There are dozens of students who will attest that he was at breakfast when Miss Granger left the hall, and he was with me every moment since." "Ah, I see the implication of my client is already happening." The staff turned and saw that Lucius had arrived in the office and was leaning casually against the headmaster's doorway. Severus smirked at his friend's typical theatrics. "I was not going to imply anything of Mr. Potter," Albus said, giving a level stare to Lucius. "I was going to ask Severus if his students were all accounted for, though now I find myself wondering why you are here, Lucius." Lucius strode confidently through the parted teachers and handed Albus a scroll. It didn't take a genius to guess at its contents. "I am here representing the board," Lucius said. "Dreadful thing, Dumbledore, but the governors feel it's time for you to step aside. This is an order of suspension. You'll find all 12 signatures on it. I'm afraid we feel you're losing your touch. How many attacks have there been now? 4 total now, isn't it? At this rate, there'll be no Muggleborns left at Hogwarts." "You can't suspend Albus," Minerva cried, outraged. "We'll have students dead in the halls without him." "And yet you have students petrified in the hospital wing with him," Lucius said, with a single raised brow. "He is no closer to finding or stopping the culprit than he was when he wrongfully expelled a student for it." Severus agreed with Minerva, though he also agreed with Lucius. Hogwarts would be a more dangerous place without Albus' fearsome presence, but it was also dangerous enough with him. At least without him, perhaps the focus could shift on finding the actual heir of Slytherin, rather than blaming Potter for every slight mishap. If the governors want my removal, Lucius, then I shall step aside, Albus said, rising to his feet. I believe Minerva is more than able to run the school until I return. If you return, Lucius said with a smile, the deputy headmistress is more than welcome to take over the duties of Hogwarts, though the board may seek out a permanent applicant at the end of the year. Minerva gave Lucius a cold look before turning to Albus. The school may need to shut down to prevent any more attacks. Albus nodded. You do what you must, my dear. I have complete faith in your decisions. Lucius bowed Albus towards his own office doorway, in an impressive show of outrageous arrogance. The board will be in touch, he said to Minerva as he followed Albus out of the office. The professors immediately began talking over each other. You can't close Hogwarts, Phileas cried. The mandrakes are nearly ready, Pomona said, wringing her hands. We can revive the petrified students in perhaps a month. I can brew the potion required in 2 days the moment I have the mandrakes, Severus added. Sending the students home 8 weeks early would be disastrous for many of them. I believe I am very close to single-handedly catching the culprit, Gilderoy said loudly, with an entirely inappropriate wink to Minerva. I've narrowed down their hideout and should catch them any moment now. Minerva closed her eyes for a few seconds while she took a deep breath. Excellent, she said dryly. I'm sure we will all sleep easier knowing you're on the case, Gilderoy. Until then there will be no unaccompanied students in the halls, no students out of their common rooms past 6 o'clock, and no after-class activities. I will need all the professor to escort their students to their next class and wait with them until their next professor arrives. We need prefects to be completing counts at precisely 6 every evening. Heads of houses will need to escort their students to breakfast in the mornings and back from dinner in the evenings. We will be assigning essays and point loss for misbehavior. I do not want students outside their common rooms in the evening for detentions. Students requiring the library will need to be escorted as well. Any free periods we each have will need to be spent monitoring the halls and taking students to and from necessary locations. She gave the professors all a grim look. If there is one more attacked student, ghost, cat, or even mouse, we will close. The professors all shared her grim expression. As little as Severus wished for his students to be sent home early, it was a better option than whatever was facing them here. I will leave it to the heads to go inform their students of the changes. Stress to them the importance of sharing any information they may have, no matter how minor it may seem. Everyone began disbanding for their respective duties. Severus, Pomona, Phileas, if you would kindly inform Granger's friends in your houses of her condition, Minerva called just as Severus was about to leave her newly instated office. Son of a bitch! He spun around and fixed Minerva with what he hoped was not as desperate of a look as he was feeling. Perhaps it would be better coming from the new headmistress. Minerva snorted and gave him a wry look. Your ward, your student, your problem. Son of a bitch. When Potter causes me to bleed to death on the dungeon floor, I hope you will be pleased with yourself, he sneered as he left the office. Harry, you are quite safe, secure, and stable with me, although I do regret to inform you that one of your close friends has been petrified, and is in the hospital wing frozen like a muggle statue. Severus scoffed at himself as he made his way to the Slytherin common room. Minerva was cursing him to hand Potter a silver-plated reason to explain his current dilemma with Severus. Currently Potter had no definitive reason to feel so wary of Severus. After tonight he will, though perhaps he wouldn't identify it as a specific failing of Severus. And perhaps Neville Longbottom will finish the year in the top of his class, he thought sardonically. Severus entered the Slytherin common room, and was unsurprised to see it was packed, and fell immediately silent at the sight of him. I need your attention, he said evenly, knowing the students would hear him. There has been another attack today. Severus ignored the looks of shock, awe, and fear being aimed towards Potter as he explained the new rules. If they still believe Potter is the heir, they will understand otherwise, as soon as they discover who the recent victim is. Dumbledore is gone, Zachariah Dolohov asked, giving Potter a sly grin. He is, Severus confirmed. No Quidditch, Flint said, but sir. Severus held his hand up. I understand, however. The next attack may result in a student's death. We cannot take any chances. He subtly glanced towards his Muggle-born students to see their reactions, and saw that the 3 of them looked pale-faced and nervous. Who was attacked, Professor? Theodore asked with his hand raised politely. Severus risked a look towards Potter, who was now giving Severus his complete attention. Embrace your death, Severus, he thought. The petrified student is Hermione Granger. The iron candelabra above Severus' head shattered into thousands of pieces almost immediately. It was only thanks to many years of utilizing his quick instincts that Severus was able to non-verbally cast a shield to protect himself and the students, some of whom shrieked at the explosion, from being struck by the debris. "It was who?" Potter hissed over the noise. "Say that again, it was who?" "I understand that this is a shock." "Say it again, who was it?" Potter yelled, his face white as snow, but his eyes furiously alight. "It was Granger." The majority of the Slytherin students inched away from Potter, proving their excellent senses of self-preservation. "Hermione?" Theodore asked Severus softly before turning towards Potter and jabbing his finger in his direction accusingly. "You said she'd be fine. You said you hoped someone got-attacked," he yelled at Potter. "This is your fault." "Enough," Severus yelled, placing a shield between Potter and Theodore before Potter injured him. "Potter, with me now. The rest of you do not take a single step outside of this common room. The curfew is not optional. I will be here at 7 o'clock to escort you all to breakfast." Theodore glared fiercely at Potter before storming off to the staircase, the other second-year boys following silently with regretful glances aimed in Potter's direction. Potter, who had only moments ago looked furious enough to bring the entire castle to ruins, now appeared lost as he watched his friends climb the stairs without him. "Potter, come along," Severus said in a softer voice than he had previously used. Potter looked around the common room and saw that the students who remained were giving him pitying looks. "I can't, I have to talk to Theo and I have to find Hermione. I can fix this." I'll fix it," Potter sounded desperate. "Miss Granger will recover soon, the mandrakes are nearly ready, and Theodore is upset but he will calm down. Come with me, you need to calm down as well." "No," the stone wall behind Potter cracked at his shout, and half a dozen of the Slytherin students quickly sprinted towards the stairs. "I do not need to calm down, I have something I have to do." Potter was going to destroy the common room if he did not calm himself, and the likelihood of Potter calming himself, or willingly allowing Severus to assist him, was absolutely zero at this moment. Severus took a deep breath and shot a quick prayer off as he raised his left arm as if he were going to place it on Potter's shoulder. "Don't touch." The second that Potter's attention turned to Severus' left arm, he used his right to cast a silent stupefy to knock the child unconscious. He quickly levitated Potter before he struck his head on the stone floor. He had quite forgotten about their remaining audience until someone gasped and drew his attention. Terrific, his own students now looked horrified and furious on Potter's behalf. "I am taking Potter to the hospital wing," he informed them. "I believe he may leave the castle in one piece if I take him to see for himself that Granger is alive." "Could have just told him that," Hezekiah Williams said accusingly. "He's not gonna like that at all." Severus hid his own guilt at his actions by assigning Williams an essay on the merits of not interfering with the actions of his professors. He gave a curt nod to the remaining students as he levitated Potter towards the portrait door. "Since Potter's going to kill Professor Snape, do you think I still need to write that essay?" was their last delightful comment Severus heard as he left the common room for a detour in his own office. "You are entirely safe, stable and secure, Harry. You do not need to fear for your safety when residing alone with me. I am your ally, your friend and your guardian. You are safe. Do not worry about being knocked unconscious after being informed of the attack of your friend and the accusations of the other." Severus typically refrained from taunting himself, but his mind cycled through several creative insults during the short walk. If he thought Potter was furious before, it would be nothing to how the child reacted to being stunned and then revived in a new location. He placed Potter's body in a desk chair and summoned a calming draught to speak directly into the child's stomach. "You've already knocked him unconscious. You might as well drug the boy without his consent as well. Truly exceptional work here, Severus." Severus placed the strongest protection spell he could between himself and Potter before pointing his wand at the child and murmuring, "Renovate." Potter immediately began blinking heavily, and Severus took the opportunity to speak before the child inevitably exploded. "If you do not destroy my office, I will take you to see Hermione Granger." Potter jumped to his feet at Severus' voice and focused his gaze on him. "What the fuck did you do?" he howled, where Potter quickly glanced around the room to ascertain his location. "How did I get here? What did you do?" Severus attempted to keep his voice calm and soothing. "You were destroying the common room. I feared you were going to injure your housemates, and I stunned you to move you to a more secluded location." Potter seemed shocked into silence for a moment before he let out a short laugh. "You knocked me out to take me to a private spot. How original," he sneered. "Severus, you unforgivable moron." "No, Harry, not for any nefarious purpose, I assure you. I was concerned for the safety of your housemates, Severus said quickly. Potter interrupted him with a flick of his right wrist, which caused Severus' protective shield to burn a bright gold before dispelling. If you wanted to be alone with me, then why do you need a shield, sir? Potter said coolly. Severus assessed Potter in the rapid way only one who has spent extended amounts of time around dangerous enemies is able to. Potter appeared calm. He was standing casually with his head tilted to the side. His tone was cool but a conversational volume. He was not fidgeting or tapping, nor was he reaching for his wand or his knife. If Severus were a less intelligent person, he may be fooled into believing that Potter is unhappy but calm. If he were less intelligent and unable to see Potter's eyes, he could almost believe it. But Potter's eyes were, for once, unfalteringly focused on Severus and were hardened in a cold fury. In the back of his mind, he wondered if he would already be fatally injured if he had not forced the potion in Potter's system. Harry, I am trying to help you, he said slowly. I am not going to hurt you. Severus, Potter mimicked in a nasally tone. I don't want your help. Potter, in another unprecedented first, took a couple fearless steps closer to Severus. I can take you to see Granger if you would like, Severus offered, subtly flicking his wand to his hand. Not subtle enough. How would staring at Mione's frozen body help her any? And why would you need your wand to take me to see Mione? Potter asked, immediately spotting the slight movement. Severus hesitated before deciding he may as well be honest. You are incredibly dangerous and not in your right mind, he said. You are upset, and I am ensuring you do not attack me as a misplaced target for your anger at Granger's attacker. Potter looked at him with a small and cruel smile. Misplaced target, he quoted softly. Mione's attacker didn't stun and kidnap me, did they? I did not kidnap you, Severus scoffed at the child's theatrics. You're hardly tied up and held here against your will. Severus was not sure if it was a testament to Potter's magical strength or his own unwillingness to actually hurt the boy, but with nothing more than a twitch of Potter's index finger, Severus was disarmed for the first time in over 15 years. Don't need a wand if you're not going to hurt me, right? Potter caught his wand and began twirling it in a callously casual way. Potter, my wand now, Severus demanded, forgetting all attempts at using the child-given name. You are dangerously close to being in an incredible amount of trouble. Threats are useless against kids like Harry, they're used to them. They don't bother them, but they will convince him that you can't be trusted, the Muggle healer had said. He's never dealt with a child such as Potter, though. I don't care about being in trouble, Potter spat. I need to find the heir and I need to save Hermione. I am fine and I need you to leave me alone. You should leave him alone. Potter doesn't need your help, he's fine. He's not fine, look at him, he's angry and scared. He's fine, leave him alone. He's not fine, you should try and help him. You are not fine, Severus said tersely, shaking his head clear of the unnatural fog that had filled it, and I would appreciate you not attempting to use an unforgivable on me. Potter grinned at him, unrepentant. Worth a shot, he said. I don't want to hurt you, but I don't want your help. I don't want you around me at all. Severus' feelings were absolutely not hurt at that. That's not what you said before, he said, perhaps more cruelly than he intended. What happened to wishing for me to be your guardian and keeping you from returning to your doting relatives or your charming alleyways? Potter blanched, taking a quick step backwards from Severus, which was a rather effective way to remind Severus that he was not dealing with a grown man, nor someone intentionally hurting him. Potter is a child, a mentally ill, traumatized, abused child. I apologize, Harry, that was cruel and I did not mean to say it. But it's what you're thinking, isn't it? You just agreed to all of it because you feel sorry for me, right? I don't need your pity. I'm going to fix Mione and I'm going to talk to Theo and you can. You can have your house back if you want and I can figure something out, okay? Severus watched as Potter rambled on and realized that the child was not currently angry, he was scared, and Severus had no clue why. Harry, I do not want the house back, it's yours. I do not want to sign over your guardianship, but if for any reason you feel you cannot trust me and that's what you want, then I'd do it. It would hurt him immensely, but if it was best for the child, then he would do it. Because you don't want it? Potter asked quietly, clenching Severus' wand tightly in his hand. Of course I want it, you foolish child. I would not have done it if I hadn't wanted to. Potter stared hard at the stone floor. Because you were in love with my mum, right, so you think this is how you pay her back. He is reaching for a reason you would want him in your life. If you were to strike him in the face, then it would be simpler to understand than someone caring about him. Severus thought perhaps Potter's fear of being cared about might be connected to fear of being left behind, abandoned and unwanted. The author who said it is better to love, and then lost than never to have loved at all, was a Merlin-damned idiot. I cared very much for your mother, yet she has nothing to do with any decisions I have made. Tell me why, Potter demanded quietly. Tell me why you keep being nice to me even when I don't want you to. Tell me why you refuse to be pushed away, no matter how hard I try. Severus hesitated for a moment, before making a decision that he hoped would not backfire horribly. If you would return my wand I can show you, he said. It may be simpler. Like you're not going to try and attack me the second you get it back, Potter scoffed. Why would I attack you? Severus asked. I only stunned you before in an attempt to prevent you from burying the House of Slytherin under the rubble of the common room you were destroying. And then I took your wand and pissed you off, Potter said, as if pointing out the obvious. You frequently irritate me, brat. I have never attacked you for it, and once you return my wand to me, I will have no reason to be upset about that either. I don't believe you, Potter said. What do you want from me? Severus groaned. I do not know how to make you understand me or to trust me. Tell me why you keep trying, Potter said quickly. Just tell me, don't show me, and I'll give you your wand and then I'll leave you alone. I care about you, you stupid, insufferable child, Severus burst out. I care about you despite whoever your parents are, and despite the rude things you do and say to me. You have caused me to develop chronic migraines, but I care about you. Potter swallowed hard and took a hard step backwards. Don't say that, he whispered, abruptly tossing Severus' wand on the floor towards him. That's mad, you're a liar. I am going to pick up my wand and then I will show you, Severus said calmly, hoping the child would not bolt. Expecto patronum, he intoned, thinking of the news article that announced his guardianship. Potter's shoulders relaxed slightly as he stepped a little closer to the calming silver fox. My patronus used to be a doe. I believe it was born of my affection for your mother. You heard Lucius say that my patronus had changed recently. He waited for Potter to nod slowly before continuing. You changed it, you little madman. Potter looked up at him nervously before taking a few steps towards the fox. It's my fox, he asked softly, reaching out for the silver mist. It's me. It is a representation of you, yes, Severus said. I do not want to give up my guardianship of you. I want you to trust me. I care about you, brat. For no reason, Potter asked softly, just because. Just because. It's my fault Hermione's frozen, Potter confessed in a whisper, still staring at the fox. I said I hoped someone got attacked. I didn't want to go find the basilisk. Theo was right, it's my fault. Basilisk? Severus asked, startled by that admission. Harry, wait, what basilisk? Potter looked up at him and blinked a few times. The monster that's attacking people, it's a basilisk. Severus closed his eyes and rubbed his face with both hands. Of fucking course it is a basilisk. Potter hearing voices. The petrifications near reflective surfaces. Slytherin's house symbol is a snake. Of course the monster would be one as well. Mother of God, how did you find that out? Severus asked. No, Miss Granger, I presume. Why did you not tell me? Potter looked down again at the silver fox as he mumbled his response. I wanted it to petrify one more person. Just one. I wanted Dumbledore to be kicked out just like he kicked me out. And Potter swallowed again, and Hermione wanted us to tell someone or go kill it, and I said no. I said she'd be fine, and she's frozen now and it's my fault. It's not, Severus said gently. I wish you would have told me immediately, but Granger's attack is not on you. It is on whoever is controlling the basilisk. Do you understand me? Potter shrugged. Theo hates me. I have to fix Hermione. Potter, who is terrified of being cared about, cares so much for his friends, Severus thought sadly. Has there ever lived a child as complex? The very moment that the mandrakes are ready, I will fix Miss Granger. I swear, Harry, I will fix her, Severus swore. Potter looked up at him with wide green eyes. You swear you'll fix her, swear it. Severus unhesitatingly raised his wand. I, Severus Tobias Snape, swear on my magic and my life that the moment I have the mandrakes I will complete the potion to revive Hermione Granger, and I will administer it to her the moment I am able to. You're a good friend. Severus gazed fondly at his chaotic ward. As are you. Even if it's my fault that Hermione was attacked. Severus stepped closer to Potter and kept the patronus between them. Am I a good friend even though I stunned you? Potter shrugged and gave him a shrewd look. You're kind of a bastard for that still. And you are a brat, Severus responded with a tight smile, though I meant to say that people make mistakes that they have to make up for. Is it your fault that Miss Granger was attacked? Number would Miss Granger have been attacked if you had alerted someone of the presence of a basilisk in the school? We will never know. you made a poor judgment call and now you have to make up for it. How? First, I believe you should apologize to Miss Granger when she wakes up. I believe she will forgive you, especially since any one of your friends who undoubtedly knew of the basilisk could have reported it, but chose not to. It probably would not hurt to apologize to Theodore as well, though I believe he will likely also apologize to you for things he said when he was told upsetting news. Severus considered his own mistake he had made and decided he should likely lead by example. I apologize for stunning you. Potter snorted. I forgive you if you never do it again. But if you do it again then, you might as well kill me, because I'm going to hurt you when I wake up. You could try, though I believe myself to be a much more accomplished dueler than Fred and George Weasley. The edges of Potter's lips curled up slightly. And Quirrell and Voldemort on Quirrell's head and Lestrange and Dolohov and Mr. Malfoy, he drawled. You're better than all of them, even though I literally just took your wand. I am, and you caught me by surprise, Severus said. Potter gave him a disbelieving look. Maybe we can duel this summer then, and you can prove it. Severus smirked down at Potter, equally pleased that the child seems to be willing to cohabitate this summer, and amused he believes he will best him in an actual duel. That sounds like a fine plan. Potter grinned more genuinely at him before abruptly asking, also, if I kill the basilisk then Hermione and Theo won't be mad at me, right? Fuck. No, Harry, absolutely not. Severus gave him an intensely serious look. Promise me that you will not go looking for a giant serpent that will instantly kill you with only a single glance. Potter turned his face away, his smile disappearing quickly. But then it can't attack anyone else, and Hermione will be so happy when she wakes up that she won't be mad at me anymore. Not if you are dead, Severus stressed. Swear it, Harry. Swear that you will not go looking for the basilisk. Please, leave your professors to dealing with it. Potter shrugged and remained stubbornly silent. Severus groaned out loud as he quickly tried to think of a way to prevent his ward from running off half-cocked and getting himself killed. When you went after Quirrell last year, you did it alone. Why? Potter gave him a confused look. His brows were scrunched together and his head was tilted. Because I didn't want anyone else to get hurt, he said slowly. Do you believe that myself, or Professor McGonagall, or Professor Flitwick would have been hurt by Quirrell? I dunno, probably not. He wasn't very strong if he died from some blisters, was he? Severus ignored the fact that Potter downplayed burning a man alive with his bare hands to some blisters. So you could have taken one of us with you, he clarified. Potter crossed his arms. Suppose so, he huffed. Excellent, then if you decide to run off and find a basilisk, at least swear to me that you will find the closest professor, preferably me, and tell them first. Potter considered his request for a moment before nodding. Okay, sir, I promise. It was not ideal, but it was likely the best Severus would receive at this moment. Very good, thank you. He checked the time and was startled to see it was nearly 8 o'clock. I am going to walk you to your dorm. You are to stay inside of it for the remainder of the night, understand? I am going to inform Professor McGonagall what you have told me about the basilisk. She's going to be mad, Potter predicted. She's going to kick me out for not telling her sooner. She will not, Severus assured him, flicking his wand to dispel his patroness. Especially not when I tell her how I was laying in my bed, frantically thinking of what horrifying monster could be attacking the students, and was struck suddenly with the realization that it must be a basilisk. Potter scoffed and looked up at him incredulously. That's awfully cunning. She won't be mad at me and you look like a genius. Severus smiled slightly. Did you believe I was the head of Slytherin for a lack of cunning, Mr. Potter? Oh, am I Mr. Potter again? Thought I was Harry, Potter said with an arrogant smirk. You are brat, but it is distasteful to call you that in front of your peers, Severus sniffed, though I am willing to make an exception in your case. Potter gave him what was undoubtedly meant to be an innocent expression, which did not fit the child's features in the slightest. Okay, but that means I can call you a bastard, then, right? Severus didn't mean to. Merlin knows the child needs no encouragement for his cursing and crude language, but he chuckled. Potter truly was chaos personified, but he was also incredibly witty and would be a fine person to live with during the summers. If the child did not snap and murder Severus in a fit of rage before then. Exams, Minerva, exams? Severus asked, gobsmacked after Minerva's morning announcement just weeks after Granger's petrification, and apparently 7 days before the first exams would begin. What is the point in leaving the school open if students are not receiving their education? Minerva asked stiffly, Basilisk or no basilisk, the students will receive an education if our doors are open. How do you expect us to administer and grade exams on top of escorting students to the loo and hunting for a basilisk? Phileas asked. I agree, Gilderoy chimed in. I mean, we teachers have quite enough to be getting on with, without walking students to classes and standing guard for a mythical basilisk all night. We will make time, Minerva said. The students deserve their education, especially our 5th and 7th years. If you will excuse me, Severus said, finishing his coffee and standing. If the mandrakes are prepared, then I will go begin brewing. Thank you, Severus, Minerva said, giving him a warm smile. I will cover your shift today. Severus gave her a curt nod before making his way through the great hall. Potter, expectedly, stopped him on his way out the hall, as has become his norm. Sir, you're really going to make the potion tonight, and Hermione will be awake tomorrow. Severus saw that Theodore and Blaise were behind Potter, and looking up at him anxiously. I will be in my lab for the rest of the day brewing, and the moment the potion is prepared, Miss Granger will be revived. Yes, Theodore beamed up at him before smiling broadly at Potter. Thank you, Professor. Severus gave the boys a smile and a nod before continuing down to his lab. He was pleased when the morning after their talk Potter was seated beside Theodore at the breakfast table, and they had clearly absolved their disagreement. In fact, Severus thought perhaps the two boys had seemed ever closer than before ever since. Potter had seemed appropriately quiet since the petrification of Granger, though he was once again allowing Severus to stop him periodically and ask about his day. Severus had grimaced when Potter informed him that he was looking for the chamber because he feels like he should be helping. Severus was no fool. Potter did not want to help for the good of the school. Potter wanted to find the chamber for the same reason he went after Quirrell last year, vengeance. Hermione Granger is his friend and someone attacked her, and so Potter wants to attack them. In the child's mind, it is simple. And perhaps it would be if it were not for the basilisk that is so huge that legends do not even describe its true length. Severus was briefly thankful that the chamber is incredibly hidden, and even with the increased patrols, none have been able to find it. He would sacrifice vengeance for the sake of Potter's safety any day of the week, and since apparently the child inherited James Potter's streak of brash idiocy, it is best if the chamber is not discovered until Potter is safely at Spinner's End during the summer. All students to return to their house dormitories at once. All teachers return to the staff room. Immediately, please. Severus cursed as he stirred the potion and checked the recipe. He could leave for an hour, but past that, and the potion would be ruined. He added another ingredient, stirred the potion counterclockwise 4 times, and placed it on a stasis. He knew there would only be one reason Minerva would make such an announcement. And sure enough, as soon as he entered the staff room, the last professor, aside from Gilderoy who did not truly count, to do so Minerva confirmed it. A student has been taken by the monster, right into the chamber itself. Phileas let out a squeal. Pomona clapped her hands over her mouth. Severus gripped the back of a chair in front of him very hard, desperately thinking of his students, and said, How can you be sure? The heir of Slytherin, said Minerva, who was pale enough that Severus worried for her health, left another message, right underneath the first one. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Phileas burst into tears. Who is it? Said Rolanda, who had sunk weak-kneed into a chair. Which student? Ginny Weasley, said Minerva with a sorrowful look towards Severus. Pureblood Ginny Weasley. We shall have to send all the students home tomorrow, said Minerva. This is the end of Hogwarts, we agreed. The staff room door banged open, and Severus had for a fleeting moment considered it was Albus returning, only to see it was instead Gilderoy. So sorry, dozed off, what have I missed? He asked with a broad and entirely inappropriate smile. Severus had it with the insufferable moron and stepped forward. Just the man, he said, the very man. A girl has been snatched by the monster, Gilderoy, taken into the Chamber of Secrets itself. Your moment has come at last. Gilderoy blanched in a very satisfying way. That's right, Gilderoy, chipped in Pomona, in an uncharacteristic show of pettiness. Weren't you saying just last night that you've known all along where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is? I sputtered Gilderoy. Yes. Didn't you tell me you were sure you knew how to defeat the basilisk inside it? Piped up Phileas. Did I don't recall. I certainly remember you saying you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at the monster when Potter was expelled, Severus drawled. Didn't you say that the whole affair had been bungled, and that you should have been given a free rein from the first? Gilderoy stared around at his stony-faced colleagues. I really never, you may have misunderstood. We'll leave it to you then, Gilderoy, said Minerva. Tonight will be an excellent time to do it. We'll make sure everyone's out of your way.
you'll be able to tackle the monster all by yourself, a free rein at last. Severus was pleased to see that Gilderoy's true colours were showing in his pale face, watering eyes, and trembling lips. Very well, he said. I'll be in my office, getting ready. And he left the room. Right, said Minerva, whose nostrils were flared in irritation. That's got him out from under our feet. The heads of houses should go and inform their students what has happened. Tell them the Hogwarts Express will take them home first thing tomorrow. Everyone please make sure no students have been left outside their dormitories. The teachers rose and left, one by one, after murmuring their sympathies to Severus. Severus cradled his head in his hands for a few moments, thinking of Ronald Weasley and how he was to go break the news to a mere boy that his sister was dead. As it turned out, Severus was not given the chance. After searching the halls to ensure that there were no straggling students, he checked on the potion for the victims before returning to the common room. The potion needed ingredients to be added at precise intervals, and waiting to speak with the students first could result in the potion being ruined, and the victims lying in the hospital wing for another 8 months while new mandrakes were grew. Once he was finished, he entered the Slytherin common room and saw it was gravely silent, a comparison that had him cringing for even thinking, given the current circumstances. He searched the faces for Ronald, and saw that him, Potter, and Draco were absent. Blaise, would you kindly go upstairs and fetch the remainder of your classmates? I need to speak to you all, and it is rather serious, he said gravely. They aren't here. Severus looked sharply at Theodore, who had answered him. Where are they? He asked. Theodore exchanged an uneasy glance with Blaise, before stubbornly fixing his brown-eyed gaze on to Severus. They snuck off under Harry's cloak when Professor McGonagall made the announcement, and I haven't seen them since, he said. Fucking Potter. Nobody leaves this common room, Severus hissed. Do not go to your dorms, do not leave this room. I will return shortly with them, understand? He swept out of the room quickly, trying to consider where Potter may have went. Owlery Hospital Wing, kitchens. There were too many possibilities, and he needed to find them quickly. It had already been over an hour since Minerva's announcement. Mavis. Potter's elf immediately appeared, giving Severus a small bow of respect. Have you seen Potter? He asked quickly, having no time for social niceties. Mavis is seeing Master Potter a few minutes ago, and Master Potter is giving Mavis a message. Severus stared at the elf and prodded him when he stopped speaking, and the message is: Master Potter is telling Mavis to tell Mr. Snoop that Master Potter is very sorry, but he is needing to save his orange-haired friend's sister, and Mr. Snoop is not to be worried because Master did not forget his promise, and he is having a professor with him. Severus felt the blood rush from his head, and he felt momentarily faint. Where are Potter and his friends going, and who is the professor with Potter? Mavis. Mavis pulled on his ears and did not answer. Answer me, Severus demanded harshly. Master Potter is telling his blonde friend, an orange-haired friend, and the man that he is finding the Slytherin's chamber and they are going there, Mavis squeaked. Master is not telling Mavis who the man with him is, only that Mr. Snoop needs told he is having a professor with him like he is promising. Severus stared at the elf. There would only be one male professor in the castle who would be so stupidly fearless enough to escort a child, Severus, ward, on a hunt for a basilisk. What does the professor look like? The professor with Master and Master's friends is having yellow hair and white teeth, Mr. Snoop. Gilderoy Lockhart has Potter, Draco, and Ronald in Slytherin's chamber with a basilisk. Son of a bitch. Chapter 22, The Chamber of Secrets. Dear Mr. Malfoy, I would like borrow the goblin-forged sword that is hanging on your office wall. Please let me know as soon as possible what you would require in exchange for it. Mr. Potter, I would be delighted to loan you my sword in exchange for us finalizing the formal alliance between the House of Malfoy and the House of Potter Black. All the best. Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, how about you loan me the sword and I continue to consider the alliance? Like I said in our previous letters, you do have a bad history with allies, and I don't want to be tied to someone who might try and kill me in the future. Mr. Potter, as I have previously written, I have purged all items that may have tied me to unsavory previous allegiances and hope to prove myself as a worthwhile ally to the House of Potter Black as my son has. I will gift you the priceless, ancient, goblin-wrought sword that you are requesting as a show of good faith and to demonstrate my sincere intentions. I will direct my next owl to a more discreet location than the Great Hall. Your hopeful ally, Lucius Malfoy.
Mr. Malfoy. Let's talk this summer about being allies. Thank you for the sword, it will be put to good use. While Harry's classmates were frantically studying for the end-of-year exams that apparently nobody was prepared for, Harry was making plans. Snape told him that he should just apologize to his friends, and he did to Theo, but he knew he needed to do more to make up for his refusal to act before. Theo said he forgave him, and had even apologized himself for what he said, and they agreed that killing the basilisk was the top priority. Apparently Theo even ranked it above exams, which meant it was really important to him. It had taken him a few weeks to get the first step of his plan to kill the basilisk achieved, but finally it was done. One morning Harry woke up in his dorm to find two eagles holding a long, heavy, and thin package between the two of them. "What's that?" Goyle grunted. "Sword," Harry answered shortly, "and if you tell anyone I've got it, then I'll use it to cut your hand off." Goyle just blinked stupidly at him before lumbering off. "My father is an idiot," Draco groaned. "He's wicked," Ron said, his eyes wide as Harry unwrapped the sword. "I can't believe he loaned it to you, mate." Harry pulled the sword out and saw that it was the same one he'd admired in Malfoy's office before. "Not a loan," he said, running his finger down the shiny edge of it. "Said I could have it, didn't he?" "He gave it to you," Theo asked from his bed. "That thing must cost thousands of galleons." "Nah," he said, "it's priceless." Blaise and Draco started snickering. "Harry, you know that means that it's literally so expensive that a price can't be determined, right?" Blaise said. Harry felt his face heat up at the boys' laughter. "Fuck off," he snarled. He held the sword up and pointed it in their direction, "unless you want to test out how sharp the blade is." Thankfully, that shut both boys up. The next part of finding the basilisk and the heir was proving to be much harder to pull off. Harry needed to sneak off to find Slytherin's chamber, but everywhere they went they were being escorted by teachers. "We're never going to find it at this rate," Harry hissed to Susan after another botched attempt at sneaking out of the library. "Good," Susan whispered back, "because you'll just go without me again anyway." "Not if you're with me when I find it," Harry assured her. "I can't help it if we haven't been able to look together. You should have been in Slytherin." Harry kept trying to sneak out in the evenings after curfew, but each time it seemed like Snape was patrolling the dungeons. He didn't think the man had taken a single hour off since Hermione had been petrified. "We need a distraction so we can go talk to Myrtle," Susan whispered. "You really think she'll know where the chamber is?" Draco asked. "Luna says she will," Susan shrugged, "and Luna's almost never wrong." Theo didn't look convinced, but it was as good of a lead as any for Harry. "Would one of you let me push you down the stairs as a distraction?" Harry asked hopefully. "Nope," Ron said. "As an absolute last resort only," Susan said. "And you can't push me, but I'll push Blaise so you can go talk to Myrtle." "Hey," Blaise whispered sharply. Harry ignored him and shook Susan's hand. "Deal." 3 days before their first exam, Professor McGonagall made another announcement at breakfast. "I have good news," she said, and the Great Hall, instead of falling silent, erupted. "Dumbledore coming back," several people at the Gryffindor table yelled joyfully, despite Harry's glare in their direction. "You've caught the heir of Slytherin," squealed a girl at the Ravenclaw table with a nervous look towards Harry, who hissed at her. "The Quidditch final is back on," roared Flint excitedly. When the hubbub had subsided, Professor McGonagall said, "Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are ready for cutting at last. Professor Snape will brew our potion, and tomorrow we will be able to revive those people who have been petrified. I need hardly remind you all that one of them may well be able to tell us who attacked them. I am hopeful that this dreadful year will end with our catching the culprit." Harry stood up on his seat and whistled loudly. "Best headmaster ever," he cheered, giving his friends a pointed look until they stood up and cheered too. McGonagall gave him a small smile. "Thank you all. I hope that this news will ease many of your fears, and you will be able to give your upcoming exams your complete attention," she said, sitting back down gracefully. "Exams," Ron moaned. "I haven't been able to study without Hermione," Neville admitted in a whisper. "I'm going to fail for sure." "No, you won't," Luna assured him with a pat on his arm. "None of us will fail the exams." Ron, who Harry thought was finally seeing sense, gave Luna a broad smile and waved a roll in her direction. "Well, if Luna says so, then that's that," he winked at her. "Hey, there's Snape, go ask him about the potion," Susan said as the professor walked through the Great Hall. Harry jumped up to catch up to Snape, with Theo and Blaise following behind. "Sir, you're really going to make the potion tonight?" and Hermione will be awake tomorrow?" he asked. "I will be in my lab for the rest of the day brewing, and the moment the potion is prepared Miss Granger will be revived," Snape confirmed with a small smile. "Yes," Theo cheered, beaming at Snape and Harry both. "Thank you, Professor." Snape gave them all a nod before heading down to his lab. "This is great news," Susan cheered when Harry told the rest of them at the table what Snape said. "She's going to have kittens when she finds out exams are only 2 days away tomorrow," Draco predicted with a smirk. Theo shoved Draco lightly. "She'll still pass with the best marks, just wait," he said. "I have to kill the basilisk before Hermione wakes up tomorrow," Harry whispered to Susan. "If I don't do it today then she might still be mad at me." Susan grabbed his hand as they stood up at the bell. "We'll find an excuse to talk to Myrtle today," she said. "If nothing else then I'll make Lockhart walk me to the loo, and I'll insist on using Myrtle's." It wasn't the best plan, but since it was the only one they had, Harry agreed to it. After defense, Susan gave Harry a questioning look in the hall. He sighed and nodded slightly. This would be the best time for it. "Professor," Susan cried, I have to go to the bathroom." Lockhart looked flushed and glanced around at the other students. He was leading to their next class. Well, Miss Bones, perhaps." "I could walk her," Harry offered. "You guys shouldn't be alone," Draco piped up. "I'll go too, Professor, then you don't have to waste so much of your very important time." Lockhart puffed up importantly at this. "Yes, well, I do have quite a bit to do, and walking students to the restroom really isn't part of my job, is it?" He looked at Harry, Draco, and Susan for a moment before nodding. "You guys walk Miss Bones to the restroom, then go straight to your next class, okay, gentlemen?" They quickly agreed and took off from the group before he could change his mind. "Merlin, he's an idiot," Draco said. "All the better for us," Susan whispered as they ran up the back staircase for Myrtle's bathroom. They entered the girls' bathroom, after Susan checked to make sure only Myrtle was in there, and went straight to the ghost. "Oh, hello," Myrtle sniffed. "Have you come to make fun of me?" "Course not," Harry said in as sweet of a voice as he could. "We wanted to ask you about where you were when you died. Your friend Luna said it was really horrible." He widened his eyes for effect. Myrtle's whole aspect changed at once. She looked as though she had never been asked such a flattering question. "Ooh, it was dreadful," she said with relish. "It happened right in here. I died in this very stall. I remember it so well. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. The door was locked and I was crying, and then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny. A different language, I think it must have been. Anyway, what really got me was that it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door to tell him to go and use his own toilet, and then," Myrtle swelled importantly, her face shining, "I died." "How?" Draco asked. "No idea," said Myrtle in hushed tones. "I just remember seeing a pair of great, big, yellow eyes. My whole body sort of seized up, and then I was floating away." She looked dreamily at Harry. "And then I came back again. I was determined to haunt Olive Hornby, you see. Oh, she was sorry she'd ever laughed at my glasses." "Where exactly did you see the eyes?" said Harry. "Somewhere there," said Myrtle, pointing vaguely toward the sinks. Harry and Susan went over to the sink and began looking it over when their search was interrupted. All students to return to their house dormitories at once. All teachers return to the staff room. Immediately, please. Susan groaned. "We have to go." "We'll be back," Harry called to Myrtle as Draco ushered them out the door. Harry and Draco were walking Susan to her common room first when Harry had an idea. First, though, he had to get rid of Susan. I've got to go to the loo," he said, elbowing Draco sharply. Draco looked over at him confused for a split second before clearing his face expertly. "Want me to walk you?" he offered. "Wrong idea there, Draco." "I don't need a babysitter," Harry scowled. "Will you take Susan to her room? I'll meet you in hours in a minute." Susan gave him a suspicious look, but Harry just looked back blandly at her. "You better not be up to something," she hissed. "Course not," he lied easily. "I'll meet up with you guys later." As soon as Draco tugged Susan down the corridor, Harry whipped his cloak on and made his way quickly to the empty staff room. He slipped inside an old wardrobe. He was already invisible, but he was still solid, and if someone bumped into him, he'd have no excuse for being there. Harry listened carefully to the rumbling of hundreds of people moving overhead and the staff room door banging open. From between the musty folds of the cloaks, they watched the teachers filtering into the room. Some of them were looking puzzled, others downright scared. Then Professor McGonagall arrived. "It has happened," she told the silent staff room. "A student has been taken by the monster, right into the chamber itself." Professor Flitwick let out a squeal. Professor Sprout clapped her hands over her mouth. Snape gripped the back of a chair very hard and said, "How can you be sure?" "The heir of Slytherin," said Professor McGonagall, who was very white, left another message, right underneath the first one. "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Professor Flitwick burst into tears. "Who is it?" said Madam Hooch, who had sunk weak-kneed into a chair. "Which student?" Harry held his breath and tried to reassure himself that he just saw Draco and Susan, and Blaise, Theo and Ron had been in defense with him. That only left Luna and Neville. "Ginny Weasley," said Professor McGonagall. Thank God, he thought. Ron would probably be upset about it, but it was loads better than Ron himself being taken. Harry listened as McGonagall talked about sending everyone home and made his plans. He needed to get to his dorm quickly. As soon as the last staff member, Snape, who looked absolutely miserable, left the room, Harry ran as quickly as he could to the dungeons. "Where have you been?" Blaise shouted as soon as he ran in the common room. "No time," Harry panted, shoving past him to the dorms. "I gotta go, someone been taken, and I think I know where the chamber is." "Taken, not attacked?" Theo asked, the boys following closely behind him. "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever," Harry quoted. "They're sending everyone home. I have to go kill the basilisk now, or I won't get a chance, and Hermione will hate me forever." "But who was it?" Draco asked. Harry opened his now heavily warded trunk and pulled his sword out. "Ron's sister, Ginny." "Ginny?" Harry looked up and grimaced at the look on Ron's face. His friend was horribly pale, and his eyes were starting to look watery. "Yeah," Harry said slowly, but he held up his sword. "I'm going to go kill the basilisk, and if I find the heir then I'll kill them too, okay?" "And save Ginny?" Ron asked quietly. Sure, yeah," Harry shrugged. "If she's still alive then I'll save her." Harry didn't like Ginny. She'd been weird around him all year. "You're a monster, I hate you." But Ron was his friend, and if he wanted him to save her, then he'd do his best. "I'm going with you," Ron said suddenly with a stubborn look in his eyes. "You're just trying to kill the basilisk. I need to save my sister." "If Ron goes then I'm going too," Draco said quickly. "Me too," added Theo. Harry looked at Blaise, almost expecting him to chime in as well. Blaise just held his hands up. "I'll just wait here and tell everyone about your stupid plan after you're dead," he drawled. Harry smirked at his friend. "Theo, stay with Blaise," he decided quickly. "Do not tell anyone anything. I don't want Snape or Susan finding out and trying to stop me." Distantly, he remembered his promise to Snape and swore he'd have to find a professor on his way or Snape was really going to be pissed. "Ron, you can come if you want," Harry offered. He figured if Ginny was dead already, then Ron might feel better getting to help kill the basilisk. Draco. "No, absolutely not," Draco interrupted. "Either I go with you or I go straight to Snape." Harry raised his brows and pointed the sword right in Draco's face. "I don't remember being a snitch being a part of the gang," he said quietly. He sent a pointed look at Draco's knees before looking back up in his grey eyes. "Maybe I should make it where you can't run off to anyone." Draco gulped and took a few uneasy steps away from the sword in his face. "No, Harry, come on, please, just take me with you. I can help," he begged. Harry looked up and saw he'd already lost nearly 30 minutes at this point. He had to hurry or Snape was going to show up any minute. "Fine, but you're basilisk bait," he said. "Under the cloak, let's go." "Good luck," Blaise called as they left the common room. "If you die, I'm selling your broomsticks." Harry laughed quietly as they stepped out in the corridor. He saw the looks on Draco and Ron's faces and laughed even harder. "Oh, come on," he said with a smile. "We aren't going to die." Neither of them looked very reassured, but Ron shook his head and gave Harry a determined look. "Where to?" he whispered. "We have to find a professor," Harry whispered back, moving as quickly as he could under the cloak with 2 extra people and a giant sword. "Oh, thank Merlin," Draco sighed. "We're telling a professor." "Yep, promised Snape I would, did I?" "Are we getting Professor Snape?" Ron asked quietly as they ran up the stairs. "Nope," Harry steered them towards the defense corridor. "He'd just stop us, so would most of the other professors, wouldn't they?" Draco gave him an incredulous look. "And Lockhart, whoa?" he asked, recognizing the direction Harry was leading them. "Not with the right motivation," Harry grinned. They took the cloak off and Harry stuck it in his pocket before they entered Lockhart's office. He told the professor in the meeting that he knew where the chamber was, but Harry was sure he was lying. Snape certainly thought so, or he wouldn't have egged him on. Harry was just helping Lockhart out really. This had nothing to do with how much he hated the man. Harry stepped in the office and Lockhart looked up quickly. The man's hair was a mess and he had stuff thrown all across his office. Going somewhere, Harry drawled, spotting the open trunk on the floor. "Oh, Mr. Potter, and Weasley and Malfoy," he said. Well, urgent business, you see, I have to get going." "What happened to the brave hero who slays monsters?" Draco asked. "I thought you'd want a chance to kill Slytherin's monster." "Books can be misleading," said Lockhart delicately. "You wrote them," Ron shouted. "My dear boy," said Lockhart, straightening up and frowning at the three of them. "Do use your common sense. My books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done all those things. No one wants to read about some ugly old Armenian warlock, even if he did save a village from werewolves. He'd look dreadful on the front cover, no dress sense at all. And the witch who banished the Bandon Banshee had a hairy chin. I mean, come on. So you've just been taking credit for what a load of other people have done," said Harry incredulously. "What a fraud." Harry, said Lockhart, shaking his head impatiently. "It's not nearly as simple as that. There was work involved. I had to track these people down, ask them exactly how they managed to do what they did. Then I had to put a memory charm on them so they wouldn't remember doing it. If there's one thing I pride myself on, it's my memory charms. No, it's been a lot of work, Harry. It's not all book signings and publicity photos, you know. You want fame, you have to be prepared for a long, hard slog." He banged the lids of his trunks shut and locked them. "Let's see," he said. "I think that's everything. Yes, only one thing left." He pulled out his wand and turned to them. "Awfully sorry, boys, but I'll have to put a memory charm on you now. Can't have you blabbing my secrets all over the place. I'd never sell another book." Harry grinned sharply at Lockhart and pulled on his core. "Give me his wand, make him go with us, make him listen to me." Harry easily caught the wand as it flew towards him, and smiled at the glazed look in the man's eyes. "Good news, Draco," Harry said. "Lockhart just volunteered to be basilisk bait instead of you, right, Lockhart?" "Yes," the man murmured. "Harry, you didn't." "Mavis," Harry shouted, ignoring whatever Ron was about to complain about. "Master is calling for Mavis," his elf squealed happily. "How can Mavis be helping Master?" "I need you to tell Snoop that I'm going to the chamber, but not to be worried because I've got a professor." Harry jerked his thumb over at Lockhart. "Can you tell him I kept my promise? And tell Susan where I went to?" Mavis gave him a nervous look and pulled on his ears. "Mr. Snoop and Miss Susan is going to be very mad at Mavis if Master Potter gets hurt," he said. "Very mad at Mavis." Harry glanced at the time again and groaned. He didn't have time for this. "Mavis, listen carefully. If Snoop or Susan try to hurt you, then you are ordered to defend yourself, and tell them I'm going to kill them, okay? I won't let anyone hurt you, I swear." Mavis gave him a twitchy little bow and disappeared. "You're bloody mad," Draco muttered as they led Lockhart towards Myrtle's bathroom. "You use an unforgivable on a teacher, no problem, but Merlin forbid anyone's mean to Mavis." "You're being awfully rude to the guy with the giant sword," Harry said airily. "Maybe you should have been in Gryffindor with daring nerve like that." Draco quit complaining after that. They got to the bathroom without running into anyone else, luckily. Harry sent Lockhart in first and was impressed to see he was shaking. Maybe his spell wasn't as powerful as he thought, or Lockhart was able to shake it off easier than most people, like Snape. Moaning Myrtle was sitting on the tank of the end toilet. "Oh, it's you," she said when she saw Harry. "What do you want this time?" "Sorry, Myrtle, no time to chat," he said pleasantly, going straight to the sinks to continue his search for the entrance. "We're going to kill the basilisk that killed you, and the heir too if they're there." "You're avenging my death?" Myrtle asked. "That's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me." Harry rolled his eyes at her dreamy tone of voice. "Where exactly did you see the eyes?" said Harry. "Somewhere there," said Myrtle, pointing vaguely toward the sink in front of her toilet. Harry, Draco, and Ron hurried over to it. Lockhart was standing well back, a look of utter terror on his face. Harry thought about Lockhart walking closer and was pleased to see him obey. He shrugged off the odd facial expressions. If Lockhart was at least partially aware of what was going on, then so the better. Harry hoped he was aware enough to be terrified. It looked like an ordinary sink. They examined every inch of it, inside and out, including the pipes below. And then Harry saw it. Scratched on the side of one of the copper taps was a tiny snake. "That tap never worked," said Myrtle brightly as he tried to turn it. "Harry," said Ron, "say something in Parseltongue." Harry grinned a little. He'd gotten good at using Parseltongue to curse on command. "Fucking open," he hissed. Draco gasped as at once the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. Next second, the sink began to move. The sink, in fact, sank right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a man to slide into. "We did it," Harry cheered. "Let's go." Can Lockhart go first?" Draco said hesitantly. "I mean, the snake could be waiting at the bottom." "Good thinking. Lockhart, you're up," Harry said happily. "Time to prove yourself, yeah." He flicked Lockhart's wand in the man's direction, and immediately he began walking towards the pipe opening and sat down. Ron gave him a hard push, and he slid out of sight. Harry followed quickly. He lowered himself slowly into the pipe, then let go. It was like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. He could see more pipes branching off in all directions, but none as large as theirs, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downward, and he knew that he was falling deeper below the school than even the dungeons. Behind him he could hear Ron, thudding slightly at the curves. And then, just as he had begun to worry about what would happen when he hit the ground, the pipe leveled out, and he shot out of the end with a wet thud, landing on the damp floor of a dark stone tunnel large enough to stand in. Lockhart was getting to his feet a little ways away, covered in slime and white as a ghost. Harry stood aside as Ron and then Draco came whizzing out of the pipe too. "We must be miles under the school," said Draco, his voice echoing in the black tunnel. My robes are covered in slime." "Under the lake, probably," said Ron, squinting around at the dark, slimy walls. "And everything's covered in slime, you prat." All three of them turned to stare into down the dark corridor in front of them. "Lights on and eyes squinted," Harry said cheerily. "Basilisk bait in the front." "You don't have to sound so upbeat," Draco muttered. "There is a murderous basilisk down here." "Yeah, this is a rescue mission, mate," Ron added shortly. Harry just shrugged and swung the sword in one hand and clenched Lockhart's wand in the other. He wasn't sure how what Draco or Ron said somehow meant he wasn't supposed to be having fun. "Harry, there's something up there," said Ron hoarsely, grabbing Draco's shoulder. They froze, watching. Harry could just see the outline of something huge and curved, lying right across the tunnel. It wasn't moving. "Maybe it's asleep," he sighed, glancing back at the other three. Lockhart's hands were pressed over his eyes. Harry turned back to look at the thing, his heart beating so fast it almost hurt. "This is brilliant." He's never felt so alive. Fighting a basilisk trumps three-headed dogs and flying any day. Very slowly, his eyes as narrow as he could make them and still see, Harry edged forward, Lockhart's lit wand held high. The light slid over a gigantic snake's skin, of a vivid, poisonous green, lying curled and empty across the tunnel floor. The creature that had shed it must have been 20 feet long at least. "Merlin," said Draco weakly. There was a sudden movement behind them. Gilderoy Lockhart's knees had given way. "Stand up," Harry ordered with a sharp tug on his magic. His hold on the man had broken. Lockhart suddenly lunged forward and knocked Harry down to the stone floor where he cracked his head and wrestled the sword from his hand. He pointed it right at Harry's neck with a manic look in his eyes. "This is the end of your story, Mr. Potter," he said nastily. "Tragic, really." He turned his head suddenly as Ron and Draco pointed their wand at his back. He tutted. "One move and Harry here loses his head, literally." Harry subtly shook his head at his friends. The blade of his sword was pressing into his throat. "It'll be a tragedy that Potter here got mixed up with the likes of Mr. Malfoy," Lockhart said. "Seems as if dark magic runs in families and Malfoy lured Potter and Weasley." Harry ignored Lockhart and very slowly moved his right hand to his pocket. He gripped his knife and waited for the right moment. Lockhart was still rambling about how apparently Draco was the heir of Slytherin and killed Harry and Ginny, and something about Ron losing his mind after Lockhart had to kill Draco. "Idiot." Harry caught Ron's eyes and jerked his head, hoping it would get Ron to do anything that would take Lockhart's attention off him. Ron nodded and jabbed his wand into Lockhart's back sharply, causing him to turn his head, and then Harry struck. He stuck his knife in the ankle nearest him as hard as he could, and caught his sword as Lockhart dropped it and bent over in surprise and pain. "You were going to kill me with my own sword," Harry hissed, aiming the sword in the man's direction. "Blame it all on Draco, huh?" Lockhart was now the one on the ground, one ankle bleeding freely as Harry's knife was lodged deeply in it. Wait, he begged. "We can work together, Harry. Think of the fame, the riches." Harry poked the tip of the sword in Lockhart's neck hard enough to sink it a little and draw a steady trickle of blood. "But sir, you're about to be so famous," Harry said softly. "I'll be sure to tell everyone how bravely you fought before you were unfortunately bitten and bled to death in the Chamber of Secrets, your body never to be recovered. Maybe I'll even write a book about it," he added thoughtfully. "You won't kill me," Lockhart whispered, his blue eyes frantically looking behind Harry to Draco and Ron, both of who had their wands trained on him. "You're not a killer." "You're wrong." Harry shoved the sword through Lockhart's neck with as much force as he could. It went through much easier than he thought it would. It must be really sharp. He watched impassively as Lockhart took his last breath, his neck bubbling blood freely around the sword. "Fucking hell," Ron gasped. "Harry mate you killed him." "Good," Draco snarled. "He was going to kill Harry and me both before wiping your mind and leaving your sister for dead." "It was him or us," Harry said simply. He pulled the sword free and spat once on Lockhart's unmoving body. He turned around and saw that both his friends were horribly pale, though Draco looked angry and Ron rather shaken. "Unbreakable vows on your magic and life now, or you stay here with him," he said. "Lockhart was bitten by the snake and we couldn't save him. What a brave man." Draco immediately raised his wand and looked Harry straight in the eyes as he repeated the vow. After a few moments' hesitation, Ron did the same. It was him or us, right?" Ron asked. "He literally was about to cut my throat open," Harry said dryly. "We weren't all going to leave here alive, apparently." Ron nodded and looked marginally less shaken after that. "Theo owes me 10 sickles," he said apropos of nothing. "Bet him you'd get rid of Lockhart by the end of the year, did I?" Harry grinned at him. "That's the spirit." "What do we do with his body?" Draco said. "If anyone comes down here it's well, it's pretty obvious that," he gestured towards Lockhart's neck, "wasn't from a snake bite." "We bury him," Harry said simply, bending down to pull his pocket knife free of Lockhart's ankle. Ron nudged one of the huge boulders with his trainer. "How?" he asked. "Magic," Harry rolled his eyes. "Back up." Harry eyed the stone walls, still feeling his anger coursing through him, as he thought of what he wanted. "Just fucking bury him." The walls exploded with the force of a small bomb. Harry flung his arms over his head and ran, slipping over the coils of snake's skin, out of the way of great chunks of tunnel ceiling that were thundering to the floor and burying Lockhart's body. Next moment, he was standing alone, gazing at a solid wall of broken rock. "Ron, Draco," he shouted. "Are you okay? Answer me." "We're fine," Draco coughed. "Not hurt." "What now?" Ron's voice said, sounding desperate. "We can't get through, it'll take ages." Harry looked up at the tunnel ceiling. Huge cracks had appeared in it. He had never tried to break apart anything as large as these rocks by magic, and now didn't seem a good moment to try, especially not since his magic had caused the collapse to start with. What if the whole tunnel caved in and they were all buried alive? "You guys stay here, shift some rocks while I'm gone. I'm gonna go kill the basilisk." "Harry, wait, I can try and squeeze through," Ron called desperately. "I need to save Ginny." "I won't forget to save her," Harry said, rolling his eyes even though he knew Ron couldn't see him. "Mate, listen, well, I know sometimes family stuff is weird to you, yeah," Ron called, "but Ginny is my sister, and she's more important than killing the basilisk or the heir, okay? So if she's in there and you have to decide between killing the basilisk and the heir or saving her life, would you please save her?" Harry crinkled his brows in thought. "Do you think I would? Ginny's a twit, but you're a part of my gang and she's your sister. Course I'll save her if I can." Ron sighed in what was obviously relief, which hurt Harry's feelings a little. Did Ron think Harry was going to use the sword on a little girl? It's not like she had tried to kill him, unlike Lockhart. "Plus you'll both owe me another no questions asked favor when I do," he added, walking backwards towards the next entrance. "And Snape says that friends care about each other's feelings, so I got to tell you that you hurt my feelings by acting like I wasn't going to save your sister if she's not already dead, and so you should find a way to make it up to me." Even halfway across the chamber, with that rock wall between them, Harry could hear Ron gulping nervously. "See you in a bit, I'm gonna go kill a basilisk and the heir of Slytherin." "Don't die, you moron," Draco yelled. "Save Ginny," Ron added. "I'll do my best," Harry called back. "Make a hole so we can get back out, yeah." And he set off alone past the giant snake skin. Soon the distant noise of Ron and Draco straining to shift the rocks was gone. The tunnel turned and turned again. Every nerve in Harry's body was tingling with excitement. He wanted the tunnel to end, wanted to face the basilisk that attacked his friend face to face. And finally, at last, as he crept around yet another bend, he saw a solid wall ahead on which 2 entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great, glinting emeralds. Harry approached, his throat very dry. He could guess what he had to do. He cleared his throat, and the emerald eyes seemed to flicker. "Open up," Harry hissed. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, the halves slid smoothly out of sight, and Harry, shaking from head to foot, walked inside. Harry was standing at the end of a very long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness, casting long, black shadows through the odd, greenish gloom that filled the place. His heart beating very fast, like it did before a good duel, Harry stood listening to the chill silence. Could the basilisk be lurking in a shadowy corner, behind a pillar, and where was the air? He held the sword and Lockhart's wand tightly in either of his hands, and moved forward between the serpentine columns. Every careful footstep echoed loudly off the shadowy walls. He kept his eyes narrowed, ready to clamp them shut at the smallest sign of movement. The hollow eye sockets of the stone snakes seemed to be following him. More than once he thought he saw one stir. Then, as he drew level with the last pair of pillars, a statue high as the chamber itself loomed into view, standing against the back wall. Harry had to crane his neck to look up into the giant face above. It was ancient and monkish, with a long, thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's sweeping stone robes, where two enormous grey feet stood on the smooth chamber floor, and between the feet, face down, lay a small, black-robed figure with flaming red hair. "Ginny," Harry muttered, inching toward her and dropping to his knees. "Don't be dead, Ron will be so pissed." He flung Lockhart's wand aside, grabbed Ginny's shoulders and turned her over. Her face was white as marble, and as cold, yet her eyes were closed, so she was petrified. But then she must be. "Wake up," Harry muttered, shaking her. Ginny's head lolled hopelessly from side to side. "She won't wake," said a soft voice. Harry jumped and spun around on his knees, pointing the sword toward the voice. A tall, black-haired boy was leaning against the nearest pillar, watching. He was strangely blurred around the edges, as though Harry were looking at him through a misted window. "Who are you?" Harry demanded. The black-haired boy smiled softly as he looked Harry over. "I already know who you are," he said. "Little Ginny here told me all about the famous and horrible Harry Potter." He glanced at Harry's face and curled his upper lip at the sight of his scars. "How'd you get so many scars?" he asked conversationally. "Answer my question and I might answer yours," Harry said. "I am a memory preserved in that diary for over 50 years, the boy said, pointing at the little black book by Ginny's body. "Tom Riddle." Harry smiled sharply at him when he turned back. He saw the teenage Voldemort was now twirling Lockhart's wand idly, the same way Harry liked to when he was proving how little he cared about someone. "Tim Riddle, pleasure to meet you in person. Can't tell you how much I've looked forward to this." The edges of Riddle's mouth curled downward. "Tom Riddle," he said, "though the world knows me better as Lord Voldemort." Harry smirked and propped the sword up on his own shoulder. "No one calls you that," he taunted. "They call you He Who Shall Not Be Named, which isn't nearly as cool as the Boy Who Lived. You have no name and I'm a national hero." "How did a mere baby defeat the greatest wizard to ever live?" Riddle asked with a hungry look in his ghost-like eyes. "I didn't," Harry said with a casual shrug. "I defeated you. You're hardly the greatest wizard to ever live." "Oh, don't tell me," Riddle chuckled. "You mean the great defender of the light, Albus Dumbledore. He has been driven from the castle at the mere memory of me, channeled through a weak girl." "Course I don't mean Dumbledore," Harry scoffed. "I meant me." Harry flicked his wrist and grinned as the diary and the wand both flew to him. "Who are you?" Riddle asked quietly, his voice steady but his eyes looked surprised at being disarmed silently, while Harry held no wand. "I told you I was going to kill you," Harry said, stepping closer to Riddle with the sword and wand both pointed at his chest. "Wrote it in your pathetic little diary, didn't I? I killed adult you when I was just a baby, and then killed you again last year when you were hanging out on the back of a bloke's head." Harry paused and gave Riddle a curious look. "We could work together, you know, if you wanted to be partners. Kill Dumbledore, reshape the Wixen world. You'd have to give up on the blood purity nonsense and we'll still need to kill adult you, but if you want to leave here alive it's your only choice." Riddle looked appraisingly at Harry. Harry felt a slight tremor of unease at the way Riddle tilted his head to the side. It looked uncannily like how Harry himself studied people sometimes. "You'd sacrifice her life to become partners with me." Harry turned slightly to glance at Ginny, at Riddle's gesture. "What do you mean, sacrifice her life? She's dead, is she?" "She's still alive," said Riddle, "but only just." "Explain," Harry said. "Explain or I'll kill you now." Riddle laughed softly. "You cannot kill me, I'm a mere memory being fed by her soul. You see, little Ginny has been pouring her soul into this diary. It's been very boring, listening to the complaints of a little girl who stupidly followed her idol to a house she wasn't suited for. But there isn't much life left in her. She put too much into the diary into me, enough to let me leave its pages at last. And soon, little Ginny Weasley, the heir of Slytherin, will be no more and Lord Voldemort will rise again." "That's a real riddle to me," Harry said calmly, "because I don't think Ginny's related to Slytherin at all, is she?" Riddle grimaced at Harry's casual use of his surname. "Haven't you guessed yet, Harry Potter?" said Riddle softly. Ginny Weasley opened the Chamber of Secrets. She strangled the school roosters and daubed threatening messages on the walls. She set the Serpent of Slytherin on 4 mudbloods and the Squib's cat. No, Harry whispered. He knew Ginny hated him, but she'd called him a monster when she was the one who attacked Hermione and got him suspended. Yes, said Riddle calmly. Of course, she didn't know what she was doing at first. It was very amusing. I wish you could have seen her new diary entries. Far more interesting they became. Dear Tom, he recited, watching Harry's angry face, I think I'm losing my memory. There are rooster feathers all over my robes and I don't know how they got there. Dear Tom, I can't remember what I did on the night of Halloween, but a cat was attacked and I've got paint all down my front. Dear Tom, Ron keeps telling me I'm pale and I'm not myself. I think he suspects me. There was another attack today and I don't know where I was. Tom, what am I going to do? I think I'm going mad. I think I'm the one attacking everyone, Tom. Harry's fists were clenched, the nails digging deep into his palms. I made Ginny write her own farewell on the wall and come down here to wait. She struggled and cried and became very boring, but I hoped you would come, and if not, then I'd find you myself so we could talk. You talk too much, Harry said carelessly, but riddle me this, Tim, where's the basilisk? I came to kill it and I'd hate to disappoint my friends. It won't come until it is called, said Riddle with a snarl. You think the name of my filthy muggle father is funny, do you? I didn't like it much myself either. I took a new name as soon as I could. Voldemort isn't much better, Timmy, Harry laughed. Riddle suddenly smiled, his previous irritation gone. But what about Marvolo Slytherin and Harry Potter, partners in reshaping the magical world? I think we could work together, Harry. I am separate from Voldemort, killing him won't kill me. We could kill Dumbledore first, then my main part, and you and I could become the most feared wizards to ever live. As partners, Harry checked. Partners, Riddle confirmed. Harry hesitated and looked behind him at Ginny's body. You're a monster, I hate you. Ginny is my sister, and she's more important than killing the basilisk or the heir, okay? For you to live, she has to die, Harry asked. She's nearly there already, Riddle said. She's treated you horribly. Will her death even bother you? No, Harry sighed, but her brother's a part of my gang, he's my friend, and I promised to save her. He regretfully pointed the sword at Riddle again. Sorry, Timmy, but I can't let her die. Riddle smiled serenely again. We are alike, Harry Potter. There are strange likenesses between us, even you must have noticed. Both half-bloods, orphans raised by muggles. Probably the only 2 Parselmouths to come to Hogwarts since the great Slytherin himself. Both feared by our Slytherin housemates who feel our power. We even look something alike, but after all our similarities, you're weak. You allow friendships to cloud your ambition. You talk too much, Harry said, sending a stunning spell at Riddle and seeing it pass through his incorporeal body. Now, Harry, I told you I can't be killed, Riddle smiled. I'm going to teach you a little lesson in not attacking your betters. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against famous Harry Potter, and the power of friendship. Riddle opened his mouth wide and hissed. Harry understood what he was saying. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Harry wheeled around to look up at the statue. Slytherin's gigantic stone face was moving. Fascinated, Harry saw his mouth opening, wider and wider, to make a huge black hole. And something was stirring inside the statue's mouth. Something was slithering up from its depths. Harry clenched his eyes shut and felt his way to the wall as he realized the basilisk was coming. The basilisk hit the stone floor of the chamber. Harry felt it shudder. He knew what was happening, he could sense it, could almost see the giant serpent uncoiling itself from Slytherin's mouth. Then he heard Riddle's hissing voice. Kill him! In his fantasies about killing the giant snake that attacked Hermione, he had forgotten a key factor. He was going to have to fight it blind. Chapter 23, The Slytherin's Tale. The professor with Master and Master's friends is having yellow hair and white teeth, Mr. Snoop. Gilderoy Lockhart has Potter, Draco, and Ronald in Slytherin's chamber with a basilisk. Son of a bitch. Minerva, Severus yelled, bursting in Minerva's headmistress' office. Potter he. What happened now? Minerva cried, shocked by his frantic appearance in her office. Potter, Ronald, and Draco have went to try and save Ginevra, Snape said, clutching his wand tightly. Potter told an elf to tell me that he found the chamber. What? Minerva gasped, her face losing all color. Mavis, Severus yelled, having no wish to repeat himself. The little elf in the green robe appeared instantly. How is Mavis helping Mr. Snoop? Severus saw Minerva smile slightly at the inane name and clenched his jaw. He didn't have time for jokes about house elves, and a lack of decorum 4 of his students were missing. one likely already dead, and 3 more rushing to join her. "Tell Minerva what you told me about Mr. Potter." Mavis looked up at him nervously before nodding slowly. "Mr. Potter is taking his orange friend and his blonde friend and the professor, and is going to the chamber. He is telling Mavis to be telling Mr. Snoop that he is not to be worrying because he is keeping his promise." "What foolish, idiotic," St. Minerva sighed. "Gilderoy, he took Gilderoy to try and find the chamber." She looked down at the elf and spoke in a kind voice. "Did Potter tell you anything else? Anything at all that would help us find him?" Mavis hesitated long enough that Severus, quite out of his mind with panic, grabbed the elf's robes and shook him slightly. "Did he say anything else?" With a loud crack, Severus suddenly found himself blasted to the other side of the office, his back slamming into the bookshelf. "He is also telling Mavis that if Mr. Snoop is angry at Mavis and tries to hurt him, then Mavis is to be defending himself, and telling Mr. Snoop that Master will be killing him," the elf said with his long index finger waggling angrily in Severus' direction. Severus stood up and pinched the bridge of his nose, in a futile attempt to stall the migraine he could feel building behind his eyes. "Apologies, Mavis. I am merely concerned for Mr. Potter and his friends. I should not have grabbed you like that." Mavis watched him shrewdly before nodding. "Mavis will be telling Mr. Potter to not be killing Mr. Snoop." Severus dismissed the elf and turned to Minerva. "Well," he demanded. Minerva sunk down in her seat and rubbed her face wearily. "I need to call their families," she said. "Inform them that their children are missing. Send the other professors to search for the children." Severus checked the time and cursed. He had to get back to the potion. "I will be back in 35 minutes, he told Minerva. "Please inform the other professors that Potter has his father's invisibility cloak and is likely using it." Minerva looked more alert at that. James owned an invisibility cloak. Severus rolled his eyes. "Yes," he said tersely, "and Potter Jr. seems to utilize it for trouble as much as Potter Sr. had. I will be back." "Foolish, brash, untrusting brat," Severus raged on his way down to his lab. "I promised to find a professor before I attempt to commit suicide via basilisk. Does not mean finding the only professor in the castle who would not stun you in an attempt to stop you." Severus checked the potion and began to add the necessary next ingredients, thinking all the while of Potter and the other children, attempting to fight a basilisk to avenge Granger's petrification and rescue the youngest Weasley. He very carefully did not allow the image of Potter, small, scrawny, scrappy Potter, actually standing before a basilisk to enter his mind. One look at the basilisk will kill him instantly. One bite would carry enough venom to kill him within an hour. Severus was adding the 3 drops of the delicate Pluvia Pixie anti-venom when he had what he hoped would be an inspired idea. He stirred the potion 7 times clockwise and twice counterclockwise. Before placing it on a stasis, he would only need to add the mandrakes and stir once more in 2 hours, and the potion would be complete after simmering for an additional 2 hours. "Mavis," he called once again. Potter's elf appeared, though this time he remained on the other side of the room from Severus. "Trust Potter to purchase an elf as skittish as he is." "Mavis," he said kindly, "I need you to take something to Potter for me. Can you do that?" "Master Potter is not calling for Mavis, and Mavis is not knowing where Master is," the elf wailed. "Mavis is not telling lies. Mavis is really not knowing where he is." "I know," Severus said as he grabbed 4 potions out of his private stores, "but I am hoping he will call for you soon. And when he does, can you bring him these?" Mavis slowly came closer to Severus and accepted the bottles. "They are incredibly delicate, expensive, and irreplaceable," he lectured Mavis. "Do not drop them or allow them to break." "Mavis is understanding," the elf said, placing the bottles in his robe pocket and snapping his fingers. "Mavis is making sure the potions is not falling out of Mavis' pocket." "Excellent." Severus thought of the last concert he had went to with Lily, the one where they had drank whiskey pilfered from his father, and danced, and sang themselves hoarse until nearly sunrise. "Expecto Patronum." Severus looked at the small and mischievous fox in front of him, and considered what he wanted to say. "Call for your acquaintance," he said carefully, unsure if Potter had the misfortune to find both the basilisk and the heir who has been controlling it. "What he gives you I need you to trust me and take immediately. There is one for each of you that must be taken now. Your friend will be awake in less than 4 hours. You can be there when she wakes if you allow your acquaintance to bring you to me." He swallowed hard before he added, "Be safe, brat, come back." He flicked his wand at the fox and murmured, "Go to Potter, immediately." He stared at the spot the fox had been for a few moments, before Mavis spoke up and jerked him from his thoughts. What is Mavis to be doing now? Severus cleared his throat and gestured towards his office door. Stay with me, I want to know immediately when Potter calls for you. The elf obediently stayed by Severus' side as he made his way back to Minerva's office. As soon as they entered, he saw that in his absence, apparently, a great many things had happened. Severus, Narcissa Malfoy sobbed, immediately throwing herself in his arms. Where is my son? Where is my dragon? Severus gently patted Narcissa's back and looked over her shoulder to Lucius, pale face as he answered. I do not know, he said softly, but I have high hopes that he will return soon. Perhaps you should start from the beginning, Severus, Albus said, now seated in the headmaster's seat with Minerva off to the side comforting a sobbing Molly and Arthur Weasley. Severus was uncomfortably aware that there was no adult here to sob for Potter. Come back, brat. Severus passed Narcissa to Lucius and started from the beginning. He was telling them of Potter's promise to find a professor if he decided to try and find the basilisk alone, when Mavis disappeared suddenly with a soft crack. Where did the elf go? Lucius demanded, no doubt remembering who the owner of the elf is. To perform a miracle, I hope, Severus muttered. Severus finished informing the others of the rest of the information he had, and listened as Minerva outlined the complete search of the castle. We couldn't find them anywhere, she said thickly. Gilderoy, Harry, Ronald, Draco, and Ginevra, we cannot find them anywhere. What do we do now? Arthur asked quietly, his red-rimmed eyes making him appear much older than he had the last time Severus saw him. We wait, Albus said gravely. And so they sat in silence, only broken occasionally by Narcissa's sniffles or Molly's sobs. Severus held on to the hope that Mavis would have only disappeared at Potter's command, which had to mean the child was alive. He kept a close eye on the time. He still had an hour and a half before he had to return to the potion when Albus, Flew suddenly fled to life. Ah, Albus, you received our letter then, Minister Fudge said, stepping into the office and wiping Flew residue off his pinstriped robes. I did not, Albus said with a smile. I was contacted by Molly and Arthur once they were informed that 2 of their children are now missing. Fudge looked uncomfortable as he shifted around. Yes, well, it seems as if in light of the recent disappearances that the board is willing to reinstate you, he said with a cagey look towards Lucius. Lucius looked towards Severus and frowned. His face had a very what can you do look to it. Albus is here and Potter is once again missing, Severus thought irritably. Convenient. Perhaps some tea or biscuits, Minerva suggested quietly, only to be ignored by the other 7 adults. Severus stared at the clock. Come back, come back, come back. Crack. Ginny, Molly shrieked, looking up at the noisy appearance of Mavis and Ginevra. She flung herself at the teary girl and they held on to each other, sobbing and wailing. Where is? Lucius' question went unanswered as Mavis disappeared again. Ginny, where are the boys? Minerva asked softly. I don't know, I'm sorry, the girl cried, clearly too distraught to answer. Calm yourself, Minerva, Albus said calmly. Allow them a moment. Fudge and Lucius both looked as if they were prepared to drag the girl to interrogation, though Narcissa held her breath, staring hard at the spot Mavis had disappeared at. Crack. Mavis barely released Draco and Ronald before disappearing again. Dragon, Narcissa cried, latching onto her son and holding him tightly. Where, Harry? Ronald asked, attempting to look around the office despite being suffocated by his father. We were hoping you would know, Fudge said. Where? Crack. Mavis appeared again, holding the arm of Potter who was drenched in blood and holding a fucking sword. Move now, Severus ordered Minerva, who was attempting to grab the child. What were you thinking, you unforgivable moron? Severus hissed as he spelled the blood off Potter, attempting to find the source of the blood. Killed it, Potter whispered, sounding dazed. Dead, tell Hermione. Severus looked up to Potter's eyes to determine his brain function, and instead saw his green eyes flutter as he promptly fainted. Mavis, my potions kit quickly, Severus barked, unaware of the now 10 sets of eyes locked on him and Potter. Severus. Shut up, Severus snarled at Albus, kneeling down beside Potter. Shut up or leave, he said, caring not at all that it was Albus' office he was currently in. He spelled Potter's robes off him and blanched at what he saw. There was a puncture wound the size of Potter's fist in his upper arm. Vulnera Saenenta, Severus murmured, tracing his wand over the wound. The blood flow slowed, so Severus cleared the blood off the boy's arm and intoned it again. Vulnera Saenenta. The skin was knitting itself together as Mavis appeared, thrusting the potion kit in Severus' lap. Now that the wound had closed, leaving a horrible scar, Severus grabbed a blood replenished from the bag and spelled it directly into Potter's stomach. He sighed and sat back on his heels. Potter's chest was rising evenly, his cheeks were regaining color. He would live. "What happened?" he demanded, speaking directly to Draco. "We weren't there," Draco said. "The tunnel collapsed, we got separated and Harry went alone. Ron and I tried to shift the rocks, but we barely made a dent when Mavis came and grabbed us." "Is he okay?" Ronald asked quietly. He's gonna be fine, right?" Severus checked Potter's vitals and nodded shortly. "He will be fine." He looked up at the boys, both who appeared shaken but uninjured. "What happened before the tunnel collapsed and separated you?" "Where is Gilderoy?" Minerva asked. Ronald looked at Draco, and Severus saw the slightest twitch of his lips. Whatever the boy was about to say, it was undoubtedly a lie. "He went with Harry to find the basilisk," Draco answered quickly in his stead. "I don't know where he is now." "What were you thinking, dragon?" Narcissa said. "Why would you risk your life like?" "We were saving Ginny," Ronald interrupted, defending his friend. "We had to save my sister, and Harry was the only one who could get in the chamber." "Perhaps we should wake Mr. Potter and allow him to explain, as this seems to be centered around him," Albus suggested. Severus grimaced but agreed. Potter was stable and was likely only still out due to the adrenaline shock. "Renovate," Severus said, pointing his wand at Potter's chest. Potter's eyes fluttered behind his glasses before he gasped and sat upright. "We did it," he said fiercely. "Where's?" He looked around and saw the number of people staring at him. "Oh," he said softly, struggling to rise to his feet. "Hello." Severus snorted and conjured a chair. "Sit," he said shortly, "and speak." "Harry lad, what in Merlin's name happened here?" Fudge asked, coming to Potter's side the moment he sat. Potter gave him a shy, fake smile. "Here, what happened?" The entire room, save a sniffling Ginevra, listened silently as Potter spun his tale. Severus nearly gripped Potter's arm multiple times when the child described his fight with the basilisk. "And I would have died, but Mavis showed up when I called him, gave me the potion." Potter paused and looked up at Severus. "Good thinking on the anti-venom," he said seriously. "I'd be dead without it, right? I owe you." "One of us must use our brain," Severus said stiffly, glancing at the time and seeing he had 20 minutes before he had to go complete the final step of the potion brewing in his lab. "You owe me nothing." "We'll see," Potter muttered, brushing off both Severus' insult and his insistence that Potter owed him nothing for supplying the potion. "So anyway, when I knew it was close to me, I just started slashing where I hoped its eyes were, and it bit me, but I got its eyes. So I opened mine and bam," he clapped his hands together, drove the sword right through its mouth. "What happened to the book that was possessing Miss Weasley?" Albus asked, an intense look in his eyes. Potter grimaced at the headmaster as he dug through his trouser pocket and pulled out a destroyed black diary. "Shoved the fang in it, did I?" Potter said. "That ghost thing was laughing at me, saying me and Ginny were both going to be dead soon. He didn't know I took that potion. And he said he was preserved in the book, so I figured, hey, maybe if I break the book then he won't be preserved anymore, right? And it worked." "May I see that?" Albus reached out for the book, which Potter tossed to him. Severus, who had looked up from Potter to watch the book go across the room, caught the slightest twitch in Lucius' hand that was holding his cane. He looked at his friend and saw a flash of recognition in his eyes. "No, he wouldn't have." Potter followed Severus' line of sight and narrowed his own eyes at Lucius before finishing his tale. "I told Mavis to take Ginny to Snape," he said, "and then I told him to grab Ron and Draco and take them to Snape too." Potter grinned, clearly pleased with himself, "and then I called for him again and poof, here I am." "What about Lockhart?" Fudge asked. "It was awful," Potter sighed, instantly appearing morose. "Lockhart tried to help me, it was really brave of him, but the basilisk bit him and we didn't have the potions yet." Potter looked down at the ground and whispered hoarsely, "And he died. I couldn't save him." Molly whimpered, clutching her children tighter to her chest, but Severus eyed Potter closely. The child had hated Lockhart, said before he wished he was dead, and Lockhart was a coward. He certainly wouldn't have risked his life for Potter. Whatever had truly happened, Potter was lying now. "I will return momentarily," Severus said. He looked up at Lucius, who nodded jerkily. "Potter, stay here with Lucius and Narcissa. I will be but a moment." Severus used Albus, flew, not caring to politely ask permission before using it, and flew directly to his lab. He added the mandrakes and thought of Potter's story. Gilderoy volunteering to assist the boys, the tunnel collapsing, Potter facing the ghost of the Dark Lord that had possessed Ginevra Weasley, and the child killing a basilisk with a sword from an undetermined origin. It was madness, utter madness, and for the most part Severus believed it. Potter was a magnet for insanity and chaos. He checked the potion, and was pleased to see that it merely needed to simmer under stasis for 2 hours, and the children in the hospital wing would be revived. And Severus, thankfully, would not die at the hands of his own impulsive vow. He returned to Albus' office, and saw that it was now marginally less clustered with the absence of Minerva, Fudge, and the Weasleys. "Guess what, sir?" Potter said immediately with a broad smile. "Slytherin will win the House Cup for sure. Ron, Draco, and I each got 100 points to Slytherin. McGonagall awarded them herself." "Wonderful," Severus said dryly. "And what of Ginevra Weasley?" he asked with a pointed look at Albus. Albus gave him a soft smile, his blue eyes twinkling once again. "This has been a terrible ordeal for her. Miss Weasley and her parents are discussing her continued enrollment here. The poor girl has been traumatized. There will be no punishment. Older and wiser wizards than she have been hoodwinked by Lord Voldemort. She's in the hospital wing now with her parents and Ron," Potter said, rolling his eyes where Albus could not see him. "And Minister Fudge is releasing Hagrid, and McGonagall is calling for a feast. And," Potter grinned at Draco, who returned the smile with his grey eyes sparkling nearly as much as Albus, "we get awards. Minister Fudge ordered it himself." "Which has apparently led you to believe that you are not grounded for the rest of your life," Severus said stiffly. "And perhaps in the afterlife as well. I believe your mother would take over at that point." Potter scoffed. "Dumbledore said my parents would be proud of me." "Did he?" Severus gave Albus a cool look. "Fostering a hero complex, with praises on behalf of his deceased parents. Regardless, I believe you and Draco require a thorough examination before attending any feasts in your honor," he said, rolling his eyes at Potter. "Yes, sir," Potter said, jumping to his feet and grabbing the sword beside him. "Let's go." Severus was surprised at Potter's willingness to be examined until the 5 of them exited the headmaster's office, with Albus' praises being entirely ignored, and Potter immediately looked up at him. "I'm fine and I'm not getting an exam," he said shortly. "You were bitten by a basilisk and nearly died," Severus said harshly. "You are not fine." Potter shrugged. "And then you fixed me, so I'm fine." Severus groaned, while Narcissa laughed lightly. "Teenage boys are a delight," she whispered. "Merlin saved me," Severus murmured. "If Harry got bit by a basilisk and isn't getting an exam, then I'm not either," Draco said as they approached the hospital wing. "Yes, you are," Narcissa said fiercely. "You will get an exam, and we will discuss why you do not follow your friends to go fight a murderous basilisk." Draco pouted but nodded obediently. "Yes, mother," he muttered, shooting an angry look towards Potter. "Hey, I tried to tell you to stay," Potter said lightly, "but no, you wanted to go." Draco's glare increased as Narcissa's hand on his shoulder tightened. "Someone had to make sure you didn't burn down the school," he hissed. "Do you think I could have?" Potter asked him seriously. "I was thinking in the chamber, I wish I knew how to make those cursed flames, because there's no way a basilisk would survive them." "Neither would you," Severus pointed out, "and if you ever attempt to summon cursed flames, then I will." Severus struggled to think of an appropriate consequence. "I will have you in detention for the remainder of your education," he finished quite tamely once he realized Potter was impervious to most threats. Potter gave him a crooked grin and shrugged. "I'll keep that in mind." Lucius chuckled lightly, clearly amused by Potter's antics. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, can I talk to you for a minute?" Potter asked outside the hospital wing. He gave a pointed glance at Narcissa and Draco before adding, privately. "Certainly," Lucius said. "Draco, Sissa, I will meet you inside." Draco, quite out of character for the Malfoy heir, betrayed his own shock as he hugged his father tightly. "Good luck with that one," Narcissa whispered as she gave Severus a hug of his own. "That child has more power than common sense." Severus snorted again. That was a mild way to describe Potter. Potter waited silently as Narcissa and Draco entered the hospital wing, before flicking his hand and placing a golden dome around the 3 of them. "You did this," Potter said quietly, turning directly to Lucius. "You planted that book in Weasley's cauldron, didn't you?" Lucius held his empty hand up in a gesture of surrender. "Of course not," he said. "I would." "Don't lie," Potter hissed, his green eyes flashing darkly. "I saw your face. That was your book, wasn't it?" Lucius swallowed hard and immediately changed tactics. "I was merely trying to purge myself of ties to the Dark Lord," he protested.
I told you I wanted to be on your side. This is your fault, Potter yelled. Apparently the dome was soundproof. Your fault I was expelled. Your fault Hermione is in the hospital. Your fault. I didn't know what would happen, Lucius said. I swear it, I didn't know. Potter stalked right up to Lucius' face and snatched his wand from his unresisting hand and held it tightly in the hand that was not currently clutching a bloody sword. I could kill you, he said quietly. I should. I can help you, Lucius said. You have the power and I have the connections. I can help you to be great, I know the right people. Potter, allow me to be your ally. You don't want to kill me, you aren't a killer. Severus closed his eyes at that. Potter had already killed someone who wronged him. At just possibly 10 years old, he doubted the child would hesitate to do it again. You're wrong, Potter whispered. I killed Lockhart, he's dead. Oh shit. Severus opened his eyes and watched as Potter taunted Lucius. Lucius shot him a frantic look that Severus sadly shook his head at. The man had dug his own grave here. Severus would try and prevent Potter from killing him, though judging from the look on Potter's face he didn't think that was the goal. He hoped. Potter, think about it, Lucius sputtered. Draco, my son, he needs me. Potter smiled at that, a cold and hardened smile that made Severus shiver. Draco is the only reason I don't kill you now, Potter said, but that means you owe me the rest of your life. You want to be my ally, he laughed in Lucius' face. I won't do you any favors. You can be on my side or you can die here, Potter pointed Lucius' own wand in his chest. Decide now. Yes, Lucius said immediately. I'll help you, I'll be on your side. You won't owe me any favors. Swear it, Potter said. Swear that you won't betray me the next time Voldemort tries to come back. Swear that you'll never do something like this again. Now, he yelled when Lucius hesitated. Severus watched in muted shock as Lucius swore an oath of loyalty to Potter. In all of the madness of the day, watching his closest friend become his ward's first follower was perhaps the maddest. Potter dispelled the dome the moment Lucius finished. He thrust his wand back at him and curled his lip. Get away from me, he snarled. Lucius immediately moved inside the hospital wing with his wife and child. Pot Harry, Severus said softly. Are you? He faltered as he tried to determine the child's current mental state. How are you? Potter shook his head and looked up from the hospital wing door. Bit tired, he said lightly. When will Hermione be awake? Severus checked the time. 90 minutes, he said. Just enough time for you to come allow me to examine you and tell me the rest of your much-edited story. Potter gave him a bright smile, his eyes crinkling in amusement. You know me better than anyone, he said. Severus sighed and looked up at the ceiling. It may be a sign of my impending descent into madness, he said. Potter merely laughed as he followed, alongside him to the dungeons, shouldering the sword against himself. I would like you to begin with where you managed to obtain a sword of that value, Severus said the moment he closed, and warded his office door behind them. Mr. Malfoy gave it to me, Potter said, sitting down in his accustomed seat in front of Severus' desk. But hold on, Mavis, he yelled. Master Potter, the elf cried, appearing immediately. Master Potter is okay. Mavis, you're brilliant, Potter praised the teary elf as Severus sat. I would have died without you. I owe you whatever you want, just name it, okay? Mavis' hands pulled at his robe nervously. Anything Mavis is wanting, he asked. Say it first before I agree, Potter clarified. Mavis sighed and glanced around warily before leaning towards Potter. Mavis is wanting to stay with Master Potter when he leaves, he whispered. Mavis is not wanting to stay here while Master is gone. Mavis glanced at Severus before tacking on, and Mavis is wanting Master Potter to not be killing Mr. Snoop as he was scared for Master. Potter immediately turned an accusatory look towards Severus. Did you hurt Mavis? He scowled. I shook him, Severus admitted, though it is your fault as you allowed your elf to inform me that you had taken off to kill a basilisk. Potter glared at him for a moment, before turning a much softer face towards the elf. Mavis, I have gold, Potter said softly. Loads of it. I could buy you anything you wanted. You saved my life. Don't you want something different? Something just for you? Mavis shook his head. Mavis saved Master's life, and now Mavis is wanting to stay with Master. Mavis is not liking being here while Master is gone. Potter looked up at Severus, who grimaced and lifted one shoulder in acquiescence. So if I let you stay with me at our house this summer then we're even. I won't owe you anything. Mavis nodded eagerly at Potter. That is Mavis' wish. Potter laughed. Wish granted then. Mavis squealed and hugged Potter's leg tightly before abruptly jumping away from him. Apologies, Master Potter.
Mavis is being too excited. Mavis must return now and make sure all Master's favorite foods are being made for the feast. Mavis gave them each a bow and then disappeared back to the kitchens. What the fuck? Potter laughed. Mavis is insane. Severus sighed at Potter's incessant, crude language. Speaking of insanity, he said tightly, I believe you were about to enthrall me with the truth before we go revive Miss Granger. Oh yeah, Potter said. Okay, so Malfoy sent me the sword, right, and it's mine now. Severus cast a diagnostic charm on Potter as he spoke, and listened to what he believed was a more truthful version of events. You cast an unforgivable on Gilderoy, he interrupted at one point. What on earth were you thinking? He was unsurprised at the truth behind Gilderoy's adventures. The man was an idiot when he was a student, and Severus knew he had not gotten better with age. Potter shrugged, entirely unrepentant. I was thinking you said I needed a professor, and I didn't really want to use Draco as bait, and Lockhart was a creep. So, he spread his hands, I made him come. Severus grimaced. Continue. Potter told him of finding the chamber opening and sliding down the chute. Severus was slightly jealous that 3 second-year boys were able to see the legendary chamber built by their house's founder. And then Lockhart said we can work together. Think of the fame, the riches. Potter snorted. As if I need more fame or money, you know. And he said you won't kill me, so I did. Sliced the sword right through his neck, he said, patting the sword gently. And then Ron was kind of freaking out. Severus himself was kind of freaking out. He could only imagine how Ronald had felt in that moment. And then, he asked. I made Draco and Ron make unbreakable vows, Potter said easily. Told them what to say, so if they try and change the story later they'll die, won't they? And that wouldn't bother you, he asked, shaken at the easy way Potter described this all. Potter looked up quizzically at him. Would it bother me if one of my friends tried to get me arrested for killing a guy who was going to kill Draco? Yeah, he drawled slowly. Would it bother me if they died before they were able to get me in a lot of trouble? Probably not. Meant they weren't really my friend after all, were they? Times like this Severus deeply regretted teaching Potter occlumency. He would give quite a bit to be able to see inside the child's mind and understand his thought processes. Tried to kill Draco and you, he corrected him lightly. Potter looked askance at him. What's that matter? It matters a great deal, Severus sighed. Harry, he was going to kill you. He had the sword on your throat. Potter shrugged and glanced away from Severus for a moment, while he seemed to sort his thoughts. I thought I would feel bad, he said quietly. Like, well, you know, he muttered, his cheeks now red with needless shame. But it was different, right? Before it was just a lousy muggle who hurt me. I was stronger and more special and I didn't have to hurt him. But Lockhart was going to kill Draco, he said it himself. So I protected him and I don't feel bad. He looked up at Severus and chewed his lower lip before whispering, does that make me a monster? Potter values Draco's life above his own. If Lockhart had merely been a threat to him, he wouldn't blink. But since the man posed a threat to his friend, he had to die. You are not a monster, Severus assured him. You saved Draco and Ginevra both by your actions. Gilderoy would have killed them. He leaned forward to try and drill his next point into the child's stubborn head. But you also saved yourself. If someone is threatening your life, it does not make you a monster to defend yourself. Your life matters just as much as Draco. Potter just frowned and chewed his lip. Severus sighed. We will rehash why your life is incredibly valuable and important another time, shall we? Why don't you continue? Okay, Potter said slowly. Then I was trying to bury Lockhart, in case anyone wanted to go down to the chamber later, and I accidentally collapsed the whole part tunnel. I didn't want to try and move the rocks with magic in case I collapsed more and buried us all down there. Perhaps if you bothered to learn proper spells, incantations, and wand movements, then you would be able to use your magic in a more precise and controlled manner, he suggested. Potter waved his hand, showing his disdain at the very idea. No, anyway, so I told them I'd go alone, and then Ron was freaking out again. Said I didn't understand families and that I should save Ginny even if it meant I couldn't kill the basilisk. Potter looked up at him, his face appearing scandalized. Can you believe that, sir? So I told him, you hurt my feelings. Severus interrupted again. You told your friend that he hurt your feelings. That would be an undeniable step forward, if Potter had not killed a man 10 minutes before saying it, Severus thought. Yep, Potter said. Told him he hurt my feelings, and so he needed to make it up to me. That sounds more like Potter. Please continue, he sighed, summoning a pain-relieving potion. Potter smirked knowingly at him as he continued. He told him of entering the chamber and coming face to face with the spirit of a 16-year-old Tom Riddle. He described taunting him with the mispronunciation of his name, something he apparently utilized on Miss Chang of Ravenclaw, with excellent results. He also described his amusement when Riddle asked if Albus was the greatest wizard Potter knew. I laughed, didn't I? Told him I meant me, of course. Severus imagined that James Potter somewhere was smiling at the arrogance he passed along to his son. Potter was powerful, more than any other Severus had ever encountered, but Potter had no control. I told Timmy we should be partners, work together, but he said for him to live, Ginny had to die. Potter sighed mournfully, and I promised Ron I'd save her. You made the right choice, Severus assured him. Ginevra was an innocent child, while Riddle likely would have killed you the instant he could. Yeah, maybe, Potter blinked in the distance a few times before looking back up at Severus. And the rest is what you already heard. I killed the snake, stabbed the diary, and Ginny woke up. Oh, wait, Potter reached in his pocket and pulled out a single white fang that was the length and width of Severus' forearm. I got this too, he said, waving the fang in the air. It's wicked, right? Can you believe it was in my arm? Yes, Severus said, his throat feeling unnaturally tight at the sight of the fang. You will have a terrible scar from it, unfortunately. Potter looked down at his arm and shrugged. Be a cooler story than the others, right? Which sounds better, I got bit by a basilisk that I killed, or my uncle slammed my face in a mirror until it shattered and cut my face open? He asked, gesturing lightly towards the scar that decorates the right side of his face. Severus had to quickly clear his mind of that image, before he decided to go use Potter's sword on Vernon Dursley. What happened when you woke Ginevra? He asked instead, hopping to distract himself from his now murderous thoughts. I was going to kill Ginny, I wanted to, Potter confessed quietly. It was her fault Hermione was attacked, wasn't it? She stole that book, broke my stuff, and said I was the monster when really it was her all along. Why didn't you? Severus asked. Potter sighed and looked up at the ceiling. Ron said I didn't understand, family stuff, and I don't have a family, do I? I don't know why he'd want to save Ginny, or why her mum wasn't furious it was her fault the chamber opened in the first place. But, Potter turned his face towards him with an almost desperate expression. I didn't want to be the monster she accused me of being. Severus smiled softly down at him, despite feeling quite torn inside that Potter sounded so forlorn as he said, I don't have a family. You did very well, he praised him. Ginevra is an imbecile, and she wronged you quite terribly, but she was also a vulnerable girl being possessed by the spirit of the Dark Lord. It was good you spared her life. Potter nodded and gave him a weak half-smile. Plus now she owes me. Told her that the second she woke up, didn't I? I said, you might hate me, but I saved your life twice, so you owe me. I didn't tell her that I was going to kill her, just that I'd saved her twice. And she was crying and saying, thank you, thank you. I think most of the Weasleys owe me favors now. That was quite Slytherin of you, Severus said, his lips twitching in amusement. Though I believe Ronald's brother, Charles Weasley, is a dragon tamer in Romania. So he may be more difficult to earn a favor from. Potter gave him a crooked smile. Dragons, huh? Brill. If I discover you have attempted to bring a dragon to our home, I will feed you to it, brat. Potter shrugged and glanced again at the clock. 20 minutes, he said, practically vibrating with excitement now. Do you think Hermione will forgive me, sir? I killed the basilisk, so she won't be mad, right? Pitiful. Harry, Miss Granger would have forgiven you even without you risking your life to kill the basilisk, he said softly. You did not need to put your life on the line in order to earn her forgiveness. You're wrong, Potter said. I didn't want to kill it before and it attacked Hermione. I couldn't just say I'm sorry because words don't mean anything, do they? People lie all the time, but now she'll see that I'm sorry, right? Severus tried to choose his words carefully. Potter was not wrong, but he was not right either. You could have apologized, then in the future listened more carefully to her, which would prove your apology through actions. This, he gestured towards the sword by Potter and the fang now placed on his desk, was entirely unnecessary. Potter grimaced and turned his attention to the clock, as if willing it to move more quickly. Why did you spare Lucius? Severus asked. I am glad that you did, of course, but I had worried that you were going to attempt to kill him. Potter snorted, still watching the clock. I wouldn't have attempted anything, he muttered, but I think it's better if you give people a second chance. Severus found himself once again surprised and pleased with Potter, and was about to tell him so when the brat added. Especially if they owe you now. Severus had once wondered if Potter was too broken to ever process things in an emotionally healthy way, and now he feared that he was correct. Sparing someone's life in order to tie them to you. It was cold, cunning, and a much-loved move by Albus and the Dark Lord both. Though Albus would never have cut a man's throat open to save his friend's life, and the Dark Lord would never have risked his life in vengeance for a friend. Perhaps Potter is twisted nearly to the breaking point, without actually being broken. Severus considered him in silence for a few minutes, before he asked the last question that was on his mind. Why did you require unbreakable vows from Draco, Ronald, and Lucius, but have yet to request one from me? Potter looked surprised at his question. He glanced away from the clock towards Severus, and his brows were furrowed down. I don't need you to make a vow, he said simply. I trust you. Chapter 24, Leaving Hogwarts. Harry had been to several Hogwarts feasts, but never one quite like this. Everybody was in their pajamas, and the celebration lasted all night. The whole night, apart from Susan and Neville scolding him for being an idiot, was brilliant. Hermione showed up only about 20 minutes after Snape kicked Harry out of his office with the instructions to go annoy your friends and I will revive Miss Granger. Harry and his friends had jumped to their feet when Hermione entered the hall, and she rushed to the table and surprised everyone by hugging Theo immediately. Theo's mouth hung open in shock before he hugged her back tightly. Ron whistled at them and they broke apart, both blushing furiously. I'm sorry, Harry said softly to Hermione after she sat down, but I killed the basilisk, and you can even have the fang as proof if you want. Why are you sorry? Hermione asked. You didn't do anything to me. Harry glanced at Susan, who huffed out a quiet, told you so. It's my fault you got attacked, Harry said slowly. I said we weren't going to kill the basilisk, remember? His face heated up as he added on a mumbled, and I said I'd hoped someone else got attacked. That doesn't make it your fault, Harry, Hermione said, smiling softly at him. I wasn't mad at you before Professor Snape told me what you did, and I'm definitely not mad now. Promise? Harry asked. Promise, she said solemnly. So do you want the fang? Harry pulled it out of his bag and showed it to her. This is the one that was stuck in my arm. You, Hermione and Susan both cried, cringing away from him. Harry, that is disgusting, Hermione added. I think it's amazing, Luna said. Basilisk fangs are good luck, you know. Harry smiled at Luna and handed her the fang. You keep it then, he said. I don't need it. After the rest of the previously petrified students and Snape joined the Great Hall, Dumbledore called Harry, Ron, and Draco up to the head table. He talked about their bravery and dedication to the safety of the school and students, and gave them each an award for special services to the school. Snape had huffed when Harry accepted his award, but Harry saw him smile too. After that, Dumbledore had asked for a moment of silence, to honour the brave sacrifice by Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry had very carefully not smiled during the silence, even though Susan looked at him suspiciously. Hagrid, the groundskeeper, returned from the ministry, and tearily thanked Harry for proving his innocence. Harry would have asked for a favour in return, but decided that the less he had to do with anyone who was that close to the headmaster the better. Dumbledore also called Ginny Weasley up to the head table, and said that the Sorting Hat had made a mistake, and at her parents' request, he was allowing her an opportunity for a resort. Harry had cheered the loudest of all when she was sorted in Gryffindor. Just because he saved her life didn't mean he forgot about the horrible stuff she said to him. You're a monster. Thank Merlin, Ron said quietly to their group. She told Mum how Slytherin was terrifying, and if she couldn't change houses then she wanted to study magic at home instead. Slytherin is not terrifying, Harry scoffed. The other Slytherin boys glanced at each other, before looking wide-eyed back at Harry. You're the terrifying part of Slytherin, Theo said. How many housemates have you attacked so far? And you told them all you were the heir of Slytherin, didn't you? Blaise said with a smirk. Harry shrugged. Yeah, well, Ginny was leading the bloody basilisk around practically on a leash all year. She doesn't really have room to say that Slytherin is scary, now does she? None of the boys had argued the point, once they saw the stubborn look on Harry's face. The boys' combined 600 points secured the house cup for Slytherin again, and Harry laughed outright when Snape winked at him, while he shook Dumbledore's hand in acceptance. After that, Professor McGonagall stood up to tell them all that the exams had been cancelled as a school treat. Oh no, Hermione groaned, but I studied for ages. You've been petrified, Blaise said. You can't possibly be ready for exams. We've been studying all year, haven't we? Hermione sniffed, glancing at Theo who nodded eagerly in agreement. Theo's in lovey, Susan whispered in Harry's ear. Gross, he whispered back, sticking his tongue out and shuddering dramatically. Aha, you were wrong, Luna, Neville cried. You said we'd all pass exams, but there aren't any. No, she wasn't, Harry said shortly, crossing his arms. She said none of us would fail the exams, didn't she? And none of us did we? Neville looked chagrined at Harry's chastisement and apologized to Luna. Luna smiled radiantly up at Harry. Thank you, Harry, she said softly. You have made this a wonderful year. I didn't think I would like Hogwarts much when I got here, but I've been very happy since we met. You are a good friend. Harry felt his face heat up once again at Luna's blunt frankness with her thoughts and feelings. "Welcome," he murmured, averting his eyes to Ron, who was heckling Theo for the money he owes him. "But Harry didn't get rid of Lockhart, the basilisk did," Theo protested. Ron rolled his eyes and dropped it, proving his commitment to the vow he made. "Here, Ron," Harry whispered, digging in his robe for his coin pouch. "Since you can't tell Theo why he's wrong, I'll pay his debt." "Cheers, mate," Ron said with a wink. When Harry went to bed at sunrise, he laid there and thought about the night they'd just had. He thought he might let another basilisk bite him if it meant he could have more nights just like it with his friends. The rest of the final term passed in a haze of blazing sunshine. Hogwarts was back to normal with only a few small differences. Defense against the dark arts classes were cancelled, which bothered Hermione and Theo a lot and the rest of them not a bit. Ginny Weasley no longer glared at Harry at meals. Now she sat at the Gryffindor table beside her twin brothers and stared at him with weirdly soft eyes. "She's sweet on you again," Ron laughed. "Guess you saving her life made you a great hero to her after all." "Should have left her down there," Harry grumbled. Harry and his friends tried to set up times during the summer when they could all meet up. Blaise wanted everyone to come to Italy. Draco and Ron both wanted them to come to their houses to play Quidditch. Hermione offered to take everyone to the beach with her family, and Luna said something about hunting for rare fairies that only come out at 2:47 in the morning. "This is why we needed the charmed diaries," Susan complained. "It'll be a mess trying to figure this out through owls." "Why don't we just pick a day and everyone meets at my house?" Harry offered. "We could meet up on Neville's birthday." Neville turned red and stammered out excuses why they shouldn't do that, but Harry waved them off. "We'll make plans for what to do in August when everyone comes over on July 30th then," Harry said decisively. Too soon it was time for the journey home. Snape had stopped Harry at dinner the night before the train left and told him that he didn't need to ride the train. "We can flew directly from my office to Spinner's End," he explained. Harry frowned and shifted nervously. Can you maybe meet me at the Leaky Cauldron tomorrow night instead?" he asked. He wasn't sure why he was feeling so nervous, but thought it was probably because it was the first time he'd asked Snape for a favor that would be outside of Hogwarts. "I need to ride the train, and I have something important to do in Diagon Alley afterwards." Harry peeked up when Snape hesitated long enough that he was sure he was going to tell him no. "Will you allow either Lucius or Amelia Bones to see you through the flue at the platform?" Snape asked. Harry nodded quickly. He was sure Mr. Malfoy would be more than happy to. "Yes, sir," he agreed. "The train should arrive at the platform at 4 o'clock. Are you amenable to me meeting you at the Leaky Cauldron at 6:30? We can get dinner there before returning home." Harry smiled. "Sounds brill, sir, thank you." Snape gave him an approving nod before leaving, muttering something about how he isn't a helicopter guardian under his breath. "What are you doing after the train ride?" Hermione asked him. Harry shrugged. "Little of this, little of that," he said evasively. He didn't want to say anything about his plans just in case they didn't work out how he hoped they would. The 9 of them got a compartment to themselves and spent the last few hours together just goofing around. Ron, who had apparently won quite a bit of money this year, bought everyone treats off the trolley. Hermione got a pack of Muggle cards and dealt out poker chips to everyone. "You can be on my team," Harry told Luna, who still hadn't grasped the concept of Texas Hold 'em. They played cards, ate candy, and laughed as some of the kids passing their compartment still looked fearfully at Harry. "The rumor in Slytherin is that you're the heir, but the basilisk went rogue, attacked Hermione, and you killed it in a fit of rage," Blaise told him. "And everyone else thinks about the same," Neville tacked on. "Except Fred and George keep telling everyone you're too nice of a bloke to be the heir of Slytherin." Harry laughed it all off. Nobody had bothered him since he returned from being expelled. If they were all too afraid of him to shove him into walls or call him a freak in the corridors, then all the better for him. They were nearly at King's Cross when Harry suddenly remembered the sole reason he needed to ride the train instead of fluing directly to Diagon Alley. "Nobody move," he ordered the rest of the kids. "I'll be right back." He ran down the train hall, glancing in compartment windows until he found the person he was looking for. "Daphne," he said, smiling at the quiet Slytherin witch, "will you do me a favor?" He ignored the giggles of the other girls in Daphne's compartment, including Parkinson, who hadn't said so much as 2 words to Harry since Halloween night. "Of course," Daphne said softly, standing up to follow him. Once they got back to Harry's compartment, he handed her his camera. "Will you take our picture? We need a new one," he asked politely. Sure, Daphne held the camera up and waited for them all to scrunch together on one bench. Harry laughed as Draco wound up laying across Neville and Ron's laps. Hermione squeezed in between Theo and Blaise, and Harry sat between Susan and Luna, and even took a deep breath before putting one arm around each girl's shoulder. All 9 of them smiled at one another before turning towards the camera. "Smile," Daphne said before clicking the button and temporarily blinding them all with the flash. At 6:30 that night, Harry sat at the bar in the leaky cauldron, tapping his parchment excitedly as he waited for Snape to show up. He had gotten his photos developed, made prints and copies, bought the notebooks Snape said he'd help him charm this summer, and his meeting at Gringotts had gone great. He watched the Floo impatiently. Snape was 2 minutes late. At exactly 6:34, Snape stepped gracefully through the Floo and immediately looked around for Harry. "Apologies," he said, sitting next to Harry. "I was." Here, Harry interrupted him, too excited and nervous to wait. "This is for you, sir." He handed Snape the parchment and waited impatiently as Snape raised a brow at him before unrolling the scroll. Ownership of Salazar Slytherin's basilisk bequeathed pre-mortem from Harry James Potter to Severus Tobias Snape, he read slowly. "Estimated value, holy god Potter," he breathed. "Absolutely not." "Griffook checked all the laws, rules, and everything, sir," Harry said quickly. "Magical creatures can't belong to the school, and whoever takes control of the creature, in this case whoever puts a giant sword through its head, owns it, so it's mine." Harry nudged the parchment, "and now it's yours." Snape looked at Harry, and his usually blank face looked surprised for once. "Harry, liquidate the money tied up in the basilisk parts and put it in your vault," he said. "I do not need the money, I assure you." "It's not about money," Harry said with a scoff. "It's because you saved my life, isn't it? And you can use the parts for loads of rare potions and research, that's what Theo said." Snape's eyes took on a momentary manic gleam that Harry has associated with Hermione when she's about to check out 30 books from the library. Then he shook his head, slid the paper towards Harry, and gave him an exasperated sort of look. "I do not require compensation for providing you with a potion and escape plan. If you would like to make it up to me, then you could simply never put either of us in that position again." Harry slid the parchment back to him and smiled at him. "Better keep this in that case, sir. We never know what'll happen next year." End of year 2.